Every day when I check in, I will get a clone, including a genius with excellent aptitude and a stunning beauty. With the assistance of AI algorithms, they spread throughout Mount Shu and the world, weaving a vast network of power. As for my main body, I am just a miscellaneous disciple on Mount Shu, either lying in the yard sunbathing every day, or going up the mountain to the hook fence to listen to Lu Ruyan's music. Today, the newly appointed steward dared to ask me to do things without knowing his place. At this moment, I am leisurely lying in the courtyard, with a charming maid feeding me fruits. Suddenly, the courtyard door was forcefully pushed open from the outside, and the new steward, Yang Zishu, angrily burst in, followed by a group of onlookers. Lin Bei, are you testing my patience? If you don't want to work, pack up and get out on my first day in office. The onlookers retreated a few steps at the words, afraid of being affected by this anger. However, you don't care at all, Yang, as long as the main gate is clean, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. But Yang was pushing his luck in the book. Fine, I now revoke your status as a miscellaneous disciple, and I give you half an hour to pack up and get lost. If I see you at the miscellaneous peak after half an hour, I'll treat you as a spy and slap you to death. Hearing this, you raised your head with a disdainful look in your eyes, as if looking at a clown. Having crossed over to this cultivation world for 20 years, checking in and collecting avatars on time every day, now having more than 7,000 avatars. Some are monstrous geniuses with enviable talents, becoming the backbone of various forces. Some have peerless beauty, becoming the saintesses of major sects. They are all controlled by the system AI algorithm. It is no exaggeration to say that your current status has long surpassed the peak. What's even more powerful is that when the avatars are retrieved or killed, their techniques and cultivation will return to the main body. In other words, as long as you retrieve all the avatars, you can immediately become a giant in the world. After 20 years of hard work, finally reaching this point, all I wanted was to lie in the yard and bask in the sun while listening to music. How dare Yang Zishu come to disturb me? But considering he is new here, I don't want to bother with him. Yang, why don't you go find out first? My background is a bit tough. In case I end up swelling your face later, it won't look good. Yang Zishu felt even more angry upon hearing this. He spent 200 spirit stones to get to the position of steward. If he can't even manage a servant, wouldn't that be a waste of spirit stones? Besides, if I don't deal with you today, how can I lead the team when people's hearts are in chaos? Let's say you really have a tough background. Why are you doing menial work here? Shouldn't you have entered the outer gate long ago? Therefore, he bluntly said, Kid, I am your boss. If I tell you to leave, you leave. If I allow you to stay, then you can stay. Alright, since you are determined to seek death, don't blame me for taking advantage of you. So you ordered the system to summon the avatar of the enforcement hall to come and take him down and throw him into Sword Mountain to feed the sword. After instructing the system, you calmly said to him, Yang, someone will come to deal with you soon. Yang, in a fit of anger, laughed in disbelief that you dared to defy him. I want to see what you are capable of. As he spoke, he erupted with an imposing aura, as if he could crush you into pieces in an instant. The onlookers' disciples retreated one after another, afraid of being accidentally involved in the battle. At the same time, in a courtyard of the menial peak, Elder Lin Qinian, who was meditating, almost fell off his couch when he heard the disciples' report. This blind-eyed young Zishu, why provoke someone? And he had to go and provoke you. A person with connections. There was once an elder who accidentally offended you and was punished by the law enforcement hall to guard the Sword Mountain. And in the end, he died from injuries caused by the sword energy. Thinking of this, Lin Qinian couldn't help but shudder. If he ended up like that elder just because of 200 spirit stones, wouldn't it be unjust? Therefore, he didn't care about his image as an elder and rushed towards your small courtyard at the fastest speed. When he hurriedly arrived, he happened to see Yang Zishu preparing to attack you. At the critical moment, he rushed forward in a few steps, fiercely slapped Yang Zishu, causing him to tumble in the air for a few rounds, slide to the ground, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. It took him a while to catch his breath. He asked in confusion, Elder Lin, did you hit the wrong person? Unexpectedly, Lin Qinian glared at him fiercely. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and come over to apologize to young Master Lin. Although Yang Zishu was reluctant, seeing Elder Lin so angry, he dared not resist and had to walk up to you with a stiff neck, saying defiantly, Lin Bei, I was impulsive just now, don't argue with me. Lin Qinian was so angry that he gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger, saying, what kind of attitude is this? Kneel down and apologize to me now. You can only get up after young Master Lin forgives you. An official can crush a person to death, let alone Yang Zishu being able to sit in a position of authority. All thanks to Lin Qinian opening the back door for him. Therefore, even if he is filled with resentment, He still knelt down in front of everyone. Lin Qinian saw Yang Zishu kneel down and awkwardly smiled. Young Master Lin, are you satisfied with this handling? After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, Elder Lin, rest assured. I know this has nothing to do with you and won't be held against you. After all, once he's dealt with, it won't affect me cleaning up Yang Zishu. Lin Qinian felt relieved upon hearing this. A dead friend is not as good as a living enemy. He didn't care about Yang's fate as long as it didn't affect him. Yang Zishu, on the other hand, was filled with doubt. He really couldn't figure it out. As an elder of the miscellaneous service peak, Lin Qinian could be considered to have great power in the miscellaneous service peak. Why would you treat a small handyman so respectfully? However, no matter what relationship there was between Wang Yi and Elder Wang, even if he was Elder Wang's illegitimate son, today's insult, Yang Zishu also wants to find Wang Yi to get it back. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. After this matter was resolved, even at the risk of being discovered, he would find a way to slaughter this waste of a man. Wang Yi. In short, Wang Yi must die. Just then, there was the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. The crowd immediately looked toward the door. Only two disciples dressed in the attire of the law enforcement hall of the miscellaneous service peak were seen stride through the door. One of them, looking towards Yang Zishu, coldly said, Deacon Yang, we suspect that you have abused your power and attempted to brutally kill a disciple, so please immediately follow us and head to the law enforcement hall to be disposed of. Yang Zishu was instantly confused at his words. He has just become a deacon today, and originally wanted to take advantage of the 3 fires of a new official to establish some prestige. Unexpectedly, the first fire burned itself out. What confused him even more was that the law enforcement hall of the Handyman Peak had traditionally been quite lenient towards elders and deacons. The great elders and deacons, too, packed up their disciples in this manner. How come it's not his turn? On the contrary, Wang Yi not only cheated, but also turned a blind eye to the deacon who came to his door to educate him, disregarding his elders, which should have been a felony. As a result, those 2 disciples of the law enforcement hall did not even ask. The only explanation was that there was Wang Yi's backer in the law enforcement hall of the Handyman Peak. This backer was not only prominent, but also influential enough to make the law enforcement hall turn a blind eye to his behavior. Thinking of this, Yang Zishu couldn't help but stare at Wang Yi with his jaw dropping in disbelief. A tremor in his voice. Wang Yi, who exactly is the backer behind you? How could you have such a great power? Wang Yi reached out and picked a grape and threw it into his mouth. Deacon Yang, isn't it a bit late to think of asking this now? In the future, before you want to find someone to act like a pussy, inquire about the other person's identity first, lest you hit yourself in the face. At this moment, how could Yang Zishu still not be able to distinguish the situation? He kowtowed like garlic. Wang Yi, I know I'm wrong. In the future, I am willing to be your horse's foot soldier, to lead your horse and hold the stirrups for you, to be driven by you. I only ask that you be gracious enough to spare me this. Wang Yi was too lazy to bother with Yang Zishu again. He gently patted his shoulder, signaling his maid, Xiao Dai, to help him pound his shoulder. It took a moment for Dai to get over her shock. Stretching out her slender jade hand, she skillfully gave Wang Yi a shoulder punch. Until then, that law enforcement hall disciple. Only then did he condescend and look down on Yang Zishu, continuing, do you have to be escorted by us before you're willing to leave? At those words, Yang Zishu trembled. Going with them would be almost 10 deaths with Wang Yi's intervention. If you choose to resist, with the style of the law enforcement hall, he would definitely be beheaded on the spot and turned into a cold corpse. At the thought, he could only shudder as he rose to his feet. Honestly following, behind the 2 law enforcement disciples, he headed towards the law enforcement hall. Watching this scene, Lin Qinian also had palpitations. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and rushed over to deal with Yang Zishu at the first opportunity. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble today. As for whether Yang Zishu would give him up within the law enforcement hall, for his part, he wasn't worried at all. The law enforcement hall, which enforces the law, speaks of love, as long as it's not, like, offending someone who shouldn't be offended. It's basically not going to be a whole lot like death. Since Wang Yi said it was fine, it was bound to be fine. If you can't, you can just break the bank and unclog it, and you'll never have to worry about your life. Until the law enforcement hall disciples walked away, the disciples gathered outside the door. It was only gradually from the shock that he slowed down. Open mouth whispers. I didn't expect Senior Brother Wang's background to be so hard that even the law enforcement hall was alarmed. What do you guys say? What exactly is Senior Brother Wang's origin? His last name is Wang, don't you think? It's hard to believe that the elders. You're such an elm brain. How could Elder Wang transfer the law enforcement hall disciples? That? The man had a meaningful look on his face. Let me ask you, what is the surname of our handyman Peak's boss Peak? Oh King, it is hard to. SHHHH. It's only for show. Chapter 3, Impostor. Hearing these comments, Wang Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. These guys, they really have the guts to say anything. If Palm Peak heard this, he would be in trouble. Lin Qinian saw that Wang Yi was a bit displeased. Immediately, he droned. A bunch of assholes. What's all this nonsense? Is the Palm Peak also something you can casually discuss? Anyone who speaks nonsense again shall be guilty of disrespect and great disrespect. Get to work, all of you. When the crowd of miscellaneous disciples heard this, they immediately closed their mouths and left, not daring to say half a word more. Lin Qinian also followed the trend, bidding farewell to Wang Yi and leaving. Ding! Yang Jiaoshu has been sent to Sword Mountain to feed the sword by abolishing his cultivation as requested by the host. Please pay attention to the relevant information. Lin Qinian had just stepped out of the courtyard gate when a system beep came from Wang Yi's mind. He said indifferently, there is no need to waste time on this kind of small character who doesn't have eyes. Just find an opportunity and let Simon the snowblower get him killed. After saying that, he slowly stood up and stretched. Alright, since things have been set right, it's time to go down the mountain to listen to a little song and relax. After saying that, he explained a few words to Little Butterfly, then slowly walked towards the mountain. Looking at the young master's back, Xiao Dai was a bit gloomy. She didn't understand why the young master liked visiting the 100 Flowers house so much. Obviously a lot of things she can do too. Half an hour later, at the bottom of the mountain, Yunjie Town, 100 Flowers building. Inside a spacious and exquisite elegant room, Wang Yi was leisurely, leaning back on the mahogany chair, listened to the tunes while enjoying a massage from the beautiful ladies. Lu Ruyan's jade fingers lightly plucked, and a melodious melody flowed out from her fingertips, like a clear spring in the mountains, or a breeze under the moon. Wang Yi gently opened his eyes, only to see that she had a light veil covering her body and her face was clear and beautiful. It was as if with the sound of this zither, it became one. It creates a stunning landscape. With the end of the song, Wang Yi gently applauded. Good person, better song, when rewarded. With that, Wang Yi casually took out a spirit stone and threw it on the table in front of him. Lu Ruyan smiled and saluted. Thank you for your reward. If you don't mind, my slave would like to play another song for you. Chrysanthemum Remnant, which was personally composed by you. Every time he hears this song, it reminds Wang Yi of his first love in high school. Wang Yi was just about to open his mouth, when outside the door came the voice of the old mom. She seemed to be holding back a drunken guest. My lord, listen to me. The girls of our 100 Flower house only sell their art, not their bodies. There was a hint of helplessness in the old mom's voice, obviously used to these types of situations. The drunkard, however, was unforgiving. Then it's not that simple. If I play with her and don't pay, it won't be considered a sale. His voice held a hint of teasing and impishness, and he had obviously had a bit too much to drink. Lu Ruyan sniffed and frowned. Although she was used to this kind of scene, she still felt displeased every time she encountered it. When Wang Yi heard the commotion, he similarly showed displeasure. He purposely came to 100 Flowers house to relax today, not expecting to encounter such a spoiler. My lord, you can't go in. There's really a guest in Ruyan's room. The old mom's voice raised a few notches, obviously having gotten a little angry. Bull ******* guest. Lousy would like to see. Which one dares to snatch a woman from Lousy? The drunkard's voice was rougher. Immediately afterward, a thud was heard as the door to the room was roughly kicked open. A man, a big, burly man, strides in. His steps were heavy, each one like a challenge to the room. His gaze swept around the room and finally settled on Wang Yi. Seeing Wang Yi still sitting on the chair, he was indifferent. He couldn't help but curse. Ungrateful thing, do you know who I am? I am, however, the illegitimate son of Wang Yi, the bastard son of Wang Boss Peak of Mount Shushan's handyman peak. Even Yang Xiaoshu, the deacon of the miscellaneous service peak, was toyed with by me. Who the hell are you to steal a woman from me? Wang Yi, what the hell? Are you out of your mind? Why did you give me your name? Besides, if you give me your name, you give me your name. What's with the rumor that I'm Palm Boss's illegitimate son? If this is heard by the Palm Peak King Chonglu, you're going to get your nose out of joint, aren't you? Wang Yi was depressed in his heart, and the old maids of the 100 Flowers house, and Lu Ruyan and the others. In turn, He looked at him with an odd expression on his face. They hadn't known Wang Yi for more than a day or two. I only know that Wang Yi is generous and is a complete dude. I can't imagine that he turned out to be the illegitimate son of Palm Peak. No wonder. He can be so idle and hang around the hookahs and tiles every day. No wonder. He had endless spiritual stones to spend. No wonder. He was able to be in the 100 Flowers house, with an exclusive elegant room. With that connection, everything seems to make sense. As for the big, burly man in front of me, the women, who knew their hearts well, could determine that it must be an impostor, because no one would be stupid enough to hang on to the fact that they are someone's illegitimate child, unless it's trying to impersonate someone else, to achieve some sort of, ulterior motive. The middle-aged man saw that no one had spoken. With a cold smile, he said to Wang Yi, "What? Scared by my name? Now that you know you're scared, why don't you hurry up and get the hell out of here? If you disturb my pleasure again, beware that I will rip off your dog's head on the spot and make it into a night pot." During the middle-aged man's speech, Wang Yi had already learned the identity of the other party through the system. The other party's name was Xia Yuanqi, and he was a cousin with Xia Yiming, a disciple of Wang Chonlu, the head of the Handyman Peak. A few months ago, he came to Handyman Peak by going through the connections, often using Xia Yiming's name. He bullied the Handyman Peak disciples. It made a lot of the disciples of the Handyman Peak dare to be angry and dare not say anything. However, Wang Yi had always kept a low profile, rarely showing up at the Handyman's Peak. There was little interaction with him, thus, not recognizing each other at all. However, it was hard to say whether the other party recognized him or not. With this in mind, Wang Yi reached out and plucked a grape from the plate on the table and threw it into his mouth. Without skipping a beat, he asked, "Did you pick on me on purpose, or by accident?" Xia Yuanqi was a bit bewildered by this question. He froze slightly and cursed. "What the hell are you talking about? You think that, by pretending to be calm, you can fool me?" Wang Yi frowned and continued, "Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. If you're sensible, get the hell out of here and don't force me to do anything." In Xia Yuanqi's tone, there was a thick killing intent, clearly impatient. Wang Yi carefully observed his reaction. It didn't look, well, like it was faked. In other words, he mostly didn't know himself, let alone have any grudges. If that's the case, why did you come here on purpose to ruin your reputation? It's hard not to. Did Xia Yiming, that old dang, instruct him to do this? However, between himself and Xia Yiming, there didn't seem to be any hatred. No offense. What's he smearing himself for? Wang Yi didn't bother to guess anymore and asked bluntly, "If I'm not wrong, your name is Xia Yuanqi, right? Is it Xia Yiming? Who asked you to discredit me?" Xia Yuanqi's face was beyond stunned. As if struck by lightning, it solidified into an unbelievable stiffness. His voice was tinged with trembling, as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. "What? You are Wang Yi?" He just couldn't believe it. This person in front of him was actually Wang Yi himself. Moreover, the other party saw through, at a glance, his bottom. Knowing that the person who sent him was Xia Yiming, Wang Yi instantly got the answer he wanted from his stunned expression. He smiled bashfully and continued to ask, "Tell me, what is the purpose of Xia Yiming sending you to smear me?" Chapter 4, Breaking 7 Realms in a Row. Xia Yuanqi is no cutie pie either. He quickly got over his shock. Even if Wang Yi was powerful, even if he really was the illegitimate son of Palm Peak, what could he do? He was just after all, a waste of a forged body second level. And himself, though he had little talent for cultivation, but as early as half a year ago, he had already stepped into the 5th level of body forging. Taking down Wang Yi, the 2nd level of body forging, wasn't an easy task. Just slaughter him. Then, all those who know about it, will be silenced. Who can know that it was his own doing? At that thought, a shadowy smile could not help but appear on Xia Yuanqi's face. "Wang Yi, since you're looking for death yourself, don't blame me for being impolite. Speaking of which, you're really stupid enough to leave honestly originally and let me have the beauty. Wouldn't everything be fine? Why bother if you have to act up in front of me and force me to make a move on you?" Xia Yuanqi's face looked as pleased as could be, rolled up his sleeves as he spoke. He took a stance that he was ready to take action against Wang Yi at any time. Lu Ruyan and the others, seeing this situation, a trace of uneasiness arose in their hearts. Although, the backstage owner of the 100 Flowers house is Shinwansan, the outer sect elder of Shushan. However, water from afar is not enough to quench a fire. If Xia Yuanqi is determined to make trouble and kill people here, it was useless even if they shouted at the top of their lungs. As for the fighters of the 100 Flowers house, they were basically a bunch of drunkards. It's okay for regular guests to deal with this kind of cultivator. It was simply not enough. Of course, within the 100 Flowers building, there was actually an offering of a good realm. It's just a shame that she happens to be out of the building right now. They had no choice but to bring out Shen Wansan's name first. Stall for a bit. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan slowly stood up under the push and shove of her old mom. To Xia Yuanqi, he said, Duke Xie, the backstage owner of our 100 Flower house is Elder Shen of the Outer Sect. If you make trouble here, you won't be able to explain yourself in case Elder Shen gets angry. As the saying goes, take a step back. Why don't we just leave it at that, before it gets too big? Some other day, if you are free, come to my 100 Flower house, and my little girl will certainly personally offer you a song. Xia Yuanqi sniffed and looked at Lu Ruyan with a lewd expression. He smiled and said, Miss Lu doesn't need to worry. This is a personal grudge between Wang Yi and I. It has nothing to do with you. After it's over, as long as you serve me well, I'll make sure not to make things difficult for you. He said this with his mouth, but in his heart he was thinking, after killing Wang Yi, I'm sure I'll have some fun with you. Waiting to have fun. Then I'll kill you all and set a fire to the 100 Flowers building. When the time comes, without proof, who will know that it was you who did it? Ruyan Lu's body trembled slightly at the words. The look in Xia Yuanqi's eyes made her foresee the image of her being humiliated. Wang Yi originally did not want to make a move here, much less have the intention of killing someone personally. No matter what, 100 Flowers house was also his own property, especially this exclusive elegant room. In the beginning, he himself, but let the bilocation Shen Wansan, spent a lot of spirit stones to decorate. Every brick, every tile, every blade of grass, every tree, is incredibly precious. If you break it, it's hard to avoid heartache. However, Xia Yuanqi, this thing that didn't know how to die, challenged his bottom line several times. What else could one do but fulfill him? Therefore he slowly stood up and pulled Ruyan Lu behind him. This scene more or less moved Lu Ruyan a little. However, she was also well aware of Wang Yi's strength and that he was not a match for Xia Yuanqi at all. She opened her mouth and was about to open her mouth to advise Wang Yi to hold off for a while. I saw Wang Yi say with a calm face, I originally didn't intend to clean you up here. After all, it's quite a shame to break something, but this disrespectful dirty look in your eyes offends me a lot. Xia Yuanqi sniffed as if he had heard some ridiculous joke, laughed uncontrollably in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha, just you punk? What can you do to me if you're upset? It's hard not to, but you still want to kill me? Wang Yi ignored him and just took a deep breath. In an instant, the spiritual qi was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, constantly surging towards his dantian. The realm was like a rocket, rubbing upwards. Soon, from the forging of the body 2 weight, broke through to forging the body 3, 4, 5, 6 weight. It wasn't until the 9th level of body forging that he stopped. Watching this scene, Xia Yuanqi's jaw dropped in shock. He really couldn't figure out what kind of terrifying demon Wang Yi was. In just one breath, he broke 7 realms in a row. At the same time, a fist technique called 8 Extreme Collapse was quickly rehearsed in his mind. From rusty, to skillful, to proficient, and finally stopping at a small accomplishment. The whole thing, though, lasted only a breath. In Wang Yi's mind, however, it was as if he had gone through more than 10 years of hard practice, and had deeply penetrated each and every move into his bone marrow. At this moment, the worldview that Xia Yuanqi had accumulated over the past 30 years completely collapsed. He sat on his butt on the ground, muttering under his breath, This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Yi didn't pay any attention to him and squeezed his fist, adapting to the power that had been withdrawn from his detachment. Leaping forward, he looked at Xia Yuanqi. It has been a long time since this young master has killed someone with his own hands. Today, I'll reluctantly be the protector for once. Alright, it's getting late. Hurry up and show your arrogant capital. Under this invisible, powerful sense of oppression, Xia Yuanqi was like falling into an ice cave. He just felt his head buzzing. His heart was racing and beads of sweat kept pouring out of his forehead. Even breathing, forgotten. At this moment, he really wanted to rush back to the handyman peak. Pointing at Xia Yiming's nose, he cursed, Damn you, have a good day on your own. As a result, Xia Yiming had nothing better to do than to instruct himself to provoke Wang Yi, a deep-seated demon, getting himself now, in and out of a dilemma. The heart was filled with remorse and helplessness, and Wang Yi is a ing piece of 2. Obviously there is such a high level of talent. Wouldn't it be nice to go to the outer sect early and become a sought-after genius? He had to stay at the peak of the handyman, playing some kind of hiding trick and pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. He also pretended to be a waste of a forging body second level to lure others into the trap. Are you addicted to pretending? People like that are so ed up. Chapter 5, You're free to go. Inside the elegant room, Ruyan Lu and the others were similarly looking at Wang Yi with surprise on their faces. Wang Yi, though talented, has written many moving tunes, but in their eyes, a total dude. Because, in a world where might makes right, talent simply pales into insignificance. Only strength is the hard way to measure everything. However, Wang Yi was already 30 years old, yet his cultivation had remained at the second level of body forging. If the realm alone is low, so be it. The key was that he was also uninspired, indulging in hooking up with the tiles every day, and was completely unmotivated by cultivation. This kind of dude's future accomplishments can be imagined. However, Wang Yi's performance just now, it was erased in an instant. What they had accumulated over the years, they thought of Wang Yi. They never understood Wang Yi, not understanding the seemingly foppish absolute demon in front of him. Wang Yi ignored the eyes of the crowd. He walked slowly towards Xia Yuanqi. The pace was calm and even, but to Xia Yuanqi, every step Wang Yi took was incomparably heavy. Like a boulder, it hit him hard in the heart. Because Wang Yi took every step, he was then one step closer to death. Wang Yi walked up to Xia Yuanqi and looked down at him. Smiling, he asked, Xia Yuanqi, you neither make a move nor kneel down to beg for forgiveness. Are you looking down on me? Wang Yi's voice was gentle though, but in Xia Yuanqi's ears, it was like a cold wind from the nine ghosts, cold and piercing. He raised his head and met Wang Yi's calm eyes. It was as if endless darkness was hidden there, devouring all light. Xia Yuanqi's body involuntarily trembled. He swallowed hard, tried to say something, but realized his throat was too dry to make a sound. Fear is like an invisible hand. It gripped his heart so tightly that he could barely breathe. No, don't dare. Xia Yuanqi finally, with difficulty, squeezed out a few words. The voice was so shaky it was barely audible. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Wang Yi's eyes again. The fear of being seen through, the fear and cowardice within. Looking at Xia Yuanqi in this state, the corner of Wang Yi's mouth hooked into a playful smile. He gently patted Xia Yuanqi's shoulder, as if comforting a frightened child. No need to be so nervous. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Just answer my questions honestly. Xia Yuanqi knew that he couldn't possibly be Wang Yi's opponent, and resistance would surely lead to death. Only nodded honestly. Wang Yi took a few steps back and sat directly on the table. Pick a grape and drop it in your mouth. Chewing on a grape, he said, tell me, what is the purpose of Xie Yiming asking you to run here to discredit me? At this point in time, it's better to stay alive. Therefore Xia Yuanqi did not hide it, and immediately explained, he did this, not really wanting to deal with you, but wanting to borrow you to deal with Zhuge Liang. With these words, Wang Yi instantly understood. Xia Yiming and his own doppelganger, Zhuge Liang, were both disciples of Palm Peak Wang Chonlu. Zhuge Liang is a senior brother. Whether it was strength or status, they all pressed Xia Yiming. It caused jealousy to arise in Xia Yiming's heart. Therefore, he then wanted to deal with the bilocation Zhuge Liang through himself. Ideas are plentiful. Just a shame. In the face of his own power, he was destined to be nothing more than a clown. Since he wants to play with himself with the lives of his entire clan, then he himself will play with him as a way to kill the boredom. After all, every day, you indulge in the world and listen to music on the hook. It's kind of boring after a while. Thinking of this, Wang Yi briefly explained about the system. Tonzi, help me keep an eye on the movements of everyone in the Xie family, including their chickens and dogs. Also, from now on, all the eggs laid by their family, whether they are eggs or duck eggs, are shaken well for them. With that, he got up and walked towards Xia Yuanqi. At the same time, clenching his fists, his body radiated a powerful aura. Wendy said, all right, since things have been cleared up, you can go. Xia Yuanqi saw Wang Yi's stance. It was instantly clear. What exactly does Wang Yi mean by ready to go? He's only 30 years old and he doesn't want to go yet. So his mind raced, looking for a lifesaver. You can't kill me. This is Elder Shen's territory. Making trouble here affects 100 Flower House's business. Elder Shen will definitely pursue the matter to the end. When Wang Yi heard this, he only felt amused. Shen Wansan is nothing more than a doppelganger of himself, holding his name against himself, equivalent to letting yourself come to your own. How stupid and ridiculous is that? What's more, His foolish behavior today had cost him a bilocation. Without much nonsense, Wang Yi directly executed the 8 extreme collapse, only to see that he gathered the strength of his entire body on top of his fists. The body moved like a tiger descending a mountain. Without waiting for Xia Yuanqi to react, a fist fiercely blasted out with a whistling sound that tore through the air, striking Xia Yuanqi's vital points. Xia Yuanqi stared in horror. However, he realized that he was unable to dodge the strike at all. In a panic, he could only cross his arms to block. However, Wang Yi's fist, carrying a destructive force, instantly broke through his block, only to hear a click. Xia Yuanqi's arm seemed to be struck by a giant hammer. The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. He screamed in agony. The body flew violently backwards like a kite with broken strings. After arcing through the air, he fell heavily to the ground, blood spurting wildly from his mouth, his face instantly becoming as pale as paper. He struggled, trying to get up. Instead, he realized that his arms had long since lost their senses, and the sharp pain made it almost impossible for him to breathe. At this moment, the only thing he can do is to beg for mercy. No, don't kill me. I can help you deal with Xia Yiming. I can identify him in front of Palm Peak. However, he had not finished his words. Wang Yi then kicked and stepped on his throat, ending his life of sin. The crowd at the 100 Flowers building were all shocked by this scene. They are really difficult to put in front of this determined and decisive people. Connecting with the previous one, Wang Yi, who had been loitering all day long. At this moment, their eyes were filled with awe and horror. It was as if they saw a whole new world unfolding before their eyes. After a while, it was only then that Lu Ruyan slowed down, not without worry, and stepped forward to say to Wang Yi, Mr. Wang, you're in big trouble. Elder Shin is only the nominal proprietor of the 100 Flower House. Behind him, there's another powerful and mysterious person. That's the real proprietor of the 100 Flower House. If he learns that you are killing people here and spoiling his business, he will be in big trouble. Wang Yi smiled indifferently. Then I would like to thank Miss Lu, and all the beauties, for keeping my secret. When he finished, he smoothly lifted a bunch of grapes from the table, leisurely, toward the door. Looking at Wang Yi's back, in the hearts of Ruyan Lu and the others, they became more and more confused. They were full of doubts and curiosity about Wang Yi's identity. I wonder what kind of god is Wang Yi? Even the mysterious person who could make the outer sect elders bow down and listen to their orders was not enough to make him produce half a bit of fear. This kind of bottom line, with just the bastard son of the miscellaneous peak's head peak, this heavy identity could not be done. The head of Shu Mountain is also surnamed Wang, is it? Chapter 6, Something Bad is Happening. In the evening, Wang Yi hummed a little song as he returned from the 100 Flowers building to the Handyman Peak. The maid, Xiao Dai, saw his figure and immediately, with a worried face, greeted him, huffing and puffing. Young master, something big has happened. Right now, throughout the entire clan, it is rumored that you are the illegitimate son of the sect leader. Wang Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard this. Xia Yiming is really a talent. It only took one day to spread this rumor to the entire Handyman Peak. This kind of gossip, if it fell into the ears of Palm Peak King Chonlu, must he be pissed off? The most detestable thing is that he has done nothing, and somehow, he has become someone else's son. Where's the justification for this? It seemed that it was still necessary to find a time to clean up Xia Yiming as soon as possible. Xiao Dai advised without any concern. Young master, why don't you go to Palm Peak and explain things clearly? Wang Yi laughed. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. After dismissing Xiao Dai, Wang Yi headed towards the hidden entrance of the underground fortress. That was him, utilizing dozens of doppelgangers. It took over a decade to carefully build the safe house. Inside, formations and organs were all over the place, and the roads were crisscrossed. It can be described as solid gold. Even if it was a god transformation stage powerhouse, in a short period of time, it would not be able to break through. After entering the underground fortress, Wang Yi found a comfortable position and sat down. To the system, he said, Unity, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host. Signing in was successful, rewarding the first grade split +1. Is it generated immediately? Generate now. As his words fell, a faint golden light flickered in front of Wang Yi. It gradually coalesced into a manly figure, ages in the upper 15 or 16 range. The mold is neither colorful nor obviously flawed. The type that, when thrown into a crowd, no one will notice. Ding, congratulations to the host. The generation of the bilocation is complete. Please go to the attribute panel as soon as possible to name the bilocation and choose a force suitable for cultivation. Wang Yi sniffed and opened the attribute panel. Serial No. 7213. Name, to be determined. Power, to be determined. Sex, male. Age, 15. Talent, 1st grade Thunder Spirit Root. Realm, 2nd level of body forging. Special talent, Thunder Body. Fearless of heavenly thunder. Can even absorb heavenly thunder to increase one's cultivation. Seeing this attribute panel, Wang Yi was more or less thrilled in his heart. The talent of this doppelganger could be considered quite strong. The spiritual root grades in this immortal cultivation world could be roughly categorized into 1 to 5 grades. Of these, 5 pints are the least and 1 is the best. Each product is further divided into upper, middle and lower classes. Above the 1st grade, there are the extreme grade, the peerless grade, and the immortal grade, which are not graded. As for attributes, in addition to the common gold, wood, water, fire and earth, there are also rare attributes such as wind, thunder and ice. The various attributes are mutually exclusive and unique. The thunder attribute was considered to be relatively rare among the rare attributes. Not only is it fast, it's also quite destructive. Coupled with the special talent of being fearless of heavenly lightning, the breakthrough was almost unhindered. I'm sure it won't take long. He can then grow into his own senior hitter. The only regret is that it's not a female doppelganger. If you do the math, it's been a long time since you, yourself, have opened a beautiful doppelganger. It seems that tonight, it's time to trouble the holy maiden of the Jade Maiden sect again. Ahem. Such a talent. Of course, one should give him, of course, a dominating name. Wang Yi pondered slightly for a moment, and then, the words Sikongjun were uttered. Ding! Serial number 7213. Sikongjun, named successfully. As for where to go, without any hesitation, Wang Yi chose the Thundercloud sect. Thundercloud sect. Although it was only a 2nd grade sect, however, in terms of lightning arts, it was definitely the strongest existence. One door, the 19 paths of heavenly thunder, tough as nails. It could be considered the strongest technique of the thunder system. Allowing Sikongjun to go to the Thundercloud sect to cultivate was definitely the best choice. Ding! System AI has successfully planned a route to Thundercloud sect for the bilocation. Sikongjun, please have the host check the bilocation mini-biography through the attribute panel in time. The system voice fell at the same time. At the end of Sikongjun's attribute panel, there was then an additional line. Sikongjun, an orphan, was born in Thunder Village, a barren village in Yunji town. Not long after his birth, his parents were both killed by lightning, so he was regarded by the villagers as an ominous person, spurned and bullied, until he met the Thundercloud sect elders who came to Shushan Mountain for a sparring session. He was recognized by the latter for his outstanding talent and brought back to the Thundercloud sect for cultivation. I have to say that my own system's ability to make up stories is quite strong. With this miserable experience, if it was moved to a singing competition program in the previous life, it would be able to get a runner-up at the very least. However, none of this is critical. The point was that Wang Yi had caught an important piece of information in this brief description. He frowned and asked, Tuzi, what is the purpose of the Thundercloud sect's people coming to Mount Shu? Ding! A month ago, several expedition elders sent by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance discovered an ancient tomb deep in the northern wasteland, which was speculated to possibly contain ancient inheritances related to ascension. The Thundercloud sect sent people to Shushan this time, ostensibly to exchange gong methods, but in fact, they came to discuss with the Shushan sect the cooperation of disciples from both sides in the exploration of the ancient tomb, in order to seize the first opportunity. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Yi frowned slightly. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance is an alliance of many immortal cultivation sects, by the 5 hooligans. No, it's the 5 first-rate clans that take turns managing it. They can pay so much attention to this ancient tomb. It was evident that this ancient tomb was certainly not simple. Wang Yi was now, although relying on his detachment, living a relatively comfortable life. But I'm afraid this coziness won't last long, because, ever since the path of ascension was cut off by the immortals over 100,000 years ago, no one has ever successfully ascended. Unable to ascend to the immortal realm, one cannot live forever. What's worse, according to what he's seen over the years, through the information he's gotten hold of, this side of the world will come to an end within 100 years. By then, not only him, but even the people around him would have to follow along and drink the northwest. Now, since there is news related to ascension, Wang Yi naturally wanted to go and find out. It was just a pity that inheritance was different from realm feats. The latter can be withdrawn with the bilocation and returned to the body together. Legacy can't do this due to some sort of limitation. It will disappear with the bilocation. It can't even be relayed by the system. Even if Wang Yi injected his consciousness into the body of the doppelganger that had obtained the inheritance, he could not get a glimpse of what was going on. Therefore, in order to obtain this inheritance, the main body must go in person. It seemed that one had to raise his strength and adapt to the deceitfulness of the Jianghu in advance. With that in mind, he accounted for the system. Tuanzi, help me gather information about the ancient tomb. The more detailed the better. In addition, for each clan, plant some detachments to travel to the ancient tombs. Know your enemy and know yourself in order to fight 100 battles. Ding! The system has made the relevant layout according to the host's request. Please consult the adjustment information in time. Wang Yi opened the system message and briefly checked it. Only after confirming that there were no problems did he turn his head to look at Sikongjin, who was on the side. Unity's son, open the split teleportation. Ding! The bilocation, Sikongjin, teleportation has begun, and is expected to arrive at Thunder Village in Yunji Town in 30 seconds. As the system voice fell, the space around Sikongjin's body produced a slight fluctuation. Immediately afterward, his figure began to gradually blur and eventually disappeared in place. After doing this, Wang Yi then began to think about how to clean up Xia Yiming. He now probably understood why Xia Yiming had lashed out at his own doppelganger. Zhuge Liang, trying to qualify for an expedition to the ancient tomb by suppressing his own detachment. It's so beautiful. Since he wanted to play a plot and trick with himself, then show him yourself. What is a power struggle? Make him realize who's really in charge of this power play. Wang Yi immediately said to the system, Tonzi, help me investigate Wang Chonlu's attitude towards this matter. Ding! It was detected that Wang Chonlu, the head peak of the Handyman Peak, is summoning the elders and disciples of the Handyman Peak to discuss this matter. The host has several bilocations that have been summoned, and he can choose a bilocation to take over in person at any time. Chapter 7 Confrontation in front of the temple. Wang Yi's bilocation, although it was managed by the system AI, but if the need arises, he could also, at any time, infuse his consciousness into the doppelganger and manipulate it himself. Without hesitation, he injected his consciousness into Zhuge Liang's doppelganger, the image in his eyes, rapidly changing. Soon, it appeared in a spacious and imposing, majestic and solemn hall. Several miscellaneous peak elders and disciples stood neatly. Palm Peak King Chonlu, sitting high in the center. The face was calm and steady, the eyes deep and unruffled. With an icy gaze, he swept over the crowd, asked, Everyone, recently rumors have been spreading about the Handyman Peak. What do you think should be done about it? Xia Yiming, a disciple of Wang Chonlu, quickly stepped forward. Righteous indignation said, Master, I believe that this thief has tarnished the name of the Palm Peak, and his crime should be put to death. Disciple is willing to personally go and execute Wang Yi to set the record straight. When Wang Yi heard this, he secretly greeted Xia Yiming's ancestors. What's the grudge? Without even asking, he came up and asked for karma himself. If Wang Chonlu really followed his advice, it wouldn't be good. Luckily for myself, I had the information ahead of time. Even if the situation is not right, you can mention being prepared. Wang Yi was pondering. The gaze of the Palm Peak King Chonlu had landed on him. Zhuge Liang, what do you think about this? Wang Yi could only raise his head and slowly said, Master, rumors stop with the wise. I'm afraid it's not right to kill someone before finding out the truth. What's wrong? As soon as Wang Yi's words fell, Xia Yiming let out a disdainful sneer. Senior brother Zhuge, don't you think you're a bit of a womanizer when you say that? In this current situation, only by executing this thief can we preserve Master's reputation. After he finished speaking, he made a wink towards one of the elders, and gave him a wink. That elder immediately stepped forward. Xia Yiming is right. Now that the rumors have spread throughout the entire clan, the only way for the rumors to go away is to kill Wang Yi. As soon as this statement was made, 4 or 5 elders quickly followed suit and stood up for Xia Yiming. Soon, it was a one-sided situation. Wang Chonlu frowned, obviously thinking hard about what Xia Yiming had suggested. Wang Yi also didn't expect that Xia Yiming had actually pulled in so many people. However, trying to play the crowded game with yourself, he's playing it wrong. A large portion of the elders of the miscellaneous peak were all their own doppelgangers. A mouthful of spit from one person could drown him. Since he wants to play, then himself, today, let him take a good look. What does it mean to be outnumbered? what it means to be powerful. Wang Yi immediately said to the system in his head, Unity Sun, arrange for other doppelgangers to give me an assist. And only then did he open his mouth and said, to speak of killing without moving, senior brother Xia really has a good heart. Shushan is the leader of the righteous path. Everything should be based on reason first, killing before things are clear. What if Wang Yi is also a victim? What if this is a trick of other sects? Xia Yiming sniffed and was about to retort. Then I saw an elder stand out, palm peak. I think what Zhuge Liang said is not unreasonable. No matter what, someone has to be called in and questioned to find out the truth. I also agree. If disciples are unjustly killed because of false rumors, it will inevitably chill the hearts of the disciples. I also agree with Zhuge Liang. Spreading rumors is nothing more than a mouth. Today it's Wang Yi, tomorrow it could be Wang Idol or Wang Piao. We can't just kill all the Wang disciples in the miscellaneous service peak, right? The elders and disciples in the hall stood out one after another. Without exception, all of them were in favor of Wang Yi. Within a short time, out of the 30 or so elders and disciples in the hall, 20 or so actually came forward to support Wang Yi. Most of these people were Wang Yi's doppelgangers. There was also a part that had seen the situation clearly and chose to stand out in favor of Wang Yi. There was also a small portion that simply felt that Wang Yi's words were reasonable. Looking at this scene, Xia Yiming's eyes were indescribably shocked. He had originally thought that he could firmly grasp the power of speech after he had pulled in a few elders. That's why it's such an elaborate show. The goal is to thwart Zhuge Liang, keep him in the mind of the master. It leaves an impression of indecisiveness, womanizing, and being difficult to use. At the same time, it will also be able to solve Wang Yi after utilizing the matter of Yang in the book to plant evidence against Zhuge Liang. Put a charge of abuse of power and manipulation of the law enforcement hall on his head. Let Zhuge Liang completely lose the qualification to compete with himself. The only ancient tomb adventure in the Handyman Peak. Never thought that Zhuge Liang, who usually doesn't say a word. It's amazing that he's pulled in so many supporters without even realizing it. As the saying goes, all mouths are made of gold. Besides, Xia Yiming didn't have much of a case in the first place. As he was thinking, a few elders standing behind him, seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately changed his mind. One after another, they came out in support of Wang Yi. After what you all have said, I am enlightened. It was my mistake just now. There are human lives at stake, so it really can't be handled rashly. That's right, and we also support finding out the truth and doing the district office. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Master Nephew Zhuge. If it wasn't for his reminder, we would have made a big mistake today. Not long after, behind Xia Yiming, there was just one elder left, his own uncle Xia Bai. There were a few remaining elders and disciples who were watching. Seeing that the people who had originally supported Xia Yiming had changed sides, they also quietly walked into the ranks, supporting Wang Yi. Seeing this, Xia Bai and Xia Yiming looked at each other. It was as if he had eaten. His face was ashen, and his heart was filled with despair. More than 30 people, all of whom stood against them. Even if they talk a good game, what can they do? Sky-high rhetoric is useless in the face of great power. They were depressed when another huge blow came through the door, only to see a young man in his early 20s, coming from outside the hall, shouting, Righteous Father, I also support senior brother Zhuge. The visitor was, nominally, Wang Chunlo's righteous son. It is also one of the 5 true disciples in the inner gate of Mount Shu. More so, it was one of Wang Yi's doppelgangers, Liu Bei. Liu Bei's voice echoed in the great hall. Each word was like a thunderclap, pressing Xia Yiming out of breath. He understood that in front of Liu Bei, he was nothing more than an ant that could be taken at will, not only because Liu Bei's true disciple status. What's more, he possessed the highest Earth system talent that Shushan, and even the entire continent, had ever seen. The extreme Earth spirit root. At only 30 years old, he had reached the great circle of the Yuan-Ing realm. It is important to know that the cultivation realm is divided into. There are 9 realms: body forging, qi refining, foundation building, Jin Dan, Yuan-Ing, transforming into a deity, merging into a body, Mahayana, and transmigration. In addition to the forging of the body is divided into 1 to 9 weights. Several other great realms, divided into. There are 4 minor realms: the initial, intermediate, late, and great perfection. Yuan-Ing realm grand circle. Those were countless disciples with 3rd and 4th grade spiritual roots, a height that could never be reached in a lifetime. Such a horrible character. Even if Xia Yiming had 100 guts, nor would they dare to go against it. Therefore, even if his heart, again, more unwillingness, still, He opened his mouth and said, "Since senior brother Lu said that I am wrong, then it is I who am wrong. However, as far as I know, this Wang Yi has a great deal of energy, a miscellaneous disciple, but he was able to make the law enforcement hall use it for him. Even the miscellaneous peak elders were sent to Sword Mountain by him using his connections." When Wang Chonlu heard this, he immediately showed displeasure, because this behavior not only provokes his authority, it was also a serious violation of Shushan's disciplinary rules, breaking the clan's biggest taboo. Therefore today, it was necessary for him to heavily punish Wang Yi. Wang Yi couldn't help but frown when he felt the murderous aura. He had originally planned to have his doppelganger find a chance to karma Xia Yiming and Xia Bai after this matter was over. I never thought that they would dare to discuss themselves at this time, since they are in a hurry to die. Then he, himself, would have to fulfill them, give them an early ride. Chapter 8, Is there any evidence? Wang Yi frowned and thought, in terms of power, one could easily crush Xia's uncle and nephew with the snap of one's fingers. However, wanting to keep the two of them alive and reasonably in this great hall, yet some means are needed. Soon, he made his decision. Wang Yi lent his identity as Zhuge Liang and arched his hand towards Wang Chonlu. Senior, as far as I know, the Green Cloud sect. It seems like they've been trying to put Wang Yi to death. When Wang Chonlu heard this, he couldn't help but frown. The Green Cloud sect is Shu Mountain's nemesis. If they really wanted to put Wang Yi to death, then the purpose of Xia Bai and Xia Yiming, who had just rushed to put Wang Yi to death, was highly questionable. He looked at the duo with an icy gaze. Xia Yiming naturally understood the meaning of Wang Yi's words. Immediately, he laughed coldly and retorted, "Senior brother Zhuge, if you want to take sides with Wang Yi, there has to be a limit. In the entire Handyman Peak, is there anyone who doesn't know that Wang Yi is just a waste of space at the second level of body forging? Is he worthy of making the Green Cloud sect fight?" Wang Yi said gently, "Senior brother Xie, isn't it because, sensing Wang Yi's unusual talent, you're making every effort to get rid of him? If not, with senior brother Xie's lofty character, would he have caught an ordinary handyman and not let go?" Xia Yiming's face was incomparably ugly when he heard this. How he didn't expect it. Zhuge Liang, a man who usually doesn't say a word. It's amazing how eloquent you can be. In just a few words, he turned passive into active, putting him in a dilemma. In the current situation, if he recognized Wang Yi's high talent, then his previous disparagement would not be valid. If he denied it, then his motives for targeting Wang Yi would be even more suspicious. The other elders and disciples in the hall also showed shock at Zhuge Liang's performance, especially those few elders who, at the very beginning, stood on the same side as Xia Yiming. At this moment, they were all secretly glad. Luckily, he reacted quickly and immediately abandoned the darkness when he saw that the situation was not good. Otherwise, offend such a ruthless character. Will there be a good life in the future? Wang Chonlu, on the other hand, was sitting on a high platform, quietly observing everything in the hall. He knew that there was a conflict between Xia Yiming and Zhuge Liang, and he also expected that they would have a fight for the quota to the secret realm of the ancient tomb. However, the fact that this dispute had involved the Green Cloud sect was something he had never expected. As for Wang Yi, if it is really as Zhuge Liang said, it can be made, not to mention a few rumors. Even Wang Yi himself said that it was his illegitimate son. It wasn't like he couldn't recognize it. It was only that Wang Yi's image of being a waste of space at the miscellaneous service peak could be deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was really hard for him to believe that Wang Yi could be a hidden genius. However, with Wang Chonlu's understanding of Zhuge Liang over the years, he is by no means a credulous person. Besides, Wang Chonlu had already sought out Lin Qinian to find out more. The rumor about this bastard child only came out this morning. At that time, Lin Qinian also strictly forbade chewing the cud. In this case, in just one day, it was all over the peak. Obviously not normal. Mostly, someone is behind it. If, as Zhuge Liang said, this matter was related to the Qingyun sect, his disciples are involved again. When the rumors spread, he was afraid that as the head peak of the Handyman Peak, he would be unable to absolve himself of the blame. Therefore, he was in a dilemma at the moment. Just have to wait and see what happens. After a short silence, Xia Bai stepped forward, opened his mouth to relieve Xia Yiming. Zhuge Liang, Xia Yiming was nearly displeased with Wang Yi tarnishing Palm Peak's reputation, which led to his righteous indignation. What's wrong with that? On the contrary, you have taken advantage of this matter to make things difficult for him again and again. Could it be that in the heart, there is no care at all for the honor of one's master? Xia Yiming also reacted, accusing. That's right, you have no reaction to this rumor. it is evident that in the heart, there is no master at all. At these words, Wang Chonglu immediately locked his gaze toward Wang Yi. Wang Yi, on the other hand, smiled bashfully and said, "This is not true. It is precisely because there is a master in his heart that he wants to find out the truth even more, lest someone with a heart of gold take advantage of the situation and make a big mistake. What's more, master is the head of a peak with a broad mind. How could he be swayed by a baseless rumor? Don't you think so, Master Xie?" Xia Yiming was speechless again. He realized that he couldn't take any advantage of his words at all. Any further argument is bound to be lost. Therefore his mind was more or less anxious. Xia Bai, after all, had eaten for a few more years and was a lot calmer than Xia Yiming. He spoke. "Let's leave the matter of rumors aside. Wang Yi's crime of manipulating the law enforcement hall can be revealed once we invite the outer sect law enforcement hall elders to question him. At that time, there is no need for the Palm Peak to take action. The law enforcement hall will clean up Wang Yi by itself. As for you making something out of nothing, accusing me, uncle and nephew, of having secret dealings with the Green Cloud sect, do you have any evidence? If there is no evidence, it is a false accusation. According to the rules of the Shu Mountain sect, falsely accusing and slandering an elder and fellow disciple should at least result in the abolition of cultivation and a penalty of 100 years in Sword Mountain to guard the sword." Xiabai's tone was very righteous, though the rumor thing was indeed pushed by their uncle and nephew behind the scenes. However, the so-called secret passage to Green Cloud Peak is purely false. Even if Zhuge Liang is so eloquent that he can turn black into white, he will never be able to produce any evidence. When the time comes, this great crime of false accusation, it would be enough to make him suffer 1,000 deaths and an eternity. So, after he said that, with a few teasing eyes, he looked at Zhuge Liang, as if it had been foreseen. Zhuge Liang was deprived of his cultivation, like a lost dog, the tragic end of struggling in the Sword Mountain. However, after seeing Zhuge Liang's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a little weak in his heart. The slightly smiling eyes, as if they had been waiting for him to say those words. Xiabai had been an elder for most of his life after all. He could tell, Zhuge Liang, by no means, is pretending to be calm. Can't it be that he really got the handle of himself and Xia Yiming? But he quickly dismissed that speculation, because, in this matter, both he and Xia Yiming were innocent. Wang Yi did not open his mouth to explain, but left the opportunity to speak to Liu Bei, who was more vocal. Soon, Liu Bei stepped forward at Wang Yi's behest. "Righteous father, since senior brother Zhuge said that Wang Yi's cultivation talent is extremely high, summoning him here for a test will tell us whether it's true or not. As for the rest, it's not too late to investigate thoroughly after he's had his talent tested. If this son truly has an extremely high level of talent, it will undoubtedly be a heavenly good for my Mount Shu. You will also be honored by the sect leader for unearthing a genius." Wang Chonglu nodded. "This is a very good point. Zhuge Liang, Xia Yiming, the two of you go together and bring Wang Yi to this seat." The two of them arched their hands towards Wang Chonglu, answered yes, and walked out of the hall one after the other. Chapter 9, The Dragon Has Reversed Scales. The two of them walked out of the great hall, the atmosphere still gloomy. It was as if even the air was filled with an unspeakable tension. Xia Yiming broke the silence first. His voice held a hint of relief, trying to lighten the stark atmosphere. "It's a trivial matter. Why should I trouble senior brother Zhuge? Senior brother might as well wait here for a while. I'll be right back." Wang Yi smiled gently, revealing a few moments of playfulness and understanding in his smile. "But it is to bring someone back. Originally it is not necessary. Two people go together. The reason why Wang Chonglu made such an arrangement, it is nothing but, both worrying about their own bilocation Zhuge Liang, taking advantage of the opportunity to conspire with themselves. He was also afraid that Xia Yiming, who was really involved with the Qinian sect, would take the risk and kill himself under the tremendous pressure. And as Xia Yiming detached his detachment, he was bound to want to take advantage of the opportunity to deal with himself. I'd like to see if he has the guts or not." Thus, Wang Yi smiled and nodded. "That's good. Then I'll trouble senior brother to make a trip." Xia Yiming arched his hand. "Senior brother is polite." As the words fell, he turned around and walked towards the small courtyard where Wang Yi lived. There was a hint of smugness in the stride. In his heart, he secretly let out a grim mockery. "Oh, Zhuge Liang, as long as I can successfully control Wang Yi, what can you do with all your eloquence?" He thought darkly in his mind. It was as if he had already foreseen the scene in which he had defeated Zhuge Liang. Meanwhile, the underground fortress. Wang Yi, who had withdrawn his consciousness from the doppelganger, slowly opened his eyes. take advantage of Xia Yiming's absence. He said to the system, Unity, help me arrange a slightly more powerful detachment near the courtyard. If Xia Yiming dares to make a move against Little Butterfly, he will be directly slapped into flesh. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice came from his head. Ding! The system has made the relevant layout according to the host's request. Please consult the adjustment information in time. Wang Yi didn't have time to delay here. After a careful explanation of the next actions, he then got up, left the underground fortress, and returned to his room. Just as he stepped out of the chamber, he heard Xiao Dai's panicked knock on the door. Young master, something big is wrong. Senior brother Xia is here, saying that he came to ask you to go to the unsullied hall to see the head peak. Tears were already welling up in her eyes as she spoke. It was because she knew very well that the young master's trip was more than likely to be fatal. Flashback to 3 years ago, when her family had a change of heart. The family of dozens of people, only she alone, hiding in the mousy, to retrieve a life, reduced to begging on the streets for a living, almost got hit by a couple of begging hooligans. If it wasn't for the young master's timely intervention to save him, she's long since been, well, abandoned in the wilderness. So, for her, the young master was not only the young master, but also her only family in this world. When Wang Yi opened the door, he saw that she was pearly. His heart grew impatient and he reached out to touch her head. Don't worry, it's fine. Young master, I'm hardwired. You prepare meals at home. Young master, I'm going to eat pagoda meat today, as soon as I get back. Although she was only 15 years old, Xiao Dai's mind, however, was very delicate. Pagoda meat, an extreme test of knife skills. You can't have any half-hearted distractions if you want to make this dish right. Young master rarely orders this dish. I must have ordered this dish on purpose today because I was afraid of being home alone and imagining things. Feeling the young master's concern for himself, she immediately wiped away her tears and nodded her head vigorously. Well, I'll go make it and wait for young master to come back to eat it. TSK, 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 what a touching image. As soon as Little Butterfly's words fell, he heard behind him an icy mockery. The two immediately followed the sound, only to see Xia Yiming, standing on the roof not far away, towering over him. He let out a cold laugh and continued, it's just a pity that I'm afraid this is the last warmth that the two of you will ever have. Wang Yi didn't pay any attention to him and continued to say to Xiao Dai, don't go and cook yet. If I don't get to eat when young master I come back, be careful of opening your ass up. As he spoke, he made a spanking motion with his hand. Xiao Dai's worry subsided. Her pretty face flushed, and she turned around and ran into the kitchen. Only then did Wang Yi look at Xia Yiming and faintly said, Senior brother Xia, right? Can we go now? Xia Yiming was more or less surprised to see Wang Yi so calm. He had thought that a small handyman like Wang Yi would inevitably panic in the face of such a scene. I didn't expect Wang Yi to be so calm. He couldn't help but think highly of Wang Yi for a few moments. Smiling, he said, not bad, you kid does have some guts. It's just a pity that you're on the wrong team. If you can change your ways and defect to me, there is still a chance of survival. Wang Yi frowned slightly and asked, what if I don't? Xia Yiming's gaze flinched. You have to think clearly. There is no one behind Zhuge Liang, while behind me is the Xia family of Liangzhou City. Wang Yi smiled and asked rhetorically, who told you that there is no one behind Zhuge Liang? Xia Yiming coldly smiled and said, in that case, you know who Zhuge Liang's backer is? I'd love to hear about it. Wang Yi nodded. I know. Xia Yiming frowned. Who? Wang Yi, on the other hand, had a bland face as he walked beside the bamboo chair where he usually lay. Without slowing down, he reached over to the table and plucked a grape from it and brought it to his mouth. As he ate, he replied, me. Xia Yiming instantly felt insulted at his words. He said in a cold voice, kid, if you dare to talk nonsense in front of me again, believe it or not, old man, I will slaughter you and your beloved maid. Wang Yi's gaze instantly went cold when he heard this. Xia Yiming, this thing that doesn't know how to die. How dare he take Xiao Dai's life and threaten himself? What a dog's guts. Today, one not only wants him dead, he also wants him to lose his reputation and be nailed to the pillar of shame of Shu Mountain forever. Wang Yi didn't bother with Xia Yiming any further, directly bypassing him and walking towards the peak with a gloomy face. Xia Yiming was slightly stunned. He had actually seen his fearful face in Wang Yi's eyes just now. It was as if the person walking in front of him wasn't a journeyman disciple. Rather, they are powerful men of unfathomable strength. However, Xia Yiming quickly slowed down, a sense of humiliation welling up in his heart. He clenched his fists and a powerful force erupted from his body. When he was about to make a move on Wang Yi, his mind came back to him, and Zhuge Liang Fan looked calmly. Since Zhuge Liang was relieved to let him come alone, he naturally had some preparations. I'm afraid that Wang Yi's ability to be so calm was also to provoke him and force his hand. Thinking of this, he immediately withdrew his killing intent. Wang Yi also stopped in his tracks when he felt the killing aura. If Xie Yiming really dared to make a move, he wouldn't mind beheading him on the spot. However, Xie Yiming was finally pulled back from the brink of death by his own goon. Seeing that Xie Yiming didn't have the guts to make a move, Wang Yi didn't bother. He walked right through the courtyard, through the long corridors, through the steps, and finally arrived in front of the unsullied hall. The Hall of Immaculate Conception is lofty and solemn, towering into the clouds. It's as if you can see, with insight, all the sins and filth of the world. The square in front of the temple was empty and silent, with only a few wisps of light wind brushing past, bringing a hint of coldness. Wang Yi didn't stay too long and walked towards the gate with a resounding pace. Chapter 10, Snarling of Dogs. Wang Yi calmly walked through the gate of the Immaculate Hall and stepped into the hall. The space inside the hall was vast, and the smooth lapis lazuli floor reflected the soft light that filtered down from the gaps in the dome. The firelight swayed against the ancient oil lamps that burned quietly on the surrounding walls. Bringing a touch of warm orange to this solemn space creates a cozy and serene atmosphere. Wang Changlu's throne was located on a high platform in the center of the main hall. The entire throne, based on a block of mahogany, carved with dragons and phoenixes, demonstrated dignity and majesty. Behind it, an imposing landscape painting hangs, dripping with ink and brushwork. Wang Yi's firm steps echoed on the cold stone floor. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the elders and disciples on either side of him, he walked through the hall and arrived in front of Wang Chonglu. He arched his hand toward Wang Chonglu and saluted. Disciple Wang Yi, meet Master Peak. There was a hint of imperceptible lethargy in his resonant voice due to the perennial pendulum swing. Wang Chonglu frowned slightly, his gaze icy cold as he scanned Wang Yi. The tone of his voice was as majestic as it could be. Wang Yi, I summoned you here today because Elder Xie has something to ask you in public. If you dare to deceive in any way, this seat will not spare you. He was not in a hurry to test Wang Yi's talent, but rather, he planned to test Wang Yi's bottom line first. Of course, since Zhuge Liang had said that Wang Yi was extremely talented, he also didn't want to narrow his path by feuding with it. Thus, Xia Bai and Xia Yiming were directly launched to question Wang Yi. Xia Bai received the authorization from the Palm Peak, and was instantly energized. He stood out from the crowd and opened his mouth to question Wang Yi, spreading rumors and tarnishing the Palm Peak's reputation. Do you know the crime? Wang Yi was silent for a moment, then smiled contemptuously. Elder Xie, I would have thought that you, as an elder of the miscellaneous service peak, would have had some tall tales to tell in front of the sect leader and all the elders. I didn't realize that it was so childish. Who would have nothing better to do than rush up and give someone a son? This kind of unfounded rumor is clearly put out by someone with a heart that wants to frame me. How much distrust must you have in Palm Peak's character if you even believe this? Wang Yi's reply caused a subtle ripple in the hall. The expressions of the elders and disciples varied. Some were surprised at his directness and sharpness, while others secretly nodded in agreement. Wang Chonglu's eyes also moved slightly, clearly surprised by Wang Yi's reaction. Xia Bai's face sank as he continued. Don't think that I don't know that you created this rumor just because you see that the Palm Peak is honored, and you want to take the opportunity to gain benefits. Wang Yi calmly asked back. The sect leader's status is even more honorable, so how come Elder Xie doesn't go and impersonate the sect leader's illegitimate son? Wang Yi's rhetorical question caused the atmosphere in the hall to instantly freeze. Everyone's gazes were focused on Xia Bai, including Wang Chonglu, who also revealed a few scrutinizing looks. Xia Bai was so angry by these words that his face turned blue and he cursed. Wang Yi, don't talk nonsense. As a sect elder, how could I do such a ridiculous thing? You're clearly being sophomoric and attempting to evade responsibility. Wang Yi was too lazy to fight with him, directly scolded. Shut up, shameless old thief. An old dog with a broken spine, without any evidence. You dare to snarl and bark here. I've never seen such a brazen person. Wang Yi's sudden outburst caused the atmosphere in the great hall to instantly become tense. The elders and disciples looked at him in shock. Even Wang Chonglu revealed a look of surprise. Xia Bai was even more infuriated to the point that he was trembling, and the blood in his chest was churning. Finger Wang Yi, half speechless. Wang Yi, don't be reckless. Xia Yiming saw that Xia Bai was at a disadvantage and hurriedly stepped forward to relieve himself. As a miscellaneous disciple, you are still so rude to the elders, so you can see how arrogant and domineering you are on a regular basis. Even if the rumor mongering has nothing to do with you, you will be punished for deceiving your teacher and destroying your ancestors. I heard that you kid is so powerful that even the elders of the law enforcement hall of the miscellaneous service peak are at your disposal. I'd like to see whose power you're relying on, and by whose authority? When Wang Yi heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. His gaze was like a torch as he looked straight at Xie Yiming, not the least bit afraid of his threats. The old dog barks without making a sound. And it's your turn to bark like a puppy? If you want to know so badly, who's behind me? There's no harm in telling you. Head of the Outer Sex Law Enforcement Hall. Full favor. If you don't believe me, you can call him in for a public trial. A disciple of the miscellaneous service peak, publicly interrogating the head of the Outer Sex Law Enforcement Hall. Such a reversal of the Big Dipper's business. It might even accomplish a good story. Wang Yi breezily moved out of the outer door law enforcement hall of his detachment full favor. As soon as his words fell, there was an uproar in the great hall. The elders and disciples looked at him incredulously, as if they had heard something heavenly. Full favor, the head of the Outer Sex Law Enforcement Hall, acting justly and strictly. It is a pivotal presence in Shushan. How could such a character be involved with Wang Yi? A servant disciple? Wang Chonglu, on the other hand, frowned gloomily. Although he was the head peak of the Handyman Peak, one of the 72 peak masters of Mount Shu, but the miscellaneous peak, after all, had a low status. The real status was just a bit higher than an ordinary outer sect elder. The head of the Outer Sect Law Enforcement Hall. He couldn't afford to offend. Xia Yiming even froze on the spot. He thought that Wang Yi would surely deny it. For this reason, even the words to connect the dots have been prepared. As a result, he was instantly shocked by the news, and his head went blank, not knowing what to say. The entire hall fell silent for a long time. Only then did I hear Xia Bai sneer and say, "First, you posed as the illegitimate son of the Palm Peak for profit, and when things fell apart, you knew that you couldn't escape the blame, and then you brought out Elder Man to scare us. You really do know the way of checks and balances." Wang Yi was a bit tired from standing, stretched and sat down directly with his legs crossed. Speaking faintly, he said, "It's useless to say more. Yes or no? Invite Elderman here and we'll know once we ask. There's no need. Let's trust you for now, and this seat will confirm it afterwards." Seeing Wang Yi so calm and confident, Wang Chonglu then knew that this matter was mostly true. Naturally, he also stopped dwelling on the rudeness of Wang Yi sitting on the ground. He turned his head to look at Xia Bai and Xia Yiming. "What else do you have to ask?" Xia's uncle and nephew stood in the middle of the hall. His face flushed a shade of red and a shade of white. His heart was like churning boiling water that was hard to calm down. The two of them looked at each other, a trace of unwillingness and indignation flashing in their eyes. They had thought that they could easily pin down Wang Yi, and then through Wang Yi, bring down Zhuge Liang. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi not only had sharp words, but also had the head of the Outer Sex Law Enforcement Hall as his backing, which made their plans instantly fall through. They knew very well that there was no halfway chance of winning in this situation. Wang Chonglu saw that the two opened their mouths for half a day and froze, unable to spit out a single word. Immediately, he opened his mouth to ease the atmosphere and asked Wang Yi, "Wang Yi, regarding the rumors, how do you think it is appropriate to dispose of them?" "Simple. Anyone who speaks nonsense again will be executed on the spot according to the crime of deceiving a teacher and destroying an ancestor." Wang Yi's calm voice echoed within the hall, as harsh as the cold winter wind. The crowd was in awe, secretly sighing, "This son is so young and has such courage and determination. His future achievements are unlimited." Wang Chonglu's gaze was like a torch, sweeping over everyone present. His voice carried supreme majesty. "Wang Yi's words are very much to my liking. Notify them that if anyone dares to spread rumors in the future, they will be beheaded without mercy." The crowd arched their hands and said yes. Wang Yi, on the other hand, quietly said in his mind, "To the system, Tuzi, it's almost time. The good show can start." As the words fell, a disciple hurriedly ran to inform, "Enlightened Master Peak, there are several Outer Sect Law Enforcement Hall elders seeking an audience, saying that they have come to apprehend the Green Cloud Sect's spies." Chapter 11, Lifting a Stone and Striking Your Own Foot. Upon hearing the disciples' announcement, the atmosphere in the hall instantly dropped to freezing point. The elders of the Utterance Peak exchanged glances with each other. In his heart, he secretly speculated about who the so-called spies of the Outer Sect Law Enforcement Hall were referring to. It reminded them of the argument between Xia's uncle and nephew and Zhuge Liang. At that time, Zhuge Liang had hinted that Xia Bai and Xia Yiming were working for the Qingyun sect. Could it be that they really have collusion with the Green Cloud sect? At the thought, they looked at the duo in unison. However, Xia Bai and Xia Yiming, although frowning slightly, did not show excessive panic, a look of a guilty conscience. Not at all like a spy who was afraid of being poked and prodded. Could it be that this outer sect elder was sent by Headmaster Man to stand up for Wang Yi? With this in mind, they turned their heads to look at Wang Yi again. Wang Yi was still sitting cross-legged on the ground with a calm demeanor. It was as if everything that was about to happen was within his grasp. The more the crowd looked, the more likely it seemed. But on second thought, Chief Mangan has always been fair in his dealings. How could it be possible to violate the Tao and devise a way to wrongfully accuse someone for the sake of a journeyman disciple? They thought about it and couldn't make any sense of it. Meanwhile, Wang Chonglu, who was on top of the high platform, had a gloomy face. Regardless of who the elder of the law enforcement hall was coming at, fine work has appeared within Handyman's Peak. It was hard for him to escape the blame even as the Palm Peak. If someone with a good intention uses it as a weapon to attack him, then he will have a hard time in the future. However, the situation at hand was long beyond his control. He had no choice but to wait and see what happened. A few moments later, an old man wearing a black law enforcement Dao robe, with a few law enforcement hall disciples, stepped into the hall. The old man's face was cold, and his eyes revealed unquestionable authority. When the elders and disciples saw him enter, they bowed and saluted. Even Wang Chonglu had to get up to greet him and take the initiative to give up his high seat. The old man did not go up to the stage, but instead arched his hand towards Wang Chonglu. Master Wang, I am Song Si, an elder of the law enforcement hall, and I have come here to arrest the traitors of Mount Shushan, so please be accommodating to Master Wang. His voice was as powerful as a bell. Hearing these words, Wang Chonglu was like falling into an ice cave, and the expression on his face became more and more gloomy. The name Song Si could be considered loud and clear in Shu Mountain. Although he was only an elder, he was known as the double wall of the outer sect's law enforcement hall, along with the head seat, full favorite. He is known for his meticulousness in deciding cases, his emphasis on evidence, and his impartiality. He was highly respected by the sect master and the inner sect law enforcement hall. Since he was able to personally come to the Handyman Peak, it meant that the Handyman Peak, indeed, had the Green Cloud sect spies. The elders and disciples in the hall, on the other hand, were relieved. Elder Song himself will not wrongly accuse anyone. They, the innocent, can put their hearts into their stomachs and watch the show. Of course, no one was happier than Xie's uncle and nephew. They had just heard a disciple report that an outer sect law enforcement hall elder had brought his disciples to arrest the Green Cloud sect spies. The mind is more or less jittery. They were worried that it was Wang Yi's backstage, who had come to trouble them. After hearing that the visitor was Song Si, the heart that was hanging in the air was instantly relieved. They originally didn't quite believe that Wang Yi really knew the rigidly upright headmaster man. Even if it is a full head of the seat, it is absolutely impossible to let the bright and open-minded elder Song to do this kind of dirty thing of planting evidence and framing. Unless both head seat man and elder Song were the backstage of this little handyman Wang Yi. Sadly, this, in any case, is not likely to happen. Not only that, since Elder Song was here to check on the spies, it meant that there must be spies in this hall. They themselves were not, and the elders present, naturally, were unlikely to be. The biggest possibility was that the duo, Wang Yi and Zhuge Liang, were the spies of Qinian Peak. No wonder the two are in cahoots to defend each other. Even if it wasn't them, it wouldn't matter. As long as we let Elder Song investigate thoroughly, Wang Yi's meddling in the law enforcement hall, Wang Yi would definitely be in trouble. The more the two thought about it, the more they realized it was an opportunity. At the same time, Wang Chonglu also retrieved his thoughts and responded in a deep voice. I wouldn't dare. With Elder Song's personal visit, the entire rank and file of the Handyman Peak will surely cooperate with all their might. Merely, I wonder who exactly is the spy that Elder Song is talking about. Wang Chonglu's tone was very respectful. When the people in the hall heard this, they all held their breath and waited for Elder Song Si to speak. Song Si frowned slightly and scanned around the hall. Seeing this, Xia Yiming couldn't wait to step forward. Elder Song, Zhuge Liang and Wang Yi are behaving strangely and harboring each other. It doesn't look normal at first glance. Not only that, but they have a huge network of power. Even the law enforcement hall of the miscellaneous service peak is under their manipulation. Just today, they just utilized the power behind them to have a deacon unjustly have his cultivation abolished and sent to Sword Mountain to guard his sword. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to Sword Mountain and bring Yang Zishu in for a question. To offend below and wrongfully accuse a deacon. How wild. If they are not punished severely, where is heaven's justice? Where are the rules of the sect? Xia Yiming was righteous, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. Reaching out, he pointed at Zhuge Liang and Wang Yi, who was sitting on the ground. That's them. Please, Elder Song, hurry up and arrest the two of them. Wang Yi couldn't help but give Xia Yiming a blank look. This one has a real sense of humor. Standing up and identifying himself as a traitor in front of his doppelganger. It's outrageous to open the door to the outrageous. Outrageous to the core. However, it's normal when you think about it. It wasn't like he knew that Song Ci was one of his thousands of doppelgangers. It was probably thought that Elder Song was really here to catch the spies, and that it might become a sharp weapon for him to use against himself. Totally unaware of how insignificant he is in the face of absolute power. The more he bounces around, the more ridiculous he looks. This kind of little cutie who can't tell the difference. It's better to send them directly to Sword Mountain to accompany Yang Zishu to rub mahjong. Wang Yi murmured in his heart. Unity, son. Continue. The words fell. The split Song Ci then frowned and spoke. Yang, in the book of the matter, there is no injustice. At that time the old man happened to pass by. In midair witnessed the whole process. Yang in the book intends to kill in the first, deserve to be severely dealt with. As for what you said, manipulating the law enforcement hall. It's not only nonsense, it's also smearing the law enforcement hall. Song Ci's expression flinched as he questioned. Who are you and what do you intend to do by wantonly smearing the law enforcement hall? At these words, Xia Yiming instantly froze in place, not knowing what to say. He had thought that with this matter, he would be able to crush Zhuge Liang and Wang Yi in one fell swoop. Never would I have thought that Elder Song would testify on their behalf. At this moment, he had the feeling of lifting a stone and smashing his own foot. Seeing how embarrassed he was, Xia Bai immediately stepped forward, accompanied with a smiling face, and said, "She nephew is unruly." Bumped into Elder Song. I hope that Elder Song elegance connotation. As for the matter of Yang Zishu, it was not his intention to smear the law enforcement hall. It's just that the law enforcement hall of the miscellaneous service peak, the statute for handling this matter, is somewhat unusual, and that's why the misunderstanding arose. For this, I am here to apologize on his behalf. To you and the law enforcement hall. Song Ci nodded. Since this is a misunderstanding, I will not pursue it. However, out of caution, this matter still needs to be verified by me. I wonder if the elder can tell me his name. Xia Bai sniffed, secretly relieved, and replied, under Xia Bai, my nephew Xia Yiming. Unexpectedly, just as he finished reporting himself, he saw Elder Song's face suddenly change. Song Ci's face was filled with a solemn and murderous aura as he said to the law enforcement hall disciples behind him, "Come on, take the two of them down." Chapter 12. With Song Ci's order, several outer sect law enforcement hall disciples quickly stepped forward and took down Xia Bai and Xia Yiming. The entire hall was thrown into a state of confusion and consternation. The air, which had just slightly eased down, was instantly replaced by intense tension and anxiety. The firelight wavered in the oil lamps, casting complex shadows on the faces of the crowd. This sudden reversal not only caught Xia's uncle and nephew off guard, but also shocked everyone present. The twists and turns had left them clouded and completely puzzled. After Xia Bai and Xia Yiming reacted, they asked, Elder Song, what do you mean by this? Why are you arresting us? Song Ci pronounced the sentence aloud. Xia Yiming and Xia Bai, betraying the clan. The crime is punishable by death. With the fall of these sounding words, the atmosphere in the hall, once again, froze to the extreme. For a moment, all eyes focused on Xia's uncle and nephew. There was surprise, anger, and sympathy, but more than anything, there was disbelief. The faces of Xia Bai and Xia Yiming instantly became as pale as paper. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if trying to find a trace of misunderstanding or joke in Song Ci's undeniable eyes. However, they saw only icy determination and the majesty of justice. Xia Bai struggled to try to defend himself, but his voice, trembling, seemed so powerless. Elder Song, we've been wronged. We, uncle and nephew, are loyal to Mount Shu. Please be clear. Xia Yiming's performance, on the other hand, was even more excited. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the law enforcement hall disciples. Let go of me. Why are you arresting me without proof? I want to see Head Masterman. I want to see the sect leader. Seeing this, Wang Chonglu frowned and stepped forward to inquire. Elder Song, are you mistaken? The two of them, although they are normally arrogant and domineering, they are not so arrogant as to betray the clan and defect to the Qinian sect, right? Song Ci handed a confession of the Green Cloud sect spies to Wang Chonglu. Don't worry, Master Wang. The law enforcement hall has always acted impartially and will never run around arresting people without evidence. Wang Chonlu opened it, and in the confession it was clearly written Xia Bai and Xia Yiming, but he still found it a bit hard to believe. Could it be that the spy named Xing Daorong knew that he could not escape death and climbed up the ladder indiscriminately? Song Xi shook his head. Categorically impossible. Have already asked the elders of the intersex law enforcement hall to search their souls. The air inside the unsullied hall instantly dropped to freezing point. Song Xi's words were like a bolt from the blue, shaking everyone's eardrums. The two of them, Xia Bai and Xia Yiming, were ashen. They denied it vociferously, but the explanation paled before the mountain of hard evidence. No, it can't be. It's a false accusation. A false accusation. Xia Yiming's desperate screams echoed within the great hall. His face twisted, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Xia Bai, on the other hand, looked at Wang Chonlu as if he was grasping for a life-saving straw. Palm Peak, you have to believe in our loyalty. We've been wronged. Wang Chonlu's face sank like water, suppressing his inner anger. The elder of the intersex law enforcement hall had even used the soul-searching technique that would compromise his cultivation. Even if the results were unbelievable, there was no room for disbelief. In the current situation, if you want to save yourself, you can only make a decisive cut with Xia's uncle and nephew. Thus, he coldly said, the evidence is overwhelming. What else is there to say? The two of you have really disappointed me too much. There is no need to plead for mercy. Betraying Mount Shu is a capital offense, and this seat will not tolerate it. Xia Yiming followed suit and knelt down, tearfully, pleading for mercy from his master. Wang Chonlu, Master, you must believe me. I'm really innocent. Please also open your mouth and beg for mercy to save your disciple. Wang Yi, on the other hand, stood by and watched with cold eyes, as if he was watching a drama whose ending was already known. Wang Chonlu ignored Xia Yiming and turned his head to look at Song Xi. Arching his hand, he said, I'd like to thank Elder Song for bringing the two back to the law enforcement hall to be severely punished. Once these words came out, Xia Yiming and Xia Bai had no more hope in their hearts. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the hall was tense to the extreme. The elders exchanged words. The disciples whispered. Everyone was trying to digest this sudden change of heart. Song Xi naturally returned the bow towards Wang Chonlu as a sign of gratitude. And then, his voice sounded again, as cold and piercing as the winter wind. Xia Yiming and Xia Bai, come with us. When you get to the law enforcement hall, you'll naturally have a chance to talk. Xia Yiming saw that his last hope was gone. Thick hatred welled up in his heart as he stared angrily at Wang Yi and Zhuge Liang, his face grimacing, gritting his teeth. He said, Wang Yi, Zhuge Liang, it must be you two dogs that designed to frame us. Aha, ing dog. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I must kill you by 1,000 cuts and break your body into pieces in order to fulfill my heart's hatred. When Wang Yi heard this, he slowly stood up and walked to Xia Yiming in a breezy manner. Moving to his ear, he whispered, You're quite right. This thing, I did plan it. The evidence against you was all forged by me, too. I just want you all to die with injustice, and nail you to the pillar of shame of Mount Shu for eternity. That's what you get for setting me up. You don't need to be skeptical. When you arrive at the law enforcement hall, you can speak out about this matter in public, and see whether your mouth works or the power in my hand. Also, I don't like being threatened, especially with someone close to me. Remember this lesson and don't do it again in your next life. When Xia Yiming heard Wang Yi's words, his entire body trembled violently as if he had been struck by lightning, and the veins on his face bulged. His eyes were round, as if they were about to spit fire. Anger and despair intertwined on his face, creating a twisted expression. After a long time, he could only feel the qi and blood churning in his chest and spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. The voice became hoarse from extreme anger. You despicable person. How dare you set me up? I will kill you. His eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness, as if he wanted to eat Wang Yi alive. Struggling hard, he tried to break free from the law enforcement hall disciples, but everything was just futile. After Wang Yi got up, he pretended to be helpless and said, Xia Yiming, you're really unchanging. I was going to ask for clarification and find a way to plead for you in front of Chief Manchu, but it turned out that you even returned the favor by taking advantage of the opportunity to slander me, so you really deserve to be punished for your sins. When he finished, he sighed long and hard. In this world today, it's really hard to get good rewards for good intentions. After all, Xia Bai was older and was still calmer than Xia Yiming. He looked viciously at Wang Yi and gritted his teeth. Wang Yi, do you think you've won? You have a backstage, don't we? The Xia family, have any? Even if we enter the outer sect law enforcement hall today, you won't be able to kill us, and not only that, you'll have to kneel down to receive us out at that time. Song Si glanced at him coldly without saying much. He arched his hand toward Wang Chonglu, and then left the unsullied hall with Xie's uncle and nephew, who were still desperately struggling to hurl insults. At this moment, the hall was so quiet that only the flame of the oil lamp could be heard, crackling. Everyone's mind was filled with doubts and speculations. Without fail, they began to re-examine their own perceptions of the world, and the people around them. Even Wang Chonglu had forgotten about it. They had called Wang Yi here, originally intending to test his talent. Let's see if he, in fact, possesses excessive talent. However, now, Wang Yi didn't care about Xie Bai's threat at all. Before he came here, he had already had the system investigate Xie Bai and Xie Yiming's background. The backstage that Xie Bai was talking about was none other than that inner sect elder of the Xie family. For him, it's not even worth mentioning. Wang Yi stretched his waist, and then, arched his hand towards Wang Chonglu. There was a hint of cynicism in his tone. Master Peak, if there is nothing else, Disciple will leave first. There are still people at home waiting for me to go back for dinner. If the food gets cold, it won't be good. Chapter 13, Home of the Curfew Thief. Only then did Wang Chonglu slow down and look at Wang Yi, frowning slightly. It was only after a few moments that he coughed dryly, trying to suppress the shock in his heart. This seed heard Zhuge Liang say that your talent is good. Is there such a thing? If Wang Yi really had an extremely high level of talent, he would be recommended to the inner sect elders. It might cancel out, perhaps, the sin of having a spy under your hand. The situation at hand, the end of Xie's uncle and nephew, no longer had anything to do with him. There was only one thing he should do now, and that was to defend himself. Wang Yi lightly shook his head. Those are just Zhuge Liang's pretexts to protect me. Please don't take it too seriously. Palm Peak. As soon as Wang Yi's words fell, Wang Chonglu dispersed his divine sense and probed his realm. At this moment, Wang Chonglu could conclude that Wang Yi was definitely not simple. As far as he knew, Wang Yi had only been at the second level of body forging in the morning, and after only one day, he had already broken through to the 9th level of body forging. This amazing breakthrough speed was by no means comparable to ordinary geniuses. It was simply a demon. However, since Wang Yi was unwilling to admit it, he didn't force himself. After all, Wang Yi had just now said it himself. His backstage was the head of the outer sect's law enforcement hall. Full favor. Wang Chonglu could not afford to offend such a character. Therefore, Wang Chonglu smiled gently and said, "In that case, you can go back first." Wang Yi said thank you, then turned around and walked out of the immaculate hall. Wang Chonglu, on the other hand, looked at his departing back and began to think. In response, right now, the inner sect Qixia Peak's talent was withering. Nangong Ruowei was now very eager for a genius who could save the day, help her to achieve good results in the upcoming sect competition and stabilize her position as the upper 9 peaks of Qixia Peak. Therefore, if this news is revealed to her, she is bound to fangirl. He would even come to the handyman's peak in person to verify the authenticity. With Nangong Ruowei's influence in the inner sect, as long as he facilitates this matter, not to mention keeping his position as the peak master, he might even be able to go further and make a place for himself in the outer sect. The thought of it made him wistful. As the head peak of the handyman peak, he appeared to be honorable, but in reality, he was only a senior overseer. Once you step out of the utility peak, you don't have half the power of speech. He dreamed of leaving the handyman's peak. Even if you go to the outer sect and become an ordinary elder, it is better than wasting your time here. After Wang Chonglu dismissed the people in the unsullied hall, he leapt forward and left the handyman peak, heading towards Qixia Peak. At this time, Wang Yi, who was outside the unsullied hall, also suddenly accelerated his speed, because he had just received a system message that a few flies had entered his small yard. Almost at the same time, inside Wang Yi's small courtyard, the 6 miscellaneous disciples, with impish smiles, cornered Jiang Shaodai. They had been salivating over Jiang Shaodai for a long time. Learning that Wang Yi was taken to the unsullied hall by Xie Yiming, 10 deaths, then he moved on to something else. Today, they not only wanted to finish Jiang Shaodai, but they also wanted to raid all of Wang Yi's family business. The leader, Ma Zhanghua, smiled lewdly. His tone was full of contempt and smugness. Jiang Shaodai, that trashy young master of yours, is not coming back. Why don't you come over to serve me, and I'll make sure that you'll follow me and eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. As the words fell, a few of the surrounding miscellaneous disciples let out a burst of laughter. The laughter was full of mockery and unkindness. For Jiang Xiaodai, these words were like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing her in the heart. Her face went white, but soon, she regained her composure, because she believes in the young master. If the young master said he wanted to eat the pagoda meat, he would definitely come back for it. Thinking of this, a trace of determination flashed in Jiang Xiaodai's eyes. Don't you guys even think about it? I won't betray the young master even if I die. The smile on Ma Jingguo's face turned grim when he saw that she didn't know what she was doing. Coldly snorted, the uneducated little. Give your face no face? Then don't blame us for not being polite. He waved his hand, and a few of the miscellaneous disciples rubbed their fists and were ready to step forward. Although Jiang Xiaodai was scared in her heart, she still raised the kitchen knife in her hand, prepared to die with Ma and the others. Ma Jingguo and the others laughed indulgently at the sight. A weak woman with no cultivation. Take a broken kitchen knife and try to threaten them. It's simply a slip of the tongue. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded in the small courtyard. If you guys dare to touch a hair on her head, I will definitely make you regret coming to this world. The crowd followed the sound and Wang Yi had stood at the entrance of the courtyard at some point. His eyes were cold, as if they could freeze people. When Ma Jingguo and the others saw this, they were shocked and turned pale. They had thought that Wang Yi would surely die on this trip to the unsullied hall, but they didn't expect him to come back unharmed. Wang Yi, why are you back? Ma Jingguo stammered, fear in his tone. The few miscellaneous disciples behind him were even more so as you looked at me and I looked at you, and no one dared to speak. They knew clearly that Wang Yi must have something to rely on if he could return safely. Even Xia Yiming couldn't deal with Wang Yi. These small characters of theirs were not worth mentioning in Wang Yi's eyes. Wang Yi swept his gaze coldly over these people before looking at the frightened little butterfly, temporarily tempering his strong killing intent. Slowly, he walked into the small courtyard and sat down on a bamboo chair. Smoothly, from the table beside him, he plucked a grape and dropped it into his mouth, patting himself on the shoulder. Gesturing to Jiang Xiaodai, he came over to rub his shoulders. When Jiang Xiaodai saw how calm the young master was, her hanging heart, too, was released. As long as the young master was there, she wasn't afraid of anything. She hurriedly dropped the kitchen knife in her hand and quickly walked behind Wang Yi, gently rubbing his shoulders for him. Young master, Palm Peak and the others, they didn't do anything to you, did they? Wang Yi gently patted the back of her fine smooth hand, smiling faintly. A trivial matter. How can it be difficult for your young master? Ma Jingguo and the others, seeing Wang Yi so calmly, were filled with fear. They looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do for a moment. Wang Yi saw that Xiaodai was no longer afraid before he slowly raised his head and swept his gaze like a knife towards Ma Jingguo and the others. Although it was said that with the doppelganger protecting her in the dark, little butterfly would not be in danger. If he hadn't wanted to kill them with his own hands, they would have died a long time ago. But what this bunch of scumbags did, still, it made a surge of uncontrollable anger come over him. Say, are you going to do it yourselves and give yourselves a hard time? Or do you want me to do it myself and give you a ride? Wang Yi's icy words were like sharp blades, instantly bringing the atmosphere down to freezing point. Ma Jingguo's face was pale, and his heart was filled with fear and unwillingness. However, at such a time of life and death, human greed and a strong desire to survive, often it inspires unexpected courage and madness. At this exact moment, a disciple beside him reminded, Big brother, no matter how powerful he is, he's still just a waste of the second level of body forging. Things have come to a head. Why don't we just do nothing? Quietly slaughter him and set fire to him? Upon hearing this, a hint of ruthlessness and determination immediately flashed through Ma Jingguo's eyes. He violently pulled out the long sword at his waist, pointing the tip of the sword straight at Wang Yi, and angrily shouted, Humph, a mere second level of body forging. How dare you flaunt your power in front of my old man? I'd like to see what exactly you have to rely on to dare to be so arrogant. After he said that, the several odd job disciples behind him responded, each taking out their blades. For a while, the small courtyard was filled with sword shadows, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. At the same time, Sutra Peak, after receiving the news from Wang Chonglu, Nangong Ruohui stood at the peak and looked out at the sea of tumbling clouds in the distance. A flash of anticipation flashed in her beautiful eyes. Wang Yi, she murmured softly, I'd like to see, are you really a genius? Or a fool? Afterwards, she made a gentle leap and flew in the direction of the handyman peak. Chapter 14, A Few Bastards. Wang Yi saw Ma Jingguo and the others draw their blades. The pendulum has been swinging for a long time. Even these mongrels can flaunt their power in front of themselves. Don't they know that they were no longer rookies at the second level of body forging a few hours ago? Wang Yi slowly got up and gently patted Jiang Xiaodia's shoulder, signaling her to step back. Although Jiang Xiaodai was worried in her heart, she knew that she would only cause trouble for the young master if she stayed here, so she stepped back obediently and watched the field nervously. Wang Yi, on the other hand, looked at Mai Zhenghua and the others and said indifferently, "Make your move. Let me see what qualifications you losers have to be arrogant in front of me." As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted like a wave. Ma Xingguo and the others, feeling this aura, were horrified. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Only after a while did Ma Zhenghua look at Wang Yi incredulously. "Ninth level of body forging? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is it possible for you? A waste of space." Disciples of the handyman peak, with their huge daily tasks, had no time to cultivate at all. Thus the realm is generally low. At the 5th level of body forging, one was already considered an expert. Even some of the bottom deacons were only at the 6th or 7th level of body forging. Wang Yi was a notorious waste of space in the peak of the handyman. How could he break through to the 9th level of body forging? On what grounds? Wang Yi ignored Ma Zhenghua and moved his body like a tiger descending a mountain. He blasted out with a punch that carried the destructive power of the 8 extreme collapse. Only heard a click sound. Standing in the forefront of the Ma Pinghua, directly by a fist-broken sternum, he screamed miserably, blood sprayed wildly from his mouth, and his body flew violently backwards like a kite with broken strings. The remaining few people were instantly scared out of their wits when they saw this. They stared at Wang Yi in wide-eyed terror, as if what stood in front of them was not a person, but a monster that had walked out of hell. At this moment, they really wanted to know which bastard had spread the rumor. If they had known, they would have punched him in the nose and then stomped on him and pointed at his nose. "Are you blind? One punch kills the 5th level of body forging. You're telling me that this is the 2nd level of body forging? Just a shame." Wang Yi didn't give them that chance. His figure moved continuously, like a ghost traveling between several people. Every punch blasted out was accompanied by a scream. In just a few short breaths, the 6 handyman disciples, all of them flew backwards, their sternums, all broken by a single punch, lying on the ground, wailing. Jiang Xiaodai stood by the side, watching this scene, her heart surging with an unspeakable sense of security. She also couldn't figure out when the young master had gotten so strong. Just know that it's good to have the young master around. Wang Yi, on the other hand, lifted his shoulder and sniffed, and asked Jiang Xiaodai, a sweaty odor, "Has the bath water been put in?" Jiang Xiaodai froze slightly, then shook her small head in self-reproach. She had just prepared the meal when Ma Xingguo and the others came to the door, and there was no time to put the bath water on the young master. Wang Yi didn't mind and smiled. "It's okay, it's not too late to go." Jiang Xiaodai sniffed and obediently turned toward the kitchen. Only after sending Jiang Xiaodai away did Wang Yi slowly walk up to Ma Zhenghua and look at him condescendingly. "If you don't have the strength, don't learn from others and run out to be the bad guy. You were given a chance, and you're no good at it." The horse newspaper state struggled to get up, but found that the bones in his entire body, as if they were falling apart. He looked at Wang Yi in horror, his voice trembling. What do you want?" Wang Yi smiled faintly. "It's nothing, it's just that I simply want to educate you guys, so that you won't do evil again in your next life." After saying that, he stomped on Ma Xingguo's head. Only heard a click sound. Ma Pingguo's head, like a watermelon, was stomped. Blood and brains splattered all over the place. Wang Yi's face did not change as he continued to walk towards the other handyman disciples. Without any hesitation, he took care of them one by one as he had done. After doing this, Wang Yi stretched his back and was just about to lay back in his chair, letting his doppelganger come out to collect the corpses and deal with the family members of these scumbags in the meantime. After all, Jiang Xiaodai was still young. It wouldn't be good if she saw such a bloody image and left any psychological shadow. Just then, a cold voice came from overhead. "Little brat, truly a good tactic. You flouted the rules of the sect and brutally killed your fellow disciples. What should be your offense?" Wang Yi followed the sound and saw a woman in a long white dress, falling in the moonlight, her jade feet gently pointing at the eaves. The woman was tall and dimpled, with a dusty temperament, just like a fairy in the moon palace. It was the peak master of Qixia Peak, Nangong Ruowei. When Wang Yi saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In order to be on the safe side, he had long ago arranged Yuaning Great Perfection Realm doppelgangers around the courtyard. However, this person in front of him was able to silently appear in his line of sight. Obviously the cultivation level was far above that of a Yuaning. Nowadays, In the entire Shushan mountain, the only woman whose strength exceeded the Yuaning Great Circle was Nangong Ruowei, who was at the Great Circle of Harmony. That was the harmonization realm, the seventh of the 9 realms. One must know that the strongest ones in this continent on the surface, the several first-rate sect masters, were only at the Mahayana realm. She's a half-step in the sky away from these bigwigs. That's not even the most troubling. What's more troubling is that the woman in front of me is crazy, fighting without a life. Shushan disciples privately called her Shushanwan, while people from other sects affectionately called her Nangong crazy. This kind of ruthless character, even the sect leader didn't dare to mess with her easily. If he really had to fight her, he would inevitably have to lose 70% or 80% of his detachment. Granted, 20 years later, the split is full again, but it's better to avoid this kind of thing if you can. After all, thousands of detachments and losing 20 years of cultivation at the same time was quite a waste. Wang Yi arched his hand in an unassuming manner and said, Nangong Peak Master is clear about this. These few scumbags, who hit on my maid, deserve to die. Nangong Ruowei said in an icy tone, a mere maid. Dead is dead. You even killed so many people because of her. And you still don't know how to repent. It's really an unpardonable crime. These words sounded very harsh to Wang Yi. His gaze flickered. District? Nangong Peak Master, please pay attention to your wording. Good guts. A hint of coldness flashed through Nangong Ruowei's beautiful eyes. Kid, do you know what happens when you offend this seat? Wang Yi's eyes were firm, and he was secretly prepared for battle. Who cares who you are? If you dare to touch my people, even if you're the sect leader of Mount Shu, you'll have to pay the price in blood. How dare you? Nangong Ruowei angrily rebuked. With that, a powerful pressure erupted from her body. The air instantly became heavy. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand squeezing every inch of space. The moonlight twisted and fluctuated like flowing water, causing all the shadows in the compound to begin to waver. Wang Yi felt like his chest was being pressed by a heavy object, making it difficult to breathe. But he still stood still, his gaze revealing an unyielding light. Because he's got plenty of backbone. Nangong Ruowei if he wants to fight. He didn't mind retrieving his doppelganger and fighting her for 300 rounds, not to mention cleaning her up. It wouldn't be hard to hold her down and rub her hard. Just when the swords were drawn and 1,000 pounds were in the air. Splat dash. Jiang Xiaodai, who had sensed that something was wrong and had come out of the kitchen to check the situation, landed on the water ladle in her hand with a loud thud. She knew very well that even if the young master was strong, he would never be a match for the peak master. If you don't do something yourself, the young master will be in danger. Therefore, she did not have time to think about it carefully and quickly stepped forward, blocking in front of Wang Yi. Peak Master Nangong. Jiang Xiaodia's voice was small but exceptionally clear. This matter has nothing to do with the young master. So punish me if you want. I only beg you. Spare the young master. With that, he closed his eyes directly and waited for death to come. A warm current surged in Wang Yi's heart. I didn't expect that the usually soft little butterfly could show such courage at the critical moment. Unfortunately, she got one thing wrong. With this block, she saved Nangong Ruowei, not herself. Nangong Ruowei's eyes, on the other hand, flashed with a hint of surprise. She originally didn't want to make a move, but just wanted to test Wang Yi's temperament to see if he was a viable talent. I didn't realize that there was a windfall. Jiang Xiaodai, a servant girl with no cultivation, actually dared to stand up to the pressure of the harmonized great perfection. This boldness really impressed her. She withdrew her pressure and dispersed her divine sense to roughly check Jiang Xiaodia's root bones. After pondering for a moment, he said, not bad, a good seedling. If you want me to be lenient with your young master, it's not impossible, but there is a condition. You need to worship me as your teacher and follow me to Qixia Peak to cultivate. Are you willing? Wang Yi. Chapter 15, The Eve of Parting. How could Wang Yi not expect that Nangong Ruowei would come with this hand? He utilized his alter ego and plowed deep into Mount Shu for 20 years. Although most of the high-ranking figures have never seen, but the strength and disposition of these people can be said to be well known. Not to mention, he has enough high-level lace at his disposal for a couple of books. He had also learned about Nangong Ruowei's deeds in detail. Although this crazy woman acted simply and roughly, preferring to use force to solve problems, she was quite good to the disciples under her door. Or rather, very protective. At least for her Nangong Ruowei's disciples. No one in the entire Shu Mountain dared to bully them. This characterization may have something to do with her experiences. 20 years ago, when Wang Yi had just crossed over to this world, she happened to bring a group of disciples deep into the northern wasteland for training. As a result, I don't know what kind of trouble I ran into. All the disciples under her discipline sacrificed their lives, and she was the only one who returned with serious injuries. Since then, she had begun a long period of seclusion, and her cultivation had skyrocketed, and in only a few decades, she had broken through from the early stage of harmonization to the great perfection of harmonization. At the time of her release, Qixia Peak had also fallen to the bottom of the upper 9 peaks due to the depletion of talent. In the past few years, she had begun to accept a wide range of disciples, probably because she wanted to lead Qixia Peak and reclaim the position of the 3 main peaks. At this juncture, Zhang Xiaodai would certainly have a great future if she could worship under her. The problem was that her tone of voice made Wang Yi feel irritated. Even if he knew that it wasn't a bad thing, Wang Yi didn't want, because of himself, Zhang Xiaodai to be forced to make a choice. What's more, it's not like he's incapable of protecting her now. Even if Zhang Xiaodai wanted to cultivate, he himself could arrange for an alter ego and provide one-on-one guidance. There was absolutely no need to worship under Nangong Ruowei. Of course, choosing to worship Nangong Ruowei as a teacher wasn't entirely without good things. There was someone besides herself covering her. Even if you are negligent or have an accident and can't take care of it, you will have an extra insurance policy. Thinking of this, Wang Yi looked at Zhang Xiaodai and said in a gentle tone, "There's no need to condescend yourself. If you don't want to, you can refuse. In this continent, no one can threaten your young master me, and naturally no one can threaten you." Zhang Xiaodai looked up at Wang Yi, her eyes saying that she was touched. Not only did the young master save her, he gave her a second life. Over the years, she had also been treated as a family member and had never let her suffer. If the young master needs it, she's willing to do whatever she's asked to do. For her, as long as she could save the young master, she wouldn't be aggrieved by doing anything. Not to mention that if he were to worship under Nangong Ruowei, not only would he be able to better protect the young master, but he would also be able to avenge his family's death. Over the years, she's had a good time with the young master though. The hatred inside her, however, doesn't completely dissolve, and from time to time, she wakes up in her sleep with images of her family being brutally slaughtered. Zhang Xiaodai choked on her words. "Young master, after all, we've spent so much time together." Even if Zhang Xiaodai didn't finish her sentence, Wang Yi could hear that she had already made her choice. Wang Yi was not unaware that Zhang Xiaodai was carrying a blood feud. In fact, over the years, he had long since secretly passed through his alter ego to find out the murderer who had exterminated the Zhang family's entire clan in the first place. The reason why he didn't tell Zhang Xiaodai the truth and didn't rush her to cultivate. The main concern is that she is too young to be rushed. Of course, Wang Yi could also choose to directly let his doppelganger slaughter the murderer. But that would most likely leave a heart demon in Zhang Xiaodia's heart, causing obstacles to her future cultivation. It would even disrupt Wang Yi's planning. As the saying goes, when one man wins, all his cronies rise. Wang Yi wouldn't just focus on his own attainment. He had to let Zhang Xiaodai soar with him. Otherwise, no one will peel grapes for him in the immortal world. It must be a bad day. Wang Yi reached out to touch her head and laughed. "There's no need to be sad. It's not like we won't be able to see each other anymore. Don't do things too impulsively when you get to the Qixia Peak. If you're bullied, remember to tell me at the first opportunity. No matter what realm or status the other party is, young master can help you break his legs." Wang Yi said this to both Zhang Xiaodai and Nangong Ruowei. Zhang Xiaodai softly hummed, tears welling up in her eyes full of unwillingness to let go of Wang Yi. When Nangong Ruowei heard this, she frowned slightly. She had been keeping an eye on Wang Yi since just now. Whether it was the serious look or the firm tone, all of them were enough to show that these domineering proclamations of Wang Yi were not just nonsense. Could it be that this kid is hiding some kind of card? Can you really compete with yourself? However, upon closer examination, she instantly shook her head to dismiss the speculation. Wang Yi was, after all, only a small handyman at the 9th level of body forging. Even if there were some means, and unknown secrets, they would never be enough to fight her. Therefore, she withdrew her mind and said with a straight face, "No one dares to bully my Nangong Ruowei's disciple." Wang Yi said in a cold tone. It better be. He really couldn't talk about Nangong Ruowei. Inexplicably ran to threaten him. He also took the safety in danger, forcing Xiaodai to worship him as a teacher. If Zhang Xiaodai had just shaken her head, he didn't mind, and directly retrieved his detachment to battle Nangong Ruowei. Zhang Xiaodai was worried that the two would clash again, and immediately knelt down towards Nangong Ruowei to perform the master worship salute. Disciple Zhang Xiaodai. "Meet master." Nangong Ruowei nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very well, pack up and go to Qixia Peak together with your teacher." Zhang Xiaodai was slightly stunned. and Pearly asked, "Master, the young master's bath water hasn't been boiled yet. Can you? In that case, master will go back first, and tomorrow I will have your senior sister come over to pick you up." After saying that, she looked at Wang Yi again. "You kid is good, sentimental and courageous, like a man, very much to my liking. I don't know how many times better than those high and mighty, corpse-like, bloodless old things. If you can pass this year's outer sect examination, you can come to my Chisha Peak and become a senior sibling with Xiao Dai, which will also fulfill the love between you." After saying that, without waiting for Wang Yi to speak, he turned around and left. Looking at Nangong Ruowei's enchanting back, Wang Yi couldn't help but dryly cough. "Worship is good. Let's punch. If you don't let me, forget it. After all, what's the point of having a master who can't punch?" Jiang Xiaodai, on the other hand, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, silently picked up the ladle on the ground, and went back to the kitchen to continue boiling the bath water. After Wang Yi explained the system and arranged for the bilocation to clean up the mess, habitually, he sat back in the recliner, reached down, picked a grape, and put it in his mouth. For some reason, this grape, it's a little sour. It was late at night and moonlight poured into the room through the window. It was gently spread out beside Zhang Xiaodia's bed, adding a touch of silver white to this dark room. Zhang Xiaodia's eyes twinkled in the darkness, as if they were two unsleeping stars, reflecting the waves of emotions churning inside. Before she met the young master, the only reason she had survived the hunger was because of the strong hatred in her heart. But now, everything is different. She wanted to live for herself, to stay with her young master, to squeeze his shoulders and to help him peel the grapes. Her thoughts were racing as she thought about the upcoming separation. Memories came like a tidal wave, and those days spent with the young master slowly unfolded in his mind like a scroll. The night was both long and short for her. Chapter 16 Fishing in a small rock pool. The next morning, Zhang Xiaodai prepared breakfast for the young master before leaving without saying goodbye. It wasn't that she didn't want to say goodbye to the young master, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave after seeing him. Without Xiao Dai in the yard, Wang Yi always felt less comfortable, but that's fine. If she continued to stay by her side, she would easily get caught up in trivial matters and would not be able to concentrate on her cultivation. For Butterfly, this is really the best option. Not to mention, Sutra Peak also had its own diversion. There wasn't much difference between her being at Sutra Peak and being by her side. Thinking of this, Wang Yi said to the system, "Tuzi, take care of her for me, and if you run into trouble, notify me immediately." Ding! The system has been deployed accordingly to the host's request. Please consult it in time. Wang Yi immediately opened the page and checked it out. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, speaking again, he said, "Toon-chan, sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host. Signing in was successful, rewarding the second grade detachment +1. Is it generated immediately? Generate now. As his words fell, a faint golden light flickered in front of Wang Yi. Gradually, it coalesced into a man in his 30s with a stout body. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The generation of the bilocation is complete. Please go to the attribute panel as soon as possible to name the bilocation and choose a force suitable for cultivation. Wang Yi sniffed and opened the attribute panel. Serial No. 7214. Name, to be inserted. Power, to be determined. Sex, male. Age, 43. Talent, second grade medium wind root. Realm, early Jindan. Special talent, listening to the wind. You can sense the surrounding environment and detect potential dangers through the changes in the air. As the realm improves, you can even anticipate your opponent's next move through the subtle movements on their body, so that you can make a preemptive strike. Seeing this figure, Wang Yi was more or less disappointed. He couldn't even help it. He wanted to point his nose at the dog system and yell at it. What's the point of having so many male doppelgangers? Can't figure out the key contraption. The male doppelganger. Can the female doppelganger do? Wang Yi let out a long sigh and withdrew his mind. A closer look at the attribute panel. Wind attribute spiritual roots were generally better at sensing and hiding their breath and stance. However, it was truly rare for a second-grade medium spirit root to be able to open up a special talent. After all, on this continent, with this kind of talent, even if the attributes were relatively rare, it could only be considered an ordinary genius, and could not be called a demon. At least in Wang Yi's eyes, it couldn't be considered a demon. As for the name and going to live, Wang Yi frowned and thought, he himself is going to accompany Xiaoyu today, staging a snake charmer, and is in need of a bodyguard. What's more, one used to be in Shushan. It's always been a low profile,
Having Chaoang in the shadows to protect him was enough.
However, times are different now. Since he was going to be in the game,
it made sense to have a few extra bodyguards to protect himself and those around him.
Wang Yi's initial plan was to increase the number of split bodyguards to 3. He had even thought of the names of the 2 remaining bodyguards. This one is called Deng Wei, and the next one is called Chao and Min.
As long as you collect all 3 doppelgangers,
it's equivalent to an extra win stream immunity card. If you have a crush on any lady in the future, Wang Yi retrieved his mind and coughed dryly. Just call him Dian Wei,
and keep him by my side for the time being,
as a personal bodyguard for me. Ding, serial number 7214, Dian Wei, named successfully. Ding, system AI, has successfully planned a life trajectory for the bilocation, Dian Wei. Please host timely view the bilocation mini-biography through the attribute panel. Wang Yi habitually checked the split mini-biography. Divergent mini-biography, Dian Wei, an orphan, spent his childhood in poverty and struggle. His parents died early, leaving him with only a dilapidated hut and endless debts. In order to fill his stomach, he had no choice but to come to Shushan Mountain to cultivate. Unfortunately, due to his age, he missed the best time to cultivate, and although he passed the outer gate examination, the elders were unwilling to accept him as a disciple and failed to pay homage to him. Coupled with the misfortune of his childhood, he was very eager for money, so in order to earn spirit stones, he willingly stayed by Wang Yi's side as a bodyguard. For this story, Wang Yi can only say that it was reasonable, very reasonable. As for the minutiae of it, Wang Yi wasn't worried, saying that there were countless disciples in Mount Shu. No one would care about I, limited future cultivator. After Wang Yi turned off the attribute panel, getting up and carrying a bunch of grapes, he headed down the hill. 2/4 of an hour later, Wang Yi arrived at the 100 Flowers building in Yunji Township at the bottom of the mountain. The old mom was also a bit surprised to see Wang Yi. Mr. Wang, why are you here so early today? I'll go and have someone clean the elegant room. Wang Yi originally came to pick up his fishing rod and barbecue grill, and by the way, he brought a few beauties and went out of town to fish and barbecue together. But on second thought, 100 Flowers House has not held a reunion since it opened. A greenhouse is incomplete without a reunion. Come to think of it, these women of the 100 Flowers House, burdened with a tragic life, worked hard for themselves. How disappointing it should be when you end up not even getting a reunion in return. Thinking of this, Wang Yi shook his head. No need. Today's weather is good. Call everyone, bring my young barbecue grill, fishing rods, accompany my young fishing to enjoy the scenery. The old mom was full of embarrassment. Wang Xiao. This. She also didn't want to brush off Wang Yi's good intentions. After all, Wang Yi had always been polite to her and the girls in the building. I'm just afraid that I'll be blamed by my superiors and won't be able to explain. Wang Yi pulled out 2 medium-grade spirit stones and threw them to her. One is considered the cost of bagging the 100 Flower House. The other is for purchasing the required items. Tell them that those who have family members can also bring them along. Alright, go and make arrangements at once. Buy whatever you need to buy at once, and make sure that everyone has a good time. The middle-grade spirit stones were full of spiritual energy. One was enough to be worth hundreds of lower-grade spirit stones. Half a month's income from 100 Flowers House isn't even that much. The old mom took the spirit stone and laughed. That's done. Wang Xiao, wait for a moment. I'll go down and make arrangements. Wang Yi reminded. Remember, I'm talking about everyone. Even the guards can go. The old mom froze slightly. Don't worry, not a single one will be left behind. It didn't take long for the old mom to arrange everything. A group of people rode in a carriage, vastly following Wang Yi, and arrived at the small rock pool on the outskirts of Yunji town. The sunlight pours through the gaps in the leaves and spills onto the water, making for a sparkling view. In no time at all, a few guards set up a barbecue and began to roast the meat. The fragrant smell of grilled meat began to fill the air, drawing the crowd to salivate. The girls of the 100 Flowers House sat around. Some helped skewer the barbecue while others played and laughed. Wang Yi, on the other hand, was sitting at the edge of a small rock pool, holding a fishing rod, enjoying the massage techniques of a few girls while leisurely enjoying the fun of fishing. He's catching both small and big fish today. Dian Wei stood silently beside him, looking around vigilantly to make sure he was safe. Within moments, Dian Wei detected several unusual auras hovering above the clouds. The person in the lead was extremely strong, at least at the Yuaning realm. By the looks of it, it's coming from a bad place. Chapter 17, Gathering the Dudes. Outside the town of Yunji, by the small rock pool, the tip of the fishing rod in Wang Yi's hand was slightly bent, and the thin line extended below the surface of the water. hanging a light bait. However, after fishing for a small amount of time, the rod went airborne. In contrast, Go Dongshi, the youngest member of the Go family, who was sitting not far away, was constantly catching fish. It made him more or less depressed. After all, Go Dongshi was a famous dude in Yunji town, and he was also a deadly rival in the wind and moon scene. The Go family, as the richest in Yunji town, could be considered a large family. As the only son of the head of the Go family, Go Dongshi had grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth. So only in his early teens, he developed the habit of seeking flowers. When 100 Flowers House first opened, Go Dongshi had not been able to oppose Wang Yi on the basis of having more money. It could be said that as long as Wang Yi appeared at 100 Flowers House, he would definitely follow. Then it's just a mad dash for money to grab the girl Wang Yi chose. If Wang Yi hadn't been looking at the fact that the 100 Flowers House was his own property, Go Dongshi's move would have been a disguised way of giving himself money. Long ago, he had told his doppelganger to properly clean up Go Dongshi. Then again, during that time, Go Dongshi had sent himself quite a few spirit stones. It was a pity that when his father later found out about this matter, he became furious and not only grounded him for 3 months, he was also strictly forbidden to set foot in the 100 Flowers House again. So this matter, too, is at an end. Wang Yi also didn't expect that he could actually run into Go Dongshi here today. The genius is a bit of a ghost. Wang Yi is thinking, only to hear a clattering sound of water. Go Dongshi there, another big white carp hooked. The carp was extremely large, eyeballing about 10 pounds. Go Dongshi deliberately said loudly, "It's okay, not too small. Better than not catching a single fish for half a day." As he said that, he glanced towards Wang Yi. There was smugness in his eyes, as if to say, in the past in the 100 Flowers building to grab the flower girl, you cannot compete with me, now fishing the same cannot fight me. When he finished, he said to the men behind him, "Take it to the cook and have him make it." Unlike Wang Yi, who came out for an outing, not only did he bring his fishing gear, but he also brought the best cook in the family, to taste the fresh fish in the small rock pool. Naturally, after all, the fish in this pool were quite famous in this 100 miles around. Rumor has it that it is because dragon carp inhabit the bottom of the pool. The dragon carp has a dragon bloodline, which not only purifies the water, but also gathers spiritual chi, which is what makes the fish here meaty and delicious. Of course, these are just rumors after all. To date, no one has ever been here and caught a dragon carp. After Go Dongshi satirized Wang Yi, he threw the fishing rod to his men and walked towards the direction where Lu Ruyan was. Smiling, he arched his hand and asked, "Miss Ruyan, it's considered to be our destiny to see you here. This young master has just caught a very fat carp, and would like to invite the girl to taste it with him. I wonder if the girl would be able to enjoy it." Ruyan Lu sniffed and smiled faintly, elegant in demeanor, like a quietly opening lotus flower, untainted by dust. "Mr. Go's graciousness, Ruyan appreciates it," she responded softly, with a few moments of detachment in her tone. "However, Ruyan is feeling slightly unwell today, so I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you to savor the delicacies. Please forgive me." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Go Dongshi's face, but he still refused to give up. It is said that the fish of this small stone pool, nourished by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, is comparable to a panacea, and is most nourishing, and if a mouthful of it goes down, it is bound to eliminate all diseases. This young man has invited me in good faith. Miss Ruyan, why should I excuse myself? When Wang Yi heard this, he only felt very amused. The girls at the 100 Flowers House are hired by yourself at great expense, so why should they go with you? You catch a crappy fish and you want to whore it out for nothing? What in the world is so beautiful? Lu Ruyan was somewhat embarrassed by Go Dongshi's cheeky pestering. Seeing this, old maid Feng Rong hurriedly smiled and stepped forward to solve the problem. "I'm sorry, Go Xiao. The girls of our 100 Flowers House have all been wrapped up by Wang Xiao today. If you like, you can come to our 100 Flowers House. At that time, my old body will definitely arrange for Ruyan to play a song for you properly." These words instantly made Go Dongshi's face a bit untenable, because he had been strictly forbidden by his father to set foot in the 100 Flowers House and spend a penny in the 100 Flowers House. If he does it again, he will have to beg on the streets. But he didn't want to lose to Wang Yi just like that. It was because Wang Yi's handsomeness and broad-mindedness made him very unhappy. After thinking about it, he walked up to Wang Yi and spoke. "Wang Yi, dare you make a bet with this young master?" Wang Yi, "Granted. You did catch a little more fish than I did. But my main reason for coming here was to catch the big fish of Shuxin, not the small ones in the pond. Besides, I fish for fun and to enjoy waiting for the fish to bite." "Not the same as you.
The mundane person who catches a big fish and hates to hang it out of the car and wave it around the world to show it off. How could I fall for such a cheap ruse as yours?
Seeing Wang Yi's indifference, Go Dongxi continued. Whoever catches more fish within an hour will be considered the winner. If you win,
this young man will give you 10 medium-grade spirit stones.
If you lose,
let Miss Ruyan come over to accompany this young man for a meal. How about it?
Of course, if you're afraid of losing, you can graciously admit it. After all, you fished until now, but you haven't even caught a single shrimp. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi was indeed a bit moved. After all, if he won,
he would have a full 10 medium-grade spirit stones.
Besides, the big fish isn't moving yet, and he's had time to, but he finally gave up on the idea, because he was not qualified to make a bet with Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu seemed to have seen Wang Yi's thoughts.
Seeing that Wang Yi was being suppressed by Go Dongxi,
she stepped forward and saluted. Mr. Wang, if you want to bet, my slave is willing to be your bet.
Go Dongxi gritted his teeth in anger when he heard these words. He had been salivating over Ruyan Lu for a long time.
After all, like Lu Ruyan, this kind of colorful and skillful character is to turn Yunji town upside down. Also can't find the second to come. If he could get her, he would surely make all the sons of rich families in the entire Yunjie town envious. Unfortunately, he was now forbidden by his old father to set foot in the 100-flower house. It wasn't really that hard for him to accept. Women, if you can't get it, you can't get it. It's no big deal. The point was, if he couldn't even get a woman himself, what made Wang Yi, this little handyman, get one? Thus, seeing Lu Ruyan's attitude towards Wang Yi, so affable,
her eyes even carried tenderness,
it was really hard for him to accept.
Wang Yi swept his gaze over Go Dongxi's face that wanted to kill,
and didn't care too much. Smiling, he said to Lu Ruyan, Miss Lu, aren't you afraid that this young man will export you? Lu Ruyan solemnly said, since I'm willing to be your son's bet,
I can naturally afford to lose, not to mention that my slave believes that your son will never lose.
Wang Yi, most of the day, didn't even catch a hare. I don't even have confidence in myself. Why do you have so much confidence in me? Seeing this scene,
Go Dongxi's head was on the verge of going up in smoke.
He gritted his teeth and said, Wang Yi, you goon, less TM nonsense, give a quick word, in the end bet or not?
Wang Yi took a grape from the table beside him and brought it into his mouth.
Then, lifting up the fishing rod, he said with a smile as he hung bait on the hook, since Miss Lu has agreed, what reason do I have to refuse?
Go Dongxi sniffed, fearing that Wang Yi would regret it.
Alright, let's get started then. With that,
he returned to his original position,
and from the guard's hand,
took the fishing rod and began to continue fishing.
Wang Yi, on the other hand,
was not slow to throw down the hook.
Within moments, he felt the tip of the rod slam. Chapter 18, A Word of Gold. A glint flashed in Wang Yi's eyes,
and the fishing rod in his hand was raised steadily.
His movements were smooth and precise, without a trace of excess force. The line cut through the water,
bringing up a cascade of water droplets that glinted brightly in the sunlight.
And then, a colorful fish was raised to the surface. When Go Dongxi saw this, his face instantly turned ironic.
The smugness and mockery in his eyes were quickly replaced by disbelief.
He had thought that with his luck and fishing skills, he would definitely be able to rub Wang Yi on the ground. Never in a million years did Wang Yi expect to catch the legendary dragon carp. Lu Ruyan and the others' faces were also filled with surprise, especially
a few girls who were usually closer to Lu Ruyan.
Seeing that Wang Yi had not caught a single fish in half a day, they felt that Wang Yi was bound to lose, and they were still sweating for Lu Ruyan in their hearts. I didn't expect that Wang Yi could actually catch a dragon carp. One of these contraptions is worth 100 or 1,000 common carp. That wasn't what shocked them the most. What shocked them even more was that the dragon carp was a thing of legend. They had only heard of it but had never seen it. They are said to contain the bloodline of the dragon clan, and only those with great fortune can catch them. If Wang Yi could catch a dragon carp, wouldn't that mean he was blessed with great luck? Of course, Fengrong, Lu Ruyan and a few others didn't have as much surprise on their faces because they had seen Wang Yi strike yesterday. While Wang Yi looked at the dragon carp, his heart was a bit depressed. He was eager to taste the dragon carp though. But now, in front of so many people, he just wanted to catch a few common carp. After all, catching a dragon carp in front of so many people would surely spread the word in less than 2 days. People are afraid of being famous. He just wanted to nestle in the miscellaneous peak as a salted fish and enjoy the swinging life to the fullest. If this gets out, how can he swing it? However, with things having come to this, he could only recognize his own bad luck. It's not without its benefits.
Though, Wang Yi removed more than a kilogram of dragon carp from the hook and looked at Go Dongxi.
Mr. Go, it seems that luck is on my side today. Even after witnessing that scene just now, Go Dongxi still refused to admit defeat.
He hated it so much that his teeth were almost clenched.
What are you so proud of? We're comparing the number of fish, not who caught the precious fish. Wang Yi, on the other hand, did not panic and continued to hang bait down the rod. In a short while's work, another palm-sized dragon carp was pulled out of the water by him with a breeze. Then the third, fourth, and fifth.
Go Dongxi's eyes went straight as he watched, and he even wondered if Wang Yi had arranged someone in the water who was constantly hanging fish on the hook for him.
Then look at yourself. It's been a little over half an hour and you haven't caught a single hair of fish.
It was as if the fish had been frantically hooked earlier in a lifetime.
Ruyan Lu and the others, likewise,
looked at Wang Yi with an incredulous expression, as if they were looking at aliens.
In fact, not only them,
Wang Yi himself was also surprised. These dragon carp are like beautiful women.
Seeing a Lamborghini, lining up to rub up against it,
one can only say that something as metaphysical as chi luck is truly wonderful.
Those who want to fish, can't catch a single one,
and those who don't want to fish,
can't stop at all. As he thought about it,
he lifted the rod once more and caught a 2-pound dragon carp.
After half an hour,
Wang Yi looked at a dozen or so dragon carp and felt that it was almost enough to win over Go Dongxi,
then stopped baiting in fish with an empty hook.
But what he didn't expect was that the dragon carp, as if it had lost its mind,
still kept biting at his hook. This scene was a sight to behold,
and the crowd was dumbfounded in disbelief.
After a long time,
they believed the old saying that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years: fishing for dragon carp required the use of chi as bait.
Go Dongxi, who wasn't far away, had an increasingly ugly face.
Every sound of Wang Yi's fishing line cutting through the water was like a declaration of fate, causing the frustration in his heart to grow stronger. Go Dongxi's hand that was gripping the fishing rod trembled slightly, and there was both resignation and helplessness in his eyes. He knew that in this fishing competition, he had completely lost to Wang Yi, not only in terms of skills, but also in terms of the unseen and unfathomable luck. The surrounding murmurs rose and fell, mostly marveling at Wang Yi and wondering about the dragon carp. These voices were like sharp blades, cutting Go Dongxi's pride over and over again. He forced himself to hold back the churning in his heart and tried to maintain a calm surface, but the bitterness and unwillingness surged like a tidal wave that was difficult to contain.
Seeing that an hour was about to pass,
his own fish basket was still empty.
Go Dongxi finally couldn't hold back the anger and unwillingness within him. He stood up violently and looked at Wang Yi angrily. You are cheating. It's impossible for someone to catch so many dragon carp in a row. When Wang Yi heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. He put down his fishing rod and slowly turned around, his gaze calmly locking with Go Dongxi.
Mr.
Go, fishing is all about a quiet mind, skill and luck.
You said that I cheated.
May I ask, how was I able to cheat under the eyes of so many people? Or are you saying that the dragon carp in the pool are all my family's and at my disposal? If you can't afford to lose, you can't afford to lose. Why do you have to talk about it?
These words caused Go Dongxi to be momentarily speechless.
He really couldn't find any evidence of Wang Yi cheating. However,
10 medium-grade spirit stones,
after all,
was not a small amount.
That wasn't even the hardest thing for him to accept.
What was even more unacceptable to him was that he had clearly started the match himself, and it ended in such a crushing defeat.
He couldn't really get his face around it. If this gets out, it'll be laughed off the stage. How could he, in the future, continue to hang out in the dude circle of Cloud Gathering Town?
Wang Yi saw that it was almost time and stretched.
Go Xiao.
The result of the match is already obvious.
Do you recognize it or not? After saying that,
he directly raised his foot and kicked over the bucket of water in which Chen put the dragon carp. As the sound of crashing running water came out, the dragon carp fluttered a few times before disappearing into the water.
Seeing this scene, everyone froze in place.
Even Go Dongxi couldn't figure out why Wang Yi would do that.
After all, dragon carp is a rare worldly delicacy.
What they didn't know was that Wang Yi had long ago asked the system to arrange for the bilocation to check it out. These dragon carp attracted by chi will be associated with their own chi in the process of fishing.
If you really roasted them and ate them,
you would consume your own chi.
On the contrary, if you release them,
you will be able to increase your own chi luck in an invisible way.
Even if he was greedy,
he wouldn't do something like this that would damage his own chi. After Wang Yi had done this, he didn't wait for the crowd to slow down from their shock and disbelief. Then he looked towards Go Dongxi. The corner of his mouth hooked into a bland smile.
Young Go,
if you can't afford to give spirit stones,
it's fine.
I'm not that short of spirit stones anyway.
However, willingness to gamble is the rule since ancient times. Since you lost, the punishment definitely can't be less. With that, he very skillfully took out a blank folding fan from his storage bag. Just write a big obey on this blank fan and sign your big name.
10 mid-grade spirit stones in exchange for one of your characters. Your character. It's worth 1,000 words.
Chapter 19, The Big Fish is Biting.
Wang Yi's words caused Go Dongxi to feel doubly humiliated. Over the years, whether it's a competition for financial power or a flower girl, which wasn't a big win for him.
Wang Yi is only Shushan serviceman peak a small serviceman. Why step on his head to show off? When he thought of this, he really wanted to go straight forward and teach Wang Yi a hard lesson. However, he eventually relented. Anymore, he was the son of the richest man in Yunji town. Even if you are a dude, you have to be a decent dude. Losing to Wang Yi was already humiliating. If he lost and didn't recognize it, and even dogged Wang Yi, he would surely become the laughingstock of the circle. As for writing a white paper fan, that is the rule of the dude circle in Yunji town. There's a special jingle for that. Willing to gamble and not admit defeat. The word serve stays in the pen. If you lose and don't buy it, write a white paper fan. Thinking of Wang Yi holding the ink treasure and showing it off in front of him and the crowd, Go Dongxi then gritted his teeth and swore secretly. Even if he lost all his money, he would never leave his ink treasure on Wang Yi's fan. However, right now, he didn't have that many spirit stones on him. After all, 10 mid-grade spirit stones was not a small amount of money, and he could not really take it out for a while. He snorted coldly and said to Wang Yi, "Put your broken fan away. Isn't it just 10 medium-grade spirit stones? It's not like this young man can't afford it. You wait here for half an hour. This young man will send someone back to fetch it for you." After saying that, he said to the guard beside him, "Go back and get 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Remember, get them from my mother. Don't let my father know." As the words fell, one of the guards beside him hurriedly turned around and left. Wang Yi just smiled at this. If he wanted to say that he was a sinful loser in front of Go Dongxi, he could only be ashamed of himself, although he himself is usually very generous. But those spirit stones, they were all hard-earned by his own bilocation. Instead, it's the parents' hard-earned coffin money. But then again, this fellow, Go Dongxi, brought a lot of fun into his boring life, even though he usually went toe-to-toe with him. But so far, there's never been any backstabbing. It's not a bad way to act. Since Go Dongxi had promised in front of so many people, he would certainly not renege on his debt. Wang Yi wasn't worried about him reneging. Therefore, he didn't say anything more and just sat back in his recliner. Pick a grape and bring it to your mouth. Seeing Wang Yi so breezy, Go Dongxi was furious in his heart. Unconvinced, he directly stepped forward and grabbed a handful of grapes from the table beside Wang Yi and stuffed them into his mouth. Then to the guard behind him, he said, "Go, buy a cart of fresh grapes for this young man." When Wang Yi heard this, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This one is too childish, isn't it? You lost a fishing trip and you're trying to get back at yourself through grapes? The point was, the grapes that one ate were specifically cultivated by one's own doppelganger, using the spirit field. Where else would you get grapes at this time of year? As expected, the guard beside Go Dongxi sniffed and looked embarrassed. "Young master, it's already the early winter season. I'm afraid it's not too easy to buy grapes." Go Dongxi scolded. "Cut the crap and look for it. Even if you turn over Yunji town, you have to buy it for this young man." That guard saw that Go Dongxi was in a rage, so he had no choice but to take his leave and leave. Wang Yi, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Young Go, why jeopardize your men? Grapes are not very easy to find this season. If you want to eat grapes, just tell me and I'll send you a few bunches." Go Dongxi snorted coldly. "No need. This young man just doesn't believe that money still can't buy a cart of fresh grapes in the district." Wang Yi, it's useless whether you believe it or not. If you can't find it, you can't find it. For no one in this world, except me, would be so extravagant as to take spiritual fields to cultivate grapes. You're doing this purely against yourself. Lu Ruyan and the others, hearing the conversation between the two, began to wonder in their hearts as well. They only knew that Wang Yi liked grapes, and every time he came to 100 Flowers' house to listen to music, he would bring a bunch along, but never paid attention, whether the grapes were in season or not. After this reminder, they were very curious in their hearts. Where did Wang Yi's fresh grapes come from? They had also heard that the area around Shattered Leaf City, 10,000 miles away, because of the special weather, the grapes ripen every year, a month or two later than in other places. The grapes that Wang Yi ate, couldn't it be, were specially sent by someone from 10,000 miles away? But when you think about it, it doesn't seem quite right, because Wang Yi not only eats grapes in winter, but also often in spring. Besides, how much money would it cost to have people traveling thousands of miles to supply grapes every day? Even the richest man in Yunji town, Go Dongxi's father, Go Shang. I'm afraid he doesn't have this kind of financial power. The more Ruyan Lu and the others thought about it, they felt like they couldn't understand Wang Yi. One of the young girls came to Lu Ruyan's ear, asked in a low voice, Sister Ruyan, you say that Wang Gongzi won't really be the head of Shushan Mountain. Hush! Lu Ruyan hurriedly interrupted her. Don't rumor what shouldn't be rumored. We are just people selling art. Just focus on serving the customers happily. Other things, don't ask if you can. The young girl pursed her lips and asked with a bad smile. Don't you like Mr. Wang? Just not curious at all? Lu Ruyan's cheeks instantly rolled scarlet. She reached out and shone her hand on the young girl's arm and pinched it fiercely. You damned girl. Your skin is tight again, isn't it? Dare to make fun of me. I'm not making fun of you. If you didn't like Mr. Wang, how could you be willing to be his bet? Look, you're so red in the face. You must be shy because I told you what's going on, the young girl said, afraid of being pinched, and scurried straight up to escape. Lu Ruyan was ashamed and annoyed, fearing that she was talking nonsense, and not caring about her image. She immediately got up and chased after her. Wang Yi's attention was not on them at the moment, because just a moment ago, a message came from the system that the big fish he had caught had begun to bite. He closed his eyes and injected his consciousness into one of his doppelgangers who was in the enemy camp. Meanwhile, the Go family in Yunji town. After Go Shang learned about the small rock pool, he hurried back home just in time to see Madame Shongshan take out the spirit stones and prepare to hand them over to the guards. He walked to Shongshan in big strides, snatched the spirit stone in Shongshan's hand, and advised in a serious tone, Madam, how many times have I told you? A loving mother is more likely to lose her child, and if it continues like this, sooner or later, that little man will be spoiled by you. After saying that, he looked at the guard, his face filled with majesty. You go back and tell that little man that from today on, he doesn't want to take a single shattered spirit from the house again. If you want a spirit stone, let him earn it himself. The guard was filled with a hard look and froze in place, not knowing what to do. If he went back just like that, the young master lost face. There was no guarantee that he wouldn't take it out on him, and then he wouldn't be able to take it out on him. He had no choice but to look at Mrs. Shongshan with a pitiful face. Shongshan softly opened her mouth to persuade, Master, I think we should just forget about it this time. Sheer was also impulsive and fell for someone else's trick. We can't let him suffer just because of 10 medium-grade spirit stones, right? After all, it's the Go family's face that he's losing if he can't get the spirit stones. However, Go Shang's attitude was very resolute. No, this matter is settled. After saying that, he once again looked at the guard. What are you waiting for? Go back and tell him that the face he lost should be retrieved by him. I won't wipe his ass anymore. The guards were clear that the matter had no chance of turning around, so they had to return to the small rock pool empty-handed. Chapter 20, You're surrounded. Not far from the small rock pool, in a valley, the cold wind howled and whistled shrilly through the dead branches and leaves. It was like the echo of blades meeting, making people shudder, and the entire valley was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. The valley was temporarily cleared out of a clearing, and a bed and couch were set up in the clearing. Xia Yilu sat on the couch, his right foot stepping on the edge of the couch, his right hand resting on his right knee as he leisurely peeled an orange. The other party is just a mop-up loser who can be destroyed with the lift of a hand. If it wasn't for the Xia family elder of Mount Shu's special explanation, he wouldn't have bothered to make the trip himself. He had just peeled off a petal of orange and put it in his mouth when he saw a man in his early 40s, hurrying to him. The man's name was Xia Chun, and he was Xia Ilu's most loyal lapdog. Xia Chun gasped, Young master, Wang Yi just made a bet with Godongshi at the little stone pool and caught dozens of dragon carp in a row. Xia Yilu sniffed and looked at the little cutie with an expression as he looked at Xia Chun. Is dragon carp that easy to catch? One must know that in the long history of this continent, those who could catch a dragon carp were rare, and dozens of dragon carp in a row. You think you're cutting leaks? However, he still asked in passing, where did you get this information from? Have you ever seen a dragon carp with your own eyes? Xia Chun shook his head. It was our spies planted at 100 Flowers House who said that when we arrived nearby, Wang Yi had already kicked the bucket over and let the dragon carp go. It's a pity. I've heard that dragon carp has an excellent flavor. Xia Ilu sneered. It's just a trick to deceive people. No need to pay attention to it. Have you arranged all the tasks I gave you? Xia arched his hand and said, "Don't worry, young lord. All the exits are occupied by us. Wang Yi will have no way of escaping death today, even if he inserts his wings. Only." Xia Yilu's gaze flinched. "But what?" Xia explained. "Wang Yi is followed by an early Jindan stage powerhouse. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to cope with our strength." Xia Yilu frowned slightly. This was something he hadn't thought of. For a waste like Wang Yi to be able to invite a Jindan expert to protect him, it really surprised him. However, a mere early-stage Jindan was not a big trouble. He looked at Jiang Gan, who was sitting at the side and was responsible for protecting him, and asked, offering Jiang, "If I remember correctly, you are at the Jindan Great Circle cultivation level, right?" Jiang Gan nodded and said, "Exactly." Xia Yilu arched his hand and said, "This time, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to make a move and help decapitate that early-stage Jindan." Jiang Gan pretended to be difficult. Killing an individual is not a difficult task. Just, in and out of his words, he meant one thing: it would have to be increased. Xia Yilu knew the rules and immediately took out 3 medium-grade spirit stones and threw them to Jiang Gan. "This is the deposit, and as long as you can make a move to kill that Jindan cultivator, I will give you another 7 medium-grade spirit stones. Not only that, I can also make a note in the family's merit book for you. When I ascend to the position of family head, I will definitely let you be promoted to a first-class offering. First-class offerings can be prioritized to enjoy the family resources. Treatment even higher than the elders of the clan. Even higher." Xia Yilu believed that a casual cultivator with no background like Jiang Gan would never be able to refuse this offer. As for whether or not he wants to cash in afterward, that depends on his mood. Jiang Gan accepted the spirit stone and said with a smile, "Then, old me, I'll thank young lord here in advance." Seeing Jiang Gan's promise, Xia Yilu icily said to Xia, "Since it's already set up, let's start moving. Remember, if a single fly flies out of the small rock pool today, you will all carry your heads." The crowd said yes and turned to leave. Beside the small rock pool, Wang Yi, who was on the recliner, withdrew his consciousness from the doppelganger and slowly opened his eyes. He reached down and picked a grape and put it in his mouth. Then, stretching, he looked up at the distant clouds. The eyes pierced through the clouds and seemed to be searching for something. Just then, dozens of masked men, like ghosts, appeared all around, surrounding the small rock pool. The girls of the 100 Flower House had never seen such a scene before, and fear quickly spread across their faces. Although Go Dongxi was the young master of the Go family, it was the first time he had seen such a murderous scene. His heart beat like a drum in the face of this sudden killing aura. Fortunately, the guards beside him reacted quickly and surrounded and protected him at the first opportunity. That was what calmed his hanging heart a little. Standing on top of the tree canopy, the masked Xie condescended to Wang Yi and said, "If you're sensible, take the initiative to come forward and suffer death." The corner of Wang Yi's mouth hooked into a faint smile, and there was not the slightest bit of panic in his eyes. Smiling, he asked rhetorically, "Wearing night clothes and masking your faces in broad daylight, you Xie family members, how much do you dare not see people? It's also right. After all, Sei was sheltered by Shushan, yet he went to be a traitor to the Qinian sect. If I were you guys, I wouldn't have the face to come out and meet people." Wang Yi's words were not only spoken to the Xie family, but also to Go Dongxi and the others. After all, in order to clean up this matter and situate the Xie family's defection to the Qinian sect, someone had to testify on their behalf. As expected, Go Dongxi instantly donned an expression of realization after hearing those words. Got it. He got it all. It turned out to be Wang Yi, the guy with the iron head, who had stabbed out the Xie family for secretly communicating with the Qinian sect, causing the Xie family to come seeking revenge. That said, the Xie family is shameless enough. Obviously under the shelter of Shushan, he became the premier big family in Liangzhou City. As a result, he was also duplicitous and secretly hooked up with the Qinian sect. This kind of shameless behavior deserves to be exterminated. Although Go Dongxi, on a regular basis, did not deal with Wang Yi, in this case, he was still more biased in favor of Wang Yi. And let's not talk about the Go family's position. He was not used to seeing the Xie family's behavior of bullying the few with the many and being the first mouse. However, he wouldn't force his way out of it. After all, it's important to save your life. Now that he knew that the other party was the Xie family, things would be fine. The Go family and the Xie family, too, were considered to have some friendship. He was sure that if he asked, the other side would buy it. Thinking of this, he immediately said in a loud voice, "I, the Go family, am unwilling to get involved in the affairs between you. Please make way and let me and the beauties leave." Saying that, he looked at Ruyan Lu and the others triumphantly, as if to say, Miss Ruyan, don't worry, with this young man here, I will definitely keep you safe and sound. However, as soon as his words fell, the masked man sneered, regrettably, young master go. There are orders from the top that none of the people present here today will be able to leave this place alive. Even if you are the young master of the Go clan, there is no exception. When 100 Flower House and the others heard this, they were all like falling into an ice cave. They were just on a picnic, but they never expected to encounter such a turn of events and even have to take their lives. A few of the timid ones are already in disarray. There were also some people who were complaining about Wang Yi in whispers. After all, if Wang Yi hadn't brought them here, they wouldn't have been reduced to this situation. Go Dongxi, on the other hand, was embarrassed at his words. He had just wanted to be in front of Lu Ruyan, pretending to be a pussy, but as a result, he was hit in the face in the next second, and his face just couldn't hang on. Besides, as the young master of the Go family, he was trampled under the feet of the Xie family. If this gets out, will he ever see anyone again? However, the Xie family was so outnumbered that with him and these people under him, they had no chance of winning. Therefore, one could only hope for Wang Yi. Wang Yi remained calmly reclining on his chair and smiled. Gird your loins, you're already surrounded by me. His tone was subdued, as if he had everything under control. Chapter 21, The Deepest Hidden. Go Dongxi and the crowd from the 100 Flower House were all shocked when they heard this. They couldn't figure out how Wang Yi could still say these words so calmly when he was already in this situation. Only Lu Ruyan and the others, the few who had seen Wang Yi strike, chose to believe him. They looked at Wang Yi with a hint of hope in their eyes. As for the masked men around them, they looked at each other in dismay, clearly surprised by Wang Yi's confidence. After all, as they originally envisioned it, Wang Yi, at this moment, should have been scared to the point of trembling liver and gall, kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. How is it possible to be so calm? To say this? After a short silence, the masked man above the canopy sneered. Ha ha ha, Wang Yi, you're afraid you're crazy, aren't you? Open your doggy eyes and take a good look at who's surrounded who. Wang Yi, on the other hand, remained calm and collected. Cut the crap and save your saliva for begging for mercy. With that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Almost at the same time, a slight sound of leaves rubbing together came from among the trees in the distance. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, a stout man figure, like a ghost, silently appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The black-robed man's tone was incomparably surprised. How is this possible? Before showing up, they had already carefully scouted the neighborhood of the small rock pool, and did not find this person in front of them. One must know that there were a few of them whose strength had already reached the great circle of the foundation establishment stage. To be able to easily hide from them, one could no longer be a Jindan cultivator. They knew very well in their hearts that the crushing of the realm was not something that could be compensated for by a mere numerical advantage. As a result, a strong fear arose in all of their hearts. Wang Yi paid no attention to these people, but instead, unsteadily, he said to his doppelganger bodyguard, Chao Ong, be gentle with your hands, and it's best to leave a few alive. After receiving Wang Yi's command, the doppelganger immediately killed towards the Xie clan's people. Chao Ong was, after all, a mid-Jindan stage doppelganger, and it was still easy to deal with these little caramels of the chi refining and foundation establishment stages. He was in the middle of the crowd's dumbfounded gaze, as if he was in the middle of nowhere. In just a few short breaths, he was able to crush the group of masked men like chopping melons and chopping vegetables in a flash forward. Seeing this, the leader, Xia Chun, immediately took out a transmitting note. Prepare to send a signal to Xia Ilu, who was in the nearby valley. However, before he could signal, his neck was severed by Chao Ang's sword. As Xie Chun's bloody head fell to the ground, the few remaining remnants of the army, knowing that they were powerless to resist, knelt on the ground and opened their mouths to beg for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything, just please spare my life. I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. As long as you let me go, I swear I'll never do it again. Please, give me a chance. I don't want to die. I have an old and young family to take care of. Plea after plea soon left their mouths dry and their voices hoarse. Unfortunately, Wang Yi was not a soft-hearted saintly. He could not show any mercy in the face of these people who wanted to kill him. However, he didn't let Chao Ong kill them on the spot, because keeping these death-crazed people would still be of some use to his next plan. Therefore, only let Chao Ong, these people knocked out, tied into dumplings. Seeing this scene, Go Dongxi's jaw dropped. Soon, the shock in his heart transformed into a deep awe for Wang Yi. A handyman, actually able to make such an expert obey his orders, truly a deep hide. At this moment, he finally realized how deeply he had misunderstood Wang Yi before. Among the crowd of the 100 Flowers building, those who had whispered complaints against Wang Yi were now filled with shock. Their hearts were filled with regret. And their offer Wang Yi came like a tidal wave. They were holding their breath for fear of attracting Wang Yi's attention and finding them in trouble. Feng Rong and Lu Ruyan and the few others, who had seen Wang Yi strike at the 100 Flowers building, had also refreshed their knowledge of Wang Yi at this moment. They originally thought that Wang Yi's bottom line came from the bodyguard beside him. I didn't expect that Wang Yi had actually hidden this hand. After Wang Yi did this, he once again raised his head to look at the clouds in the sky, and seeing that there was still no movement, he simply lay back down on the chair. At this moment, above the clouds, Xia Yu frowned slightly. He really didn't expect that Wang Yi would actually have 2 Jindan bodyguards. What was even more unbelievable to him was that even he, an early-stage Yuaning, hadn't even noticed it in the slightest before Chaoang showed up. It is evident that he is by no means an idle man. But fortunately, through the aura that Chaoang exuded when he struck, he could conclude 100%. This Chaoang only had a mid-Jindan cultivation level. There was no threat to him at all. As Xie Yu was pondering, Su Shu, the eldest disciple beside him, spoke up, "Master, is it necessary for a few of our brothers and sisters to make a move to behead this thief?" Xie Yu shook his head and laughed. "There's no hurry. If this group of losers fails, isn't there still a Jindan Great Circle Jianggan? With his strength, it's more than enough to decimate these people." Su Shu revealed an expression of dawning realization and asked, "What you mean is, let Jianggan do it and then put all the blame on him?" Xia Yu had a gloomy look on his face. "Find a place afterwards and deal with Jianggan as well. Remember, keep your hands and feet clean, don't leave any traces." Su Shu and several of his senior brothers simultaneously arched their hands and said, "Don't worry, Master, we know what to do." Xia Yu sniffed and revealed a satisfied smile. He himself was greatly admired for his thoughtfulness. Su Shu, a stupid pig who thinks he's so smart, only knows one thing but not the other. Little did he know that since he could sacrifice Jianggan, he could naturally sacrifice them, his disciples, at any time. If necessary, just kill Su Shu and the others. There would be no one to know that he had appeared here today. As for the so-called master-disciple bond, in his opinion, it was worthless. When it comes to life and death, not to mention the disciples, even his own son, can also be sacrificed. Besides, if a few disciples die, it's just a matter of collecting them in the next year. Anyway, when they die, someone else will naturally do what they have to do for them. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he quickly curtailed his smile. With a straight face, he said, "Keep a close eye on them, and if necessary, you guys will step in. In short, don't let a single fly leave the small rock pool alive." Su Shu and the others arched their hands and said, "Yes." Meanwhile, in the valley, Xia Yilu saw Xie Chun and the others, who hadn't moved until now, and couldn't help but frown. According to his arrangement, Xie Chun should have already made his move and reported the situation to him through a sound transmission. Even if the Jindan cultivator beside Wang Yi had made a move, it was impossible to not even have a message. The silence at this point is, most likely, an accident. He turned his head in the direction of the small rock pool. In his heart, he thought to himself, could it be that kid Wang Yi has other tricks up his sleeve? Or did Xie Chun and the others run into some other trouble? Xie Yilu turned his head to look at the several beloved disciples beside him and said in a deep voice, "You guys, go to the small rock pool and check out the situation." A few beloved disciples led the order, and their bodies shifted, transforming into a few streams of light, and sped away in the direction of the small rock pool. However, half a quarter of an hour had passed, and the man who had gone was still nowhere to be seen. Xia Yilu's brows were tightly locked, and the uneasiness in his heart was like the shadows spreading in the night, growing thicker and thicker. The silence of the small rock pool was like an invisible net that wrapped his heart tightly. His original plan was to use Xie Chun and the others to test the strength of Wang Yi and the others. The best outcome was for Xie Chun and the others to drag the Jindan Realm Guard as long as possible and bundle Wang Yi here. In this way, he could wait here for the early Jindan cultivator beside Wang Yi, using Wang Yi's life to lure him to death. If, indeed, things worked out as he wished, he himself would have no need to show his face at Little Rock Pond. Even if he accidentally left them alive, he wouldn't leave them behind. However, it now seems that he was overthinking it. He looked at Jiang Gan. A hint of sinister flashed in his eyes. "Confessor Jiang, it seems that I still have to ask you to come with me." After saying that, He got up and walked towards the direction of the small rock pool on his own. Xia Lu wouldn't let Jiang Gan go alone. After all, Jiang Gan was his escort. In case it came to a critical moment, it was still most important to protect his life. Seeing this, Jiang Gan and the others followed him and headed towards the small rock pool together. Chapter 22. Shortly afterward, by the small rock pool, Xia Lu led Jiang Gan and the remaining Xia clan disciples to Wang Yi and the others without slowing down. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes when he saw the corpses of the Xia family members all over the ground. After all, these were some of his most loyal traitors. It's his fans in the family. Today's battle was considered a not-so-small loss for him. Of course, it's not unacceptable. After all, when you come out to do a mission, where is it that you don't die? Not to mention that these losers, who didn't fulfill what he told them to do, deserved to die. In fact, what really made it difficult for him to accept was the group of Xia clan's captives left behind beside Wang Yi. These people, if they fall into the hands of the Shushan law enforcement hall, more or less, it will bring trouble to the Xia family. Xia Lu frowned and carefully walked around the corpse, afraid that the blood flowing on the ground would stain his shoes. He walked to Wang Yi and said coldly, "Be sensible and release the person immediately." Wang Yi saw his thoughts and stretched his back, lazily asking, "What? This group of punk assassins, were they sent by Xia Xiao? I had also planned to hand them over to the law enforcement hall of Mount Shu and let the law enforcement hall elders help pry their mouths open. Since young Xia has already admitted it voluntarily, there's no need for that. How about I help you silence them? How about that?" Xia Lu naturally heard that Wang Yi's words were mocking him. After all, he had asked for these captured wastrels back, and to silence them. However, he did not get angry because of this, because in his opinion, Wang Yi was already a dead man, and was not worth his anger at all. He waved his hand and had his underlings set up his couch behind him, separated by a distance of 2 or 3 feet. He sat opposite Wang Yi, his movements and demeanor as calm as possible. Go Dongxi and the crowd of 100 Flower House, seeing him so calm, as if he was assured of victory, inevitably muttered in their hearts, especially Go Dongxi, who knew Xia Lu, knowing that Jiang Gan, who was beside Xia Lu, was a Jindan Great Circle powerhouse. Therefore, he couldn't help but come over to Wang Yi and asked in a low voice, "What realm are these 2 bodyguards beside you?" Wang Yi calmly replied, "1 early Jindan stage, 1 mid Jindan stage." "What's wrong?" Go Dongxi's heart grew cold. He was full of bitterness and said, "It's over. It's completely over. I've really been killed by you today. Not to mention an early Jindan stage and a mid Jindan stage. Even 10 middle Jindan stages might not be able to defeat a single Jindan Great Circle." Realm-wise suppression was just so desperate. It seemed that the only chance of survival at the moment was for the 2 sets of guards he had sent out to break out and tell his father what had happened here. When my father learns of this, he will surely ask the clan's offerings to come and rescue him. The Go clan's envoy was named Chen Shang, the only envoy of the Go clan, and his cultivation had already reached the early stage of the Yuaning realm. This kind of strength was undoubtedly the topmost existence amongst the scattered cultivators. Even if the Xia and Go families were to engage in a war today, with 1 person and 1 sword, he would be able to fight against the entire Xia family. This was the reason why no one dared to easily offend the Go family in the area of Yanji town. As long as Donor Chen stepped in, he would definitely be able to keep himself alive. However, Go Dongxi also knew in his heart, the 2 groups of people he had sent out had not heard a word by now, and he was afraid that most of them had already died in the hands of the Xia family. Alas, if it weren't for the fact that the surrounding area had been laid down by the Xia clan's isolation formations, it would be impossible to use the sound transmission notes. At this moment, I am afraid that I have already left the small rock pool under the protection of the Chan provider and returned to the Go family to take a comfortable bath. Wang Yi smiled indifferently and said, "The battle is not yet over, and the winner is still unknown. Why is brother Go so pessimistic?" Without waiting for Go Dongxi to speak, Xia Lu, who was sitting in front of Wang Yi, let out a cold laugh. He, Wang Yi, you are indeed a talented person who can still put on a calm demeanor when death is near. You don't think that the 2 of them will be able to bail you out, do you? Wang Yi still had a breezy look on his face. What's the rush? Whether or not you can beat it, you'll have to try before you know. As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere around him suddenly became tense. Nonetheless, Wang Yi's eyes still did not show the slightest bit of fear, instead revealing an unspeakable confidence, as if everything was under control. Xia Lu's sneer worsened as he gently clapped his hands. Fine. I'd like to see. What exactly do you have the courage to say such words? After saying that, he turned to Jiang Gan beside him, and gave him a wink.
Jiang Gan immediately understood and moved his body like a ghost towards Wang Yi and the others. His speed was so fast that one could almost only catch a flash of residual shadow, and it was obvious that the cultivation of Jindan Great Circle was not a waste of time. However, Wang Yi did not show the slightest bit of panic. He gave a light gulp, and the two bodyguards beside him immediately stepped forward to meet Jiang Gan one after the other. The battle instantly erupted as sword light and spiritual energy intertwined together, emitting a roar. Although Jiang Gan's realm was higher than the duo, he did not take too much advantage, but instead appeared to be in a bit of a bind due to the close coordination between Chaoang and Dian Wei. Seeing this, Xia Yilu frowned slightly, clearly surprised by the outcome of this battle. In his opinion, it would be fine for a Jindan Great Circle to take down a middle Jindan stage with a hand. However, this scene in front of him even made him begin to wonder if his own perception was faulty. Crossing 2 or 3 small realms to fight, how heaven-defying a demon would have to be able to do that? What was even more incomprehensible to him was why such a terrifying demon would take orders from Wang Yi, a small handyman. Of course, it's understandable that he would be puzzled. After all, it is an individual who, more or less, would be a little skeptical of life when he sees a scene so contrary to common sense. In fact, it wasn't just Xia Yilu, Go Dongxi in the crowd from the 100 Flower House. At this moment, there was a similarly incredulous look on his face. Only Wang Yi's face was devoid of any ripples, as if he had already expected this outcome. He had even guessed Xia Yilu's cluelessness, and the doubts of Go Dongxi and the others. There is only one reason why this can be done. That is, the battle, completely under his control. Xia Yilu saw that Jiang Gan could not attack for a long time and was more or less flustered. His cold, knife-like eyes quickly swept past Wang Yi and landed on the 10 Xia family disciples behind him. Cursing, "What are you waiting for? All of you, give it to me and slaughter all of these losers." Go Dongxi and the others sniffed and immediately copied their weapons on guard. Since Xia Yilu didn't intend to leave any survivors, the disciples he brought with him naturally wouldn't be too bad in terms of strength. Now Wang Yi's two guards were tangling with Jiang Gan. In a short period of time, it was simply difficult to tell the winner from the loser. If both sides fight at this time, with the strength of their group, they were powerless to resist. Seeing this, Xia Yilu taunted, "Ha ha ha, Wang Yi, your two guards have indeed surprised me greatly, actually being able to tangle with Confessor Jiang for so long. But so what? They're already split up now, and you, a waste of a body forging realm, still have to die as usual." Wang Yi stretched his waist and slowly stood up, doing a warm-up exercise in front of Xia Yilu. "Forging realm? Sorry, not anytime soon." Chapter 23, The light is shining brightly. These words, like thunder from the ground, shocked everyone present. As the warm-up exercise ended, Wang Yi's body quickly erupted, with a terrifying aura. Like a wave, it surged out from within him and swept across the entire arena. And then, Wang Yi's cultivation was like a beast that had broken free from its bonds, soaring at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. The bottleneck of the 9th level of body forging was like papier-mâché in front of him, shattering at the slightest touch. Immediately afterward, the door to the refining of qi was kicked open by him. Wang Yi's kick is not a simple step, but a continuous jump, from the 9th level of body forging, to the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great circle of qi refining. It wasn't until he broke through to the early stage of foundation establishment that he managed to stop. Each of Wang Yi's breakthroughs was accompanied by violent fluctuations in aura. It was as if his body was surrounded by spiritual energy and radiant. He stood in the center like a supreme powerhouse that had walked out of an ancient legend. Let everyone look up and be shocked. How is this possible? Xia Yilu's eyes were wide open, full of incredulity, and his voice trembled so much that it was almost unrecognizable. The Xie clan disciples he brought with him were even more like being struck by lightning. Each one of them had horrified faces, and the weapons in their hands, all of them dropped to the ground involuntarily. A mere early stage of foundation establishment was not something they were afraid of. They had lived for a long time and had seen many foundation establishment cultivators and killed many foundation establishment cultivators. But like Wang Yi, in just a few breaths, he had stepped from the 9th level of body forging into the early stage of foundation establishment. Instead, they were seeing it for the first time in their lives. At this moment, no words could describe the shock and awe in their hearts. In order to cross over the qi refining realm and break through from the body forging realm to the early foundation establishment stage, how many people had given their entire youth? Far from it, as far as the foundation establishment cultivators among them were concerned. Which one of them hadn't spent tens or even decades to get to where they were today? However, Wang Yi had surpassed their decades of hard practice in just a few breaths.
How can they not have their hearts broken? Individuals with a relatively poor heart, only to feel the breath disorder in the body, held half a day, finally could not help but a mouthful of blood spit out. At the same time, Go Dongxi's face was similarly filled with shock. He suddenly realized that he had never really understood Wang Yi. Over the years, he, as the pioneer in the wind and flow formation, had always treated Wang Yi as a defeated man in the wind and moon arena, and even bragged to everyone about how he had crushed Wang Yi's proud record at the 100 Flowers house, using money to crush him. However, at this moment it seems as if all that has become a joke. He really can't figure out that Wang Yi has such strength, such talent, and also has the great fortune of being able to catch a dragon carp. What reason is there to be jealous of a dude like yourself? Is it to play yourself as a clown? Go Dongxi sized up Wang Yi, feeling Wang Yi's body, the slightly lazy temperament, and felt that it was not like such a vulgar person. It seemed that Wang Yi just didn't want to compete with him all these years. Only he, himself, is still gloating over those boring victories. When he thought of this, a sudden wave of unwillingness welled up in his heart. No, he doesn't want to lose. Wang Yi could cultivate and shock the world, and he, Go Dongxi, could do the same. Starting today, he would start practicing to surpass Wang Yi. He even set a plan for himself in his mind: 3 years to catch up, 5 years to surpass. The crowd at the 100 Flowers house was likewise all jaw-dropped, especially Lu Ruyan, old Mother Feng and the others. The shock in their hearts was more than everyone present. It was because they had just seen Wang Yi's breakthrough yesterday at the 100 Flowers building. At that time, Wang Yi, from the 2nd level of body forging, directly crossed the 7th realm and stepped into the 9th level of body forging, crushing Xie Yuanqi. It was only yesterday that he made a breakthrough across several realms, and today he actually managed to make a breakthrough across a large realm. Such a talent, could it not be described by more than just a phrase of demonic genius? At this moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were locked onto Wang Yi, shock and awe overflowing. Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered with complex feelings, both admiration for Wang Yi and strong regret, because she knew deep down that such talent and strength would push Wang Yi into another world, a world she could never touch. Wang Yi, on the other hand, gently closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body, feeling the power that had been withdrawn from the doppelganger, feeling it, the 74 Southern School Manhwa fist styles that the doppelganger had been practicing painstakingly for more than 10 years. As his consciousness deepened, it was as if he was in an invisible world of boxing. Every move and every style of the Manhwa fist was as if it had been given life in his mind. They were no longer simple combinations of movements, but a martial arts axiom that contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth and the changes of yin and yang. Wang Yi could clearly feel the flow of power behind every punch, every kick. It was the ultimate mastery of power. At this moment, it was as if he could hear the wind of the fists whistling, see the shadows of the fists flashing, and feel the power of the fists penetrating the void. As time passed, Wang Yi's breathing intervals, too, became longer and longer. Every time he exhaled, it seemed to induce the surrounding aura to resonate with the power within him. I don't know how much time passed before he slowly opened his eyes, trying to raise his hands and gently waving them. It was as if 1,000 fist shadows emerged at the same time, and then instantly dissipated into nothingness. Xia Yilu and the others, seeing this punch, were inwardly incomparably shocked. Among them, there were 3 disciples whose realms had even reached the Foundation Establishment Great Circle. However, their sense of boxing was not as good as 1/10 of Wang Yi's, and some of them were not even 1/100th. One of them saw the clues and exclaimed, This is the Manhwa fist great success? Manhwa fist in Shushan belongs to the introductory technique, not considered advanced. However, if it could be refined to its great completion, it would definitely be able to be unrivaled in the same realm under Jindan, because this boxing style is not only rigid and domineering, but also flexible and versatile. It could almost be said that it was a feat with no shortcomings. It was only a pity that after reaching the Jindan realm, it was difficult to harness the powerful aura in the body, and the power would be greatly reduced. It's not even as good as the 8-pole avalanche which relies solely on one power. After a short silence, Xia Ilu gradually, in shock, came to his senses. No matter how exquisite Wang Yi's boxing skills were, he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment after all. As for the Xia clan disciples he brought with him, many of them were at the foundation establishment stage, and 3 of them had even reached the foundation establishment Great Circle. No matter how you look at it, the advantage is on his side. He fixed his mind and regained his previous composure, and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, a waste is a waste. Even if you break through to the early stage of foundation establishment, what can you do? Won't you have to die at the hands of my people in the end?
You wouldn't be naive enough to think that by breaking through to the early stage of foundation establishment, you'd be able to deal with 3 foundation establishment great circles at the same time.
Would you? Wang Yi lazily said. Still, you have to fight to know. Xia Yilu let out a cold laugh. Oh, you can really pretend. I'd like to see just what you're capable of. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling the Xia clan disciples around him to make their move. Those Xia clan disciples also slowed down during the conversation between the two of them, and they quickly picked up the weapons that they had dropped earlier and aggressively killed towards Wang Yi. Chapter 24, The Wealth of the Rich and Powerful.
Wang Yi did not have the slightest bit of panic on his face in the face of the swarming Xia clan disciples.
Without slowing down,
he took out a talisman from his storage pouch while flowing his aura and pouring it into it.
Soon, the talisman,
under Wang Yi's urging,
emitted a faint glow.
The faint glow dissipated in the blink of an eye, turning into a strong wind that kept releasing from the talisman.
Beside Wang Yi,
a rotating hurricane was formed that went straight into the sky. This sudden change shook everyone present, including those originally confident Xia clan disciples.
This is the Wind Defense Spirit Shield. Someone recognized the talisman and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The Wind Defense Spirit Shield was a Jindan-level defensive talisman that could withstand even an all-out strike from an early Jindan stage. Plus, refining talismans required the consumption of a large amount of the talisman master's essence, blood and longevity. Inputs and gains, grossly disproportionate.
Therefore the talisman masters on this continent could be described as few and far between.
Talismans were even more precious,
and could even be said to be worth a fortune. If this Jindan-grade talisman was put up for auction in the market, it would be worth at least hundreds of medium-grade spirit stones. Even a big family like the Xia family might not be able to take it out easily.
Wang Yi, however,
was able to pull it out and use it casually,
and did not show any heartache,
as if he did not care at all.
What kind of family is this?
But fortunately, although the Wind Royal Spirit Shield was strong in defense,
it simply couldn't withstand prolonged attacks.
As long as they took turns, they would soon be able to easily break through this defense.
At that time, Wang Yi would surely die. With this in mind, the Xia clan disciple, who was a foundation establishment great perfection,
snorted coldly and mocked.
He, a mere talisman, also presuming to resist our attack, not self-importance.
The rest of the Xia clan disciples were secretly relieved when they heard this.
Wang Yi, however,
just smiled faintly without saying anything, his eyes still full of confidence. With a flick of his hand, the hurricane transformed into an air barrier that firmly shielded him and the space around him,
forming an impenetrable defensive boundary. Seeing this,
the Xia clan disciple was about to step forward to break the shield, only to see Wang Yi take out another Jindan-level talisman from his storage bag, and injected his aura to catalyze it.
In a flash, the entire scene was once again in shock. This time, the light emanating from the talisman was very different from the previous one,
and it contained a much deeper and more violent energy.
Back off! It's a thunderstorm charm.
The Xia clan disciple who had opened his mouth earlier exclaimed in shock, his voice carrying a shock that was hard to hide.
The thunderstorm talisman, also known as the Little Thunder Tribulation, as the best of the Jindan-level talismans,
was powerful enough to shake mountains and rivers,
and even the Jindan Great Perfection would not dare to underestimate it. As Wang Yi urged this talisman,
it was as if the entire space trembled.
A palpitating pressure filled the sky and earth. With the activation of the talisman, the sky instantly darkened, and a violent force of lightning coalesced in the void. Like angry dragons and snakes, they raged through the air with a deafening roar. These thunderbolts are not just as simple as nature's thunderbolts. They contained
the earth and sky energy carefully refined by the talisman master, with the power of the arcane runes. Each one of them was enough to tear through gold and stone,
destroying all obstacles that stood in its way. Wang Yi didn't give them much time to react.
With a flick of his fingers,
the thunderstorm talisman exploded in the air, transforming into countless dazzling thunderbolts that bombarded the surrounding Xia clan disciples like heavenly punishment.
The Xia clan disciples scattered and fled, and even the 3 foundation establishment great circles were also retreating in a violent manner.
However, the speed of the lightning far exceeded their imagination,
and only a few of them barely dodged the attack.
Those chi refining stage disciples whose cultivation was still shallow were all engulfed by the lightning. For a while, there were screams and pleas for mercy. Soon, quite a few Xia clan disciples were struck by lightning and directly lost their fighting ability. Some even died on the spot. Wang Yi, on the other hand, stood still, with the barrier formed by the Wind Royal Spirit Shield surrounding him, and the aftermath of the thunderstorm talisman did not have the slightest effect on him.
He watched it all quietly, without the slightest ripple in his heart. After all, whoever kills a man kills him. From the moment Xia Yiming started counting himself, the beam between himself and the Xia family was completely knotted. Wang Yi wouldn't, leaving himself in trouble. In this world of the weak and the strong, being merciful to your enemy is no different from committing suicide. So he doesn't make a move. Once he strikes, he must cut down the Xia family and leave them without an inch of grass. This was also the reason why he had, today, gone out of his way to come to the small rock pool to fish for the big fish of the Xia family. The thunderstorm talisman was powerful and had a fast attack speed, but its duration was extremely short. It only lasted for a few breaths before it completely dissipated. As the thunderstorm talisman dissipated, the originally dark and gloomy sky returned to clarity, and nothing was left at the scene except for the Xia clan's casualty disciples and the lightning marks on the ground. Seeing this scene, Xia Yilu's entire body tensed up and his heart beat like a drum. Thinking about the dozen or so Xia clan disciples who were alive and kicking just now, in the blink of an eye, there were only 7 left. 2 of them were also seriously injured and lay dying on the ground. All he could feel was darkness in front of him, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, he began to regretting that he shouldn't have come here and made an enemy of Wang Yi. The thought of running away arose in his mind. However, even though he was a Foundation establishment great perfection, it wasn't too easy to escape with his back to Wang Yi without any cover, because Wang Yi's family was too strong. He had no idea what talisman Wang Yi would pull out next. What if he had a Jindan level talisman that accelerated his pursuit? Fortunately, the disciples of the Xia family hadn't died out yet, and the 3 disciples who were at the great circle of Foundation establishment all still had the ability to fight. Therefore, Xia Yilu pretended to be calm and scolded towards the few remaining Xia clan disciples. What are you still waiting for? All of you, don't be intimidated by him. No matter how many talismans he has in his hands, there will always be a time when they run out. He said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he secretly prepared to escape. Just as soon as the 2 sides exchanged blows, he would turn around and flee the scene as fast as he could, heading straight for Liangzhou City. For him now, the only way to be safe was to return to the Xia family in Liangzhou City. As for the deaths of the other Xia family disciples in Jianggan, not only did he not care, but he even felt that it was an honor for them to die in battle for him. Unfortunately, Wang Yi saw through his thoughts at a glance. He smiled blandly. Save it, today this young man will let you see what overwhelming power is. After saying that, he took out several Jindan talismans from his storage pouch and pinched them in his hands in a fan shape like he pinched poker cards in his previous life. A few Xia clan disciples instantly lost their fighting spirit when they saw this. Looking at the talisman in Wang Yi's hand and at that unbeatable figure, only endless fear and despair remained in his heart. Facing such a wealthy opponent, they simply didn't have half a chance of winning. It wasn't until this moment that they realized it. The reason why Wang Yi had just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage in front of them was not to fight them. Rather, to better catalyze these talismans in his hands. Xia Yilu's eyes mapped out the Jindan talismans in Wang Yi's hands, and the talismans that flickered with spiritual light were like invitations from the god of death, causing his heart to sink into a bottomless abyss. And despair, like frost in the night, enveloped him completely. The eyes that had been confident earlier were now filled with fear and unease. His throat was dry and his heart beat like thunder. Each beat, it seemed, reminding him of his impending death. He wanted to run away, to escape from this fix. His feet, however, felt like they were firmly attached to the ground, unable to move. No, that's not possible. Xia Yilu cried out in a low voice, so weak that even she could barely hear herself. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, each one about how to escape this impending disaster. However, every thought was reduced to nothing in front of Wang Yi's bland smile. Wang Yi gently waved his hand, and the talisman slowly drifted towards Xia Yilu and the remaining Xia clan disciples like fluttering fallen leaves. Each talisman that floated down was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Xia Yilu to feel unprecedented powerlessness and despair. The air around them, seemingly sensing the despair, became heavy and dull. Xia Yilu's breathing became rapid, and with each breath, it was as if she was swallowing the bitter water of despair. Before his eyes, Wang Yi's figure became taller and taller, while he himself became smaller and smaller. The talisman was about to explode in power. He screamed frantically in his mind, "Damn legs! Hurry up and move them!" I wonder if the silent cry worked. Xia Yilu's deep-seated desire to survive finally barely overcame his fear. He clenched his teeth and held back the panic in his heart, instantly bursting into his fastest speed ever, running deeper into the jungle. Chapter 25 Yuaning Strikes. Meanwhile,
Above the clouds, Xiaoyu stood in the void, a faint aura glow surrounding him. His gaze pierced through the thick clouds and locked onto the incredible scene below. The shock in his heart surged like a tidal wave, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. Wang Yi's party, instantly crossing several cultivation realms and leaping directly from the body forging stage to the early foundation establishment stage, had already deeply shocked him. At this moment, this act of spreading talismans as meditation paper was even more unbelievable as his jaw dropped. It was really hard for him to imagine just how strong the financial resources had to be able to support such an extravagant consumption of talismans. The value of just a handful of talismans waved casually was enough to be worth thousands of medium-grade spirit stones. It's hard not to be staggered by such largesse. However, when Xiaoyu thought about it carefully, this did not seem to be a bad thing for him, but rather a heavenly good thing. The richer Wang Yi was, the more loot he would reap after slaughtering him. When he thought of this, greed could not help but flash in his eyes. At this time, the battle on the ground had also reached a critical moment. Xiaoyu looked like he was about to dive into the jungle, but just when he thought that he was about to escape with his life, as an earth talisman thrown by Wang Yi landed on the ground, the earth began to shake violently, and then, only a loud rumbling was heard. A huge wall rose up in front of Xiaoyu, blocking his path to death. Xiaoyu couldn't think in time and immediately turned his head and ran towards the left side. However, he hadn't run far before he realized that the earth and rocks under his feet kept flying upwards like water vapor evaporating. He immediately looked up and saw countless earth cones, floating in the air, forming barbs. Those sharp earth thorns were pointing straight at his and the other Xieclan disciples' heads, like a sharp steel knife silently hanging above their necks. Just as they were fuming, Wang Yi took large strides and walked over to the lavish mahogany couch that Xiaoyu had been sitting on earlier, sitting down on his own. And then, he gently raised his hand and snapped his fingers in the air. As a crunching sound of snapping came out, those earth cones fell towards Xiaoyu and the others as intensely as rain. Xiaoyu and the others, after all, only had the cultivation level of foundation establishment. Faced with this kind of killing situation created with a dozen or so Jindan level talismans, there was no way to fight. Xiaoyu sat paralyzed on the ground in despair, his eyes hollow, looking at the ever-approaching rain of earth cones. The surrounding Xieclan disciples were also in a state of confusion. Some of them struggled desperately, trying to find a gap to escape. Some lay on the ground and moaned in pain, and some kept kowtowing to Wang Yi and begging for mercy. On his face, the arrogance and contempt that he had felt when facing Wang Yi earlier had long since disappeared. Just when they were beyond despair, a spiritual power fluctuation that made them feel suffocated came from above their heads. That spiritual energy was like a giant hand that only gently swept over their heads. The earth cones in the sky then dispersed like dust. This sudden and powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy caused almost everyone present to be shocked by it. Dongxi and the crowd of 100 Flower House all looked up at Xiaoyu in the sky in shock. They had only just been awakened by Wang Yi's heavenly means, which had stunned their jaws like a dream. After gradually coming back to their senses, there was both shock and doubt in their gazes. They looked at each other in dismay, all speculating, this person above their heads, who could erupt such a powerful force? Just what kind of god was he? Ruyan Lu secretly sweated for Wang Yi. Even if Wang Yi was strong, I'm afraid that he would be helpless against an opponent who possessed such heavenly means. On the other side, Xiaoyu and the remaining few Xieclan disciples, it had also slowed down from the shock. They stopped in their tracks and raised their heads, looking at Xiaoyu in the air. The horror and despair on his face was instantly replaced by unbelievable joy. It was the shock of being pulled violently back into the light from the abyss. Soon, tears glistened in Xiaoyu's eyes. 1,000 words welled up in his heart, but he choked for a moment and could only tremble and shout, "Second uncle, save me!" The rest of the Xieclan disciples either knelt or stood, their gazes filled with awe and gratitude. Some of them cried for joy, tears mixed with dirt, but could not hide the smile of a new life. Some clenched their fists, so excited that they could not hold themselves, as if they wanted to turn the joy of this aftermath of the disaster into strength, deep into the bone marrow. Xiaoyu's appearance was like a beam of light that pierced through the haze that shrouded their hearts. He stood there with a majestic aura, as if he was able to withstand all the wind and rain in the world. At this moment, in the entire small rock pool, only Wang Yi's expression remained calm. He frowned just slightly at the sight. Originally, he thought that as long as he had enough Jindan-level talismans, he would be able to break through Xiaoyu's block and forcefully kill these Xie family disciples. Now it seems that he was overthinking it. No matter how many Jindan-level talismans were taken out, in front of a Yuaning stage cultivator, none of them could stir up a wave. When he thought of this, a trace of regret flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. Still, it's not a big deal. His move, his original purpose, was just to force Xiaoyu's hand. As long as Xiaoyu made a move, his goal would be achieved. As for the consumption of talismans, he didn't care at all because he had quite a few talisman master altars refining talismans for him. With this in mind, he looked up at Xiaoyu in midair. Xiaoyu stood proudly, surrounded by an intense aura glow, as if he was the master of this heaven and earth. He stood tall and looked down on Wang Yi, like a god on high, looking down on an ant that was lingering under his feet. There was contempt in his eyes. In fact, Xiaoyu hadn't originally planned to personally make a move, but in the end, he still cannot be ruthless. That heart, others do not know. His heart is the most clear. Xiaoyu is not his elder brother Xiaopu biological, but his Xiaoyu's bloodline. More than 20 years ago, he went down the mountain to practice, and lived in the Xia family in Liangzhou City for a few days. To be honest, he was also deeply surprised when he learned the news from his sister-in-law's mouth more than 10 years ago. This was also the reason why he had always supported Xiaoyu over the years, inheriting the next head of the family and taking good care of Xiaoyu. In fact, he had purposely explained to the Xia family this time and asked Xiaoyu to come and execute Wang Yi. He also wanted to create an opportunity for Xiaoyu, by the way, to make a merit for the clan and stabilize Xiaoyu's position in the clan. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu was not competitive and was not a match for Wang Yi at all, coupled with the fact that Wang Yi, the mole cricket, was, time and time again, refreshing his perceptions, causing him to feel the pressure. He didn't want it to drag on too long and have any changes. Since the matter has been completely out of his control, then try some, to a quick and easy. Your performance today is indeed out of my expectation. Xiaoyu's voice echoed in the air with an unquestionable majesty, as if even the air trembled. However, the strongest in the cultivation world are honored, and strength is the hard truth. Your Jindan talisman, its power is indeed good. Unfortunately, it's not worth mentioning in my eyes. Today, I will let you see what a true Yuaning stage powerhouse is. With those words, the aura glow surrounding Xiaoyu's body suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if it was going to swallow the whole world. And then, he gently raised his hand, and a majestic spiritual energy surged out from his palm, transforming into a huge spiritual palm that carried a destructive momentum as it fiercely slapped down in the direction where Wang Yi, Go Dongxi, and the crowd of the 100-Flower House were. Chapter 26 Yuaning is no more. This palm of Xiaoyu's, the movement appeared to be gentle, but it contained the power to destroy the sky and the earth. A blinding glow of aura gathered in the center of his palm, gradually condensing into a gigantic palm of aura, every inch of which exuded a suffocating pressure. The air trembled in front of this force, emitting a sharp popping sound, as if countless tiny explosions were occurring at the same time. Go Dongxi felt his heart, as if it was tightly clutched by a large invisible hand, and every beat was a sharp pain. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat sliding down his forehead as the massive shadow of the spiritual palm was reflected in his eyes. The shadow was like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting hope. The crowd of 100-Flower House was even more powerless and paralyzed, despair spreading in their hearts. Cries, screams, and prayers were woven into a poignant symphony. Their eyes were filled with fear of the impending disaster, some with their hands clasped over their heads, others reaching out feebly toward the sky as if trying to grab the last ounce of life. On the contrary, Xiaoyu was filled with smugness at the sight. He looked at Wang Yi and laughed indulgently. Wang Yi, you punk, you think you're invincible just because you have a few Jindan-level talismans? Fake it. Why don't you fake it again for me? On Xiaoyu's side, the Xia clan disciples chimed in, their laughter unrestrained and unconcealed, as if the scales of victory had already tipped. However, when Wang Yi heard the taunts, his face was not half flustered. Still sitting lazily on the wooden couch, he reached out and plucked a grape that was full and round, as tantalizing as a pale green gem. It came up to the eye and took a good look at it. Under the green rind, the transparent juice is faintly visible and gently swaying, as if a gentle bite will burst out the sweet juice, making people salivate. He was here today for one purpose, and that was to catch only the big fish, Xiaoyu. For this reason, he had long been ready for anything. In fact, Xiaoyu, this old dang, thought he was hiding in the shadows and controlling everything, but in fact, every step he took was within Wang Yi's calculations. Wang Yi exposes himself in the Immaculate Conception Hall to design a frame-up and deliberately provokes Xia Yiming and Xia Bai. In order to do so, it was to implicate him, to implicate the entire Xia family, because, before he had traveled to the Unsullied Hall, he had already designed the ending for Xiaoyu, for their entire Xia family. Since he was able to do so,
He naturally knew Xiaoyu's situation like the back of his hand long ago, including how to crack the seemingly slow, but actually overwhelming, leaving no place to hide from the sky-covering palm. It was no exaggeration to say that Xiaoyu would surely die today.
With this in mind, Wang Yi unhurriedly threw the grapes into his mouth,
and from his storage pouch,
took out a talisman. This talisman, unlike the Jindan level talisman he had used before, faintly exuded a mysterious aura. Go! Wang Yi lightly shouted and threw the talisman upwards.
The talisman slowly unfolded in midair like a phoenix spreading its wings.
The light it emitted grew brighter and brighter, gradually converging into a huge phalanx,
the lines of which shimmered in the air with a golden glow,
complex and mysterious.
In the center of the spell formation, a huge word fire gradually emerged. It was condensed from countless tiny embers. Each stroke was filled with blazing power, as if the entire space was about to be set ablaze.
Soon, the flames skyrocketed into a ball of fire, as if it could burn everything in the world. The air around them, as a result, became twisted and fiery.
Not only Go Dongxi and the crowd of the 100-Flower House,
even Xiaoyu and the others in the distance could, incomparably, feel the heat wave that came over their faces.
Xiaoyu's face suddenly changed when he saw this.
This is Yuaning level fire character. He really didn't expect that Wang Yi would have Yuaning level talismans, because talismans of this level shouldn't exist in this world. With the level of talisman making in this continent today, if one wanted to refine a talisman of this level, they would have to be at least at the God transformation stage. Which God transformation stage bigwig would waste his own essence blood to refine a Yuaning level talisman? Unless the brain of this goddess of transformation bigot was kicked by a donkey. This wasn't the most shocking thing to him. What shocked him even more was that after the fire character erupted with terrifying flames, it straightly attacked towards the weak point of his sky shading palm. Obviously, Wang Yi had long known that the weakness of his palm. Fatefully, the sky covering palm was a wind attribute technique, which happened to be restrained by the fire attribute. If the two forces collided, he was bound to suffer a backlash. Therefore, Xiaoyu quickly adjusted his spiritual energy and attempted to withdraw his attack. Only, unfortunately, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the huge pillar of flame light that erupted from the fire character collided fiercely with his sky shading palm. In a flash, the roar resounded through the sky. Subsequently, the two powerful forces intertwined and collided in the air, producing a heart-pounding explosion. A storm of flames and spiritual energy swept around, tearing the air around them to pieces. A few breaths later, Xiaoyu's sky-covering palm was flooded by the fire character flames, and the spiritual energy in the palm returned to the heavens and earth. Above the void, Xiaoyu's chest was churning with qi and blood due to the backlash. However, in order to save his face, he quickly forced back the blood that had reached his throat. It wasn't until dozens of breaths later that he completely suppressed the churning qi and blood in his chest. With an incomparably sinister gaze, he said in an icy tone, "Good tactics. It seems that old me still underestimated you." Meanwhile, Wang Yi, who was below, was pale and weak. He ignored Xiaoyu inside. With an early foundation establishment cultivation, forcing a Yuaning level talisman, it's really still too much of a stretch. Better watch out next time. You can't be so trusting. Xiaoyu sniffed and couldn't help but let out a scoff. Next time? Ha ha ha. Wang Yi, do you think you'll have a next time? It's a great pleasure to see you in this weakened state now. The disciples of the Xia clan also opened their mouths to mock. The jeers rose and fell, as if Wang Yi had become a plaything in their hands, to be teased by them. After the laughter stopped, Xiaoyu respectfully arched his hand towards Xiaoyu. "Second uncle, can you give this kid's life to my nephew? My nephew wants to, with his own hands, break him into pieces." When he thought of the desperate scene under Wang Yi's talisman attack earlier, Xiaoyu's heart was filled with hatred, so he almost gritted his teeth when he said the second half of the sentence. Xiaoyu saw Wang Yi, who was already powerless to resist, nodded and said, "That's right. Do something dry to avoid a long night's sleep." Xiaoyu revealed a sinister expression. "Nephew understands." After saying that, he took the Xia clan disciples beside him and walked towards Wang Yi. "Damned thing. Today I'm going to make you taste that life is worse than death." Seeing this, Lu Ruyan stepped forward and stopped in front of Wang Yi. "Wang Gongzi, run away." Wang Yi was touched when he saw this behavior of hers. In this world of the weak and the strong, it was rare to find someone who was willing to stand up and stand in their way. "Looks like I'll be adding one more person to my list of dogs and cocks for ascension." When Xiaoyu saw this scene, he then laughed coldly. "Stupid woman, do you think you can stop me like this? Seeing as you have a few good looks, get out of the way immediately and I'll spare your life." As he spoke, his lewd gaze, looked Lu Ruyan up and down. He thought to himself that after killing Wang Yi and the others, he must bring Lu Ruyan back to Lianzhou City, and then kill her when he had had his fun. Wang Yi sighed. You can't live with yourself. After saying that, he took out a Jindan-level talisman from his storage pouch in a lightning-fast manner, flinging his hand and shooting it towards Xia Yilu. The talisman transformed into several golden lights in the air and shot towards Xia Yilu and the others. Xia Yilu and the others had never dreamed that Wang Yi actually had the spiritual power to use a Jindan-level talisman, coupled with the fact that the distance between the two sides was too close, only a few feet, before they could dodge. Their bodies were pierced by the golden light. With a face full of incredulity, he slowly collapsed. When Xiaoyu saw Xia Yilu die under the golden light talisman, his pupils were instantly filled with rage. The muscles on his face twisted with anger, and his entire body exuded a monstrous killing intent. His robes were windless and hunting, and the aura around him surged out wildly like a storm, forming a huge aura vortex. The air around them seemed to ignite with this anger, making crackling and popping sounds. His roar was like a thunderous explosion. Ah! You damned waste of space! Die for me! As he spoke, he waved his hand violently, and an even more violent palm of spiritual energy coalesced into shape than before. And this time, the palm was no longer purely coalesced with spiritual energy, but instead, it took on a hint of dark red blood color. The blood-colored spiritual power palm cut through the sky, carrying a sharp whistling sound as it blasted straight towards Wang Yi. This palm not only contained Xiaoyu's anger, but also his full strength as an early Yuaning powerhouse, vowing to destroy Wang Yi along with this heaven and earth. The disciples beside Xiaoyu followed suit and took out their weapons, ready to move towards Wang Yi. When Go Dongxi and the crowd of 100 Flower House saw this scene, they all closed their eyes and quietly waited for death to come. Wang Yi was still not half flustered as he faintly said to the system, Unity's son, close the poll. At the same time his words fell, the crowd sensed that there was another breathtakingly majestic force crushing down from the direction of Mount Shu. Xiaoyu quickly turned his head to look, only to see a young figure, slowly flying in. At a glance, he recognized the visitor, the chief disciple of Mount Shu, the youngest transformation spirit great perfection on this continent, Ing Zhang. Without half a word of nonsense, with a flash of his body, he transformed into a swordlight, like a meteor cutting through the night sky, carrying a piercing coldness as he killed Xiaoyu. The sharpness of the sword intent was as if it could even cut through time, making it too late to react. Xiaoyu's falling giant palm came to an abrupt halt as the reflection of the swordlight was reflected in his pupils, the anger on his face solidifying into shock. He could clearly feel the terrifying power of destroying everything contained in that swordlight. No! Xiaoyu let out a final hiss, trying to mobilize his entire body's spiritual energy to ward off this fatal blow. However, that sword light was already close at hand. The spiritual energy that he erupted was like a mantis that could not be blocked at all. Put! The sword light slashed across Xiaoyu's throat, bringing up a spray of blood. Xiaoyu's head was decapitated in an instant, and his body froze in midair for a split second before he lost the support of his life force and began to fall downwards. The entire small rock pool fell into a dead silence. Everyone was so shocked by the scene that they couldn't make any sound. Xiaoyu, this early-stage Yuaning powerhouse, unexpectedly fell under one sword and fell there. Wang Yi calmly looked at the sky without a ripple in his eyes, and only faintly said, the good show has come to an end. Elder Xie, have a good trip. As the words fell, Jiang Gan, Chao Ong, and Dian Wei, who were fighting in the distance, also stopped fighting in their hands. At the same time, above the sky, an old man with several disciples from the intersex law enforcement hall rushed over from the direction of Mount Shu. He looked at Xiaoyu's corpse on the ground, sighed, and said, Master Ing nephew, didn't I tell you to go easy on him and leave him alive? Ing Zhang looked at the ground and arched his hand. I'm sorry, Uncle Chen, there is an urgency in the matter. If I didn't kill him just now, all these people underground would have to die. Chen Daoyuan froze slightly and nodded. That's just it. You go back first. Just leave the next matter to me. Ing Zhang arched his hand and thanked him, then turned to leave. Chen Daoyuan pointed at Jiang Gan, Xiaoyu's group of disciples and the Xie family disciples on the ground who were bound into dumplings by Wang Yi, and said to the Shangqing Peak disciples behind him, take these people, all of them, back to the intersex law enforcement hall, and interrogate them severely. This is a really beautiful shot to catch. Looking at the distant backs of these people, Wang Yi couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. From luring Xiaoyu to come, to the appearance of his own doppelganger, Ing Zhang, almost every step of the way, was within his expectations. Now the evidence and the witnesses, it's all there. One was kinda curious to see how the Xie family was going to react next. As Wang Yi was pondering over this, he saw that the guard who had previously been sent by Go Dongxi to fetch the spirit stones from the Go family hurriedly coming from the direction of Yunji town with a face full of sorrow. Chapter 27, Impressed. Behind that guard, there was also an old man with white hair. As soon as the two of them stepped into the small rock pool, they were shocked by the sight before them. Xieyu's corpse and the corpses of the Xie clan disciples scattered all over the ground, as well as the smell of blood in the air that had yet to dissipate. Nothing speaks of the gruesome battle that has just taken place here. The guards looked at Go Dongxi with palpitations. Young master, are you alright? He said so on his lips, but in his heart, he was secretly happy because he happened to witness the killing of the Go family guards earlier and returned to the Go family in time to notify the family head. Therefore, it wasn't until dozens of breaths ago that he took Provider Chen and rushed outside the small rock pool, just in time to see the image of Xieyou being beheaded by Ying Zhang. However, due to that scene being too shocking, they didn't dare to show up and come to Go Dongxi until the Shushan elder left. Go Dongxi, on the other hand, at this moment, had an unspeakable sense of emptiness, as if he was standing at the junction of fantasy and reality. The smell of blood in the air stimulated his nerves, causing him to involuntarily recall the shocking moments from earlier. His hands trembled slightly, his heart filled with a deep appreciation for the fragility of life. Having walked on the brink of death has made him realize how ridiculous and dangerous his once frivolous and ignorant actions now seem. It was only at this moment that he clearly realized that the money, power and status he had once been so proud of, how insignificant it is in the face of true power. He instinctively tried to flee the scene, but his legs were too heavy to take a step as if they were filled with lead. Young master? The guard's voice rang out again with a hint of urgency. Go Dongxi slowly turned his head and looked at the guard. I am fine. Just slow down for a while. Confessor Chen patted his shoulder and sighed. Dongxi, the cultivation world is inherently a place of the weak and the strong, where life and death are often just a thought away. It's your good fortune that you escaped today, and it's also the Go family's good fortune. Hearing Chen Shang's voice, Go Dongxi was able to get a little bit of security. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the waves within him as he arched his hand and said, "Thank you, Elder Chen. I understand." Chen Shang nodded and said nothing more. Go Dongxi was about to turn around and leave, but subconsciously glanced at Wang Yi before turning to the guard and asking, "By the way, have you brought the spirit stones?" The guard was filled with embarrassment as he explained. "Sorry, young master. Subordinate. Forget it." Go Dongxi interrupted him directly and walked over to Wang Yi. "Bring me your white fan." Wang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard this. How could he not have expected that Go Dongxi would actually, so calmly, say these words? But, willing to bet. Since he lost the fishing competition and couldn't get the spirit stones, it made sense to write a white paper fan. The only pity was that Go Dongxi acted so calmly, leaving Wang Yi with no sense of accomplishment at all. Wang Yi secretly sighed and took out the white paper fan from his storage bag. Go Dongxi, on the other hand, had someone bring a pen and ink, and on the snow-white fan surface, he wrote down the word obey in a crooked manner. This was immediately followed by an inscription in small letters and a private seal. After doing so, he blew on the fan until the ink dried before handing it back to Wang Yi. Opening his mouth, he said, "Keep it, and sooner or later, I'll get it back." Wang Yi took the fan, flung it open with a swish, and looked at the dog-crawling font, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Shouldn't have wasted the fan had I known his handwriting was so bad. He held the ugly character against Go Dongxi and fanned himself. "I'll wait for you, but you'll have to be quick, or next summer, I'll be walking the streets with it." If it were before, Go Dongxi would have been furious and jumped to his feet when he heard this. But after witnessing that battle just now, the aura on his body changed drastically, and his temperament calmed down quite a bit. He said with a firm gaze, "Don't worry, there won't be that day." After saying that, he walked straight to Chen Shang and knelt down in front of everyone. "Elder Chen, I want to cultivate. I beg you to accept me as your disciple." Chen Shang's expression froze, obviously being made to feel a bit at a loss. He sighed and said, "Dongxi, you get up first. If you want to cultivate, the old immortal will teach you. There is no need to be like this." "No." Go Dongxi was very firm. "I have to get stronger. I can't rely on my family's shelter anymore. I have to use my own strength to protect myself and everything I hold dear. Therefore, if you do not accept me as your disciple, I will not rise." Chen Shang looked at Go Dongxi, who was kneeling on the ground, and complex emotions welled up in his heart. He knew very well that the young man in front of him was no longer the young master of the Go family who would only capriciously lose his fortune. Rather, it was a cultivator who craved power and growth. Dongxi, have you really decided?
There was a hint of gravity in Chen Shang's voice. Go Dongxi did not hesitate for a moment.
Yes, Elder Chen. No, Master, I have decided. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, I will move forward. His gaze was firm, and every word he uttered felt like an oath. Thrown down on the ground, seeing that he was so sincere, Chen Shang nodded. That's fine. In that case, Master will take you in for now. Go Dongxi was overjoyed, and immediately turned toward Chen Shang, kowtowing 3 times. The guards of the Go family, who were usually used to Go Dongxi's capricious young master's temper, were shaken beyond words when they saw him give up his past so decisively and choose a difficult path of cultivation at this moment. The women of 100 Flower House had originally been quite critical of Go Dongxi due to his frivolity, but now that he saw him, so sincerely requesting Chen Shang to accept him as his disciple, he could not help but feel a few feelings in his heart. Even Lu Ruyan, who usually scoffed at him, was impressed. Wang Yi, on the other hand, gently shook the fan in his hand that had the word serve written on it, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Go Dongxi had performed the ritual of paying respect to his master, he got up and looked at Wang Yi, opening his mouth to challenge him. Young Wang, half a year from now I'll challenge you, and if I win, I'll return the fan in your hand to me. How about it? Frankly speaking, Wang Yi both found Go Dongxi's change in temperament surprising and reasonable. In fact, Go Dongxi's nature wasn't bad and he hadn't done anything evil. It's just that the dude is a little heavier and likes to fight with people. Otherwise, one could not have kept him until now. After witnessing today's great battle, it was as if he had undergone a baptism, instantly maturing a lot. There is less frivolity in his eyes than before, and more of the confidence and sharpness that young people should have. If you can persevere and practice well, you will certainly have some achievements in the future. However, trying to beat yourself in just 6 months totally falls into the category of yes, old bachelor marrying his daughter-in-law overthinking it. He smiled blandly and said, yes, if you're bold enough you can come as you please. This young man is always ready to accompany you. Go Dongxi arched his hand to Wang Yi as a sign of farewell. Afterward, he accompanied Chen Shang and a few guards and left the small rock pool. Chapter 28, Do People Speak? After Go Dongxi left, in the entire little rock pool, only Wang Yi and the crowd from the 100 Flower House were left. After seeing Wang Yi's heavenly means, their eyes were filled with awe as they looked at Wang Yi. They really can't imagine that Wang Yi, the dude who indulges in hooking up every day, is in the middle of the house. There was actually such a huge amount of energy to be able to use one's own strength to stiffen the entire Xieclan and block a blow from a Yuaning cultivator. Some people even began to doubt whether this person in front of them was the original Wang Yi. Can't it be that he was possessed by a demon when he was walking at night a few days ago? Wang Yi on the couch, seeing Go Dongxi leave, simply found a comfortable position and lazily lay down. The doubts that had just arisen in the hearts of the crowd of 100 Flower House were instantly dispelled when they saw this scene. This kind of lazy temperament and demeanor was Wang Yi correctly. After a few moments of silence, old Mother Feng stepped forward and asked, Wang Xiao, you see the next. What should be arranged? Wang Yi lay on his side on the couch, resting on his fists, and looked at the crowd. Sorry guys, I scared you today, but don't worry, it's just a small scene, nothing dangerous. Crowd, hear thyself, do men speak? If not for the arrival of the god of transformation staging Zhang, the small rock pool would have been lost, and there is still a small scene? If this is a small scene, what's a big scene? Of course, there were a few people who caught the key message from Wang Yi's words. In their opinion, Wang Yi's no danger was not like comforting them, but more like stating a fact. If that's true, it can only mean one thing. That was that everything that happened here today was in Wang Yi's calculations, including appearances by the chief disciple of Mount Shu, Ying Zhang, and Elder Chen. When they thought about it, they were all a little afraid to continue thinking about it. At this moment, that strange thought surfaced in Lu Ruyan's mind again. It's hard not to. Is Wang Yi really the illegitimate son of the master of Mount Shu? She shook her head gently, trying to shake the bold idea out of her head. But it was as if the thought had taken root and stayed coiled in her mind. There was no other reason. In Lu Ruyan's perception, only the sect leader of Mount Shu could treat a character like Ying Zhang as his own pawn. Wang Yi saw that all the people were silent, so he coughed dryly and said to Feng Rong, in that battle just now, this young man suffered a not-so-slight serious injury, and now he has some mobility problems, so please bother old mother. Arrange for a few people to send this young man back to the handyman peak. Old Mother Feng said, don't worry, Xiao Wang, I'll make the arrangements. After she finished speaking, she turned to look at the several hundred Flower House fighters.
However, the few fighters who were being stared at by Fengrong were all dodging their eyes. When Wang Yi fought with the Xie family just now, they hadn't complained much about Wang Yi bringing them here under their fear. Fengrong could see their worries and said in relief, "You guys just don't worry. Young Wang is not the kind of person who has a small mind. Besides, if young Wang really had the intention to fight with you guys, wouldn't you be able to survive until now?" A few of the fighters looked at me, and I looked at you, as if they were waiting for someone else to make a statement first. Fengrong continued to persuade, "You guys should think about it carefully. How is this not an opportunity for you to atone for your sins to Wang Xiao?" Under the persuasion of old Mother Feng, there were soon a few fighters, who put down their concerns and came forward. Respectfully, he expressed his willingness to escort Wang Yi back to Mount Shu's Handyman Peak. When Wang Yi saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a gentle smile. He slowly sat up, and despite claiming to be severely injured, between his movements, there was a calmness and strength that could not be ignored. He tapped, gently, one of the beaters on the shoulder. "There's no need to be too nervous. This young man is not an unreasonable person, and you guys are also innocently caught up in today's matter. If you can send this young man back to Mount Shu, this young man will be rewarded." Wang Yi's words were like a spring breeze that instantly warmed the hearts of the fighters. They were immensely touched in their hearts, and they all arched their hands towards Wang Yi to say thank you. "Thank you, Xiao Wang. Please rest assured that Xiao Wang is lying down, and we will definitely send you back to Shushan's Handyman Peak safely." Wang Yi nodded his head and said, "Thank you," before lying back on the wooden couch. Not long after, under the arrangement of old Mother Feng, 8 beaters lifted up the wooden couch, and a group of people left the small rock pool in great numbers, embarking on the road back to the Handyman Peak. Wang Yi on the wooden couch, on the other hand, was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, but in his heart, he was silently calculating the next plan. This battle today would inevitably cause waves in the cultivation world. Actually, that's not even the most troublesome. Even more troublesome was the fact that he had just been at the small rock pool, catching dozens of dragon carp in a row. I don't know if a bunch of little, ungrateful caramels will pop up, unable to control their jealousy, and come looking for trouble. Hades is easy to hide from, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Wang Yi wasn't afraid of their head-on challenge. "I'm afraid they'll be like flies, circling around all day and interrupting my enjoyment of life." Alas, in the end, I can only blame myself for being too good. In the midst of their thoughts, the group passed through the winding path, and the scenery around them gradually transitioned from the serenity of the small rock pool to the loftiness of Mount Shushan. The sunlight filtered through the treetops, shedding dappled light and shadow, adding a bit of peacefulness to the group. As the day wore on, the team came alive. "Started you talking about the family." It wasn't until half an hour later, with the afterglow of the setting sun spilling over the mountains and forests, that the group finally arrived at the Handyman Peak. The disciples of the miscellaneous service peak saw this lively scene. Unable to hold back the curiosity in their hearts, they all gathered around, wanting to find out what was going on. If it were usual, being surrounded like this, Wang Yi would definitely feel uncomfortable in his heart, and would even have his alter ego shoo people away. But this time was different. This time he did it on purpose. In fact, the injuries on his body were not heavy. As long as he ate a few healing elixirs, it wouldn't take more than half a quarter of an hour for him to regain his mobility. The reason for all this fuss is to make a big deal out of it so that public opinion can be manipulated. In this way, they would be able to better borrow the hand of Mount Shu to completely eradicate the Xie family. In fact, it wasn't as if Wang Yi hadn't thought of sending out a transformation god doppelganger to secretly wipe out the entire Xie family. But by doing that, it would be impossible to get rid of the Xie family disciples within Mount Shu. As well, as the saying goes, if you don't cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring. There are some things that you either don't do, or you have to do them cleanly, and you can't leave half the trouble behind. Things were just as he expected, and these miscellaneous disciples who liked to eat melons soon began to ask the people around them about what had happened. Wang Yi soon returned to his small courtyard, escorted by the people of 100 Flower House. After sending away the people from 100 Flower House, he used his alter ego to spread the word about what the Xie family had done with added flavor. This weighty news is like growing wings. In less than a quarter of an hour, the news that the Xie family had betrayed Mount Shu and assassinated Wang Yi on behalf of Qingyan Peak spread throughout the entire Handyman Peak. Chapter 29, Beautiful Doppelganger. The night, deep and quiet, the underground fortress of the small compound, lit up. Wang Yi took a Jindan level healing elixir and sat on his knees, lightly closing his eyes as his mind gradually sank into his body. Soon, the medicinal power melted away in his body. A warm,
Spring-like aura traveled through his limbs and bones,
like the morning sun shining at the beginning of the day.
It gently penetrated into every corner of his body.
The meridians that were previously damaged from the battle gradually regained their elasticity and vitality under this warmth and soothing,
and the pain and exhaustion dissipated. Time, without realizing it, passed quietly. The next morning, when the first ray of dawn light spilled into the small courtyard where Wang Yi lived, Wang Yi, who was healing his wounds in the basement,
exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and slowly opened his eyes.
He stood up, only to feel as light as a swallow. It was as if a new body had been transformed, and all the fatigue and hurt had dissipated. It had to be said that having many doppelgangers was just cool. Pills, talismans, magic treasures, it could be said that there was whatever one wanted. Repairing this injury was a piece of cake.
If he wasn't too lazy to cultivate himself, he could have piled himself up to the transformation god realm purely by relying on resources.
Wang Yi stretched his back and said to the system, Tonzi, sign in. Ding.
Congratulations to the host.
Signing in was successful, rewarding the second grade detachment +1. Is it generated immediately?
Wang Yi did not hesitate and immediately replied.
Generate immediately.
As the voice fell, the fortress was instantly filled with a soft glow.
The light seemed to ripple like water,
carrying an ineffable rhythm as it slowly coalesced in front of him.
Not long after,
this light began to slowly rotate,
and a blurry figure gradually appeared in the center.
As the light gradually coalesced, the blurred figure became clearer and clearer, eventually forming a young girl who was fresh and elegant.
The young girl's posture was graceful, like a lotus flower in the water, carrying a kind of fresh and unassuming beauty. She wore a long, elegant dress,
the hem of which swayed gently with the wind,
making her appear even more ethereal.
Her long hair fell like a waterfall,
soft and lustrous, glistening with a faint watery light,
as if each strand contained the spirituality of water.
The eyes were as clear as water, with a deep blue color,
as if they were able to reflect one's soul.
Wang Yi was admiring the one in front of him, breathtakingly beautiful,
as if it had been delicately carved by the heavenly god's bilocation.
Just then I heard the system's voice in my head again. Ding!
Congratulations to the host.
The generation of the bilocation is complete. Please go to the attribute panel as soon as possible to name the bilocation and choose a force suitable for cultivation. Only then did Wang Yi return to his senses and open the attribute panel. Serial No. 7215. Name, to be inserted. Power, to be determined. Sex, female. Age, 18. Talent, second grade water root. Realm, great perfection of qi refining. Special talent, Hai Nai Chuan, capable of absorbing and integrating all kinds of water attribute energies, and with the increase of cultivation, can even manipulate all water sources within a certain range. Special talent, Luo Shun Blessing, which can utilize the purifying and restorative properties of water to accelerate healing by touching wounds, helping to heal and detoxify oneself or others. Looking at this young girl in front of him, Wang Yi was more or less unable to hold back the excitement in his heart. He rubbed his small hands in hands with a look of excitement in his eyes. Here it comes. Here it comes. The beautiful doppelganger is finally here. There's no way around it. The percentage of female doppelgangers, it's just too low. Especially, with such a high face value in two female doppelgangers with special talents. Signing in thousands of times may not even open one. Which one of them doesn't know how to die? If he dares to touch this alter ego of his, he will surely karma his whole family with his own hands. This sudden beautiful doppelganger almost didn't knock Wang Yi unconscious. He coughed dryly. What should he order to do next? As usual, it's better to start with a name. Wang Yi took a deep breath, calmed down, and began to think of a name. The name of such a beautiful doppelganger should not only sound good, but also be able to reflect her characteristics and temperament. After a moment's thought, he finally decided to name her Jinmi. The name matches her watery qualities, but also implies a classical beauty and mysticism. Junmi, like the god of Luoshui, clear and elegant, unforgettable at first sight. Ding! Serial number 7215. Junmi, named successfully. Wang Yi is very satisfied with this name. He believes that Jinmi will become the important of his own good life. Bah! Important people in the force. Next, it was time to choose a suitable cultivation force for her. Wang Yi thought about it and decided to leave her in Shushan. As for the reason, I think we all understand. After all, some of the content is paid for, so I won't waste your pennies. Ding! System AI has successfully planned out a life trajectory for the bilocation. Jinmi, please host timely view the bilocation mini-biography through the attribute panel. Wang Yi looked to the last line of the attribute panel's split mini-biography to check the backstory. Bilocation mini-biography, Jinmi, who grew up in a watery zephyr since childhood, is gifted with the ability to communicate with the water element and manipulate the flow of water. Her family was shattered by a sudden disaster, leaving her alone. In a chance encounter, the elder of the Baibo sect discovered her talent and decided to take her as a disciple, bringing her into the Baibo sect to cultivate. Due to her outstanding talent, at the age of 12, she became the holy maiden of Baibo sect. Afterwards, due to the destruction of Baibo sect, she went incognito and moved around to the 100 Flowers building in Yunjie town, where she happened to meet the host, Wang Yi. Wang Yi was always at ease with the system's ability to make up stories. Of course, a story is a story after all, and even if it's rigorous and perfect, there will inevitably be holes. Not to mention, the repetitive trope of every doppelganger, having both parents dead, is a bug. However, this is a chaotic world today. There are more bitter people with 2 dead parents than there are kingpins in a wishing fountain. With this kind of routine, no one will even notice. Even if someone noticed, using the diversion to deal with it would be just fine. Therefore, Wang Yi does not care about this. Rather than wasting time on such minutiae, it is better to cherish the time and enjoy the beauty. No, it's a wonderful life. Ahem. Unity, there's nothing more for you to do here. You can stand down. After saying that, Wang Yi began to help the doppelganger to remove the armor. Heart and doppelganger to hand over Yenmi flow feelings. Split is not something that can be compared to the crude ones in the previous life. The tight tension extreme experience is absolutely real. Not only that, he could inject his consciousness into the bilocation at any time. Enjoy double the fun. Those who get it get it. At the same time, in the Qixia Peak confinement room, Jiang Xiaodai, who was punished for facing the wall, felt a palpitation in her chest for no reason. She hadn't been able to quiet her mind to cultivate it all since she learned that her young master had been injured. In fact, the first time she received the news, she had gone to her master and said that she wanted to return to the handyman peak to take care of the young master for a few days. It's just a shame that the master didn't oblige. However, even so, she still risked disobeying her master's order and wanted to sneak back to the handyman peak to see her young master. Because in her opinion, the young master is more important than anything else. Regrettably, her escape was discovered by eldest senior brother Yang Feng. She had originally thought that eldest brother, who had always treated her warmly and gently, would turn a blind eye and let her go. Unexpectedly, eldest senior brother was unforgiving and told the master about it. It caused her to be punished by her master, to face the wall for half a month. Inside the confinement room, Jiang Xiaodai curled up on the cold stone bed, anxiety and worry surging like a tidal wave in her heart. The young master has made many enemies in the sect and is now injured. In case the haters take advantage of the situation, she began to hate herself a little for her inability to be there for her young master when he needed her most. Jiang Xiaodai gently stroked the jade pendant on her chest. It was a gift bestowed upon her by the young master when she first arrived at the handyman peak. Whenever she felt uneasy and in pain, the jade pendant would emit a faint glow, bringing her a touch of comfort. Chapter 30: Destruction of the Xia family. A few days later, Wang Yi ended his laborious cultivation and returned to the courtyard from the underground fortress. He opened the system message. A large part of the overwhelming message are reminding him to pay attention to his body. This dog's system, daddy's pleasure. You really don't know anything about it. Wang Yi ignored it and instead landed his eyes on a message related to the Xie family, with the corroboration of the bilocation Su Shu and Jianggan, as well as Godongshi at the bottom of the mountain, and the 100 Flowers house and the rest of the crowd. The Xia family's charge of secretly communicating with the Qinian sect was considered to be completely solidified. Subsequently, this Liangzhou city's #1 big family, in just 2 days, was completely cleansed. Wang Yi frowned and asked, Tuzi, there are no leaks, right? Ding, the host rest assured. According to the host's intention, the Xia family, except for Xia Bai and Xia Yiming who guard the sword on Sword Mountain, no chickens or dogs were left behind. Even the eggs of the Xia family were shaken evenly by the host's doppelganger. Wang Yi covered his waist and said, what's the point of trashing the eggs? Why don't you just bring them back to me to replenish my body? System. Half a quarter of an hour later, on Sword Mountain, in a simple thatched hut, due to the loss of their cultivation, Xia's uncle and nephew had long been bruised by Sword Mountain's hostility over the past few days and were lying on the bed dying. When the two of them saw Elder Shiman enter, a sense of foreboding surged in their hearts. Xia Bai and Xia Yiming twisted their heads to look at each other, and both could see deep despair and fear in each other's eyes. Xia Bai struggled to get up, but realized he couldn't move at all. One can only weakly open his mouth and ask, West, Elder Shiman, what brings you here? Wang Yi was expressionless, looking at them. The voice was cold and indifferent. The Xia family is finished, so I've specially come over to give you one last ride. That was like a bolt from the blue. Xia Bai's face instantly turned pale and bloodless. His lips trembled, and his voice was tinged with despair. What are you saying? This is impossible. How could the Xia family? Xia Yiming, on the other hand, was completely in shock. He really couldn't believe that the Xia family, which was deeply rooted and powerful in Liangzhou City, surprisingly, they were exterminated in just a few days. Soon, the incredulity in his eyes was replaced by fear and panic. No, this isn't real. You're lying to us. Xia Yiming roared hoarsely, his emotions becoming agitated, but his voice seemed breathless due to his injuries and weakness. Wang Yi did not reply. Just casually, from the void, he drew out a black long sword. Seeing this sword, the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of Xia Bai and Xia Yiming was completely extinguished. This was because what Wang Yi was holding in his hand was the Xia clan's greatest treasure, the Yuaning grade black iron sword. This sword, it was left behind by the Xia family's oldest ancestor. Xia's family, but one of them is alive. Neither could let the sword fall into someone else's hands. Thinking of this, Xia Bai's heart was filled with unspoken remorse. If he hadn't, at first, listened to Xia Yiming's slanderous words and designed to frame Wang Yi and Zhuge Liang, the Xia family wouldn't be in such a state. Xia Bai suppressed his mourning and asked, Elder Shiman, can you tell me if it was Wang Yi who did this? Wang Yi smiled bashfully and asked, does it matter? Xia Bai laughed miserably, Elder Shiman, even if we die, we have to let us die with an understanding, right? Wang Yi laughed and shook his head. It's better for you guys to die in peace. Xia Yiming shivered when he heard the word death. He immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Elder Shiman, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please, spare me. I'll do anything you want me to do if you'll spare my life. When it came down to it, Treadleaf didn't care about the injuries on his body and kept slapping himself. Soon, the wounds on his body, torn by the intense demeanor, blood kept bubbling out. For his part, Xia Bai closed his eyes as tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. He couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Wang Yi was just a handyman. Where did he get such enormous power? Even Elder Shiman, a figure of Shushan's popularity whose strength was comparable to that of the Upper Nine Peaks Peak Master, had to listen to Wang Yi's dispatch. It was ridiculous that he had previously thought that Wang Yi was nothing more than a small handyman that they could hold at will. It turned out that he was not even an ant in front of Wang Yi. When he thought of this, there was only endless remorse in his heart. Wang Yi was too lazy to care about them anymore. He raised his sword and swung it, and two powerful sword chi instantly cut the throats of the two. Before the two could even let out a scream, they died under the Xia clan's most treasured black iron sword, completely out of breath. Looking at the bodies of the two men, inside Wang Yi's heart, there were no waves. After all, in his eyes, Xia Bai and Xia Yiming were nothing more than two ants. If it wasn't for Xia Yiming, who had threatened him with Xiao Dai's life, he purposely left two people behind to witness the destruction of the Xia family. How could they have lived to see this day? Wang Yi put away the black iron sword and explained the system. Unity Son, arrange for a detachment as soon as possible and deal with it. It's a broken neck, but it's always good to be careful. Stab them more when you dispose of the bodies, to avoid fraud. Left and right chest, both stabbed. After all, some people's hearts grow on the right side. Also, chop everything in the house that can move in half before they borrow a body. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. A moment later, inside the small courtyard, Wang Yi withdrew his consciousness. Reaching down, he picked a grape and put it in his mouth. Asking the system, he said, Unity, counting the time. The elders and disciples of the Thundercloud sect should almost arrive at Mount Shushan. Right? Ding! The Thundercloud sect's flying boat is expected to pass by Thundercloud Village early tomorrow morning and stumble upon the host's spy location. Sikongjian, so please keep an eye out for news. Wang Yi nodded. Save me a ticket to the ancient tomb. Also, pay careful attention to the movements of the Northern Wasteland demon race. I'm going to be a jerk, so don't let me behead the Demon King with my sword when the time comes. Just after stepping into the Northern Wasteland. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. After Wang Yi confirmed that there was no problem, he stood up and stretched. The weather is nice. Very suitable for going to 100 Flower House to relieve your fatigue. Saying that, he carried a bunch of grapes and leisurely walked towards the door. Chapter 31, I'm not in the habit of holding back my anger.
Wang Yi had only stepped out of the courtyard when he was stopped by an outer disciple,
blocking his way. The name of the visitor was Li Hang,
known for his brutality in the outer sect. Relying on the fact that he had a backer in the inner sect, he went around oppressing his brothers and sisters. Li Hang clasped his hands on his chest, a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing an unsavory light.
Isn't this senior brother Wang Yi?
I've heard that you've been very flirtatious lately,
and you even dare to think about senior brother Yang's woman. What a dog's guts.
When Wang Yi heard this, he just felt a bit puzzled.
However, he didn't take it too seriously and raised his eyebrows slightly. Sorry, senior brother Li, I don't know what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, you'd better get out of my way.
When Li Hang saw Wang Yi's cold attitude, not only did he not restrain himself,
but he became even more arrogant. He laughed coldly. Oh, you like to play dumb, don't you? Okay, I'll tell you now.
Jiang Xiaodai Jiang's senior sister
is the woman that brother Yang is looking at? If you're sensible, give me a little farther away from him, or I'll skin you. Wang Yi hadn't wanted to get entangled with goods like Li Hang, but after hearing Jiang Xiaodia's name, he couldn't help but frown.
Jiang Xiaodia's departure from the handyman peak had originally made him a bit reluctant. Upon hearing Li Hang speak so rudely, the displeasure in Wang Yi's heart instantly reached its peak.
He asked in an icy tone,
the senior brother Yang you speak of, is he the personal disciple of the Qixia Peak Master?
Yang Feng? Li Hang scolded angrily. Just by you, you're worthy of calling senior brother Yang by his name? Waste thing, be sensible.
Immediately kneel and kowtow in the direction of Qixia Peak and apologize to senior brother Yang, or else I'll waste you on the spot.
Wang Yi asked with a calm face. Didn't your master Yang Feng teach you how to be a good dog? Li Hang sniffed furiously. You're looking for death.
Before the words fell, Li Hang waved his hand violently, and a powerful spiritual power fluctuation erupted from his body,
shaking the air around him. He did it when he said he would,
without the slightest hesitation. Wang Yi did not panic in the slightest when he saw this. He had broken through to the early stage of foundation establishment the other day. Li Hang was nothing but a waste of a chi refining great circle. He was simply not enough to look at in front of him. He took a deep breath, and as the spiritual energy in his body revolved, a more powerful aura surged out from him, clashing fiercely with Li Hang's spiritual energy fluctuations.
Boom! With a loud bang, the air between the two seemed to have been detonated, sending up a ripple. Li Hang's figure jolted and retreated several steps in a row, each step leaving deep footprints on the ground.
His face was extremely ugly,
obviously not expecting Wang Yi to be so powerful.
Wang Yi, on the other hand, just stood in place, his body not moving a single bit, as if the collision just now did not have any effect on him.
This can't be.
Li Hang looked at Wang Yi in shock, his eyes full of unbelief.
How could you possibly have such strong spiritual power? Wang Yi didn't reply as he withdrew the spiritual energy emanating from his dantian and said disdainfully, it's just a dog.
It doesn't deserve to dirty this young man's hands. As the words fell, he gently raised his hand and snapped his fingers. As a crisp voice rang out, a man with a sturdy figure flew out of the yard in the air and stood beside Wang Yi.
Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the man,
Li Hang was horrified. He said with a trembling voice,
this is a Jindan realm powerhouse?
Wang Yi still didn't answer his barking, but calmly said to Dian Wei beside him,
kill him.
A cold glint flashed in Dian Wei's eyes as he sniffed. With a movement of his body, he appeared in front of Li Hang like a ghost. His movements were so fast that no one could react in time. Li Hang only felt a blur before his eyes. Then he felt a strong threat of death enveloping his entire body.
He wanted to retreat,
but his body seemed to be fixed in place,
unable to move. In the next moment, Dian Wei's big hand had already pinched his neck,
lifting his entire body off the ground.
This is Xu Shan. You dare.
Li Hang spat out a few words with difficulty, but his voice was already hoarse from lack of oxygen.
Wang Yi looked at him coldly,
his voice without a trace of emotion.
That punk Yang Feng didn't teach you how to be a dog. This young man will teach you today. Remember this well,
and don't commit another offense at my hands in your next life.
As soon as the words fell, the force in Dian Wei's hands suddenly increased. Only heard a click sound. Li Hang's neck bone should sound broken. His eyes instantly lost their vigor. The whole person hung down limply. No more sound. Wang Yi turned around,
no longer looking at Li Hang's corpse, and said to the system in his head,
Tonzi,
arrange for a few law enforcement hall doppelgangers to help me wash the floor and clean up this matter.
Don't get into trouble over a dead dog. Ding!
The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request.
Please check the system message in time. Also, Help me find out what exactly happened in Qixia Peak in the past few days? Ding! According to the information analyzed by the system, the host's maid, Jiang Xiaodai, learned of the host's injury a few days ago, and out of concern, wanted to go down the mountain to take care of the host, but failed to obtain permission from her master, Nangong Ruowei. However, she was still thinking of the host, and thus fell for Yang Feng's plan, and wanted to sneak down the mountain to visit the host under the encouragement of one of her senior sisters. Yang Feng promised to keep it a secret on the surface, but ended up turning around and telling Nangong Ruowei about the incident, resulting in Jiang Xiaodai being punished with half a month's confinement. When Wang Yi heard this, a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Yang Feng to be so despicable, not only calculating Jiang Xiaodai, but also using her concern for himself to design a trap. This behavior had touched Wang Yi's bottom line. Wang Yi's voice revealed a cold and murderous intent. Tuzi, put the matter of the split Jinmi on hold and have her teleport back to the underground fortress and wait. Also, keep an eye on Yang Feng for me, and report back to me on all his movements. Also, let all the bilocations be prepared for the worst. I have no habit of holding back. If today Nangong Ruowei can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll flatten Qixia Peak and flush her out. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. Wang Yi didn't say any more, and directly turned around, walking in the direction of Qixia Peak. Meanwhile, within the confinement room of Qixia Peak, Jiang Xiaodai was sitting quietly on the cold stone bed with a trace of perseverance and unyieldingness on her face. Although she was confined by her master, her heart was always attached to Wang Yi. Her jade hand gently rubbed the jade pendant on her chest, murmuring softly, "Young master, you must be safe and sound." The jade pendant shimmered faintly in the faint light, as if in answer to her prayers. Just then, the door to the confinement room was gently pushed open, and Yang Feng's figure appeared in the doorway. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaodai immediately stood up and couldn't wait to go up and ask, "Senior brother Yang, young master, is he alright? Elder sister, you'd better die. Wang Yi he has been." These days, Yang Feng purposely paused, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes as if he was enjoying Jiang Xiaodia's anxiety. Jiang Xiaodia's face instantly turned pale. She clutched Yang Feng's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Young master what happened to him? Senior brother Yang, tell me." "He has been indulging in sound and fury for the past few days, and seems so at home that he seems to have long forgotten you. I advise you to forget about him as soon as possible and concentrate on your cultivation. It's good that young master is fine." Jiang Xiaodia's heart, which was hanging in the air, instantly relaxed when she heard this news. When Yang Feng saw this scene, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He didn't move on the surface and put on a caring demeanor, softly comforting, "Senior sister Jiang, don't worry too much. This is, after all, the boundaries of Mount Shu. Even if Wang Yi were to be more debauched, no one would dare to commit an act of violence within the mountain gates." He said this with his mouth, but in his heart he cursed. "This ungrateful, I've been so good to you, and you still can't get enough of that punk Wang Yi. And Wang Yi, you punk, wait for me." Chapter 32. According to the rules of Mount Shu, the miscellaneous disciples were forbidden to enter the outer gate at will. However, this was not a problem at all for Wang Yi. With the help of the doppelganger, he was in no man's land. In less than half an hour, Wang Yi arrived in front of the cloud viewing hall of Qixia Peak. He stood outside the cloud viewing hall, his gaze coldly sweeping over the surroundings. He knew very well that this trip would not be peaceful, but for Jiang Xiaodai, he would do whatever it took. Inside the hall, Nangong Ruowei was sitting in the main seat, resting her eyes with her eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to everything in the outside world. Wang Yi walked into the hall with large strides, his heavy footsteps echoing within the hall. Seeing this, the elders and disciples in the hall began to whisper. They were surprised by Wang Yi's appearance. After all, it was unprecedented for a journeyman disciple to break into the inner sect's important area. Nangong Ruowei sniffed and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was like electricity, as if she could penetrate Wang Yi's body and see into his soul. "Wang Yi, you trespassed into my Guanyun hall without permission. Do you know what crime this is?" Wang Yi was not humble and looked straight into Nangong Ruowei's eyes. "Nangong Peak Master, I remember that I should have told you that whoever dares to let little butterfly suffer the slightest bit of aggravation, I'll exterminate him with my own hands. Now that little butterfly has been framed by someone's design and locked up in confinement, shouldn't you give me a statement?" Several elders frowned as they heard this, and they were dissatisfied with Wang Yi's audacity. At the same time,
It was also very curious as to what Wang Yi had to rely on. Nangong Ruowei was likewise frowning slightly. Jiang Xiaodai disobeyed her teacher's orders and went down the mountain privately before she was confined.
How has she ever been wronged? Wang Yi laughed coldly and mocked.
To directly punish before the matter has been investigated clearly.
Nangong Peak Master, you really know right from wrong, Wang Yi said, and then told the public about Yang Feng's design to frame Jiang Xiaodai. The elders and disciples kept exchanging shocked looks when they heard the news. They didn't expect this kid, Yang Feng, who seemed harmless, to be so sinister and lewd in the dark. However, there are some who feel that this is pure nonsense. Nangong Ruowei was surprised at the moment, but even she didn't know. How did Wang Yi, who was at the peak of the handyman, know about it? Even the nitty-gritty is clear. It was as if there was a pair of eyes that were helping him keep an eye on the entire Qixia peak at all times. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Is this true?" Wang Yi saw that she really didn't know, and his tone eased a lot. "True or false? Call the person in question and ask them not to know." Nangong Ruowei was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing something. "If this is true, what are you going to do about it?" Wang Yi's gaze was firm. His voice was calm but permeated with an unquestionable determination. "Such a sinister villain. What's the point of keeping him? If Peak Master Nangong cares about the love of master and disciple and cannot bear to lay his hands on him, I am willing to do it on his behalf." Nangong Ruowei pondered for a moment. She knew that Wang Yi was not the kind of person who was aimless. If what he says is true, the matter does need a statement. Besides, Wang Yi was right. Yang Feng, this rebellious disciple, was just not mindful of his cultivation. In order to pursue Xiaodai, he actually played such dirty tricks behind the scene. What's the use of keeping such a sinister villain? As for Wang Yi's punch, not only did she not feel angry, but there was more than a little appreciation in her eyes. In today's world, even the group of corpses at the top of Shushan's inner sect were mostly as timid as rats and shrunken heads like turtles. Wang Yi, a small handyman with low strength, dared to face her directly for the sake of a maid. Not only is there love and justice, but also guts. It is indeed rare to find such an ambitious talent. Nangong Ruowei slowly stood up, her stance elegant and imposing. "Just as well, this seat will summon Yang Feng, Tang Zhu and Jiang Xiaodai, and if things are really as you say, the two of them will be at your disposal." Meanwhile, inside the small courtyard where Yang Feng lived, Yang Feng, who had just suffered a defeat at Jiang Xiaodia's place, was launching a fierce attack on Tang Zhu's position. He kept shouting ***** under his breath to vent his anger. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Senior brother Yang, the master has asked you and senior sister Tang Zhu to make a trip to the hall of cloud viewing." Yang Feng's movements stalled, and the anger in his heart was doused for a few moments by the sudden summons. He stopped the movement in his hands. His brows locked as he pondered in his heart, what was the master's summons for? "Got it. Go ahead and go home," Yang Feng responded in a deep voice. But in his heart, he began to calculate. He turned his head to Tang Zhu and said, "Later, no matter what happens, you have to harmonize with me. Understand?" Although Tang Zhu's cultivation level was not high, he knew that the sudden summoning of his master was not trivial. Therefore, he solemnly nodded. "Don't worry, senior brother. No matter what, I will stand by your side." And then, the duo straightened their clothes and tried to look as calm and collected as possible. It was only then that he walked out of the courtyard and headed in the direction of the cloud viewing hall. When they arrived at the Guanyun Hall, they found Jiang Xiaodai already kneeling in the hall, her face pale but her eyes firm. Wang Yi, on the other hand, stood on the side with a calm demeanor, as if everything was under control. Nangong Ruowei sat in the main seat, her face expressionless. "Master." Yang Feng bowed with a respectful attitude, but inside, he was in waves. Nangong Ruowei glanced at him lightly. "Yang Feng, Wang Yi said that you and Tang Zhu teamed up to design and frame Jiang Xiaodai. Is this true?" Yang Feng was shocked at what he heard, not expecting such a secretive thing to be detected by Wang Yi. Moreover, the way the master's father looked, he seemed to have believed a few things. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calm and unruffled. "Master, disciple has always treated senior sister Jiang with courtesy, and in no way had any ill intentions. This matter must have been maliciously vilified by someone. I still request that master teacher be clear about this." Nangong Ruowei's gaze swept back and forth between Yang Feng and Wang Yi. As the head of a peak, she had her own ability to see into people's hearts, and quickly determined the truth of the matter. So, turning to Tang Zhu, he asked, "What do you say?" Her voice, though calm, carried an undeniable pressure. Tang Zhu felt an invisible pressure come over him.
Her heart tightened, but she quickly stabilized her mind, knowing that she couldn't reveal her cracks at this time. Senior brother Yang and I are innocent, and in no way did we frame senior sister Jiang. Senior brother Wang Yi might have misunderstood. It was a pity that her disguise did not escape Nangong Ruowei's eyes. Nangong Ruowei didn't say a word, and her eyes grew colder and colder. Jiang Xiaodai, on the other hand, was at a loss the entire time. She had no idea, at all, what was going on. What's more, he couldn't figure out why the young master would run to Qixia Peak and fight with senior brother Yan. Wang Yi sneered. Innocent? Not really? With that, he took out a sound retaining note from his storage pouch and slowly injected aura into the talisman. Soon enough, the sound retention note carried the conversation between the two. Senior brother Yang, you are really too bad. Always thinking of Jiang Xiaodai that little, are almost forgetting me, right? Don't worry. I just can't forget anyone but you. As for that little, it's just for fun, which is not as much as you make me pin. You have to keep your word. Don't forget my goodness. If I hadn't helped you, how could she have been confined by her master? I'm all about creating opportunities for you. Hearing this conversation, the cloud viewing hall was in an uproar, and the disciples and elders could not believe their ears. Yang Feng and Tang Zhu, on the other hand, were pale, and the shock in their eyes was beyond words, because that's what they said just a quarter of an hour ago. They really couldn't figure out how, exactly, Wang Yi had left this conversation. Jiang Xiaodai only felt anger and disgust when she heard this. She had originally thought that the young master and senior brother Yang and senior sister Tang weren't having some kind of misunderstanding. After all, senior brother Yang had been very kind to her in the past few days. Unexpectedly, he had almost fallen into the trap of the two of them. It was still the young master who was powerful enough to know what was happening on his side from as far away as Handyman Peak. It was as if she was protected at all times. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaodai couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth. Nangong Ruowei, on the other hand, had a sulky face and asked in an icy tone, the evidence is overwhelming. You too, what else do you have to say? Chapter 33, Can't Let It Go. Yang Feng and Tang Zhu looked at each other, their faces as pale as paper. They know the jig is up and any defense pales in the face of hard evidence. A wave of despair surged in Yang Feng's heart. He knew that his days in Shushan had come to an end. Master, disciple knows his mistake. Yang Feng's voice was tinged with trembling as he fell to his knees. It was me who coveted senior sister Zhang's beauty, and with a single thought, I nearly made a big mistake. I'm willing to accept any punishment. I only beg Master to spare my life. Tang Zhu followed suit and knelt down. Master, I was also hoodwinked by senior brother Yang. I beg for Master's enlightenment. Nangong Ruowei looked at them coldly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. As the head of a peak, what she valued most was the unity and rules of the disciples under her door. Yang Feng and Tang Zhu's behavior had undoubtedly trampled on her bottom line. Yang Feng, Tang Zhu, your behavior has violated the sect rules of Mount Shu. Nangong Ruowei's voice revealed a sense of determination. From now on, the two of you will have your cultivation abolished, be expelled from Mount Shu, and never be employed. With these words, the air within the entire cloud viewing hall seemed to freeze. Jiang Xiaodai had mixed feelings in her heart. Although she hated Yang Feng and Tang Zhu for their insidiousness, she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated seeing them end up like this. Both Yang Feng and Tang Zhu thought that they would definitely die today. After hearing these words, he was like a great amnesty, immediately kowtowing his head as if he were pounding garlic, thanking Nangong Ruowei gratefully. Wang Yi, however, had no intention of just letting the two go. He had already had the system checked, and neither Yang Feng nor Tang Zhu had much of a background. No need to go through the trouble of dealing with the Xie family. Just kill them. It wasn't that Wang Yi hadn't thought of stepping in and slaughtering them after the two of them were expelled from the division by having their cultivation abolished, but that would not have the effect of making an example of them. He came to Qixia Peak today because he wanted to let the people of Qixia Peak know that Jiang Xiaodai was not something they could mess with. Therefore, Wang Yi opened his mouth and interrupted them. You guys thanked me early. Nangong Ruowei sniffed, her eyebrows slightly frowning. According to Shushan's disciplinary rules, such a punishment was already considered heavy. After all, not only had the duo not caused substantial harm to Jiang Xiaodai, they had also not moved to kill her. We can't kill the two just because of this little thing, can we? The elders and disciples in the hall couldn't help but frown as well. Some of them couldn't even help themselves and wanted to stand out and chide Wang Yi. However, seeing that Nangong Ruowei was all indifferent, he had no choice but to hold it back. When Yang Feng saw that Wang Yi was not relenting, he directly stood up and cursed. Wang Yi,
You punk, don't give me an inch. A dog jumps over the wall. If you dare to cut off my way of life, I'll fight to the death and drag you along to meet the king of hell. Jiang Xiaodia's heart sank when she heard this. Opening his mouth, he advised Wang Yi, young master, or else you should still count. Wang Yi reached out and patted her head, soothingly saying, how can you forget about it? Don't worry, young master, I have my own plans. After saying that, he looked at Yang Feng. Laughing coldly, he said, sparring with me, Wang Yi, do you have that capital? Wang Yi's words were filled with killing intent. His gaze was as cold as a knife, piercing straight into the hearts of Yang Feng and Tang Zhu. Yang Feng was first stunned at his words, and after he reacted, he couldn't help but let out an unbridled laugh. He could never have imagined that Wang Yi, this idiot, a mere early stage of foundation establishment, would dare to speak out in front of him, not to mention the fact that the master was here and there was no room for him to make a move. Even if he was given the chance to do it, what could he do to himself with his little cultivation? A cold light flashed in Nangong Ruowei's eyes. He was about to open his mouth, but he saw that Wang Yi had already jumped ahead of him. Peak Master Nangong, today's matter concerns the honor and safety of my consort Jiang Xiaodai. If I don't kill him, I will never rest, Wang Yi said, slowly taking out an ancient talisman from his storage bag. Everyone present, including Nangong Ruowei, all of them could feel the talisman, emitting a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. This was not an ordinary talisman, but a Yuaning-level talisman that contained powerful spiritual power. Wang Yi, what are you doing? Yang Feng and Tang Zhu felt an unprecedented crisis, and there was a tremor in their voices. Wang Yi did not reply. He just gently injected his spiritual energy into the talisman. Instantly, the talisman flashed with a dazzling light, and a powerful aura erupted from the talisman, like that of a Yuaning stage powerhouse. This is a Yuaning-level talisman. Nangong Ruowei couldn't help but be moved as well. She didn't expect Wang Yi to be able to take out something like this. Yang Feng and Tang Zhu's faces instantly became incomparably pale. Although they had reached Jindan cultivation, they didn't even have a chance to escape in front of the power of the Yuaning stage. The talisman in Wang Yi's hand glowed brightly. He said in a cold voice, if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. As the words fell, Wang Yi quickly threw the Yuaning talisman violently into the air. The talisman was in the air and erupted into an intense pillar of light, directly enveloping Yang Feng and Tang Zhu. The two of them didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were blown away by this force. It hit heavily on the wall of the Hall of Cloud Viewing. Then, helplessly, he slid to the ground, dying. The entire Guanyun Hall was silent as everyone was shocked by Wang Yi's hand. Many elders and disciples were even secretly rejoicing. It was fortunate that they hadn't come out strong just now, or else it would most likely be them who were injured at this moment. After all, the power that erupted from Wang Yi's talisman just now could be said to be quite terrifying. Even the Yuaning elders present felt a strong threat. Wang Yi ignored these people and held back the feeling of weakness brought on by the use of Yuaning-level talismans as he took a step towards Yang Feng and Tang Zhu. Each of his footsteps was like a heavy hammer, hitting the duo hard in the heart. It made them feel, like never before, fear and despair. Yang Feng and Tang Zhu were lying on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their eyes filled with fear of death. Wang Yi, you can't kill us, Yang Feng shouted hoarsely with despair and unwillingness in his voice. By the way, I'm still a disciple of Mount Shu now. If you do this, you are brutally killing your fellow disciples, and you are breaking the rules of the sect. Tang Zhu, on the other hand, cried and kept begging, please, let us go. We won't dare to do it again. However, there was not a trace of pity in Wang Yi's eyes. He knew in his heart that to be merciful to his enemies was to be cruel to himself. Wang Yi sneered, everyone should pay the price for their stupid behavior, and you guys are no exception. Seeing that it was useless to beg for mercy from Wang Yi, Yang Feng immediately changed his strategy. Looking towards Nangong Ruowei, Master, I'm your disciple no matter what, please. Unfortunately, before Yang Feng could finish his words, Wang Yi smashed the duo's brains with a slap. The duo died instantly, too dead to die. The atmosphere within the entire cloud viewing hall was frozen to the extreme. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Wang Yi's body, as if they were looking at a merciless killing god. Nangong Ruowei's expression was grave. She didn't expect Wang Yi to dare to kill someone in front of her. This young man, more than she had imagined, had the guts to act decisively. It does count, and it's a makeable one, but the matter is so big. Even if she had the intention to spare Wang Yi was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape the law enforcement hall. The elders in the hall also looked at each other. While they were shocked,
they also secretly sighed at the fear of the latter. As for the disciples, they were holding their breath. It was the first time many of them had seen such a direct display of power. Some of the disciples who originally held a contemptuous attitude towards Wang Yi. All that was left in his heart at the moment was awe. They kept warning themselves, in their minds, secretly, never offend Wang Yi and never provoke Jiang Xiaodai. Wang Yi saw that the desired effect had been achieved. It was only then that he unhurriedly turned towards Nangong Ruowei, arched his hand and said, "Disciple, just listen to the conversation in the sound retaining note, and in a moment of anger, that's why I accidentally killed a person. I still ask Nangong Peak Master to chastise him." Chapter 34, Growing Up. Nangong Ruowei almost didn't laugh at this comment. A moment of anger? Murder by accident? How dare you say that? However, she didn't take it to heart. Yang Feng and Tang Zhu behaved badly, and even dared to deceive and count on her, so they deserved to die. In addition, Jiang Xiaodia's talent was also good, and she would definitely be able to achieve something in the future. It would be a loss to her if her mind was damaged because she was counted on by the two. It was because of this that she did not make a move to stop Wang Yi. Otherwise, with just a Yuaning level talisman, how could it be possible to kill two people in front of her? So she waved her hand. It's just that. It's only human. Wang Yi was well aware of this. Before he made his move, he was even prepared to fight with Nangong Ruowei. Since Nangong Ruowei acquiesced to his behavior, there was no need to clash with her herself. Wang Yi arched his hand and said, "Thank you, Peak Master Nangong. Without anything else, disciple will leave first." Nangong Ruowei nodded and did not say anything more. Wang Yi immediately turned around and walked towards the outside of the hall. Jiang Xiaodai looked at Wang Yi's departing back, an indescribable reluctance in her heart. She looked at Nangong Ruowei and wanted to speak but didn't know how to. Nangong Ruowei sighed and said, "Go, give you 1 hour time. After 1 hour, go to the confinement room, by yourself." Jiang Xiaodai thanked him and chased after Wang Yi. Only after the two left did Nangong Ruowei speak. "Today's matter, it ends here. Yang Feng and Tang Zhu's heart is not right. They were ordered to be killed by this seat. Understand?" The elders and disciples in the hall were all stunned at the words. They didn't quite understand why the Peak Master was siding with Wang Yi when he had clearly caused him to lose face. However, since Nangong Ruowei had given the word, they didn't dare disobey the order. Only respectfully, arching his hand toward Nangong Ruowei, he replied in unison, "Yes." Outside the hall, Wang Yi was walking when he suddenly felt a warmth behind him, as if he was being held by someone. He looked down at the small, slightly trembling hand wrapped around his waist. The heart couldn't help but think, "I didn't pay attention. This little ninny, she's grown so big. It's not much better than Ruyan Lu at the bottom of the mountain." Returning to his senses, he coughed dryly and pulled away from her, turning to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Smiling, she comforted, "No need to worry. I told you earlier, with the young master around, no one dares to bully you." Wang Yi's words were like a warm current that warmed Jiang Xiaodia's heart. Her tears slowly stopped and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. "I believe in young master. Young master is the strongest and will definitely be able to protect me. But I also hope that I can become stronger and stop being a burden to the young master." Wang Yi was slightly stunned, then revealed an approving smile. "Well, it's good that you have such an idea. But power doesn't come overnight. It needs time and experience to accumulate. There is no need to be too anxious." Jiang Xiaodai nodded, her heart filled with determination. The two men walked side by side toward the bottom of the hill, warmed by the sunlight that poured down on them. The surrounding disciples couldn't help but whisper when they saw this scene. "Isn't that Peak Master's new disciple, senior sister Jiang Xiaodai Jiang? So pretty. Who is the man beside him? Why haven't I seen him before?" "I haven't seen it either. It's definitely not a disciple of our Qixia Peak. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? See the clothes he's wearing? That's the Dao robe of an odd job disciple. Seeing how handsome he looks, I still think that he and senior sister Jiang are a match between a man and a woman. But I didn't expect that the good cabbages would let the pigs arch over them." The crowd of onlookers got more and more outrageous. Many male cultivators had already taken Wang Yi as a thorn in their side. When Wang Yi heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What a bunch of bores with broken mouths. What's wrong with saying that you have to pass on such unreliable gossip? Jiang Xiaodai, on the other hand, blushed a little when she heard this. On the one hand, she was shy, but on the other hand, she was infuriated by the words of these people, who described the young master as a pig. Sensing Jiang Xiaodia's embarrassment and anger, Wang Yi gently pressed her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm.
Overreacting in this situation only gives people more to talk about.
Not to mention the fact that such things are inherently unintelligible.
Just ignore it. There's no need to get yourself caught up in a circle of self-evidence. However, it was always a good idea to teach them a lesson if they dared to chew on their own tongue. Wang Yi secretly said to the system, Tuzi, arrange for an elder detachment to come over and send all these guys who don't concentrate on cultivation and like to chew the cud to face the wall for half a year. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. Just as the system's voice fell, a stern rebuke was heard from behind him. You and the others are talking nonsense here. What a scandal. With that, the figure of an elder appeared in the crowd's line of sight. His face was solemn and his gaze was like electricity as he swept over the whispering disciples. The disciples were shocked by the elder's aura and silenced themselves, lowering their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. They were alarmed in their hearts, knowing that their inappropriate remarks had angered the elders. The elder walked up to Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaodai and said in a deep voice, Wang Yi, Zhang Xiaodai, you guys have done a good job. There is no need to care about the gossip of the onlookers. Mount Shu is a place of cultivation. Strength and heart are the most important. Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaodai arched their hands and said, Many thanks for the elder's teachings. That elder turned around and rebuked those disciples who were watching. You and others do not think about progress, but you are here to discuss the rights and wrongs of others. It is really out of character for my Shushan disciples. From today onwards, each person will go to the face cliff for half a year to reflect on their behavior. When the disciples heard this, their faces turned ashen, and their hearts screamed in agony. They didn't realize that their quick tongue would incur such severe punishment. Wang Yi nodded secretly in his heart, satisfied with the system's arrangement. Such a lesson was enough for these disciples to remember, and it was also considered to maintain the order and rules of Mount Shu. Zhang Xiaodai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With this lesson, her future days in Shushan would definitely be much cleaner. Most importantly, the disciple who had just described the young master as a pig was also punished to face the wall for half a year. It was quite a relief for her to have it turn out this way. After this little episode ended, the two continued to walk down the mountain path. Warm sunlight filtered through the treetops and poured onto their bodies, creating dappled light and shadows. Time passes slowly in these flashes of light. Even though Zhang Xiaodai had done her best to slow down her speed, she couldn't stop the relentless gear of time. Soon, the two of them arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Despite all the reluctance in her heart, Zhang Xiaodai could only bid farewell to her young master. Wang Yi smiled and consoled. If two loves last for a long time, is it not in the morning and evening? There is no need to be too sentimental. Besides, they're all in the same clan, so if they want to meet, they can do so anytime. After saying that, he turned straight around and walked towards the direction of the Handyman Peak. Zhang Xiaodai watched from afar until Wang Yi's back completely disappeared from her field of vision, and only then did she return to the confinement room on the mountain with a fondness. After Wang Yi made sure that Zhang Xiaodai couldn't see him, his breath finally came out in relief. He leaned on the trunk of the tree, only to feel the qi and blood surging in his chest, only slightly relieved when a mouthful of crimson blood was spat out. The backlash of a Yuaning-level talisman really wasn't something to sneeze at. Luckily, he had just endured it. If Xiaodai saw it, there was no guarantee that she would do something. After Wang Yi took a little breather, he hurriedly found a secluded place. Only after confirming that no one was there with his doppelganger did he take out a pill from his storage bag and take it. Then sit down cross-legged and close your eyes. It wasn't until the next morning that he barely repaired the injuries on his body and slowly opened his eyes. Before he could catch his breath, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! The Thundercloud Sex flying boat has arrived at Thundering Village. The system is creating them to meet up with the doppelganger Sikongjun. Is it taking over personally? Ding! The system has just received the latest news. The second-grade Sek Xingping Sword Sex headmaster Sima Long is approaching his lifespan, and his personal disciple Sima Shao privately contacted the headmaster, wanting to abolish the position of chief disciple of the host's bilocation in Qingping Sword Sect, Sun Quan, and seize the headmaster's position. Do we organize the bilocation to counterattack? Chapter 35, Water as a Hibiscus. Sikongjin is just a small thing. It doesn't matter. Just let the system take care of itself. The position of the head of the Qingping Sword Sect was something that Wang Yi cared about. After all, when you come out, you have to be powerful and have a background. So far, after 20 years, amongst the more than 7,000 bilocations of his own, only one bilocation, Sun Quan, was closest to the position of the sect leader. And a second-rate clan head. The main body can be a handyman. But the doppelganger must be a human being. One must know that Wang Yi's initial blueprint was to collect the positions of the headmasters like a set of diagrams, and to firmly clutch the positions of the major headmasters in the hands of his own doppelganger. If that moment really came, he would really be saying nothing in this continent. It's just a pity that the world is about to have a great catastrophe in 100 years. I'm afraid this lofty ideal will have to be realized after ascending to the immortal realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yi asked the system, Sima Long, this old dang, how long will it be before he breathes his last? Ding! According to the information the system has, Sima Long has roughly 3 months of life left. Then lay it out and I'll deal with it myself if necessary. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. Wang Yi got up and said, alright, let the doppelganger Jinmi start teleporting down the mountain. After saying that, he walked straight towards the mountain. Half an hour later, he appeared at the entrance of the 100 Flowers building. His doppelganger, Junmi, was dressed in a poor outfit, talking to Feng Rong, the old maidservant of the 100 Flowers house. The conversations, too, are programmed in advance by the system. It's just that they want to make a living in the 100 Flowers house. The old mom saw Jinmi's beauty and was very impressed, but after learning that, she had no talent at all, the interest on her face diminished. The 100 Flowers house is not a place for skinflint business, selling only the art and not the body. This is the rule set by the big boss behind the 100 Flowers house. It's not easy to make a name for yourself with good looks alone and no talent. Of course, there are girls who would like to stay in the building, and she had no reason to refuse, just trying to press the price. Girl, I'm afraid that if you don't have talent. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Yi stepped forward and said, it doesn't matter if you don't have any talent. This young man happens to be short of a maid by his side, so you'll follow this young man from now on. When old Mother Feng heard this, she was not in a good position to grab someone from Wang Yi. He could only smile and say, girl, why don't you thank young Wang? You have to know that this Wang Xiao in front of you is a renowned good man. Following him will guarantee that you will be able to eat and drink spicy food for the rest of your life, and have no worries about your clothes. Only then did Jinmi salute Wang Yi. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Feng Rong smiled and asked Wang Yi, young Wang, it's been a few days since you've been here. Is it the same old story today? Letting Miss Ruyan play a song for you? Just as well. And let your maid wash up in our building first. Look at how dirty she is. It wouldn't look too good if we brought her back to Shushan Mountain like this, would it? Wang Yi nodded. Good. He accompanied Jinmi in this play today because he wanted to make this alter ego reasonably appear in the Handyman Peak. This bilocation, after all, was different from those earlier bilocations. A woman of outstanding beauty will be noticed wherever she goes. If somehow, it appears in the Handyman Peak, inevitably, there would be some good people who would secretly find out where she came from, causing unnecessary trouble. Better yet, go along with the play in advance and muddle through. Besides, it's not like the play was a hassle, but it's just a matter of saying something, and it's easy to fix. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Yi was in his exclusive elegant room, eating grapes and listening to a small song. The sound of the zither in the elegant room was melodious. Lu Ruyan's fingertips jumped on the strings. Each note was like a clear spring in the mountains, crisp and pleasing to the ears. Right at this moment, Feng Rong brought a young girl with her and walked in through the door. This young girl had an unassuming temperament, just like a budding lotus flower, fresh and untainted. Her eyes were as clear as water, and her skin was fair and snowy with a healthy flush. It's as if it's nature's most exquisite carving. Although it is not the first time, seeing such a young self still makes Wang Yi feel a little suffocated. Looks like tonight, it's going to be another sleepless night. Not only him, but even Lu Ruyan. When he saw such a look, he also couldn't help but stop his hand movements, watching in a daze. I wondered what was going through my mind. Old Mother Feng, on the other hand, secretly regretted it. If I had known, I should have said less just now and left her decisively. This kind of dusty appearance, even just standing in the 100 Flowers building, was a talent. Wang Yi gently patted his shoulder and said to Jinmi, dressing up is really nice. Come over and help this young man pound his shoulder. Jinmi gently saluted. Yes, young master. After she said that, she walked behind Wang Yi by herself and started to pound his shoulders. The only pity is that the doppelganger has not learned the skill of shoulder pounding. It's not even close to little butterfly. However, she has her benefits, such as being able to serve. Ahem. Those who get it. Wang Yi was not a vegetarian monk after all. Occasionally, needs beyond eating and sleeping have to be addressed. It's just that over the years,
With so much experience, there have been very few women who have caught his eye. Ruyan Lu was considered one. She had good looks and a good figure. This was also the reason why he often listened to Ruyan Lu play the zither. It was a pity that she had little talent for cultivation. Unsurprisingly, I'm afraid it's difficult to accompany myself to the end. Unless he could get his hands on a marrow-cleansing elixir to help her cleanse her bones. But unfortunately, that kind of thing had long since gone extinct. As for Jiang Xiaodai, she was still just 15 years old, too young for her age, couldn't really get off on my own. Of course, it's not just that. Another point was that she or Ruyan Lu, after all, unlike the doppelganger, was a living, breathing human being. They can't be used as tools. For them, it must be done with love and respect. Even if it's that, it's got to be what you want. Especially Dai. If she didn't mean anything to herself, he didn't mind taking her as a sister himself. Wang Yi retrieved his mind, enjoying Jinmi's gentle pounding as he began to calculate his next plan. Since the Thundercloud sex people had already arrived, it must be almost time to leave for the northern wasteland in a few days. Counting. This was the first time since he came to this world that he had left the boundaries of Shushan to go on an adventure. It wasn't too close though with the split opening, but it was better to be careful. He immediately asked the system to help him prepare some more pills and talismans, lest you don't have enough when you enter the Tomb Mystery Realm. In addition, the realm must also be brought up, at least to the Jindan Great Circle. This was because only those above the Jindan realm could fly in the air. If you run into trouble, you can run as fast as you can to avoid consuming too much of the doppelganger. After all, every bilocation was extremely precious. One could only get one a day, and by retrieving one, there was one less person to cultivate for them. However, even though his own cultivation talent was extremely high, but to raise from the early foundation establishment stage to the Jindan stage in just a few days, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to achieve without relying on the recycling split. Just thinking about it made him feel a little heartbroken. Earlier, he had already lost 2 bilocations in order to deal with the Sieclan. Recycling the split again could be the third. Between Wang Yi's thoughts, a maid from 100 Flowers house hurriedly walked into the elegant room. She looked panicked and said, "Mother Feng, it's no good. There are people causing trouble outside." Naming young Wang. Chapter 36, Make an Offer. Feng Rong sniffed and her face sank. What kind of person is so bold as to come to the 100 Flower house to cause trouble? Wang Yi stood up unhurriedly and straightened his shirt. Since someone has come to my door, I'll go and meet him. With that, he carried a bunch of grapes and headed for the door. The doppelganger, Junmi, followed closely behind and walked out of the elegant room. The sound of Lu Ruyan's zither also came to an abrupt end. She stood up and looked worriedly at Wang Yi's back, not knowing what she was thinking. Inside the hall of the 100 Flowers building, a young man in fancy clothes was yelling. The several attendants following behind him were also imposing. "Wang Yi, you shrinking turtle, get out here!" the young man shouted. Wang Yi stepped into the hall and swept his gaze indifferently over the young man. "I am Wang Yi, what is it that you are looking for me for?" When the young man saw Wang Yi, a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. "You are Wang Yi? I've heard that you've taken in a maid who's as beautiful as the heavens, so I'm going to see just how beautiful she is today." Wang Yi frowned. He didn't like people coveting his bilocation. No, to be precise, it should be that he didn't like it. Other men coveting his female doppelganger. You know, after injecting consciousness into the split, the memories and perceptions of the doppelganger would follow in Wang Yi's mind. That image, one look at it and you'll explode. Wang Yi retrieved his mind and suspiciously surveyed the dude who came before him. However, after looking at it for half a day, I didn't recognize who the other person was. Having swung for the fences himself for so many years, he had dealt with every dude in Cloud Gathering Town. This person in front of him was mostly not from Yunjia Town. However, one has just taken in a maid of honor, and he came to the door. It is evident that he is quite well off and has bought a lot of eyeballs. Just don't know, did he do it on purpose? To pick on himself? Thinking of this, Wang Yi looked at Feng Rong beside him and asked, "Mother Feng, do you know who this one is?" Feng Rong dryly laughed. "He is Guo Xiaobao, the male son of Guo Tianxiu, the lord of Qingzhou City." Wang Yi nodded and asked, "Young city lord of Qingzhou, what are you doing in Yunji town after traveling all the way here?" "I'm sorry, he was coming for Ruyan. He didn't realize. Did Miss Ruyan offend him?" Feng Rong lowered her voice. "How can we afford to offend such a big shot? As soon as he came he wanted to find Ruyan, and said he wanted to sleep with all the flower queens in the world. Like a madman. He has been relying on Yunji town for several days. If it wasn't for the offerings guarding the building, I'm afraid he would have already come in and forcefully robbed it." As the two spoke, they saw Jinmi slowly walk out from behind Wang Yi. Her appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Her beauty and temperament moved everyone present. Guo Xiaobao's eyes went straight as he watched. This maid, I'll take it. Wang Yi, name a price. If he wasn't too lazy to do anything, Wang Yi really wanted to slap him. What a class. Just daring to come and rob your own bilocation. Wang Yi's gaze was stern. She is not goods. She is not for sale. Also, let me advise you to stay away from Miss Ruyan, or you will die an ugly death. Guo Xiaobao, however, refused to give up. Humph. Wang Yi, don't be ungrateful. I'm the son of Qingzhou City Lord Guo Tianxiu. If you don't hand him over, I'll make you suffer. Wang Yi sneered. In my eyes, you are nothing. Guo Xiaobao was furious. You, how dare you? How dare you speak to me like this? Today I will let you know what happens when you offend me. With that, he waved his hand. The attendants behind him immediately rushed forward, ready to take action against Wang Yi. Wang Yi's eyes did not have the slightest ripple. Obviously, he didn't give these people a second thought. The doppelganger beside him, Junmi, quietly stood in front of him. It was as if an invisible barrier separated Wang Yi from those boisterous followers. A powerful aura emanated from her. This aura silently oppressed everyone present. It made those attendants who were originally dumbfounded to move, involuntarily stop their steps and show a look of awe. Wang Yi faintly said, "Be gentle. Don't kill him." Junmi answered yes. Then her figure flashed and rushed up towards those attendants. Her movements were graceful and swift, each strike accurate. In the blink of an eye, those attendants had all fallen to the ground, letting out pig-killing screams. Guo Xiaobao saw this and turned pale with fear. He never thought that Wang Yi's maid would be so powerful. Stammering, you, Feng Rong, who was on the side, was also filled with surprise. Had he known that Jinmi was a cultivator, how could he have let Wang Yi take advantage of this great bargain? Not to mention anything else, even making her an offering would be fine. Thinking of this, Feng Rong felt a pain in her heart. Feng got greedy and ended up losing a lot of money. Wang Yi, on the other hand, walked straight to Guo Xiaobao and looked at him condescendingly. Remember, in the future, don't randomly mess with people you can't afford to mess with. Today, I'll let you off the hook. Get lost. Guo Xiaobao sniffed as if he had been pardoned. Immediately, he took his attendants and left the 100 Flowers house in a grayish manner. Feng Rong looked at this scene and admired Wang Yi even more in her heart. Young Wang, you really have a discerning eye and can tell at a glance that your maid is not simple. Wang Yi smiled faintly. Mother Feng overpraised me. I'm just lucky. Young Wang's luck is naturally very human. Feng Rong chimed in with her, and at the end, sighed. Alas, unfortunately, Ruyan will not be so lucky. This Guo Xiaobao, I don't know how long he's going to be pestered. In response, Wang Yi just smiled and didn't say anything. Long before Jinmi made her move, he had already asked the system to arrange for a detachment to clean up Guo Xiaobao. Guo Xiaobao can walk out of 100 Flowers house alive, purely because Wang Yi still wanted to keep 100 Flowers house open for business. Don't want their blood staining the floor here. With Guo Xiaobao's departure, peace returned to the 100 Flowers building. Wang Yi returned to the elegant room with Jinmi. Soon enough, Ruyan Lu's zither sounded once again, melodious and melodious. It was as if the conflict just now had never happened. Meanwhile, on the streets of Yunji town, after Guo Xiaobao walked out of 100 Flowers house, the more he thought about it, the more he felt ashamed and angry. Since he was a child, he had been able to get whatever he wanted in Qingzhou City, so how had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? He huffed and looked at the few attendants beside him, breaking out in a loud voice. He cursed, waste, all ing waste, can't even deal with a woman. My lord, what should we do now? An attendant asked cautiously, his eyes filled with fear. Guo Xiaobao gritted his teeth and said, what should we do? Should we just let it go? When have I, Guo Xiaobao, ever suffered such a loss? But, that attendant is too strong. We are no match at all. The attendant said with palpitations. Guo Xiaobao snorted coldly. A bunch of losers. They know how to grow others' ambition and destroy their own. If we can't deal with it, can't my father deal with it too? What you mean is, the attendant seemed to realize something, and his voice lowered involuntarily. Immediately send a message to my father and ask him to send an expert over. I'll let Wang Yi know what happens when he offends me. Guo Xiaobao. A hint of viciousness flashed in Guo Xiaobao's eyes. The attendant answered yes and was about to take out a transmission note from his storage bag. A cold light was seen flashing. His throat was instantly chopped off by the sword chi. And then, an ice-cold voice came from right in front of several people.
There's no need for that anymore. Chapter 37, Killing in the Street. When Guo Xiaobao heard this voice, his heart was startled and he looked up sharply. Only a man's figure was seen, walking slowly. The visitor was dressed in a strong suit. His face was cold, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. Who are you? Why did you kill my entourage? Guo Xiaobao colorfully asked with a hint of trembling in his voice. The man didn't answer. He just slowly drew his longsword and pointed the tip at Guo Xiaobao. The one who took your life. Guo Xiaobao sniffed and subconsciously took a few steps back. Guards, guards. However, the only thing that responded to him was the silence that surrounded him. As he spoke just now, the attendants around him had been taken care of by the man in front of him. Pedestrians on the street, seeing the deaths, also fled in all directions. Although Guo Xiaobao had also cultivated, he was only at the 5th level of body forging, and it was still piled up with pills. It was simply no match for the person in front of him. He could only continue to back away, trying to deter the other man in the name of his father. You, don't come over. I'm the son of the city lord of Qingzhou. My father won't let you go. The man, however, was unmoved and approached with a steady pace, his voice as cold as frost. Then I'll send you to meet the king of Hades before I settle the score with your father. Hearing this, Guo Xiaobao was terrified to the extreme. He turned around to escape, but realized that his legs were no longer working, and his entire body froze in place, unable to move. The man walked up to Guo Xiaobao and the tip of the sword easily penetrated his chest. Guo Xiaobao's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. His throat made a cackling sound, but he could no longer say complete words. Remember, don't mess with the wrong people in your next life. After the man finished speaking, he quickly drew his longsword and turned around to disappear into the crowd. Guo Xiaobao's body slowly fell to the ground, blood gushing out from his wounds and staining the stone slabs of the street. To his death, he could not understand why he had provoked such a terrifying killing god. Meanwhile, inside the 100 Flowers building, Wang Yi closed his eyes, with a leisurely face, listening to the melodious ditty. It was as if nothing in the outside world mattered to him. Ding! Guo Xiaobao has been resolved by the host's bilocation Xiaomo. Please pay attention to the relevant information. Well, good job. Someone like that should have cleaned him up a long time ago. Wang Yi thought for a moment and said to the system, although the trouble is not as bad as his family will avenge him, so they are also my enemies. So by the way, you can arrange for a few detachments to destroy the Qingzhou City Lord's mansion as well. After saying that, he continued to immerse himself in the melodious sound. It had to be said that Ruyan Lu's zither skills were really high. A song called Blue Flower Porcelain was so deep that he played it so much that he wanted to sing along with it. Such a talent. If you can bring it with you, it will definitely add color to your days in the future. And by the way, teach her more about Zhou Warrior's exclusive music. It was wonderful to have her turn on the BGM for herself every time she fought in the future. Qingzhou City, as one of the top cities under the mountain of Qingyun sect, was always bustling and prosperous on weekdays. Guo Tiansu, as the city lord, was considered a figure of speech in Qingzhou. Today, he happened to be feasting in his mansion on several distinguished guests from other cities to discuss trade cooperation between several cities. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the guests and hosts were happy. Right at this moment, a few men in powerful blistering suits appeared at the entrance of the city lord's mansion as if they were like the god of murder. Their arrival immediately aroused the guards' vigilance. The guards drew their swords and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you trespass the city lord's mansion?" A few of the men did not say a word, but only slowly drew the long swords at their waists. The sword was glowing with a cold light, reflecting their cold eyes, unbridled. Seeing this, the guards immediately rushed forward, wanting to take down this uninvited guest. However, the next scene shocked everyone. One of the men moved, as fast as lightning, and between the flashes of his sword, the guards who rushed forward fell, none of them being his one enemy. Guo Tiansu heard the commotion and immediately rushed to check. Seeing this tragic situation, his heart was shocked. However, he was, after all, an expert of the Jindan Grand Circle, and a look of fear did not show on his face. He asked in a cold voice, "Who is the visitor? Why are you trespassing into my city lord's mansion?" One of the men said, "Kill your people." Guo Tiansu saw this and knew that it would be difficult to make things right today. At that moment, he bellowed. His figure stormed up, and slapped out a palm. The palm wind was harsh, and it went straight for one of the men. However, the man only flicked his side and dodged his attack. With that, he backhanded his sword, and the sword light was like electricity, directly stabbing Guo Tiansu's vitals. Guo Tiansu was startled in his heart. and he hurriedly operated his spiritual energy to form a protective astral aura, while his body retreated continuously in an attempt to get rid of the other party's pursuit. Unfortunately, he had underestimated his opponent's strength. Wang Yi's doppelganger, Zhu Hai, was at the cultivation level of Yuanying Great Circle. His sword carried a destructive momentum and instantly broke Guo Tianxu's protective astral aura and pierced through his body. Guo Tianxu's eyes widened, his face full of unbelief. You, remember, in your next life make your son, don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with, Zhu Hai said coldly, then drew his long sword and killed towards the courtyard. The guards and servants who had heard the news and rushed to support them saw the situation and scattered in all directions. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. And within the city lord's mansion, screams rose and fell as blood dyed the ground red. At this moment, in a secluded courtyard within the city lord's mansion, Guo Badian, the Guo clan's old ancestor, sensed this scene and shivered as he collected his breath as much as possible. He should have stood up and protected the Guo family's children and grandchildren, but the other side was just too strong. There were a full 7 people, and each one of them was at the Yuanying realm. What could he, an early-stage Yuanying, do? Alas, all this is to blame Guo Xiaobao. This little. If he hadn't provoked these people, why would he be here? Why would the Kwok family be here? When he thought about it, he couldn't wait to skin that little man. Guo Batian watched, as his entire family was slaughtered, his ears filled with screams. Not long after, Wang Yi's doppelganger, Zhu Hai, and the others, killed outside the compound where Guo Badian was hiding. Their divine sense was powerful. Guo Baishan's hiding was nothing but futile in their eyes. Zhu Hai coldly grunted and swung out his sword. The courtyard wall was split open like paper mache, revealing Guo Baishan's trembling figure. You, what are you doing? I'm a registered disciple of the Qinian sect. Kill me and the Qinian sect won't spare you, Guo Badian colorfully threatened, his voice clearly trembling. Zhu Hai's face was expressionless as he launched a direct attack. His strength far exceeded Guo Baishan's, but in one round, Guo Badian was already seriously injured and unable to fight again. No. Don't kill me. I'm willing to give you all my family's assets. Guo Badian begged for mercy in terror. He didn't want to die. He had only just enjoyed the benefits of his Yuanying realm cultivation for a few years. Zhu Hai was unmoved and ended Guo Baishan's life with a sword. The news quickly spread throughout Qingzhou City, and the tragic state of the city lord's mansion sent shivers down the spines of all those who heard about it. The Guo family, a large and deeply rooted family, had its entire family exterminated, with no survivors. Inside the 100 Flowers building, Wang Yi was still listening to Lu Ruyan's zither with his eyes closed. It was as if they knew nothing of the bloody carnage outside. Ding! The Qingzhou City Lord's mansion has been resolved by the host's doppelganger. Please keep an eye out for relevant information. Wang Yi opened his eyes and the corner of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Very well. Arrange for an alter ego to take over Qingzhou City. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. Wang Yi nodded, and between the talk and laughter, his power expanded a little more. At this point, Ruyan Lu's song ended. Seeing Wang Yi's smiling face, she asked softly, Mr. Wang, Ruyan's zither skill, does it still fall into your ears? Wang Yi smiled and nodded. Miss Lu's zither skills are out of this world. It's truly mesmerizing. Ruyan Lu sniffed and a shy smile appeared on her face. But soon, her smile disappeared and was replaced by a hint of sadness. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Just then, a maid hurriedly ran in, gasping for air. Sister Ruyan, it's not good. No, it's great. Guo Xiaobao is dead. Chapter 38. As soon as the maid's words fell, Ruyan Lu's body abruptly stiffened. She looked at Wang Yi with mixed feelings in her heart. She could almost conclude that this matter must have been done by Wang Yi. And the reason why Wang Yi did so was not unrelated to her. For this, she was certainly touched in her heart. However, Guo Xiaobao was the son of Guo Tianxu, the lord of Qingzhou City. Qingzhou City was a large city, and the city lord's mansion naturally had a Yuanying expert in attendance. If a Yuanying expert killed him, how should Wang Yi respond? Previously in the small stone pool of the battle, if not the chief disciple of Shushan rushed, Wang Yi is afraid to have. What's more, the Guo family in Qingzhou can be different from the Xia family in Liangzhou. The Guo family's backing was the Qinian sect, and the Qinian sect in Mount Shu had been at war for a long time, almost to the point of incompatibility. With this move, Wang Yi was not only offending Guo Tianxu, but also the Qingyun sect. In case the Qingyun sect sent out experts to assassinate Wang Yi, even if Wang Yi's status in Mount Shu was high,
Even if he was really the illegitimate son of Mount Shu's headmaster, he might not be able to defend himself. She felt a pang of panic at the thought. Wang Yi, on the other hand, was calm. Since he had arranged for his doppelganger to strike, he would naturally make things seamless. Don't say that there's no one left alive in the Guo family now. Even the evidence of their corruption had long been, at this moment, placed on the case of the Green Cloud Sect's headmaster. The Guo family's destruction was secretly his own manipulation. On the surface, it was the senior management of the Qinian sect, who were making an example of each of the major clans to rectify the wind of greed and ink. Even Guo Xiaobao had died at the hands of a disciple of the Qinian sect. It's all par for the course. In any case, it won't be on your head. After a short period of silence, Lu Ruyan said to the people in the room, "Sisters, can you allow my little sister to have a few words with Mr. Wang alone?" The people in the room sniffed and glanced at each other before looking at Wang Yi. Seeing that Wang Yi had no objections, they all got up and exited the room gently. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment and looked towards Wang Yi's maid. "Junmi." Wang Yi waved his hand, signaling his doppelganger to go out first. As the door to the room gently closed, only Wang Yi and Lu Ruyan were left in the room. Ruyan Lu faced Wang Yi and directly knelt down towards him. "Your Excellency's great kindness." Ruyan is grateful. Even if Ruyan were to be a cow or a horse, it would be difficult for her to repay Your Excellency's great kindness. This scene almost made Wang Yi whole. "If you give yourself a favor, will you agree to it? Or do you agree?" Although Ruyan Lu's appearance was slightly inferior to her own doppelganger, Junmi, the difference was not obvious. More to the point, she's a living, breathing, thinking human being. The end is different from the split. Wang Yi coughed dryly and withdrew his mind, going forward and helping Lu Ruyan up. "Miss Lu was overstating it. It's just a matter of lifting a hand." Lu Ruyan's tone carried a hint of trembling. "Ruyan knows that you are doing all this to protect me. However, the Guo family's power cannot be underestimated. They're backstage, but one of the 5 great sects, the Qingyun sect." Wang Yi smiled meaningfully. These days, who doesn't have a backstage? Ruyan Lu raised her head, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. She didn't understand how Wang Yi could still be so confident in the face of the behemoth that was the Qingyun sect. She thought for a moment and was about to speak. Wang Yi then interrupted her. "There's no need to worry. When I do something, I never leave myself any loose ends." After saying that, Wang Yi carried a bunch of grapes and walked out of the elegant room. Only Lu Ruyan was left alone, frozen in place. She really couldn't figure it out. What on earth did Wang Yi have to say that he dared to say such a thing? All she knew was that she never knew Wang Yi. Ruyan Lu sat alone in the elegant room and froze, not knowing how long had passed, until a maid excitedly ran in and shouted at her. "Sister Ruyan, the big news that just came in. The city lord's mansion of Qingzhou City was destroyed by the Qingyun sect. I heard that an hour ago. The entire city lord's mansion. Blood flowed into the river, and no chickens or dogs were left behind." Hearing this news, Lu Ruyan only felt incomparably shocked. At this moment, she seemed to understand where Wang Yi's backbone came from just now. Guo Xiaobao's physical death, and the destruction of the Qingzhou City lord's mansion, both happened within an hour after Guo Xiaobao's door-to-door provocation. That's not a coincidence that makes sense. Judging from Wang Yi's calm expression, there was no doubt that it was his handiwork. Being in the 100-flower house listening to a song, he was able to wind up destroying the Qingzhou City lord's mansion from thousands of miles away. It also left no traces and put the blame squarely on the Qingyun sect. What kind of horrifying through-and-through tactics are these? Maybe he can learn this news so quickly, but also Wang Gongzi. Thinking about this, the shock in Lu Ruyan's heart was beyond words, and her perception of Wang Yi was once again completely subverted. However, the more she did so, the further away she got from Wang Yi. That maid, seeing Lu Ruyan's eyebrows slightly knit, seemed to have sorrow. Then he reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Sister Ruyan, such a great thing. Aren't you at all happy? You're not thinking of Mr. Wang in your heart, are you? The talent just left and you're thinking about it? By the way, what the hell happened when you were in the room just now? Isn't it already?" Saying that, she touched the tips of her index fingers of both hands, making a gesture of intimacy between the two, and a teasing smile appeared on her face. Hearing her say that, the sadness on Ruyan Lu's face was instantly replaced by a faint blush. She gently slapped the maid's hand away. "Damn girl, what are you babbling about? I just want to thank Mr. Wang." The maid looked puzzled. "Thank you for what?" Ruyan Lu hesitated slightly, but in the end, she didn't voice out her guess. After all, that was Mr. Wang's big secret. In case if word got out, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't bring trouble to Mr. Wang. Therefore, she smiled awkwardly and said, "It's nothing, Mr. Wang just drove a Wagwa Xiaobao for us, so we always have to thank him in person." The maid looked skeptical. "Really?" Lu Ruyan snapped. "You dead girl. When have I ever lied to you?" The maid lost interest at once. Thought it was something great. Just this insignificant words. "You have to talk behind closed doors." Lu Ruyan reached out and pinched the maid's white arm fiercely. "Dead girl, the skin is tight again, isn't it?" The maid was busy drawing back her arm and scampering toward the door. After Wang Yi walked out of the elegant room, he brought his doppelganger, Jun Mi, and headed towards Mount Shu. It had to be said that his doppelganger, Jun Mi, was simply too conspicuous. Wherever he went, he attracted the attention of a group of people, making Wang Yi so uncomfortable. After all, it was his own alter ego. The thought of this group of people, salivating over their doppelganger, Wang Yi then wanted to reward each of them with a slap. But fortunately, all of these people were now aware of Wang Yi's power and knew that it was an existence that they absolutely could not mess with. Most people, therefore, just looked at it and voluntarily turned their heads away. Soon, Wang Yi arrived in front of the South Mountain Gate. Right at this moment, a flying boat with the Thundercloud Sex logo flew in from the distance and slowly landed in front of the South Mountain Gate. It landed right in front of Wang Yi. Chapter 39, A Little Trouble. The Thundercloud Sex flying boat was like a meteor from the heavens cutting through the sky, descending with unrivaled might. This flying boat had a ghostly blue body, as if it contained the power of endless thunder and lightning. There was faint thunder light faintly visible wandering around, emitting subtle crackling sounds, as if countless tiny electric snakes were flying around. The edges of the boat's body were inlaid with circles of purple thunder crystals. These crystals were absorbing, without stopping, the stray lightning power around the flying boat, providing it with the power to move forward. After the flying boat came to a stop, a dozen or so Thundercloud sect elders and disciples leapt down. The movement was light and steady, and soon landed smoothly in front of the South Mountain Gate. Immediately, the Thundercloud sect elder in the lead waved his big hand, and the flying boat instantly shrunk and was put into his sleeve. Wang Yi's attention was quickly drawn to a Thundercloud sect young girl. The young girl's appearance was clear and beautiful. Her skin was like cream. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her pair of clear eyes seemed to contain the spirituality of thunder and lightning. Wearing a ghostly blue clan costume with silver thunder stripes embroidered around the edges, it looked stately and feminine at the same time. The hem of her coat gently swayed with the wind, making her figure even more graceful and her temperament extraordinary. A gentle smile hung at the corners of the young girl's mouth, but her brow implied a valor that could not be ignored. While Wang Yi watched her, she also watched Wang Yi. There was no other reason. It was just that Wang Yi looked good and had a bit of an indescribable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The moment she saw Wang Yi, she couldn't help but want to go forward and greet him. However, thinking about the senior brother beside him, he eventually endured, because no matter what, it was impossible for her to betray her eldest brother and have a relationship with another man. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at the eldest brother beside her. Wang Yi also had a somewhat dumbfounded expression due to his surprise. He hadn't paid attention to the list of disciples from the Thundercloud sect coming to Mount Shu, and subconsciously assumed that Lei Qingqing was not in a sufficient realm to qualify to come. I didn't expect her to follow. In that case, this trip to the northern wasteland by himself would be a bit of a big trouble. One of the Thundercloud sect disciples named Xiahou Chang became furious when he saw Wang Yi staring at Lei Qingqing in deep thought. He walked to Wang Yi with great strides and pointed at Wang Yi's nose, cursing, "Stinking handyman, take one more look. Believe it or not, I'll blow you to dust with a thunderbolt? Do you know that senior sister Lei is my eldest brother's woman?" As soon as Xiahou Chang's words fell, he noticed, standing beside Wang Yi, the doppelganger Jinmi. All at once, his eyes were drawn to Jinmi. Standing in front of him, Jinmi's skin is like solid fat, with a touch of soft moonlight in its whiteness, so delicate that it seems to be able to reflect the purest dreams in the world. It is as delicate and extraordinary as the first bloom of a lily in the morning sun. Its softness and beauty is heartwarming, lest a breath of light wind will disturb this untainted purity. Her lips, like morning dew slightly stained roses, bright color, gently pursed, will release enough to make time's stagnant charm. That is nature's most exquisite handwriting, but also the world's most gentle trap, so that people inadvertently will be sunk. The delicate figure, with curves as smooth as poetry, naturally exudes an extraordinary charm. She was like a living picture, so beautiful that you couldn't take your eyes off her, so beautiful that you could salivate. Even Xiahou Chang, who usually thinks highly of himself, at this moment also involuntarily, attracted by Jinmi's beauty, the arrogance in his heart was eclipsed by her splendor. In fact, it wasn't just him, quite a few of the Thundercloud sect disciples were also looking at Jinmi out of their minds. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wang Yi's mouth could not help but twitch. What Laozi just looked at was the woman of his own bilocation. Who the are you looking at with your dog eyes? Even though Lei Qingqing herself didn't know it, she was, indeed, her own woman. Alas, when it comes down to it, it's all a mistake made in the heat of the moment. 3 years ago, Wang Yi had once stayed in the Thundercloud sect's alter ego, Fusu, for a while because of some matters. As a result, he did not succeed in resisting Lei Qingqing's attack and fell into her trap. There's no way around it. Women chasing men through the veil. Not to mention, Lei Qingqing was, again, one of the greatest beauties. Even if Wang Yi's determination was high, he couldn't hold it. So far, he had occasionally injected his consciousness into his own bilocation, Fu Su, and exchanged feelings with Lei Qingqing. It's a sinful fate. It's all sinful. When he thought of Lei Qingqing traveling to the northern wasteland this time, Wang Yi's head was spinning. The northern wasteland was extremely dangerous. After all, she was her own woman. She couldn't care less about her life or death. Could she? Wang Yi collected the bitterness in his heart and looked at Xiahou Chang once again. Seeing that he was still staring at his doppelganger, Junmi, in an icy tone, he asked, "Have you seen enough? If you look again, do you believe I'll gouge your eyeballs out and put them in wine?" Seeing this, He Jiwei, the leading elder of the Thundercloud sect, was worried about a conflict. Immediately, he snapped, "Xiahou Chang, you must not be rude. As a disciple of the Thundercloud sect, one should abide by one's heart. How can one be so out of character?" As He Jiwei spoke, his gaze swept sternly over Xiahou Chang. Although Xiahou Chang was unwilling, under the majesty of the elder, he had to hurriedly retreat to the side, but the eyes, still from time to time secretly glanced at Jinmi. Full of reluctance, He Jiwei walked to Wang Yi and arched his hand. "Little friend, I hope you will bear with my Thundercloud sect disciples if they have offended. Xiahou Chang is young and doesn't know how to be courteous, so I hope you won't see eye to eye with him." His words were tinged with a few apologies. Although Wang Yi was upset in his heart, he did not intend to look deeper. After all, Jinmi was too compelling, with her face value, not to mention Xiahou Chang, a big lad. Even if the old man whose yellow soil had been buried up to his neck saw it, he might not be able to top it. One couldn't kill them all just because they had looked at their doppelganger for a few more moments. Could one? Of course, if they dared to reach out to their doppelganger, Wang Yi wouldn't be polite, and would definitely let him know why his brain flower was so white. As for that, Xiahou Chang's actions of offending himself just now, seeing as how he didn't know what was going on inside and was doing something stupid to defend his woman, Wang Yi could also be generous for once and spare him a small life for the time being. Thus he said indifferently, "That's just it. Mind your disciples from now on. It's not very polite to always stare at other people's maids." He Jiwei said with an embarrassed face, "What my little friend said is true. When I go back, I will take good care of myself." Wang Yi didn't say much and directly turned towards the small courtyard he lived in. He Jiwei looked at Xiahou Chang with a face full of displeasure, and coldly said, "After entering the mountain, stay inside the house and face the wall, and you are not allowed to go out without my order." Although Xiahou Chang was depressed, he could only arch his hand and respond, "Yes." After saying that, the group walked into the South Mountain Gate. Meanwhile, after Wang Yi returned to his own courtyard, he said to the system, "Tuzi, keep an eye on these people from the Thundercloud sect, and tell me immediately if there is any movement in the wind." Wang Yi had already sensed it just now. There was a Thundercloud sect disciple who looked at Jinmi with hidden greed and lewdness in his eyes. If he dared to reach out, Wang Yi would surely destroy his entire clan. Chapter 40 Late Night Visits. It was night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. Wang Yi and his alter ego, Junmi, after exchanging life lessons, alone, with his eyes slightly closed, he lay quietly on the bamboo chair in the small courtyard. Inside the small courtyard, bamboo shadows swayed, and occasionally a few insects chirped, making it even more peaceful and relaxing. He breathed calmly, almost blending in with his surroundings. Just then, a breeze blew by, bringing with it a hint of an unholy wave. Outside the courtyard, a stalking figure was approaching silently. The man thought he was hiding well, but he didn't know that all his moves were under the surveillance of Wang Yi's doppelganger. He was just about to climb over the wall when he heard Wang Yi's voice from inside the courtyard. His voice was so cold that he couldn't hear any semblance of sadness or happiness. "Brother Ji, since you're here, why don't you knock on the door openly and honestly?" Ji Tsunkue didn't think that he could still be discovered even though he had been so careful. What was even more surprising to him was that the other party had even figured out his own bottom line. He couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster, and cold sweat seeped faintly from his palms. Inside the courtyard, Wang Yi slowly stood up and stepped out of the shadows, his silhouette appearing exceptionally slender under the moonlight. He walked slowly to the door and gently pulled open the courtyard gate, looking toward Ji Tsunkue, who was masked in black under the corner. His gaze was as cold as water, as if he could penetrate the night and look straight into the heart. "Brother Ji, visiting late at night, I wonder what I can do for you." Wang Yi's voice sounded again, calm with a hint of icy killing intent. Earlier, when he was at the South Mountain Gate, Wang Yi had already seen that there was cunning and lewdness in the way he looked at Jinmi. Originally, he thought that in the boundaries of Shushan, he shouldn't be so stupid. I didn't realize he was a colorful contraption. Since this was the case, he himself had no choice but to keep his promise and fulfill his entire clan. Ji Tsunkue felt the pressure from Wang Yi's eyes and tone. He originally thought that Wang Yi was just a small servant who was at his disposal and could not make any waves. But at this moment, he realized he was wrong. Wang Yi could sense his breath not only through the wall, even managed to identify him accurately. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him at all times. Such a handful of characters was not something he could afford to mess with. Thus, he smiled and spoke. "Sorry brother. I took a stroll down the wrong road and arrived here by accident." "No offense." There was a hint of embarrassment in Ji Tsunkue's laughter. He tried to diffuse the impasse before him with a light tone. When Wang Yi heard this, he only felt amused. What a talent, making up a lie so poorly. "Oh, walked here?" The corner of Wang Yi's mouth hooked up with a cold smile, and that smile looked particularly meaningful under the moonlight. Brother Ji's walking route is quite unique. To be able to cross thousands of mountains and rivers, strolling directly from the elegant place of the Hall of Collectors to my remote part of the miscellaneous service peak. Could it be that Brother Ji has a fondness for my little courtyard? Ji Tsunkue realized that his lie was too far-fetched and couldn't help but blush. He was about to search for another word when he saw Wang Yi speak again. "Or is it a love affair with the people in my courtyard?" Ji Tsunkue dispersed his divine sense and carefully perceived his surroundings. After confirming that there were no ambushes around, and after sensing Wang Yi's cultivation realm in detail, he simply removed his disguise. "Ha ha ha, you're right. I do have my eye on your woman. Be sensible, hand over the man and give me a good time. If not, I'll kill you on the spot and feed your corpse to the dogs in pieces." Even though he had known Ji Tsunkue's intentions, hearing him say these words with his own ears still made Wang Yi very disgusted and upset. He said in an icy tone, "Do you really think you can kill me?" Ji Tsunkue couldn't help but laugh as if he had heard some good joke. "I have long since stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment. You haven't even stabilized the early stage of foundation establishment. What makes you think I can't kill you?" Speaking of this, he instantly erupted with an appalling aura. The tone of his voice was filled with senile killing intent. "Today, I will let you see what is meant by realm suppression." Wang Yi, on the other hand, did not panic and took out a note-retaining note from his sleeve. The runes on the talisman were still emitting a faint ghostly light. Apparently, the talisman had been activated long ago and was in a state of sound retention. Every word they had said just now was included in its entirety. In this sound retention note, as Wang Yi withdrew his spiritual power, the ghostly light on the sound retaining note quickly dispersed. As he put the talisman into his storage pouch, he spoke faintly. "Do you really think that your realm is higher than mine? If I want to raise my realm, it's just a matter of breathing. It's just a pity that you'll never be able to see it." After saying that, Wang Yi snapped his fingers. Only a crunching sound was heard as a burly figure flew through the air and slowly landed beside Wang Yi. Ji Tsunkue's heart instantly sank to the bottom as he looked at the airborne Dianwei. This was because only Jindan realm cultivators could do so by stepping into the air. In other words, the man standing in front of him had a realm that was at least at the early Jindan stage. With such a disparity, it was impossible for him to have any chance of winning. At this moment, Ji Tsunkue finally realized how reckless and foolish his actions were tonight. Wang Yi looked at Ji Tsunkue as a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Brother Ji, your strength and talent are indeed good, but it's just a pity that it's a bit stupid. But if you ask around a little bit before you go out, it's not like you're going to take the whole family with you." Ji Tsunkue sniffed and then looked at Dianwei, who stood beside Wang Yi like a god of war, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He knew very well that in this situation, the only way to survive was to beg for mercy.
However, Ji Tsunkue was, after all, a disciple of the Thundercloud sect, and he had his own pride and dignity. He gritted his teeth and said stiffly, "Wang Yi, if you kill me, the Thundercloud sect will never stop. At that time, when the two clans are at enmity, you'll be the culprit of the ages." When Wang Yi heard this, he just smiled gently and didn't even bother to open his mouth to answer him. "Kill him, send the body back to the Hall of Collectors, and make a copy of the sound retaining note and send it to the elders of the Thundercloud sect." After explaining to his doppelganger, Dian Wei, Wang Yi turned around and walked towards the courtyard on his own. Dian Wei's eyes were cold and he didn't say a word more. He slowly walked towards Ji Tsunkue. His steps were steady and strong. Each step was like a heavy hammer hitting Ji Tsunkue's heart. Ji Tsunkue tried to back away, but realized that his legs had gone weak. "No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't lift it." One could only watch, watching as Dian Wei approached step by step, feeling the scent of death coming closer and closer. A few breaths later, as a miserable scream came out, Ji Tsunkue perished on the spot. As for Wang Yi, he had long since laid back on the bamboo chair in the courtyard, frowning and contemplating the plan to eliminate the roots. As the saying goes, if you don't cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Now that the knot has been tied, in order to have a more peaceful life in the future, we can only make the entire Ji family disappear. Chapter 41, One Step to the Newborn. Half a quarter of an hour later, inside the Thundercloud sect's mountain gate, Wang Yi topped the identity of the doppelganger Hu Yanjua, and lightly arrived at the residence of the young patriarch Lei Bin. Seeing Lei Bin sleeping, he directly took out his concealed weapon and shot it towards the house. The concealed weapon did not hit Lei Bin's vitals, but instead lodged in his shoulder. Lei Bin immediately let out a pig-killing scream. Wang Yi did not linger in the same place, but quickly turned around and flew out of the Thundercloud sect, heading at full speed towards the Ji family in Spirit State City under the mountain. Things were not what he expected. Soon, several Yuaning elders followed with murderous vigor. With them was the injured Lei Bin. After Ji Yuan, the head of the Ji family, sensed the murderous aura, he quickly brought people out to check the situation. And when he saw this formation, his scalp also went numb. He was about to go up and ask what was going on. Wang Yi then walked up to him and arched his hand. "I'm sorry, master. I failed in my assassination." Ji Yuan sniffed and was at a loss, completely baffled. At this moment, he just wanted to ask, "Who the hell are you?" However, Lei Bin didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. He covered his wounds and gritted his teeth. "Dare to backstab me, kill them all for me. No chickens or dogs left behind." Ji Yuan hurriedly explained. "Wait, I don't know him, it's none of my business." Unfortunately, these elders did not listen to his explanation. One after another, they unleashed their mighty pressure and headed towards the Ji family. As far as they were concerned, a small Ji family, exterminating it was simply inconsequential. As for Lingzhou City, without the Ji family, there can still be the Zhao and Li families. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ji Yuan immediately turned around and shouted to the Ji clan's guards, "Quickly, set up a defensive formation." However, they were facing several Yuan-ing elders. The guards of the Ji family were like ants in front of these elders. They were simply powerless to resist, and were instantly rushed to the ground. Wang Yi stood beside Ji Yuan, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The reason why he deliberately exposed his whereabouts and lured in the Thundercloud sect's elder and Lei Bin was precisely to draw the flames of war towards the Ji family, using this opportunity to eliminate the aftermath in one fell swoop. Just in the nick of time, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the Ji family, and the entire Spirit State City shook. Ji Chong, the old ancestor of the Ji family who had been in seclusion for many years, broke out. Seeing his old ancestor emerge from the gate, Ji Yuan secretly sighed in relief, as if he had seen the light of hope. Although Ji Chong was unable to deal with so many multi-infant elders at the same time, but it would slow down the tension and give him enough time to find out what this was all about. As he was thinking, he heard Wang Yi shout, "Don't panic, master. I'll come to your aid." After saying that, Wang Yi's figure violently rushed out and blocked in front of Ji Yuan, putting on the appearance of a loyal protector of his master. At the same time, the Thundercloud sect elder, Wang Yi's other doppelganger, Chao Gai, erupted with a terrifying pressure. With a flash of his figure, he directly bypassed Wang Yi and attacked towards Ji Yuan. Wang Yi quickly followed and blocked Ji Yuan with his body, just as Chao's fist, just as it was about to smash into the body of Hu Yanjua's doppelganger, Wang Yi quickly withdrew his consciousness. The doppelganger Hu Yanjua died in front of everyone to protect his master Ji Yuan. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan's hope that had just flared up was instantly extinguished.
His head buzzed with questions.
Can't figure out what's going on at all? What's more, he couldn't figure out how there could be a Jin Dan great perfection,
only half a step away from breaking through to Yuaning, who would not hesitate to sacrifice his life to frame the Ji family.
What he couldn't figure out, Laban saw through.
Laban let out a cold laugh and said,
Ji Yuan, things have come to this, what else do you have to say? Ji Yuan opened his mouth to say something,
but there was no way to defend himself. Laban also no longer cared about him, and viciously shouted to a few Yuaning elders,
keep killing, dare to backstab me, all deserve to die.
As the words fell,
several Yuaning elders instantly erupted with an even more powerful aura.
Chao Gai,
on the other hand, directly slashed his palm at Ji Yuan's heavenly aura. Ji Yuan knew he couldn't avoid it,
and his face was filled with bitterness.
He couldn't figure out what kind of big shot the Ji family had offended. Looking back on his life,
although he has done a lot of evil deeds,
killed many people,
and even slaughtered a village because of a mine, but when it comes to the Thundercloud sect,
it has always been prudent to treat the big shots.
He didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Therefore, he really couldn't understand why the Ji family had fallen to such a state. A few short breaths later,
the Ji family's last hope, Ji Chong, was also beheaded by a Yuaning Great Perfection Elder, following in the footsteps of Ji Yuan. With the two died successively, the scenery of the Ji family is considered to be completely come to an end.
The elders of the Thundercloud sect,
under the command of Lei Bin,
continued to mercilessly slaughter the Ji family.
The entire Ji family residence was instantly engulfed in blood and flames.
Wails and screams were heard.
At the same time,
at the peak of Shushan Mountain's Handyman Peak,
inside the remote small courtyard, Wang Yi, who was lying on the chair,
withdrew his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes.
The heart cannot help but secretly sigh. His great-uncle, do things really ruthless, just lightly stabbed him, and he had to exterminate the whole clan. Not even the chickens and dogs in the yard. But when you think about it, it's also very cultivated. After all, the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and one wrong step is the end of all life. The reason why he himself could live in peace was entirely because he had Shu Mountain at his back, and countless doppelgangers to protect him for him. If it were not for that, he would have been dead in the water. Far from it. Let's talk about tonight.
If he hadn't realized it in advance and let the system arrange for his detachment to monitor
Ji Tsungkuei's every move at all times,
I'm afraid I may not be able to handle it so easily myself.
It is also impossible to, so easily, exterminate the Ji family forever.
As for the loss of the doppelganger Hu Yanjua, Wang Yi didn't mind because he originally wanted to recycle this doppelganger and raise his realm.
After all,
this doppelganger had injuries on his body, and there was no hope of breaking through to Yuaning.
While Wang Yi was pondering,
the aura within his dantian began to stir. He could clearly feel the aftermath of the demise of the doppelganger Hu Yanjua.
That returning power was like a flash flood, surging into his dantian, intermingle and converge with the original spiritual energy. This power was extremely huge, like a river entering the sea, stirring up layers of spiritual power waves.
At that exact moment, the Thundercloud Sect's elder had received Ji Tsungkuei's corpse and happened to arrive outside the small courtyard where Wang Yi was residing. A few people stood at a high place and witnessed the scene in the courtyard,
all of them showing astonishment. One of the elders named Chu Chanyang had a grave expression on his face and clenched his fists.
Killing intent faintly flickered in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "This son has such means at such a young age. If he feuds with my Thundercloud sect due to the matter of Ji Tsungkuei, he will definitely become a great danger in a few decades." Another elder chimed in.
"Indeed,
it seems that we have to be on guard early," He Jiwei said in a serious tone.
"Elders, do not be impulsive. If we make a move here and kill this son, then I'm afraid that the relationship between the Thundercloud sect and Mount Shu will be plunged into an abyss of doom.
Not to mention the fact that today's matter was originally Ji Tsungkuei's fault in the first place.
Taking a step back, Ji Tsungkuei's evil deeds were not authorized by us,
and our Thundercloud sect was merely lax in disciplining him, so I'm sure he wouldn't go so far as to make enemies of our entire Thundercloud sect for this reason.
Besides, we are elders after all, and it is ultimately undignified to assassinate a junior." Chu Chanyang's heart was still a bit uneasy though, but He Jiwei, the Grand Elder, had spoken, so they couldn't say anything more.
All that could be done was to nod and stop talking.
Chapter 42 Broken Down Heart. Inside the courtyard, Wang Yi secretly sneered. The conversations of these Thundercloud sect elders,
word for word, the system transmitted them all to his ears.
Let's just say that it was He Jiwei's block that saved them from themselves.
If they dared to make a move against themselves today, they would definitely make them come back without a trace.
No, not only them, the entire Thundercloud sect would be destroyed because of them. 2Z, continue to keep an eye on them. In addition,
have the transformation spirit split stay vigilant.
If anyone dares to lay hands on me, execute them on the spot. When he said that, he gathered his mind, concentrating on guiding this aura.
It ran around the circumference of his body,
over and over again, flushing his meridians and spirit field. As his aura gradually became full,
his cultivation level climbed.
In a few breaths,
he had broken through from the early stage of foundation establishment,
to the middle stage, the late stage, and up to the great perfection, until the aura filled the entire dantian.
Then it began to contract rapidly again.
Within a short time,
he could faintly see a small golden orb within his dantian,
emitting a faint glow. As the aura within the dantian was gradually absorbed by the small orb, he gradually saw that
the golden orb suspended in the center of his dantian.
The orb,
which looked like a golden dangling pill, there were 9 runes vaguely inscribed on it.
As time passed, the Jindan gradually stabilized and expanded. The light emanating from it, too, grew more and more prevalent. Soon,
his realm once again saw a breakthrough.
From the early stage of Jindan,
he instantly broke through to the middle stage,
the late stage, and the great circle. Immediately afterward, the Jindan in his body, after countless times of condensation, began to show subtle changes.
On the surface of the golden elixir,
threads of cracks began to emerge. Finally, in another aura operation, the cracks on the surface of the Jindan instantly spread to the entire Dan body. Then with a click,
the Jindan completely shattered. It turned into a stream of pure spiritual energy,
and at the center of this spiritual energy, a tiny Yuaning slowly coalesced and took shape. This Yuaning, from vague to clear, eventually stabilized.
Although he was only inches tall, his features were exquisite and his demeanor was generally the same as Wang Yi himself.
Wang Yi calmly felt
the surging power within his body.
Feel this unprecedented metamorphosis. Meanwhile, in midair,
the elders of the Thundercloud sect, seeing the scene that caused them to be incredulous just now, the shock on their faces was beyond words.
In just 100 breaths of time, he stepped into the early stage of Yuaning from the early stage of foundation establishment.
I'm afraid that if you look around the entire continent,
you won't be able to find a second person with this kind of amazing talent. Looking back at themselves, it's a walk in the park.
Though they were also held up as geniuses and sung and admired by countless people.
However, each of their realm advancements had taken several, if not dozens, of years of painstaking cultivation. Every breakthrough in cultivation was a struggle out of the brink of death.
It was no exaggeration to say that their current strength and status had been paved with countless sweat,
blood and tears. However, Wang Yi not only broke several realms in a row, the process can still be so smooth. It was like a waterfall, without any trace of pain or struggle. It was certainly a shock to them.
A sense of powerlessness welled up in their hearts.
One even begins to suspect that one's life of perseverance and hard work is nothing more than a poignant joke. Thinking about this,
Chu Changyang nearly shattered his Dao heart on the spot. He only felt the qi and blood churning in his chest,
and a mouthful of crimson blood, which he couldn't restrain, spurted out of his mouth.
If it wasn't for the support of someone beside him, I'm afraid he would have fallen out of the air long ago.
He Jiwei sighed and spoke in relief. The realm is not the whole story.
Without the cooperation of decades of painstakingly cultivated techniques,
empty cultivation is ultimately nothing.
When Chu Changyang heard these words, his heart was instantly comforted.
Elder brother, he is right. Without a gong method to match, it is ultimately just a fancy pillow that doesn't work. I'm afraid I can't even catch one of his punches. As he was thinking, Wang Yi in the small courtyard,
the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile.
Isn't it a sham? Don't you guys know it when you look at it? Wang Yi didn't pay much attention to it either. He closed his eyes once again, carefully sensing, in his mind,
the gongfu that he had retrieved from his doppelganger Hu Yanjua. The gongfu that he had been practicing painstakingly for nearly 20 years. It was a lightning technique called running thunder hands.
The running thunder hands was an ancient and powerful lightning technique, inherited from a lightning cultivation powerhouse from the ancient times.
This spell is known for its fury,
swiftness and immense destructive power.
Cultivators who practiced this method were able to condense the power of thunder and lightning into their palms, and when they slapped out their palms, they were able to destroy everything.
However, there was a flaw in this technique. That is, in the process of cultivation, one needed to constantly quench themselves with lightning, which could extremely easily lead to damage to the dantian.
The fact that the doppelganger Hu Yanjua was unable to break through to Yuaning was also largely due to this gong method.
However, this was nothing to Wang Yi,
because what he couldn't suffer himself,
he could let his doppelganger practice on his behalf.
The sins that you can't stand yourself can be suffered by your doppelganger.
The feats that one was unwilling to risk cultivating could also be cultivated by the doppelganger. In fact,
he had long ago designed the path of these diversions.
Hu Yanjua had average talent and his cultivation was slow to improve. However, he possessed a thunder attribute spiritual root,
so Wang Yi had purposely arranged for him to follow this path of physical cultivation.
Moreover, even the technique, running thunder hand, was carefully selected by Wang Yi. In fact, besides Hu Yanjua,
he had many doppelgangers who were secretly practicing these ancient techniques that no one dared to practice.
After all, most of the things left over from the era of prosperity of the immortal laws were good things. As time passed, his realization grew deeper. After tens of breaths, he had completely grasped the subtleties of this running thunder hands and cultivated this technique to perfection. He opened his eyes and slowly raised his palm up, and a ball of thunder light instantly gathered in his palm. It shone brightly and contained destructive power. As his spiritual energy operated,
the mass of thunder light gradually stabilized and became a sphere of lightning.
It rotated in Wang Yi's palm, emitting a palpitating power.
The thundercloud sect elders in the air,
seeing this scene,
all had expressions of disbelief on their faces.
Especially Chu Changyang.
He instantly recognized that it was the running thunder hand,
because
he himself cultivated the running thunder hand.
Moreover,
it was also the thundercloud sect, the only genius who had cultivated the running thunder hand since childhood and was still able to break through to Yuaning.
He had also, as a result,
become the object of worship for countless disciples within the sect.
However,
it took him decades of hard cultivation to reach the great accomplishment of the running thunder hand.
Wang Yi,
on the other hand, was so simple that it only took tens of breaths to reach perfection.
Be aware of the proficiency of the feats.
They can be broadly categorized as introductory,
proficient, minor, major, complete and transcendental. Almost every time, the lifting has to be done in 1,000 different ways. Even for rare geniuses, to cultivate a technique to perfection, it would require dozens or hundreds of years of painstaking cultivation. Those with average talent will not even reach this level in their lifetime. How is this possible?
Chu Changyang's voice trembled as he felt his Dao heart shaking. As soon as the words left his mouth,
he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
The original already shaken Dao heart, but also on the spot rupture.
The body of the Yuaning dissipated. Decades of accumulated cultivation quickly collapsed. Seeing this scene, He Ji Wei could do nothing.
There is no cure for a broken Taoist heart.
He could only take out, from his sleeve, a heart-protecting pill and send it into Chu Changyang's mouth. After a long time, one of the elders touched his pulse and said, "His life is saved, but his cultivation is dissipated, so I'm afraid that he will be reduced to an invalid from now on."
He Ji Wei sighed and said to the man, "This is all the calamity he deserves in his destiny."
That's all. After all, he has made contributions to the clan,
so you arrange for your disciples to send him back to the clan to retire.
Everyone else, let's go. Since they're all here, no matter what, they must pay a visit forward. After saying that, he slowly fell towards the entrance of Wang Yi's small courtyard.
Chapter 43, Something to Discuss. Wang Yi sat on a wooden chair, picked a grape and sent it into his mouth,
quietly waiting for the upcoming Thundercloud sect elders. Within moments,
the wooden door to his yard was knocked on.
Wang Yi did not get up to welcome him, but only said faintly through the door, "Come in." He Ji Wei and the others entered the courtyard,
and when they saw Wang Yi's idle demeanor, their expressions all became a bit unnatural.
Obviously a supreme demon, but looks like an idle young master.
There was a hint of playfulness in Wang Yi's tone.
"Elders, coming to my little courtyard. You wouldn't be here to snatch my maid as well, would you?"
He Ji Wei and the others originally wanted to ask Wang Yi for a statement regarding Ji Tsongkuei's death, although Ji Tsongkuei saw the color and was rude in the first place.
But he was, after all,
a disciple of the Thundercloud sect.
Even if he was to be executed,
it should be handed over to the Thundercloud sect for execution.
Instead,
Wang Yi had taken the liberty of decapitating him.
However, after seeing Wang Yi's demonic talent,
they have changed their attitude.
As the saying goes, it's better to settle scores. If he were to form an unresolved bond with a demon like Wang Yi,
the Thundercloud sect is afraid that it will face extinction.
Having figured out this section, He Ji Wei immediately had a kind face. He laughed and said, "What are you talking about, little friend Wang? We are a few old guys. How can we do that kind of dirty things? I won't hide it from you. A few of us rushed here in order to apologize to you. If you don't teach, the teacher will be lazy. Ji Tsunkue did such a despicable act, and even though we didn't know about it, we can't escape the blame for the laxity of the imperial court. Wang Yi smiled and asked, that's not what you guys said in the Hall of Collective Harmony, is it? Didn't you all say with righteous indignation that you must make me give your thundercloud sect a satisfactory explanation? So soon forgotten? One of the elders was stunned. How did you know? Wang Yi let out a light laugh, his fingers gently tapping on the armrests of the wooden chair, making a rhythmic light sound. He didn't answer directly, but continued in a playful tone. In this world, there are no impermeable walls. What you guys are talking about in the Hall of Gathering, naturally the wind will send it to my ears. Several elders looked at each other when they heard this. Even He Jiwei's face showed a shocked expression. He was a Yuaning great perfection cultivator, and was only half a step away from the realm of transformation. The person Wang Yi had sent out was actually able to listen in on their conversation without him noticing. It was evident how terrifying that person's strength was. Perhaps this person was now above their heads, quietly looking down on them. They, however, were oblivious to it. Thinking of this, He Jiwei couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. It was a long time before he coughed dryly in an attempt to ease the awkwardness. He spoke. Little friend Wang, the matter of Ji Tsunkue was indeed mishandled by a few of us. When we return to the Thundercloud sect, we will ask the sect leader for forgiveness. In addition, we are willing to take out 10 medium-grade spirit stones as compensation. Please be magnanimous, little friend, and don't bother with us old fools in general. Wang Yi lazily reached out and picked a grape into his mouth. That's just it. Since you've all put it to this level, it's not appropriate for me to hold on to it. As for Ji Tsunkue's death, it was purely because he deserved it. Your Thundercloud sect, if you think there's a problem with my handling, you can come and settle the score with me. I'm always available. He Jiwei immediately promised. Little friend, don't worry. This matter ends here. I can assure you that no one will ever come to harass little friend because of this. Wang Yi nodded his head in satisfaction. In addition, what you have seen and heard here today is not to be spread, or else I won't be blamed for being rude to you. It's just a small thing though, and it's not a big deal to get the word out, but it's better to keep it a secret for now if you can. After all, not long ago he was just a small rookie at the second level of body forging. If people knew that they had broken through to the early stage of yuaning so quickly, it was inevitable that a group of people would have their hearts broken, or even doubt life and hang yourself while the night is still young. It is better not to create such sins if you can. Although He Jiwei was a bit puzzled as to the intent of Wang Yi's move, he still agreed. Seeing this, the other few elders followed suit and gave their assurances. Afterward, they left behind 10 medium-grade spirit stones and excused themselves. On the way back to the gathering hall, one of the elders asked curiously, what exactly is this son's identity? The talent is so amazing, and he was able to make a god transformation powerhouse work for him. How is it possible that such a person is still just a small handyman? Another elder said, I did hear a rumor that he is the head of Mount Shu. Senior brother, be careful what you say. He Jiwei immediately opened his mouth to interrupt. When that elder heard that, he immediately closed his mouth, not daring to say another word. A few days later, the Thundercloud sect elders reached an agreement with the Shu Mountain hierarchy, and it was agreed that one day later, the elders and disciples of the two factions would travel to the northern wasteland together in the Thundercloud sect's flying boat. Xiahou Chang, who had just lifted his grounding, was furious when he saw the list of Shushan's disciples heading to the northern wasteland. Even if it's the outer disciples, what's the meaning of stuffing miscellaneous disciples in there? The point was, this disciple also had thoughts about senior sister Lei. He immediately huffed and found Fu Su. Senior brother Fu, you must be more vigilant. That day in front of the mountain gate I could tell that the kid surnamed Wang definitely has thoughts about senior sister Lei. Must not let him touch senior sister Lei. Wang Yi, Lui Qingqing is my woman. I'm not even in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? No, what's my hurry? Isn't it normal for me to have thoughts about the woman I'm bilocating with? You, on the other hand, must have something fishy going on in such a hurry. Wang Yi closed his eyes and searched through Fu Su's memories. Only then did he realize that this doppelganger of his, under his own authorization, had saved Xiahou Chang's little life. No wonder he looks like a loyal lapdog. Although that day, he had been staring at Jinmi, making himself uncomfortable. But see, he was the lapdog of his own alter ego. Plus it didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Just let him off the hook for now. After all, this kind of loyal lapdog might be useful later on. Wang Yi was secretly pondering. Xiahou Chang, who had seen Wang Yi not answer for a long time on the side, became anxious. He anxiously said, "Senior brother Fusu, don't blame me for not reminding you." The way senior sister looked at him that day, there was something not quite right, and I don't know if it's just me. How about this? Why don't I just find my master now and see if I can take him off the list? After all, it's just a handyman. The Shu Mountainside shouldn't take it too seriously. Wang Yi secretly felt funny in his heart. You're really going to run to your master and say you're going to take me off? He's afraid he'll have to, break your third leg on the spot. Wang Yi stifled a laugh and shook his head. No need. It's still important to get down to business. There's no need to be too concerned about a mere handyman. Xiahou Chang was about to persuade him a few more times when he was interrupted by Wang Yi. Wang Yi reached out and patted his shoulder and said, "All right, I have my own arrangements for this matter. So focus on your cultivation and don't need to worry about it. We're leaving tomorrow. Go back and get ready. And by the way, help me invite your senior sister Lei here. There's something I'd like to discuss with her." Chapter 44, Take the Sins Yourself. Gathering Hall. Inside the room where Fusu resided, the two men, after some long and deep exchanges, Lei Qingqing snuggled in the arms of Fusu. His mind could not help but be a little confused. At this moment, it was as if the figure of the handyman that he had seen a few days ago, at the South Mountain Gate, appeared in his eyes. She shook her head hard, trying to shake the figure out. It's just a shame that doing so isn't half as effective. The figure, still in her mind, lingered. She secretly cursed herself mentally. Lei Qingqing, you already have seen your brother Fusu. You can't do anything to apologize to senior brother. Your brother Fusu's woman. In your life, you can only think of brother Fusu alone. Unfortunately, doing so was not effective. That little handyman's figure still popped up in her mind from time to time. When she thought about it, it was probably because that person was too much like senior brother Fusu. Plus, eldest brother was a bit hot and cold towards her. There are times when even if she takes the initiative herself, brother Fusu. But, from the body to the look, that person clearly didn't look a bit like eldest brother. She couldn't really figure out why she thought the two were alike. Wang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Senior sister, the northern wasteland is treacherous. I may not be able to protect you, so in my opinion, you'd better not go." Lei Qingqing looked puzzled. "Senior brother, weren't you supportive of me going before?" Wang Yi, when did I support you to go to the North Wasteland? That was the dog system that did it, okay? This damn dog system, I really want to beat him up. Netting himself a problem. Lei Qingqing saw Wang Yi and hesitated to speak. I thought he was jealous because of that little handyman thing. The heart was more or less weak. Senior brother Fusu, is it because of what I did wrong? Wang Yi shook his head. No, it's just that I suddenly have a feeling that this trip to the Northern Wasteland is going to be far more dangerous than we imagined. I'd still like you to go back, just to be safe. Lei Qingqing shook her head. No, I'm not going back. Even if I die, I'm going to die with eldest brother. Although it had always been using the alter ego, exchanging feelings with Lei Qingqing, but Wang Yi had a better understanding of her character. She's a little overzealous, but her bones are tough and persistent. Once she makes a decision, it's hard to change it. Therefore Wang Yi didn't say anything else. Anyway, with his own strength, even if he faced an ancient powerhouse that crawled out of an ancient tomb, he might not be unable to fight. Keeping a woman is not a big deal. On the following day, the first rays of sunlight in the morning, through the ancient pines and cypresses of the South Mountain Gate, sprinkled on the square in front of the gate. Nearly 100 Shushan and Thundercloud sect disciples were all looking forward to the next trip to the Northern Wasteland. On the square, the Thundercloud sect's flying boat was already docked next to it, its huge body flickering with an eerie blue light in the sunlight. Board the boat. With a command from He Jiwei, the crowd of disciples moved at the sound of the voice and leapt onto the flying boat, like a group of warriors ready for battle. With curiosity about the unknown, they quickly boarded the flying boat. He Jiwei scanned these disciples and couldn't help but frown slightly when he didn't see Wang Yi's figure. The other disciples are indifferent, but only Wang Yi. If he was angered, hell knows if a transformation god powerhouse would come to kill him. He looked to Nangong Ruowei on the side. Arching his hand, he asked, Peak Master Nangong, your sect seems to be missing a disciple. What do you think? Nangong Ruowei, as the leading elder of Shu Mountain, was also a great power of the harmonization realm. She is naturally in charge of the boat. Nangong Ruowei was just about to open her mouth when she saw Wang Yi stretching his back and walking out slowly. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she coldly asked Wang Yi, why were you late? Wang Yi yawned. Am I late? Didn't we agree to leave at precisely the hour? It's not even past the dawning hour yet. Can you call it late? Wang Yi's attitude appeared quite relaxed, and he didn't seem to take being late seriously. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding disciples began to whisper. Some thought that Wang Yi was too diffident, disrespecting the rules of the sect and being rude to the Thundercloud sect. Some envied his guts. After all, it wasn't just anyone that dared to be so casual in front of the elders. Nangong Ruowei raised her eyebrows slightly, but she didn't say anything more. This was because as soon as Wang Yi had appeared, she had already detected the yuaning aura emanating from Wang Yi's body. In just a few short days, it was elevated from foundation establishment to elemental infant. Such talent was unheard of even for her, and she sighed to herself. More crucially, she also saw respect in the Thundercloud sect elders' expression. Obviously, these people should know something. Just as she froze, Wang Yi leaped and boarded the Thundercloud sect's flying boat. On top of the flying boat, Wang Yi looked a bit out of place as he wore the attire of an odd-job disciple. Soon, the crowds that had come to watch, and the disciples on the flying boat, began to point their fingers at Wang Yi. Among these people, there were those who knew Wang Yi and those who didn't. They talked to each other, as if they were trying to figure out how Wang Yi, an odd-job disciple, was able to board this flying boat, especially Xiahou Chang, who had a bit of trouble with Wang Yi. He looked at Wang Yi with anger tinged with caution. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he realized that his master teacher was glaring at him with icy eyes. He could only shut his mouth and stop looking at Wang Yi. Right at this moment, an inner disciple of Mount Shu named Cui Xingye couldn't hold back any longer. He pointed at Wang Yi and asked, "Who is this bastard? A stinking handyman. What gives him the right to follow us to the northern wasteland? The northern wasteland is so dangerous, and if we bring such a loser to drag us down, we'll all be doomed." As soon as these words came out, the crowd of Thundercloud sect elders looked at the man in shock. I thought to myself, this man is so ignorant. A mere early Jindan stage would dare to openly stand out and provoke Wang Yi, not to mention Wang Yi's strength, which was many times stronger than him. Just Wang Yi's identity as the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Mount Shushan was enough to make him immortal. Of course, most of the disciples on the flying boat, not knowing Wang Yi's realm and his power in Shushan, these proud sons of heaven were naturally upset when they saw Wang Yi, a handyman, traveling with them. It was only because there was Nangong Ruowei and a group of elders from the Thundercloud sect. They're just afraid to stand up for themselves. Now that he heard Cui Xingye say this in public, they also opened their mouths to agree with each other, looking as if they had to drive Wang Yi out of the flying boat. Xiahou Chang saw this scene and was secretly pleased, eyes waiting for Wang Yi to make a fool of himself. If it wasn't for his master teacher blocking him, he would have followed along and stood out. But that's fine for now. After all, it's good to see what's going on. He'd like to see it. How will Wang Yi respond to the anger of the crowd? Wang Yi, on the other hand, was unhurried, walking up to Cui Xingye with a calm expression, as if he didn't put Cui Xingye in his eyes at all. He said indifferently, "You can go to the law enforcement hall on your own to claim your crime, questioning the clan's decision and humiliating your fellow disciples, and taking the initiative to go to the law enforcement hall to claim your crime. You might be sentenced lighter." Chapter 45, like stealing. Wang Yi's tone was flat, but it carried a bit of unquestionable majesty. Cui Xingye froze, then an angry look appeared on his face and he was about to retort, but he was pulled back by an older disciple next to him. The disciple looked like he remembered something. Moving to his ear, he reminded in a low voice, "Senior brother Cui, don't be impulsive. I heard that he is the illegitimate son of the sect leader." Hearing this, Catalyst Xingye instantly turned pale. What a carelessness. Thought Wang Yi was a soft touch. It turned out to be an accidental pinch on the meteor hammer. The palms are pierced. His body trembled slightly, shocked and afraid. Arching his hand towards Wang Yi, he said, "I'm sorry, Senior brother Wang. It's my dog's eye view. I'll go to the law enforcement hall to receive my punishment." He didn't even dare to look up at Wang Yi as he spoke, afraid that if he looked at it one more time, he would explode on the spot. After saying that, he jumped off the flying boat as if he was fleeing and left the sight of the crowd. The crowd present, other than Nangong Ruowei, the Thundercloud sect's elders and a few Yuaning disciples. No one knew what that disciple whispered in Cui Xingye's ear. Therefore, seeing Cui Xingye's transformation, the faces of the crowd were all filled with shock and doubt. However, they know it in their hearts. It could make Cui Xingye arrogant and take the initiative to go to the law enforcement hall to claim his offense. The news, the wait must be extraordinary. They didn't want to become the second hypnotic Xingye. As such, they did not dare to say anything more about Wang Yi's trip to the northern wasteland. Instead,
they exchanged words and tried to find out what was going on.
Wang Yi's senses had followed suit since he had broken through to Yuanying.
He heard the words of that named disciple clearly just now.
These people, they really can't keep their mouths shut. A while ago, someone else said that he was Wang Chunlo's illegitimate son. And now,
he said that he was the illegitimate son of the headmaster. Just don't be afraid of being heard by the master.
Hang you up and skin you? However, on second thought,
if the sect leader knew about this matter, the first one to suffer would seem to be himself. What the man had just said, since he could hear himself.
Nangong Ruowei naturally heard it. In case she
spread this matter to the ears of the sect leader,
things would be a bit troublesome. When he thought of this, Wang Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly.
After Xiahou Chang had recovered from his brief surprise and shock,
he once again looked at Wang Yi, trying to see something in Wang Yi's expression. However, on Wang Yi's face, there was no other expression other than that imperceptible twitch. He retracted his gaze in disappointment, but he happened to glance over and saw that Lei Qingqing was staring at Wang Yi lost in thought. The more Lei Qingqing looked at him, the more he felt that Wang Yi resembled his own senior brother Fusu. Her gaze, however, searched for Wang Yi, never could find a hint of resemblance. It made her wonder a bit if something was wrong with her brain, or not. Right at this moment, Nangong Ruowei interrupted the crowd and said aloud, "Since everyone has arrived, let's set off. The trip to the northern wasteland is not a child's play, so I still hope that all disciples can be united and cooperate." As Nangong Ruowei's words fell, the chatter instantly subsided. In its place, there was a neatly harmonized response. "Yes dash." Only then did Nangong Ruowei look at He Jiwei. Set sail. He Jiwei walked towards the control console of the flying boat and waved his hands. A ray of lightning flew out from his fingertips and merged into the formation of the flying boat. The flying boat slowly rose, its huge body radiating a brilliant light under the sunlight. It soon turned into a stream of light and sped off in the direction of the northern wasteland. The disciples went back to their lodgings and recuperated. The target of this flying boat was the North Star Pass, the central continent's fortress to the northern wasteland. Go there and meet up with the other team from the Thundercloud sect. Together, they traveled to that ancient tomb deep in the northern wilderness. From Mount Shu to the northernmost North Star Pass in the central continent, there was a distance of about 200,000 miles. Even taking the Thundercloud sect's flying boat, it would take 4 days and 4 nights. Anything can happen in 4 days. Xiahou Chang did not want, after 4 days, senior sister Lei to become Mrs. Wang. Not to mention that senior brother Fusu had saved his life. Wang Yi alone was a person he could not see eye to eye with. District a small handyman, even dared to have non-interesting thoughts about senior sister Lei, simply colorful and daring. What upsets him even more is this. By Wang Yi's side, he clearly already had a unbelievably beautiful maid, and yet, he still doesn't know enough and misses senior sister Lei. Thinking of this, Xiahou Chang felt that he had to do something. After some pondering, he simply found a secluded place to squat outside Wang Yi's room. This was because he felt that this was the only way he could not guarantee that he would never give Wang Yi a single chance to put a cuckold on senior brother Fusu's head. Soon, Wang Yi, who was inside the room, sensed Xiahou Chang's presence. He quickly guessed roughly what Xiahou Chang's intentions were, trying to keep himself from contacting Lei Qingqing by keeping an eye on him at all times. Great idea, just not much use. After all, he himself usually used the Fusu bilocation to communicate deeply with Lei Qingqing. He could block his own body, but not his bilocation. Of course, even though it made no sense for him to do that to himself, it still made him feel bad. It felt like having a camera planted next to you. Thinking of this, Wang Yi's mind moved and directly injected his consciousness into Fusu's body. Prepare to use Fusu's identity to get rid of this fly. By the way, educate him on how to behave. However, as he passed by the door of Lei Qingqing's room, he couldn't help but push the door and walk in. After closing the door to the room, it's a great fight scene. It had to be said that the moment he thought of that bastard Xiahou Chang, he was blocking the doorway of his room. That feeling, then, becomes a little strange. It's like stealing. Ahem. That said, actually use the altar and share life lessons with the girls. There are also a lot of benefits. Not only does it feel real, but it won't kill anyone. It's enough to split up and fill the world. He didn't want to get cubs all over the place. Of course, this kind of thing, it has its drawbacks. Although the doppelganger is controlled by an AI algorithm that can easily mimic, among other things, his own behavioral habits. However, if you get too close to someone, it's easy to reveal your weaknesses. Because there were some, which needed to be paid for to be viewed, could only be done by Wang Yi himself. Otherwise, Wang Yi would have castrated the system long ago. As the big man behind this world, he didn't want to have a green light on his face every day. Ahem, far from it. After a warm, insightful exchange, Lei Qingqing asked, "Senior brother Fusu, why do I feel that you're a bit different these days than before?" Wang Yi smiled faintly. "What's different?" Lei Qingqing blushed. "It seems like it's more passionate than before." Wang Yi. Chapter 46 is very moving indeed. It was late at night, and the flying boat continued to weave through the night sky towards the North Star Pass. Wang Yi's consciousness returned to his body. Slightly exhausted, he lay down on the bed. Xiahou Chang remained bitter, guarding the door, oblivious to the fact that he had long been in Lei Qingqing's boudoir, making several trips in and out. As for the ousting of Xiahou Chang, Wang Yi thought carefully about it. It's nice to have an extra person to watch the door for yourself. What's more, he's outside the door, and it enhances his own fun. Needless to say, the buff he had stacked was quite effective. Thanks to this buff of his, himself just came back. Lei Qingqing can't even stand up. As Wang Yi was thinking, the system's voice came out in his head. Ding! The bilocation Dianwei sensed that there are 3 outer disciples who want to sneak into the host's small courtyard and commit misdeeds. Will they be killed? Hearing this news, Wang Yi couldn't help but frown. These ungrateful things are going to come and steal from their own homes after they've only been gone for a day. Wang Yi knew with his toes, they must have come towards their own doppelganger, Junmi. These scumbags, they really don't know what they're doing. Wang Yi immediately injected his consciousness into Junmi. He habitually reclined on the bamboo chair and said to the system, "Tuzi, put those scumbags in. I'd like to see who's so bold." Not long after, 3 outer disciples quietly approached the small courtyard's fence. They exchanged a smug look with each other, as if they had already seen the treasure that was about to arrive. Soon they were over the fence and stepped into the small courtyard. After seeing Jinmi lying on the bamboo chair, the faces of the 3 men simultaneously revealed lewd looks and smiles. When Wang Yi saw their disgusted expressions, a fire of anger instantly ignited in his heart. He frowned slightly and asked in a cold voice, "Tell me, who, exactly, sent you here?" He couldn't believe that these 3 straw men, if they weren't egged on, would dare to come and pick a fight with themselves. The 3 didn't answer, but instead revealed lewd smiles. One of them kept rubbing his hands, his eyes lewd, and said, "It's true that she's a supreme beauty. Even when she's angry, she's so touching. Your young master has gone to the northern wasteland and won't be able to return in this lifetime. We, brothers, were afraid you'd be lonely at home alone, so we came over to keep you company. Of course, you could have yelled, and no one would have come anyway. And the more you yell, the more excited we get." As soon as these words came out, the other two followed with unbridled laughter. It was the first time that Wang Yi was molested like this. He slowly got out of his chair and stood up, his eyes extraordinarily cold. "Since you are unwilling to take the initiative to open your mouths and give an account, I will have to, personally, pry your mouths open." The man smiled and laughed. "Just with you a chi refining great circle." Before he could finish his words, Wang Yi's body abruptly erupted, with the pressure of the Yuanying realm. Although the Jinmi bilocation was only at the great circle of chi refining, but his main body, however, had already broken through to the early stage of Yuanying. As he injected his consciousness into the altar, it is also possible to use, briefly, the power of the body. The smiles of those 3 outer disciples instantly froze on their faces. They instantly felt it, an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the entire space was frozen for it. "No, it can't be. You, how could you?" One of them stammered. He was trembling, his eyes filled with fear and incredulity. Wang Yi coldly swept a glance at them, with eyes that looked as if he was looking at a few insignificant ants. He gently raised his hand and directly sucked the person who had just opened his mouth over. Cupping the man's head with his bare hands, he slammed his 5 fingers together. The man's head, like a watermelon under a hydraulic press, instantly exploded into a spray of blood. The remaining 2 saw the scene. All of them were so frightened that their livers trembled and they sat on their asses. All of the lewdness and smugness from a moment ago was gone. Wang Yi walked up to them, towering over them. Coldly, he asked, "Can we talk now?" When the 2 outer disciples heard this, their faces turned ashen and they shook as if they were sifting chaff. They had never imagined that the usually weak-looking Jinmi was hiding such a terrifying power. They glanced at each other, and both could see the despair and regret in the other's eyes. One of them soon unable to suppress his inner fear,
trembled his voice and stammered as he replied.
"It's Senior Brother Chui. He said that as long as we get you under control, he'll just help us to be promoted to inner disciple." "Chui Xingye? What did he arrest me for?"
A hint of viciousness flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. It seems that he forgot to account for the system in the morning, scrapping it and throwing it into the sword mountain to feed the sword.
That's quite an oversight.
This kind of unknowing cargo was not a threat to himself, but it was disgusting. He thought that he had left Shushan and was out of reach of the whip.
"Show him yourself today. This Shushan, in the NTM who is in charge." As Wang Yi was thinking,
he heard the disciple continue to reply. "Senior Brother Chui said that your young master posed as the illegitimate son of the sect leader and caused him to lose his chance to travel to the northern wasteland, and that he wants to kill you all to make your young master pay the price."
Wang Yi instantly grasped the point. "They? Who else is he eyeing?"
His voice and tone were incomparably cold, as if he wanted to freeze the air of the entire world.
The man trembled and said, "Also, there is the 100 Flower House.
Senior Brother Chui seems to have gone there personally."
As soon as his words fell, he saw Wang Yi raise his hand and gently wave it,
and an intense palm blade slashed across his and his companions' throats at the same time.
Two terrified heads rolled off like watermelons. "Tuzi, arrange for the doppelganger to clean up this place." After saying that, Wang Yi leaped and headed towards the 100 Flowers building through the air.
His figure cut through the night sky like a stream of light.
At the same time, in the 100 Flowers building, Wang Yi's exclusive elegant room,
Lu Ruyan was leaning against the window alone, looking at the bright moon outside the window. A touch of sorrow hooked in her eyebrows. She had heard the news in the morning that Mr. Wang had gone to the northern wasteland.
"I don't know. Where is he?" "The northern wilderness. It's probably pretty far. So far away that not even the warm breeze or the moonlight could reach it."
Ruyan Lu sighed softly. Her heart was filled with attachment to Wang Yi. She knew that her identity was worlds apart from Wang Yi's, but in her heart, she always had an emotion that was hard to part with. The maid heard a sigh and tried to ease her mood. Smiling, she teased, "Sister Ruyan, I think you're suffering from lovesickness." Lu Ruyan sniffed with shame and annoyance. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly sensed that a powerful murderous aura came from the far side of his head. It enveloped her in an instant. Almost at the same time, a black shadow came through the air and stood outside the window. The man spared a glance, sizing up Ruyan Lu, and then, revealing a playful expression, he said, "You are Ruyan Lu, Wang Yi's woman? TSK, 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 not bad, very moving indeed." Chapter 47, The Demoness. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. "Who are you?" Chui Xingye didn't answer, but said with a smile on his face, "I'm giving you two choices now. First, be my woman. Second, die." Ruyan Lu had to sell her art at the 100 Flowers house despite her tragic life. Yet, she never lost her dignity and pride. Therefore, in the face of Chui Xingye's threat, her heart did not waver in the slightest. She was undaunted. "Then please kill me, my lord." Seeing how calm Lu Ruyan was, on Chui Xingye's face, anger and hatred immediately appeared, because this calmness stung him deeply. This morning, if he had been calmer, he might not have fallen for Wang Yi's scheme. What a bull ******** palmist bastard. It's all ing bull. Think of the way you were falling away. Chui Xingye then felt that there was a strong sense of shame that kept welling up from the bottom of his heart. However, at this moment, Ruyan Lu was facing almost the same situation as him, and yet, he was able to maintain his composure and even go to his death with a straight face. This was undoubtedly saying that he, Chui Xingye, an inner disciple of Mount Shu, was not even as good as a windswept woman selling her art. Thinking of this, Chui Xingye laughed fiercely and said, "Fine, fine, if you want to die, I'll choose not to fulfill you. After I play with you later, I'll strip you naked and hang you in front of the main gate of the 100 Flowers building. I'd like to see if you'll still be able to be so subdued when the time comes." After saying that, Chui Xingye erupted a terrifying aura and extended his hand towards Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu instantly felt that her body was controlled by an invisible force. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Chui Xingye slowly headed towards Lu Ruyan and laughed coldly. "Don't waste your efforts. You won't be able to escape from Lousy today no matter what. Yeah, don't blame me for not warning you. You'd better retract your hands immediately." Just at the moment when Chui Xingye's hand was about to touch Lu Ruyan, a voice came out coming from above. The voice was incomparably cold, as if it was going to freeze all the air around it. Wang Yi topped the body of his doppelganger, Jun Mi, and like a god, stood silently in the sky above with an inviolable majesty. He gave a gentle wave towards Ruyan Lu.
The invisible force that controlled Ruyan Lu instantly dissipated.
Lu Ruyan suddenly felt her body lighten and regained her freedom.
When Cui Xingye saw the visitor, shock and incomprehension were written all over his face.
He couldn't help but frown as he asked, "You?
What exactly are you?
Why did you spoil my good deed?"
Wang Yi said coldly, "You sent someone to kill me first, yet you ask me who I am in return? Miss Xin, it's you. How you?" Lu Ruyan's face was filled with surprise.
She really didn't expect that Xinni,
a seemingly weak girl, would be so powerful.
Such a powerful cultivator was actually willing to serve as Wang Yi's maid.
When she thought of this,
the knowledge of Wang Yi in her mind was once again completely turned upside down.
Cui Xingye was shocked at his words. Until this moment, he thought of the identity of the person in front of him. "What? You are Wang Yi that maid?"
He stammered and stuttered, his face extremely ugly, because he knew very well that this woman in front of him had already stepped into the yuaning stage.
It was an existence that he, a middle Jindan stage, simply couldn't afford to mess with.
He really couldn't figure out why such a big shot would be willing to be a maid by Wang Yi's side.
Can't it be that Wang Yi is really the master's? No, it can't be.
He had already sought confirmation from his master. The master himself told him.
The master did not, and could not, have an heir.
Wang Yi's gaze was as cold as a knife.
"Cui Xingye,
you're wrong in that you've offended someone you shouldn't have offended."
Saying that, a powerful pressure crushed towards Cui Xingye. Facing this yuaning pressure, Cui Xingye instantly felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness.
But he was still not willing to lose his life.
"Jun Mi, don't bully me too much. I'm an inner disciple of Mount Shu. If you kill me, Mount Shu will never let you go. So what if you're an inner disciple?"
There was a hint of disdain in Wang Yi's voice.
"Today, even if the sect leader of Mount Shu arrives in person, he won't be able to save you." With that, he slapped his palm towards Cui Xingye.
Looking at the huge palm that covered the sky,
Cui Xingye's face instantly lost its blood color.
He knew very well that he had no power to resist in the face of such a terrifying attack. Thus, he immediately took out a Jindan-level windwalking talisman from his storage pouch.
With the infusion of aura,
he instantly felt his body become lighter. He couldn't care less about thinking about it, and immediately fled in a sorry state towards Mount Shu with the fastest speed possible.
Nonetheless, he was still affected by Wang Yi's palm wave.
The whole person bounced and flew for several miles,
smashing heavily on, and half-circling around,
the surface of the Jade Ribbon River in the town of Yunji, raising a burst of high, white water splashes, under the shadow of death.
Cui Xingye knew himself and did not dare to hesitate for a moment. He quickly leapt up from the river, not caring about the injuries on his body,
spitting blood out of his mouth as he fled towards Mount Shu.
Wang Yi just laughed coldly and didn't bother with him anymore. Turning to Lu Ruyan, he asked, "Miss Ruyan, are you alright?"
Ruyan Lu shook her head.
"I'm fine.
Thanks to Miss Xin for saving me."
Ruyan is grateful.
"It's just a show of hands. Not to mention the fact that this matter,
it was originally due to me."
Wang Yi almost misspoke, and after a pause, he immediately changed his words. "Not to mention that this matter was originally caused by my young master."
"Miss Ruyan, don't blame my young master for dragging you down."
Lu Ruyan sniffed and a warm current surged in her heart. She smiled faintly and said, "Miss Xin is overstating it."
"Mr. Wang saved my life.
I'm more than grateful.
How could I blame him? It's just a pity that we let that person get away, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to have peace in the future."
Wang Yi smiled faintly at his words and said,
"Ran away? If I don't release him, can he run away?" Ruyan Lu looked at Wang Yi suspiciously. After a long time, he sighed. "That's right, he's an inner disciple after all. If he's killed,
and his clan or master find him, then Miss Xin will be in trouble."
Wang Yi smiled meaningfully and did not answer. The reason he let Cui Xingye go,
it is that he is expected to go back and bring the overflow of his division's dignity.
He's going to do more than just kill an enemy. Instead,
we must eliminate the root and branch of the problem and solve it once and for all.
Ruyan Lu looked at Wang Yi's deep eyes and seemed to realize something. Her heart couldn't help but give birth to a trace of apprehension. "Miss Xin, you don't want to?" Wang Yi interrupted Ruyan Lu with a smile. "Miss Ruyan, it's late at night. Rest at ease." After saying that, he leaped and slowly flew towards Mount Shu. Not long after, a long whistle suddenly came from the night sky, and a powerful aura quickly approached towards him.
Wang Yi looked up and saw a figure cutting through the night sky.
Yan Yiji stood proudly above the void. He looked down at Wang Yi with endless anger in his eyes. Sounding like thunder, he bellowed, "Demonis, you really have a lot of guts. How dare you hurt my Shushan disciples?" Chapter 48, The Tide of the Blue Sea. Hearing the word demoness, Wang Yi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. As a pure man, how could he stand this humiliation? Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he saw Cui Xingye hurrying over. He stood at Yan Yiji's side with a fox-like appearance, laughing unscrupulously. Ha ha ha, weren't you arrogant just now? Have the balls to show me another arrogant one. As soon as his words fell, he saw Wang Yi raise his hand and gently wave it. The water of the Jade Belt River under his feet instantly floated up and turned into countless water droplets, almost spreading over half of Yunji town. Cui Xingye's laughter came to a screeching halt and his face suddenly changed. He had never expected that Jinmi would have such a terrifying aptitude to manipulate the river freely. Even Yan Yiji was a bit surprised. Like Jinmi, he was a water attribute spirit root. The realm was still a cut above Jinmi. However, with this scene in front of him, he thought to himself that he simply couldn't do it. One could only secretly sigh at the purity of the water attribute of the woman in front of him. Wang Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense with dead people. He gently raised his hand and pointed towards Cui Xingye. Those water droplets suspended in the air seemed to possess life. Each drop flashed with a cold light, like sharp arrows, cutting through the air towards Cui Xingye. Sensing the danger, Cui Xingye trembled and couldn't help but shrink back. Seeing this, Yan Yiji snorted coldly. Sculpture. After saying that, he waved his big hand and a majestic power surged out from him, and the water droplets that were flying towards them instantly atomized. Cui Xingye sensed that there was no danger and immediately let out a loud laugh once again. Ha ha ha, even if you're strong, in front of my master, you're just a mole cricket, trying to kill me. Are you worthy? Wang Yi remained silent and extended his palm towards Cui Xingye. In a matter of moments, the water mist that drifted around Cui Xingye's body was once again transformed into countless tiny water droplets. Those water droplets, as if they had received an attraction, defying gravity, from all directions, it fell towards Cui Xingye's body. Soon, it drenched Cui Xingye. Seeing that he was fine, Cui Xingye smiled smugly. What? Are you planning to give me a bath? Yan Yiji was shocked at Wang Yi's tactics. He just reacted and wanted to warn Cui Xingye of the danger, but it was too late. Noisy! Wang Yi faintly uttered 2 words, and then his outstretched hand violently cupped his fist. Cui Xingye sensed the danger and was filled with horror. He didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before he was crushed into a ball of blood and water by a powerful pressure. A flash of shock initially swept through Yan Yiji's heart. With that, the shock was quickly replaced by a wave of, unnameable frustration. His face twisted into an almost hideous despair. He never expected that this woman in front of him would be able to crush his beloved disciple right under his nose. At this moment, all of his planning came to naught. Only endless emptiness and frustration were left behind, deeply etched on his twisted face from anger and resentment. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, what a good tactic. Blood debt is paid in blood. I will definitely break you into pieces today. After he said that, his figure rushed towards Wang Yi like an arrow off the string. His hands quickly formed seals, and the water spirit power around him surged furiously, as if he wanted to drown everything in this boundless wave of water. Not long after, the water waves converged into a huge water dragon that roared and lunged at Wang Yi. When Wang Yi saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. If it were any other detachment that had crossed over and faced such a raging wave, even if it was also a water spirit root split, it's also absolutely impossible to recruit. This was because the gap in realm simply could not be filled through combat techniques. However, this current incarnation of Wang Yi was different. Jinmi is the one who has 2 special talents of the water attribute. In particular, the special talent of Sea of Water can basically make her immune to all water attribute attacks. It could be said to be a divine talent of the water attribute. Therefore, Wang Yi did not dodge and just stood still. Yan Yiji felt humiliated when he saw that Wang Yi had not even flickered, and the anger in his heart grew even more intense. He growled and changed the spell seals of his hands. The water dragon's attack became even more violent, as if it wanted to completely devour Wang Yi. However, when the water dragon was about to touch Wang Yi, a sudden change occurred. Jinmi's talent was instantly stimulated. It was as if her body had transformed into a bottomless black hole. In a matter of moments, the raging water dragon was absorbed to its fullest extent. Yan Yiji's eyes widened with disbelief. His most proud killing move was, surprisingly, so easily neutralized by his opponent. This is impossible. Yan Yiji roared, unable to accept such an outcome. Wang Yi gently shook his sleeves as if he was brushing away the dust on his body. His voice was calm and indifferent. You were wrong in that you shouldn't have used a water technique in front of me.
Yaniji took a deep breath and tried to calm the shock in his heart. Since the arts are useless, Yaniji revealed a cold smile. Then I will use my sword to cut you down. After he said that, a blue water sword suddenly appeared in his hand, flashing with an awe-inspiring cold light. Wang Yi, on the other hand, unhurriedly, took out a few Yuaning-level strengthening talismans from his storage bag. As the talisman was activated, Wang Yi's body was immediately surrounded by a powerful force. His aura instantly skyrocketed, almost reaching a terrifying level. When Yaniji saw this, a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. He could feel that Wang Yi's power at this point was no longer inferior to his, and even surpassed him in some aspects. Holding the talisman in his hand, Wang Yi had disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, like a ghost, he appeared behind Yaniji and slapped his palm out. The palm wind contained the power of the talisman, and it pushed straight into Yanyan's heart. Yaniji reacted extremely quickly, and with a turn of the Bisui sword, the sword light was like water waves rippling, forming a defense circle to block Wang Yi's attack. At the same time, his body spun around and the tip of his sword pointed straight at Wang Yi's vitals. The silhouettes of the two men quickly intersected in the night sky. Sword light and palm shadows intertwined, each exchange carrying a deadly crisis. The air around them, affected by the fluctuations of their battle, formed a gust of wind, blowing the buildings and trees below with a clatter. The two were in the air, fighting for hundreds of breaths, and it was difficult to distinguish a winner. As time passed, Yaniji began to feel the pressure. This was because almost all of what Wang Yi consumed was the power of the talisman, while the aura within his dantian was actually being consumed. In the long run, I'm afraid he'll be dragged to his death alive. The thought of this created a retreat in his mind. It was a bit of a bummer, but there was no fear of being burned when you stayed young. What he didn't know was that Wang Yi's situation was no better. Although the bilocation could mobilize the power of the main body, the body's capacity was limited after all. Junmi was only the great circle of refining. If the fight continues, I'm afraid this diversion will explode. What's more, a beautiful splitter. Especially this kind of beautiful splitter with a good figure. It's just not right to get into a fight with someone. No, it's so wrong. Wang Yi had caused some deformation in his actions a few times as a result. But even so, he had no intention of arranging for other doppelgangers to step in and take care of Yaniji, because the stronger the bilocation, the more valuable it is. There was no need, because of a Yaniji, to arouse the suspicion of the higher-ups of Shushan. It wasn't like he was himself and couldn't deal with Yaniji. With this in mind, Wang Yi took out a blue talisman from his storage bag. It was a talisman that he, specifically, had prepared for the water body, named the Raging Wave Talisman, also known as the Blue Sea Tide. The power contained in the talisman was equivalent to the full force of a Yuaning Grand Circle strike. The talisman in Wang Yi's hand gently shook, and at that moment, the air around him seemed to freeze for a moment, and immediately afterward, a surge of water attribute spiritual energy erupted from the talisman and swept towards Yaniji in a heavenly manner. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yaniji shouted, and a brilliant sword aura erupted from the Bisui sword, forming a huge sword chi that shot straight up into the sky, as if it was going to split the sky in half. Die for me! He shouted violently and slashed his sword down towards Wang Yi's head. Meanwhile, in Yunji town, in front of the 100 Flowers building, Lu Ruyan saw this situation from afar and knew that this battle would soon be over. Therefore, at once, he got into the carriage and headed in the direction of the battlefield. Though in combat, she offers little help, but she had learned some medical skills, so if Miss Shin was injured, it would still be possible for her to help save her. Chapter 49, Beheading the Firstborn. Outside the town of Yunji, high above the sky, just as Yaniji's sword chi was about to slice into the top of Wang Yi's head, Wang Yi's figure suddenly became blurred, as if it had merged with the rolling water waves. Then, with the aid of the talisman, his figure flickered and instantly disappeared, avoiding Yaniji's sword chi. Yaniji knew that the sword fell short, but he was unable to stop. The majestic sword chi directly split through the water waves and chopped into the ground below, causing a deep gully. Wang Yi didn't give Yaniji a chance to catch his breath either. With a movement of his mind, the split water waves quickly merged and surged towards Yaniji like a gale rolling over fallen leaves. Yaniji hurriedly worked his spiritual energy in an attempt to ward off this attack. However, he soon discovered that his defense was as fragile as paper in front of this force. The power of the Raging Wave Talisman was more than just a simple water attribute attack. It was more like a sea of spiritual energy that could gather all the surrounding water elements and form an irresistible torrent. Watching this scene, Yaniji's face turned pale. Fear and resignation were in his eyes. but more than that, it was still shock at Wang Yi's strength. At this moment, it was as if he could clearly feel that his life was rapidly moving towards its end. He knew better than anyone else that he had reached the point of life and death. In desperation, Yan Yiji stimulated all the potential in his body, and a strong wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body, attempting to use his own strength to counteract the surging waves of water. However, he was only in the middle stage of yuaning after all, in front of an attack like the Raging Wave Talisman, which was comparable to a yuaning Great Perfection cultivator's full strength, like a dead leaf in a giant wave. Soon, a look of struggle and pain appeared on Yan Yiji's face. The yuaning within his dantian, too, began to show tiny cracks, the result of the spiritual energy within his body fighting against the pressure from the outside world. Yan Yiji was very clear that if this continued, he would soon be completely overwhelmed. So he took a deep breath. Immediately after that, he released all the spiritual energy in his body. All of it. A huge vortex of spiritual energy was formed. This vortex centered on him and began to crazily absorb the surrounding water elements, including the waves of water that were coming towards him. Damn Demonis! Since I can't live, you don't want to live alone either. I'll die with you today, he bellowed, his tone filled with determination and madness. Wang Yi, on the other hand, smiled blandly and reminded, as I said, water attribute attacks are useless to me. Unfortunately, your self-detonation can't hurt me at all, unless you have a transformation god cultivation. When Yan Yiji heard this, his face instantly turned deathly gray, and the madness and anger in his eyes were quickly replaced by despair. No way. How could you? No. I don't believe it. Yan Yiji roared in disbelief. At the same time, the spiritual power vortex that he had tried his best to unleash had, in an instant, lost its proper power. It's starting to get shaky and hard to maintain. Wang Yi's bland smile was like a sharp blade in Yan Yiji's eyes, cutting through his fragile psychological defenses one by one. What the hell are you? Yan Yiji finally couldn't help himself and asked these words in a trembling voice. He longed for an answer, one that would convince him, or at least allow him to die in peace. However, Wang Yi only gently shook his head. There was no semblance of pity in his eyes. Slowly, he raised his palm towards Yan Yiji. You don't need to know. Go die in peace. With that, his raised hand clenched his fist violently. Yan Yiji's vortex of spiritual energy was instantly crushed by the giant wave. His body, with it, was crushed and exploded by the tide. Yan Yiji, an elder of the inner gate of Mount Shu, a yuaning cultivator admired by 10,000 people. And so it fell. With Yan Yiji's death, the Raging Wave Talisman and the monstrous waves it triggered slowly dissipated. Lu Ruyan on the carriage, witnessing this scene, her heart was incomparably shocked. How could she not have imagined that Jinmi's strength was so powerful that she could even behead the inner sect elders of Mount Shu? Looking at the figure high in the sky, she couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. Perhaps, only such a strong person could be worthy of a genius like Mr. Wang. He himself, on the other hand, was nothing more than an ordinary person with no cultivation. And Mr. Wang, after all, are not in the same world. With this in mind, she said to the driver, turn around and go back. As soon as the words fell, Junmi, who was in mid-air, fell from the air without standing still. It fell straight into the Jade Belt River, raising a splash. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in shock, looking at the sudden change in mid-air, and for a moment she was unable to react. He froze for a long time before he was busy shouting to the driver, quickly, go save the people. The driver sniffed and immediately turned his horse's head, heading in the direction of the Jade Belt River, galloping away. When they rushed to the river, they only saw that the water was still rippling, but Jinmi's figure was no longer visible. Ruyan Lu was anxious in her heart. Although she didn't know anything about cultivation, she knew the danger of falling into the river. Quick, get the boat. She leapt out of the carriage and gave the driver a word of command. Then it was time to turn around and run downstream as fast as possible, hoping to find any clues. Lu Ruyan prayed in her heart that Jinmi would be safe. Her heart was beating like a drum. With each stroke, it was tinged with tension and unease. The wind from the river carried a bit of coolness to her face, but it couldn't dissipate the anxiety in her heart. And I don't know how far I ran. She finally found it, floating on the river in Jinmi. There was no time to think about it, and a plunge into the water. The river water in early winter was cold and biting, as if it was trying to take away all the heat from her body. With her instincts, Lu Ruyan fought to swim towards Jinmi. She reached out and finally grabbed Jinmi's wrist, dragging her towards the shore with all her strength. Unfortunately, Ruyan Lu was just a soft woman. Despite her best efforts, Her hands clutched Jinmi's wrists. However, he still felt overwhelmed and was unable to pull Jinmi out of the raging river. To make matters worse, the current in the river gradually became more turbulent. Wave after wave hit. It made her form begin to sway and it was difficult to stabilize. With the rapid depletion of her physical strength, Lu Ruyan only felt a sense of powerlessness that surged through her heart. She gradually lost the strength to support herself. The consciousness in his head, too, began to become blurred. Meanwhile, on the Thundercloud Sex flying boat, Wang Yi withdrew his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. I've just finished explaining the systematic shuffling of the floor, and I haven't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Then I heard the system's voice, ding. The bilocation Jinmi sensed that Lu Ruyan fell into the water in the Jade Belt River in order to save the host's bilocation Jinmi, and has already fainted. Do you make a move to save her? Wang Yi. Chapter 50, Sinking Beauty. Jinmi has the blessing of the god of Luo and can speed up her recovery in water. That's why Wang Yi put it into the Jade Belt River. I didn't expect to accidentally involve Ruyan Lu in this. Wang Yi immediately injected his consciousness, once again, into Jinmi's body. His arms steadily encircled Lu Ruyan's thin and soft waist, and with a gentle lift, he brought her out of the water. After landing on the shore, Wang Yi quickly put his hand on Lu Ruyan's back. With a wave of warm aura, it poured into her body. The moonlight poured over the Yudai River, sparkling as if it had draped a silver veil over the quiet night. Underneath this light veil, Lu Ruyan's figure appeared particularly soft. Her dress clung to her body due to the wetness of the water, revealing her delicate curves. Her skin looked smoother and more delicate with the water. It was as if it was a beautiful jade that had been carefully carved with a natural luster. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her long lashes were hung with crystal droplets that fluttered gently as she breathed. Even though Wang Yi had seen countless beautiful women, seeing this aesthetically pleasing scene was also a bit of a top. Right at this moment, Lu Ruyan, who gradually regained her consciousness, coughed and spat out all the river water in her abdomen. Ruyan Lu's cough broke the quiet of the night. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze a little confused at first, then focused on Wang Yi, a hint of surprise and gratitude flashing in her eyes. Wang Yi subconsciously withdrew his hand that was resting on her back. With a concerned face, she asked, Miss Ruyan, are you alright? Lu Ruyan gently shook her head, the corner of her mouth barely pulling out a smile, her voice weak but with resilience. I'm fine, thanks to Miss Shen for saving me, she said, trying to get up but giving up due to her weakness. Wang Yi was about to go forward to assist, when he suddenly felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and his consciousness directly left Jinmi's body. Seeing Jinmi fall, Lu Ruyan immediately struggled forward. Miss Shen, what's wrong with you? Ruyan Lu asked anxiously, her voice filled with worry. However, Jinmi did not respond, just lying quietly by the river, as if in a deep sleep. A sense of foreboding surged in Ruyan Lu's heart. With a trembling hand, she probed Jinmi's nostrils and felt a faint breath, which was a slight relief. Ruyan Lu knew that she had to get help as soon as possible. However, when she turned her head and looked around, she realized that there was silence all around her. No sound other than the sound of the river flowing. Due to Jinmi's special physique, the flow of the river was accelerated. The two of them had just drifted extremely fast, and no one knew exactly how far they had drifted. Ruyan Lu naturally didn't know either. All she knew was that the area around her was desolate at the moment, and there was no sign of any human habitation to be seen. In other words, she was the only one who could save Jinmi now. She once again looked at Jinmi, who was lying on the ground, dripping wet, and reached out to touch Jinmi's face. After realizing that Jinmi's body was cold, he was a bit panicked. To himself, he said, no, something must be done soon to help her maintain her body temperature. She thought briefly, yeah, that'll have to do. Meanwhile, on the Thundercloud Sex flying boat, Wang Yi was at a loss. Unity, what's going on? Ding! The doppelganger Jinmi is unable to withstand the host's consciousness for the time being due to her body being overly injured. Please try again later. Wang Yi couldn't help but reveal a worried expression when he heard this. Although Lu Ruyan is no longer in serious trouble, but after all, she has just recovered a life, and Jinmi is unable to act. In case you meet a miscreant, you'll be in trouble. Thinking of this, he said to the system, arrange for me to have one of the other doppelgangers to guard in the shadows. If it's not a big deal, don't show your face. After all, it's a wet woman, so it's best not to be as reckless as possible to avoid embarrassment. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please pay attention to the host to check the message. Wang Yi checked the system message, and then he looked up at the moon in the sky and saw that it had come to the second half of the night. Speaking again,
he said to the system. Unity, sign in. Ding.
Congratulations to the host.
Signing in was successful, rewarding the extreme detachment +1. Is it generated immediately? Generate now.
As his words fell, a faint golden light flickered in front of Wang Yi.
It gradually coalesced into a manly figure, age in the mid to late 20s, handsome face, cold eyes. It was as if just one sweeping glance could instantly freeze a person into an ice sculpture. Ding!
Congratulations to the host.
The generation of the bilocation is complete. Please go to the attribute panel as soon as possible to name the bilocation and choose a force suitable for cultivation. Wang Yi didn't say anything more and directly opened the attribute panel. Serial No. 7228. Name, to be inserted. Power, to be determined. Sex, male. Age, 21. Talent, excellent ice root. Realm, Yuaniing great perfection. Special talent, cold ice domain.
Capable of releasing extreme cold within a certain range, reducing the enemy's ability to move and slowing down the speed of their spiritual energy.
As one's cultivation improves, one can even condense cold ice within the domain,
creating an icy seal effect and inflicting sustained cold attribute damage on the enemy. Looking at the attributes of the newly generated doppelganger,
Wang Yi was very satisfied in his heart. Extreme Great Ice Spirit Root. This talent, in this continent, is definitely one of the top 2 existences. Not only that, his realm had also reached the great circle of Yuaning. With such a realm and spirit root attribute, he would definitely be able to help himself on this trip to the northern wasteland. It's the naming that's a bit of a pain in the ass. When Wang Yi thought about it,
there were no characters that fit.
After a long time, it was only then that a name came to his mind. Opening his mouth, he said, let's call him Heavy Cloud. Ding! Serial number 7228. Heavy Cloud. Named successfully. As for where to go, Wang Yi frowned. Since there is already a Yuan in great perfection, let's just teleport him to the northern wasteland and let him explore the path first. Ding! System AI has successfully formulated a route to the northern wasteland for the doppelganger, Heavy Cloud. Please have the host view the doppelganger's mini-biography through the attribute panel in a timely manner. As the voice fell, a line was added at the end of the Heavy Cloud's attribute panel. Split biography, Heavy Cloud. Cold Star Palace hidden genius. Young parents deep into the northern wilderness exploration of the strange disappearance. Since childhood determined to find the missing parents. He not only has extraordinary talent, but also has the heart of perseverance and hard cultivation. In just a dozen years, he has achieved the cultivation of the Yuaning Great Circle. Now, he set out alone on the northern wilderness, tracing the traces of his parents. Seeing this character biography, Wang Yi was more or less surprised. After all, this was the first time, in a story made up by the system, that he had seen the plot of a tadpole looking for its mother. It's a little corny, but it definitely has potential to be a good #1 singer. Wang Yi gave a dry cough. Start teleporting. Ding! The bilocation, Heavy Cloud, has opened teleportation, and is expected to arrive at the northern wasteland in 300 seconds. As the voice fell, fluctuations quickly arose around Heavy Cloud's body. Soon, his figure began to gradually blur and slowly disappeared in place. Wang Yi didn't pay much attention to it and lazily laid back on the bed. The mind was still reeling from that scene by the river. At this moment, he had to admit that he had, before, somewhat underestimated Lu Ruyan's charm. I don't know how long it took before the system's voice came from his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The body of the bilocation Jinmi has reached the conditions to bear the host's consciousness. The system warmly suggests that the doppelganger is too weak and may not be able to act after injecting its consciousness. Wang Yi did not say much, immediately injected his consciousness into Jin Mi's body. Chapter 51, The Holy Son of the Qing Dynasty. Wang Yi had just opened his eyes when he felt some heaviness on his body and a warmth, as if he was being pressed by something. This was followed by a moment of embarrassment. To put it mildly, that image was so beautiful he was a little afraid to look. The scene was frozen for a few moments. Only then did Lu Ruyan blush and awkwardly explain that, Miss Jin, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to help you keep your body temperature. Wang Yi, it's better if you don't explain. The more you explain this kind of thing, the more awkward it gets. Wang Yi coughed gently, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. He could clearly feel that Ruyan Lu was closely attached to himself, which undoubtedly complicated his feelings. After all, it's a female doppelganger. Thanks to Miss Ruyan, I feel much better. Wang Yi tried to make his voice sound as calm as possible. Just get up first and help me take out a spirit restoration pill from the storage pouch on my waist and take it. Lu Ruyan sniffed and the blush on her face increased.
She hurriedly got up and did as she was told, not daring to look directly into Wang Yi's eyes the entire time.
Wang Yi quickly regained some of his chi after taking the elixir.
He slowly sat up and from his storage bag, he took out Jinmi's clothes and handed them to Ruyan Lu.
Your clothes are wet too, so you might as well wear this. Lu Ruyan said thank you,
then took the clothes and turned to leave.
Wang Yi,
on the other hand, closed his eyes and began to meditate to absorb the power of the river to heal the injuries on his body. It had to be said that the recovery speed was really fast with the Lo Shen blessing.
After swallowing the spirit restoration pill,
it only took half an hour for the Jinmi split to regain its mobility. Flying through the air was not a concern at all. Wang Yi slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air.
To Lu Ruyan, she said, Miss Ruyan, after tossing and turning all night, we'd better go back first.
Ruyan Lu had long since changed her clothes at this time.
Hearing Wang Yi's words,
she straightened her hair and tried her best to look less wretched.
Miss Jin, thanks to you last night, otherwise I'm afraid.
Ruyan Lu said softly, her tone tinged with gratitude.
Wang Yi stood up,
smiled faintly and waved his hand.
Miss Ruyan is overstating it. There is no need to be so polite between you and I. Besides, didn't you save my life? After saying that, he reached out to hold Lu Ruyan's soft and thin waist, and leaped towards the direction of Mount Shu. It was the first time for Ruyan Lu to fly in the air. She felt a breeze on her face, her heart beating faster, and was both nervous and excited as she looked at the peaks skimming beneath her feet. She had fantasized countless times about being able to fly through the sky like a bird. The only thing that felt unnatural to her was the fact that she was surrounded by people who were as much a woman as she was. If only it were him. Thinking like this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a little gloomy in her heart.
Half a quarter of an hour later,
the two of them slowly landed within Wang Yi's small courtyard. Lu Ruyan was a bit confused. Miss Jin, isn't this young Wang's residence? What's the point of bringing me here? Wang Yi replied, in these days,
you will first live here.
Lu Ruyan was a little embarrassed. I'm afraid this isn't very good. Wang Yi directly interrupted her. This is the young master's explanation.
And during his absence, there will surely still be youngsters who will make a move on those around him. So for your own safety and for the young master's safety,
please make sure Miss Ruyan stays here. Wang Yi didn't want what happened last night to happen again.
It wasn't that he hadn't thought about arranging for his doppelganger to keep an eye on 100 Flowers house at all times,
but that would be too much trouble. Not only do you have to draw an extra powerful doppelganger, when it comes down to it, it's possible to split yourself up. No, I should say it's a split consciousness. Rather, it would be better to be dry and leave Ruyan Lu at the handyman peak and focus on protection. What's more, underneath his own little compound, there was the fortress of safety. Even if they really couldn't manage it, they could still get them through the secret underground passage and safely evacuate. As for Jiang Xiaodai, she was currently in seclusion at Qixia Peak. After all, it was one of the upper 9 peaks of the inner sect, so I thought that there would not be anyone who would dare to run to the back of Qixia Peak to touch her. Not to mention, the entire inner sect had long been under their own surveillance. Even if someone tries to move her, he or she will be able to react first. So just have the doppelganger pay a little attention. Ruyan Lu wanted to refuse, but when she heard that it was Wang Yi's intention, she had no choice but to agree. It's fine to stay here for now. It's just, she frowned slightly and paused. It's just that when you disappear suddenly, you have to let Mom know, Wang Yi said in relief. Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to go to 100 Flowers house and explain the situation to Mama phone. Ruyan Lu also let go of the worries in her heart. Wang Yi smiled faintly before bringing her inside a side room. Alright, Miss Ruyan, after tossing and turning all night, I'm sure you're tired, so rest early. Unavoidably remembering the wet picture just now, and the soft touch tops, pressed Lu Ruyan to the ground. After Wang Yi said this, he quickly turned around and left the room. After all, he was now topping a female doppelganger. It's hard to cook without wood. More than an hour later, on the Thundercloud sex flying boat, inside Lei Qingqing's room, Lei Qingqing's entire body was paralyzed and weak. Though, she did hope that senior brother Fusu would warm up to her, but that's too much enthusiasm to come before dawn. Moreover, lately, senior brother Fusu didn't know what was wrong with him, but he came too often. She had long been so overflowing with happiness that she could hardly bear it. Alas, if only it could stay that way. Just 3 days later, North Star Pass. As the central continent's fortress to the northern wasteland, it has been a key place guarding the central state since ancient times. The terrain here is treacherous and the walls are high. The walls were covered with defense spell formations, which could be described as solid. As the Thundercloud sex flying boat slowly landed. The guards of the North Star Pass were immediately alerted. Their gazes were as sharp as falcons, scrutinizing each and every person who came down from the flying boat. Wang Yi followed the crowd and jumped off the flying boat, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding walls and guards. Soon, the heart had a preliminary judgment of the strength of the northern wasteland demon beasts through the defensive strength of the North Star Pass. All personnel, present your identity tokens for inspection. The captain of the guards shouted loudly, and his voice was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the landing area. Upon hearing this, the crowd took out the tokens representing their identities from their respective storage pouches and went forward to be inspected in turn. Even Nangong Ruowei was no exception. Wang Yi took out the token from his waist, which had the symbol of Mount Shu engraved on it, showing his identity as a disciple of Mount Shu. It was about to be handed to the guard in charge of the inspection. It was the flying boat of the Green Cloud sect that flew in from the distance and slowly landed in front of the crowd. In an instant, the gazes of the disciples of the two clans intertwined in midair. A hint of tension seemed to be detectable in the air. As arch-rivals, the fight between Qingyun sect and Mount Shu never stopped. Even at the edge of this northern wasteland, the undercurrents on both sides were still hard to hide. A young disciple wearing the costume of the Green Cloud sect calmly walked out of the cabin, hands behind his back. Standing proudly at the bow of the ship, he towered over the Shushan and Thundercloud sect disciples. Subsequently, another disciple from the flying boat followed and walked out from the cabin. Condescendingly, he droned towards the bottom. The holy son of the Green Cloud sect is here. Why don't you quickly make way? Chapter 52 Nangong Crazy. At these words, the atmosphere of the scene instantly froze, and even the dust in the air seemed to stand still for a moment. The disciples of Shu Mountain and Thundercloud sect looked at each other. A flash of displeasure and vigilance flashed across his eyes, but more than that, it was disgust at the overbearing attitude of the Qingyun sect. The North Star Pass served as the first major pass from the central state to the northern wasteland. It was forged by countless cultivators, with blood and lives, in order to show respect for the sacrificed forefathers, and to prevent the devil sect from mixing in and wreaking havoc. The elders and disciples of the major sects, however, anyone who arrived here was invariably taking the initiative to take out his identity token and cooperating with the identity check. Even a strong person of the harmonization realm like Nangong Ruowei, all put their heads down and volunteered to cooperate. As the guards checked, the Green Cloud sect, on the other hand, did not have the slightest bit of reverence. The holy son of the Qingyun sect, Wei Wunyan, didn't care about the displeasure on the faces of the crowd, still standing proudly at the bow of the flying boat with a contemptuous smile on his face, as if he was enjoying this feeling of being superior. The lapdog beside him droned. I told you to get out of the way. Didn't you hear me? Nangong Ruowei didn't bother to pay attention to that person, as she waved her jade hand, and a rainbow-like sword she shot out from her sleeve. The Qingyun sect disciple who opened his mouth. Before he could react in any way, he was run through the chest with a face full of shock. After Nangong Ruowei did this, she calmly looked at Wei Wunyan. Wei Wunyan's face instantly turned pale. He never expected that Mount Shu would openly strike and show no mercy. A flash of fear flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. Who are you? How dare you make a move against my Green Cloud sect disciples? Wei Wunyan had a tremor in his voice, but still tried to maintain the majesty of his holy son. Mount Shu, Nangong Ruowei. Nangong Ruowei responded coldly. Her voice was like the cold winter wind, piercing and clear. Wei Wunyan was shocked. You are Nangong crazy? Nangong Ruowei frowned slightly, clearly somewhat dissatisfied with this title. She coldly said, in the Green Cloud sect, you are a holy son, but here, you are nothing more than a piece of trash. Understand? Wei Wunyan was trembling with anger, but under Nangong Ruowei's aura, he really didn't dare to be unable to retort. The disciples of Shushan and Thundercloud sect, after seeing this scene, all of them showed admiration towards Nangong Ruowei, revealing a look of admiration. Wang Yi, however, just quietly watched the show from the sidelines. Nangong Ruowei was indeed a madman, killing people directly without saying a word, and the one who killed was still a disciple of the Green Cloud sect. Wang Yi believed that if the one who opened his mouth just now was Wei Wunyan, she wouldn't hesitate to kill them with a sword either. Such a woman, indeed. Not only that, but she was also superb in appearance. Unfortunately, the strength is too strong. It's hard to subdue the heart, let alone the body, of an average man. If you can subdue it, the sense of accomplishment is palpable. Ahem. As for Wei Wunyan, but it's just a bit of luck and a good cast. Not only did he enjoy an honorable family lineage as the first grandson of the Qingyun sect's oldest ancestor, he also possessed extraordinary cultivation talent. It's just a pity that waste is waste after all. Relying on the old ancestors' patronage, coupled with his own high talent, there was no one else in sight, hanging around every day. He's almost 30 years old. So far, he was still stuck at the Jindan Great Perfection. The Green Cloud sect master, who sent him to the northern wasteland this time, wanted to sharpen his temperament. When you've honed your skills, return to the Green Cloud sect and continue to be a holy son. If the refining is ruined, simply let him quietly die in the northern wasteland. After all, the Green Cloud sect could not be handed over to a loser. Of course, as far as the Green Cloud sect leader's perspective was concerned, he still quite hoped that Wei Wunian would be able to do something, no matter what. That was his master's own grandson. Sadly, with Wang Yi around, Wei Wunian was destined to never leave the northern wasteland, because only when he died, his doppelganger, Li Qinian, would be able to logically become the holy son of the Qinian sect. However, for such an insignificant minor character, Wang Yi did not intend to go down personally. Just let the system, when appropriate, just give him a push. As such, Wang Yi didn't put Wei Wunian on his mind. Turning toward the door, just as he was about to check his identity and enter the gate, another flying boat flew from the sky in the distance. It was a flying boat whose entire body was made of cloud-patterned wood. The flying boat is ornately decorated and tastefully done. With the Jade Maiden sect's unique light elegance as the color tone, it revealed a fresh and unassuming atmosphere. At the rear of the flying boat, there was a row of delicate sails. These sails were not used to power the flying boats, but were a decoration. They fluttered in the wind like the skirts of a fairy, adding a bit of spiritual beauty to this flying boat. Wei Wunian's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the flying boat. Even the woes of just now, being humiliated by Nangong Ruowei's humiliation, were left behind, because this flying boat was carrying the beauty of his heart. Jade Maiden sect Holy Maiden Yang Yuan. As the elegantly decorated and ethereal flying boat slowly approached, Wei Wunian's eyes shone with an unprecedented light, as if even the air around him had become softer. A few moments later, the Jade Maiden sect's flying boat gently landed on an open space in front of the North Star Pass. And then, a woman wearing a light pink luo dress, a jade hairpin on her head, and a face like a peach blossom flower stepped out in style. She was the Holy Maiden of the Jade Maiden sect, Yang Yuan. Her appearance seemed to make the entire heaven and earth lose its color. Even the dust in the air seemed to become more delicate, gently surrounding her. Seeing this, Wei Wunian immediately stepped forward to greet him. Senior Sister Yang, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. I don't know how are you doing lately. Yang Yuan directly bypassed him as if she didn't see him. Her indifference caused Wei Wunian's face to stiffen. Wei Wunian's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in midair, and the surrounding disciples of Shushan and Thundercloud sect cast teasing gazes when they saw this, which made Wei Wunian feel even more groundless. Senior Sister Yang, Wei Wunian tried to regain some face, but when the words came out of his mouth, he didn't know how to continue. Yang Yuan didn't stop and just left a faint sentence. Mr. Wei, please respect yourself. Although our Jade Maiden sect and the Green Cloud sect are on the same path, but personal relationships, we still need to look at character. With those words, she continued to walk forward. It was as if Wei Wunian, just an inconspicuous stone on the side of the road, was not worth her trouble. Wei Wunian's face was a shade of green and white. He had originally been at Nangong Ruowei's place and touched his nose. Now, having met the goddess of his heart, he does not hesitate to lower himself and take the initiative to come forward to say hello. The result in return was such a result. How could one endure this breath? Thus, he gritted his teeth and threatened. Yang Yuan, don't forget that old me is the holy son of the Qinian sect. Your Jade Maiden sect is but a second-grade sect. If you offend my Green Cloud sect, not only you, but your entire Jade Maiden sect, will suffer with you. Do you believe that with one word from me right now, I can make you fall to your knees and beg me? Hearing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but frown slightly. This Wei Wunian really has the guts of a dog. Yang Yuan was her own doppelganger, and still, one of her most favored doppelgangers. How dare you put your mind on her? It's almost like you don't know what you're doing yourself today. If you don't clean up this crap. He really thought that his doppelganger was easy to bully. With this in mind, Wang Yi immediately found a secluded corner and injected his consciousness into the bilocation Yang Yuan. Chapter 53, The Battle Before the Pass. With the infusion of Wang Yi's consciousness, Yang Yuan's eyes instantly became deep and sharp. Wang Yi turned around and faced Wei Wunian, a cold smile surfacing on his originally cold face. Want me to kneel to you? Are you worthy? The moment he spoke, a powerful aura abruptly erupted out. Wei Wunian was so shocked by this aura that he took a step back. He never expected that Yang Yuan would suddenly become so strong. His face changed uncertainly, anger and shock mingling in his heart. You dare to speak to me like this? Wei Wunian stuttered. The trembling in his voice increased. Wang Yi sneered. Why don't you dare? Might as well tell you. You're nothing but a piece of trash in my eyes. If you're not convinced, you can have a life and death battle with me. Wang Yi's words were like a sharp blade of ice, stabbing straight into Wei Wunian's heart, causing the atmosphere around him to instantly drop to freezing point. His every word was filled with murderous rage. Wei Wunian's eyes were filled with rage, yet mixed with a few moments of disbelief. He had never imagined that someone who was supposed to be as humble as an ant would challenge his authority so forcefully. Yes, yes, yes. Wei Wunian said 3 good words in a row. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of suppressed anger and unwillingness. I'd like to see if your clan is as arrogant as you are. After saying that, he looked at an elder on the Jade Maiden Sect's flying boat. With a cold smile, he asked, Elder Han, this woman doesn't understand anything. Do you not understand either? It's not like you don't know who my grandfather is. I don't need to tell you what happens when you offend me, do I? Han Lu couldn't help but frown lightly as she sniffed. As Wei Wunian had said, the Jade Maiden Sect had always been on good terms with the Qinian Sect. Over the years, as the Green Cloud Sect became more and more powerful, the Jade Maiden Sect had just become a vassal of the Green Cloud Sect, and Wei Wunian's grandfather was the oldest ancestor of the Qinian Sect. Offending Wei Wunian was undoubtedly offending the entire Qinian Sect. This is for the Jade Sect. It's like digging your own grave. Thinking of this, she sighed and looked at Wang Yi. Yu Huan, you must not be rude. Quickly apologize to Mr. Wei. When Wei Wuxian heard this, he immediately revealed a smug expression. He turned his head to Wang Yi, mentally cursing. Bitch, what the hell are you pretending for? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have high talent and strength? When you come out, you have to talk about power and background. So what if you have high strength? In the end, you'll have to kneel down for me, won't you? Wang Yi ignored Han Lu and instead coldly said to Wei Wunian, you don't think that the Qinian sect would really care about a punk like you, do you? Wang Yi's words exploded in the ears of the crowd like a thunderbolt, causing the already tense atmosphere to tighten even more. Wei Wunian was poked in the sore spot, and his face instantly turned iron blue. He clenched his fists as if he wanted to condense all his anger and unwillingness into these fists. You, how dare you? Wei Wunian's voice trembled with anger, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wang Yi. It's not for you to decide if I dare or not. Wang Yi's eyes were as cold as knives as he slowly took a step forward, his aura increasing instead of decreasing. In the immortal cultivation world, strength is the hard truth. If you are truly capable, why do you need to rely on your grandfather's reputation and pretend to be a fox and a tiger here? If you're brave enough, fight to the death. As Wang Yi spoke, he directly offered up a long, cold, glittering sword, with the blade pointing directly at Wei Wunian. The air around them seemed to freeze, and everyone's breath stuttered. Wei Wunian's face was hideous as he stared angrily at Wang Yi, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and madness. He knew deep down that if he backed out at this moment, his reputation and status would be in tatters, and he would even become the laughingstock of the entire immortal cultivation world. However, with his strength, he was no match for Yang Yuhuan. If they were to fight, they would certainly lose. At that time, being defeated in front of so many people would be even more humiliating. Thus, he could only force himself to feign disdain and said, Joke, just by virtue of you being a holy maiden of a second-rank sect, are you worthy of challenging me? And then, he turned around and cursed at the Green Cloud sect elder on the side. You idiots, what are you waiting for? Arrest this woman for me. The Green Cloud sect elders, although they also loathed Wei Wunian, but thinking that, behind him was the Qinian sect's old ancestor, he also had to obediently follow orders. When the crowd of Green Cloud sect elders heard this, their faces showed difficulty and glanced at each other. But in the end, they slowly stepped forward, ready to carry out Wei Wunian's orders. Just as they were about to approach the Jade Lady sect's crowd, an icy voice rang out, breaking the frozen atmosphere. Like to bully? You guys might as well try moving her. As Nangong Ruowei spoke, he released a terrifying pressure. It made everyone present feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. The elders of the Green Cloud sect were shaken to a halt by this sudden pressure. They were all pale, with fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. The moment these words came out, the people present were all filled with surprise.
Even Wang Yi felt a bit shocked. The relationship between Mount Shu and the Jade sect was extremely poor. It could be said that they were old and dead. There was no reason for Nangong Ruowei to step in and help the Jade sect. Probably, I simply appreciate the style of Yang Yuhuan. After all, as a normal person, it's hard to speculate on the thoughts of a crazy person. Wei Wunyan, on the other hand, clenched his teeth, his heart burning with rage. He really didn't expect that Nangong Ruowei would come forward and help this Yang Yuhuan. However, since the Nangong lunatic had stepped in, even if in his heart, there was more than enough unwillingness, he could only tolerate it for the time being. After all, he didn't want to die at the hands of this crazy woman. He turned toward the crowd of the Qinian sect and cursed at the waste. Then he directly led a group of Qinian sect elders and disciples into the North Star Pass. Since Wei Wunyan had admitted his weakness, Wang Yi could not afford to forcefully kill him in public. After all, Yang Yuhuan, the beautiful doppelganger, has brought him a lot of joy. How can it be wasted in the hands of a loser? Wang Yi was just thinking about it when Jade Maiden sect elder Han Lu rushed over. There was some displeasure on her face. Yuhuan, if you do this, sooner or later, you will bring the Jade Maiden sect into the abyss of doom. Wang Yi smiled gently. Just a waste, nothing to be afraid of. Han Lu frowned as she was puzzled by Yang Yuan's attitude, but at the same time, there was also a hint of uneasiness. Although the Jade Maiden sect was small, it had always acted cautiously, and Yang Yuhuan was undoubtedly playing with fire with this behavior. Yuhuan, Wei Wunyan is after all the holy son of the Qinian sect. The power behind him should not be underestimated. It's better for us to keep a low profile and not make enemies for no reason. Wang Yi said gently. Don't worry, senior uncle, I have my own measure. Seeing this, Han Lu couldn't say anything more. After all, the sect leader had clearly explained that all matters encountered during this trip to the northern wasteland would be decided by Yang Yuhuan. After recovering his consciousness, Wang Yi looked at the back of Wei Wunyan, the goon, and smiled in a breezy manner. And then, he said to the system, Unity's son, find an opportunity to send Wei Wunyan a blood-burning pill, to give him a bit of a base to die. I believe he won't be long before he can't wait to make a death wish. He frowned slightly when he said that. The Wei family behind Wei Wunyan was slightly less pleasant to deal with. Chapter 54, The Moon is Beautiful. It was night, and all was silent at the back of the Green Cloud Sex Mountain. The bright moon hung high in the sky, shedding a soft and cool silver glow, enveloping the entire mountain forest in a dreamy light. Wang Yi topped Pan and S doppelganger and asked the system, Tonzi, are you sure that Wei Dongli's woman is beautiful? I mean, is this operation that you carefully planned really reliable? You know, I'm sacrificing a lot. Ding, host, please be at ease. After the system's precise calculations and big data analysis, the program has been optimized to the best, with a success rate of 99%. Please believe in the wisdom of the system. As soon as the system's words fell, a subtle ringing could be heard breaking the silence around them. A young girl, like a changa under the moon, arrived quietly. Her posture was light and her step silent, as if she did not want to disturb the peace of the night. Moonlight dappled over her through the sparse branches and leaves, adding a bit of mystery and holiness to her already stunningly beautiful face. The young girl was dressed in a light and elegant dress, gently swaying with the wind, just like a leisurely blooming lily in a mountain stream, fresh and unassuming. When Wang Yi saw this, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. With that face value, it suddenly seemed like the sacrifice wasn't that big of a deal. When that young girl saw Wang Yi, she couldn't help but jump into his arms, crying pearly, Senior brother Pan, I am not dreaming, right? Wang Yi was caught a bit off guard by this sudden embrace, but he quickly adjusted himself. With the gentle and elegant appearance of Pan and doppelganger, he gently wrapped his arms around the young girl, softly comforting. He said, Senior sister Lin, of course you are not dreaming. It's me, Pan, who came to see you specially. The young girl sniffed and her crying gradually stopped, but her eyes were still red. She looked up at Wang Yi, her eyes flashing with both surprise and doubt. Senior brother Pan, why are you here? Old ancestor he knows? Wang Yi shook his head and said, Senior sister, I know your situation. How can I sit back and watch? I came here this time in the hope that I can bring you out of this place of bondage and let you regain your freedom. A glimmer of hope flashed in the young girl's eyes as she sniffed. Then it dimmed again as she shook her head and said in a low voice, Senior brother Pan, you don't know. As old ancestor's cauldron, I have long been linked to his life, so how can I easily leave? Furthermore, old ancestor his cultivation is profound. If he finds out, I'm afraid that you and I will not be able to escape. Wang Yi said,
But if this goes on, you will surely die in the hands of that old thief. If you die, how can I live alone?
Lin Yuru's heart was flooded with warmth when she heard this. She had loved elder brother Pan since she was initiated, a heart that had remained unchanged to this day. It was only a pity that because he possessed the innate jade spirit body, he was chosen by old ancestor Wei Dongli to become his cauldron. Every so often, Wei Dongli would inject spiritual energy into her, in order to, using her body, purify itself of spiritual energy. This practice not only enhances one's strength, but also prolongs one's life. Even returning to old age, Lin Yueru could feel that the spiritual energy Wei Dongli had recently instilled into her body had increased significantly.
I'm afraid it's ready to recycle spiritual energy in the near future.
She was terrified of it.
It's even gotten to the point where, night after night, I have nightmares. After all, the only way for Wei Dongli to take back his spiritual power is the thought of getting that something from the old man. Her tears, then, could not be held back. In fact, if it wasn't for the old ancestor threatening her senior brother's life, she would have already killed herself. Now, it was enough to let her see her beloved senior brother once more. She cried and said to Wang Yi, "Senior brother Pan, go away and leave the Qinian sect. The farther away the better. As long as you can leave the Green Cloud sect, it will be worth it even if I die." Wang Yi had heard the system say that Wei Dongli was secretly raising a furnace pot, wanting to return to his old age, but I didn't expect that it would actually be so deeply involved with my own bilocation. But that's normal. His own doppelganger is much more than just good-looking and well-spoken, and his talent is far beyond the norm. As a result, you can be the center of attention wherever you go. It was only natural that Lin Yuru could fall in love with her doppelganger. In fact, not only her, but I'm afraid there are other doppelgangers that have been implicated in this similar matter. But sadly, it's a world of the weak and the strong. Himself, it's not like God. It was impossible to meddle in everything, wasting energy not to mention the possibility of losing a detachment as a result. Therefore, he had always handled the matter of detachment with a clear conscience. If not for this, with so many injustices in the world, a few thousand detachments in the area would have long since been squandered by him. As for the Lin Yuyu in front of us, one could only say that she had better luck, just as she was about to deal with Wei Dongli herself. Wang Yi reached out to wipe away the tears from the corner of Lin Yueru's eyes. Reaching out to put his arm around her, he comforted her. "Senior sister Lin, senior brother will help you unlock your confinement right now." Lin Yuru's body couldn't help but tremble slightly when she heard this. She understood very well what her senior brother meant by unlocking the confinement. As long as she unloaded the old ancestor's spiritual power on her, she would be able to get rid of the old ancestor's hold on her. In that case, wouldn't it be with the senior brother? If this matter was known to the old ancestor, Senior Pan would surely die. Not to mention, she was now nominally old ancestor's concubine. Thinking of this, she immediately shook her head. "No, senior brother, you can't do this. No." As she spoke, her body began to squirm hard, trying to break free from elder brother's embrace. It was just a pity that elder brother's embrace was too strong and warm. She can't break free. A few moments later, Wang Yi felt a stream of pure power slowly surging into his doppelganger's body. The realm of the doppelganger, without realizing it, was rapidly climbing. From the early stage of Yuaning, to the middle stage of Yuaning, the late stage, and the great circle, to the early stage of Huanshan, the middle stage, the late stage, and the great circle. The whole thing was done without any semblance of pain or discomfort. No, I should say it's cozy, because this spiritual energy, like the rain in early spring, was moist. The moistening of 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 the moistening. Meanwhile, deep in the back of the mountain, inside a certain cave, when Wei Dongli sensed that the spiritual energy in his carefully cultivated cauldron, Lin Yueru, was draining away at an unprecedented rate, his face instantly turned iron green, and it was as if there was a blazing flame burning in his eyes. He stood up violently, and the aura around him instantly became furious and gloomy. It was as if the entire air within the cave was frozen by this anger. "Asshole! Who is it? How dare you touch my cauldron?" Wei Dongli roared with fury, causing the magical artifacts within the cave to tremble slightly. The voice was filled with unstoppable anger and killing intent. He quickly closed his eyes and sensed, trying to trace the source of that, which was devouring his spiritual energy. However, that power seemed to be shielded by some kind of magic treasure. One could only watch as that spiritual energy, which he had worked so hard to condense, was taken up by someone else for nothing. He stormed out. Who the hell is that asshole?"
Chapter 55, The Great Rebellion of the Qing Dynasty Sect. About half an hour later, Lin Yueru snuggled helplessly against Wang Yi's body, carefully recalling what had just happened. The ripping pain and pleasure was something she would never forget. However, think of your situation. On her face, she just couldn't help but show a worried look. Senior brother, the old ancestor is bound to be furious when he learns of this. What should we do next? Now that something wonderful has happened. The window pane has also been poked. Lin Yueru would be the woman of his doppelganger from now on. Wang Yi naturally had a responsibility to protect her properly. Therefore, after thinking about it, he took out a transitional level magic treasure from his storage pouch and handed it to Lin Yueru. Opening his mouth, he explained, "This is the Void Shuttle. It can instantly fly for 10,000 miles. You get on it and head to Yunjie Town. At that time, there will naturally be a woman who will come to pick you up and take you to Mount Shushan. Just listen to the woman's arrangement," Lin Yueru worriedly said. "Then, what about you, senior brother?" Wang Yi smiled faintly and said, "I have other things to do, so I'll come back to you in a few days." In fact, it was quite dangerous to host a disciple of the Qinian sect in Shushan. After all, there had been a long-standing grudge between the two sects. However, with the power of his own detachment, it was not a big deal. Arranging an identity for her as a spy sent by Shushan to Qingyun sect would never be suspected by anyone. Lin Yueru said with teary eyes, "Senior brother, I'll wait for you. Remember, you must come to me, and if you die, I will never live alone." Wang Yi nodded. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After saying that, he sent Lin Yueru away. At the same time, high above the back of the Green Cloud Sect's mountain, Wei Donli, who was searching for traces, felt that the spiritual energy he had left in Lin Yueru's body was absorbed as much as possible. The blood in his chest churned, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and said, No, damn it, I'm going to break you into pieces." Just then, he saw a stream of light cut through the sky. The speed of that stream of light was extremely fast, and it instantly disappeared before his eyes. Even he, a mid-Mahayana, couldn't react. He was about to chase after them when he saw a slightly familiar figure at his feet, flying towards Qingyun Peak at an extremely fast speed. Green Cloud Peak, the residence of the Green Cloud sect master. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without the permission of the sect master. Seeing this scene, in Wei Donli's mind, he couldn't help but create a reasonable guess. He grimaced. Well, I can't believe it's actually you." After saying that, he flew towards Qingyun Peak. With his Mahayana cultivation, he flew extremely fast, and in just the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the Wuji Hall where the sect leader resided. At this time, within the Great Hall, Wang Jiaolong, the sect leader of the Green Cloud sect, had just taken a ancient elixir, chalcedony pill, sent by Su Fu, the inner sect elder, was meditating with joy, refining the medicinal power in the elixir. It should be known that the chalcedony pill could not only help the person taking it purify the impurities of the aura in the body and enhance the purity of the aura, it can also be in helping the taker break through bottlenecks. Counting up, Wang Yaolong had already been stuck at the great perfection of harmony for hundreds of years. He dreamed of going further, of stepping into the Mahayana stage. That way, even if the master falls, the Green Cloud sect will still be able to stand proudly in the world. Thinking about this, Wang Xiaolong's heart became more and more excited. Wang Xiaolong was reveling in the joy of an imminent breakthrough. Spiritual energy surged around him as if he was about to break through the shackles that bound him. Just then, a sudden and powerful pressure swept in from outside the hall, instantly interrupting his cultivation. His eyes snapped open, a flash of disbelief and anger in his eyes. "Who dares to trespass the Wuji Palace?" Wang Xiaolong shouted angrily, his figure instantly storming up from the futon, his spiritual energy surging around him as he prepared to deal with the uninvited guest. However, without waiting for him to fully stand still, the door to the temple burst open. A figure rushed in like an angry wind, and it was none other than Wei Donli, who was filled with rage. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, pointing straight at Wang Xiaolong, his voice carrying suppressed anger. "Wang Xiaolong, how dare you? How dare you count on me?" Wang Xiaolong looked puzzled and hurriedly defended. "Master, there must be some misunderstanding in the middle. How dare I disrespect you in any way?" Wei Donli sniffed, his eyes red as if they could spit out fire. He laughed coldly. He, still pretending with me, if not behind this father's back, absorbing the spiritual energy in Lin Yuru's body. Where did you get this pure spiritual energy from? By the looks of you, a breakthrough is imminent, isn't it? But what a coincidence. The furnace cauldron raised by my father was just stolen. And you're at the point of breakthrough.
Good disciple. Do you really think that your master is an old fool? Wei Dongli's icy voice echoed within the Wuji hall,
shaking the decorations within the hall slightly.
Wang Xiaolong's face instantly turned pale.
He knew that if he could not explain himself in time, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape.
Master, please allow me. If I really do it,
such things as deceiving my teacher and destroying my ancestors, I will immediately be struck by heavenly thunder. Wang Xiaolong hurriedly knelt down and swore with his finger to the sky, and only then did he open his mouth to explain.
I was indeed just refining the chalcedony pill in seclusion.
And this increase in spiritual power is all due to the power of the pill.
There is absolutely no other way. As for the matter of Lin Yueru, I will definitely find out the truth as soon as possible and give my master an explanation.
Wei Dongli laughed coldly.
Check? Check who? My father? Or is it just a random disciple coming out to take the blame? Wang Xiaolong, do you really think that you can fool my father?
With that, he directly extended his hand. A powerful spiritual energy erupted from his body, transforming into a huge spiritual palm that slammed down towards Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong's face changed. He knew that if he didn't go all out, it would be hard to escape today. He quickly offered up his own magic treasure, a long sword with flowing light. The long sword was waved, and the sword aura was like a rainbow as it clashed hard with Wei Dongli's spiritual palm. There was a loud rumble, and spiritual power fluctuations swept through the entire hall. Countless decorations and magical artifacts were reduced to pieces under the impact of this force. The duel between the two powerhouses caused the entire Green Cloud sect to tremble. The disciples within the sect heard the commotion and rushed over, but they were shocked by the powerful force, and no one dared to take half a step closer. The battle intensified. Each strike from Wei Dongli contained the power to destroy everything, while Wang Xiaolong operated his sword technique to the extreme. His sword light was like water, constantly dissolving Wei Dongli's attacks. Even though Wei Dongli, due to his spiritual power being stolen by Wang Yi's doppelganger, had lost a great deal of his strength, and had also suffered a considerable amount of internal injuries. But, after all, he was a mid-Mahayana, and his strength was too much higher than Wang Xiaolong's. Both sides only fought for tens of breaths. Wang Xiaolong began to gradually feel a little overwhelmed. Just then, inner sect elder Su Fu stood out. He shouted at the crowd of onlookers. Old Ancestor has gone crazy and wants to exterminate the entire Qinian sect and kill all of its disciples. Those who don't want to die, come with me. After saying that, he took the lead in carrying his long sword and rushed up towards Wei Dongli. Immediately after that, there were Wang Yi's other doppelgangers. They have come forward to join the fight. I have to say, it's just nice to have a lot of doppelgangers. You can easily steer the situation. The elders and disciples of the Qinian sect, seeing this scene, did not have time to distinguish between truth and falsehood. The situation was urgent. They did not hesitate to go up and join the fight, joining hands with Wang Xiaolong to deal with Wei Dongli together. Chapter 56, The Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. Wei Dongli was about to kill Wang Xiaolong. Painfully, unexpectedly, he was violently interrupted by Su Fu and the others, who shot out their magic weapons at the same time. The anger in his heart grew even more intense. The veins on his forehead rose, and he roared in anger. You're asking for death. As Wei Dongli spoke, a palpitating aura erupted. That was a sign that he was preparing to use his phantasm. One of the elders said, "It's not good. The old ancestor is going to use his phantasm. Hurry up and retreat." The crowd sniffed and stepped back. Meanwhile, Wei Dongli's Dharma phase had already been prepared. He slowly raised his hands, and it was as if heaven and earth changed color as an ancient and mysterious power began to converge around him. In just an instant, that power transformed into a huge pillar of aura light, standing like a heavenly pillar. It not only illuminated the surroundings, but also brought about a mighty pressure that made people's souls tremble. Within the pillar of light, Wei Dongli's figure gradually became blurred. It was as if he had become one with the aura of heaven and earth, becoming the supreme existence between heaven and earth. Immediately after that, his blurry figure began to gradually become huge. It eventually transformed into a giant of hundreds of feet, like a gigantic heavenly god. He looked down on the crowd from high above. When the crowd saw this scene, they all had chills down their spines and drew in a breath of cool air. Even the several harmonized elders were like falling into an ice cave. The old Mahayana monsters are as terrifying as they are. Wei Dongli snorted coldly and said, "A bunch of mole crickets. How dare they come to assassinate my father, looking for death." After saying that, he stretched out one finger and pointed it towards the crowd. In an instant, a finger-shaped wave of aura crushed towards the crowd.
covering the sky. Wherever the fingertips passed, space distorted. It was as if even time was frozen. Not good. This is the great desolate imprisoned Skyfinger. One of the elders shouted. Don't mess up. Listen to me and work together to resist. When the crowd heard this, they gathered together to fight against this attack. Soon, the two enormous forces collided together, emitting a violent roar. Immediately afterward, a white light emanated from the collision, reflecting the darkness of the night as if it were day. Along with that, there were also strong aura fluctuations that washed out in the air like giant waves. In an instant, countless cultivators of the Qinian sect were sent flying by this wave of air. Those cultivators who had been hovering in the air just a moment ago were like dumplings falling from the air. Each of them was seriously injured, and many of them even died on the spot. A few miles away, on a mountain peak, Wang Yi, who was topping Pan En's body, concealed his breath and looked at this big firework from afar, more or less shocked in his heart. Worthy of being a Mahayana stage powerhouse, it was truly terrifying. If it weren't for some character flaws, that is, being irritable and unable to listen to persuasion, one might not be able to deal with it. That said, the dog system's plan is pretty reliable at times. Not bad for an advanced AI with a couple of tricks up its sleeve. Wang Yi didn't think at first that such a childish and crude plan could really cause chaos in Qinian sect. However, the dog system proved to be right. A man can have countless strengths, but just one weakness is enough to do him in. Wei Dongli for being cranky and selfish. With his power and bottomless defense of the Wei family, his image within the sect was originally very poor. His disciples and nephews, in particular, privately resented him. This also, invariably, increases the viability of the program. Sure, even the most perfect plan requires someone who can execute it perfectly, but with anyone else, the situation would never, ever have gotten this far so smoothly. Because, such a big deal, in the entire continent, I'm afraid there's no second person who can do it besides myself. However, as perfect as the plan is, there are going to be sacrifices. Up until now in the battle, in just less than a quarter of an hour, he had already lost a Jindan detachment to death. There were even as many as 7 or 8 seriously injured doppelgangers. Just thinking about it made Wang Yi feel heartbroken. Thus, he explained to the system, Unity, the split will just lead the rhythm. It's time to touch the fish and minimize casualties. As soon as he finished his explanation, Wei Dongli, who was on Qinian Peak, once again launched an attack towards the crowd. Another terrifying great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. This time, however, it was 5-fingered concurrency. Like a huge cage, it slowly covered down towards the crowd, almost simultaneously. Not far away, Wang Jiaolong, the aura around him was like a vortex, madly surging towards him. He felt every cell in his body, trembling, thirsting for a higher level of power. He clenched his teeth and allowed the aura from the outside world to madly surge into his body. Only 3 breaths later, he sensed a mysterious power that descended from the sky and resonated with her body. With that, his body, too, began to emit a faint glow. The light grew brighter and brighter, eventually forming a huge ball of light that wrapped his entire being. Someone exclaimed, "This is a sign of a breakthrough." Wei Dongli knew in his heart that in his current state, if he let Wang Jiaolong break through to the Mahayana realm, it would be difficult to cope. Therefore, he quickly changed the direction of his attack, and his giant palm slapped towards Wang Jiaolong. Seeing this, the elder of the Green Cloud sect immediately ordered, "Quickly, attack together. Make sure to block this attack for the sect leader." At these words, the crowd quickly turned from defense to offense. They each cast different spells. Some attacked with magic treasures, some released powerful spiritual impacts, and some directly slammed their physical bodies into the giganticized Wei Dongli. Wei Dongli's attack was slowed down quite a bit by the constant stream of attacks, but he still didn't stop attacking towards Wang Jiaolong. Just as he was about to touch Wang Jiaolong, he only heard a loud rumble above his head, and then, a heavenly thunder ripped through space and came down. It instantly pierced through Wei Dongli's palm and slashed towards the top of Wang Jiaolong's head. Wei Dongli's face suddenly changed when he saw this. He didn't expect that Wang Jiaolong had broken through so quickly, attracting the heavenly tribulation in just a few breaths. If Wang Jiaolong were to carry through this heavenly tribulation, he would be in danger. He immediately erupted with his full strength, and with a destructive momentum, his fist blasted towards Wang Jiaolong's head. In his mouth, he bellowed, "Adverse disciple, give this honorable man death." Before the words fell, a dazzling light was seen erupting from Wang Jiaolong's body. In the blink of an eye, it formed a fierce collision with the heavenly thunder. The entire sky, as if it had been set ablaze, blossomed with radiant light. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. All attacks and defenses lost their meaning, leaving only the contest between Tianlei and Wang Zhaolong. After a long time, with a deafening roar came out. The heavenly thunder was successfully resisted by Wang Zhaolong. As for Wang Zhaolong himself, he also broke through to the Mahayana stage at this moment, becoming another top powerhouse in the cultivation world. Wei Dongli's face was horribly gloomy when he saw this. He never thought that he would be pushed to this point, but it had come to this, and there was no turning back for him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you break through to the early Mahayana stage, what can you change? Don't forget, I'm a middle stage Mahayana. What's more, I taught you everything." Wang Zhaolong also used his Dharma phase, his body suddenly growing larger as he took a defensive stance, although he was also quite dissatisfied with Wei Dongli's behavior just now. But the person in front of him was, after all, his master teacher. Therefore, he sighed and said, "Master, I've already said that I didn't do that thing. Why don't you believe me?" Wang Yi, who was in the distance, looked at the two huge figures. Indifferently, he said to the system, "Unity-san, the scene is getting a little cold. Hurry up and add some firewood for them." Chapter 57, The Fall of the Old Ancestor. All of Wang Yi's scheming today was to kill Wei Dongli. If the two of them were to clear up the misunderstanding through conversation, then his plans today would be completely in vain. Therefore, he had to keep Wei Dongli and Wang Zhaolong angry. At the same time that Wang Yi's words fell, a sword light shot straight towards Wei Dongli's back heart on Qingyan Peak. Wei Dongli turned around violently after sensing the danger. He used his palm as a sword, and with just a flick of his hand, he hardened that sword light and shattered it. Wang Yi originally did not expect that this sword would kill Wei Dongli. He had asked his doppelganger Huang Gai to make a sword strike, but only to attract Wei Dongli and everyone present. Sure enough, things went as he expected. As soon as this sword came out, the crowd immediately focused their eyes, all of them, on Huang Gai's body. Someone soon noticed the black bag that Huang Gai was carrying. Wang Yi immediately injected his consciousness into Huang Gai. Removing the sack, he poured out a few bloody heads of Wei clan's children. Arching his hand towards Wang Zhaolong, he said, "Sect Master, I'm fortunate to learn that after old ancestor went mad, in order to prevent the Wei family disciples from rebelling along with him, all the disciples of the Wei family have been put to death on the spot. As for that female disciple, no, there is no female disciple." When Wang Yi said this, he deliberately swallowed his words back, leaving a blank space for Wei Dongli to make up his own mind. As soon as his words came out, the scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Wang Zhaolong sniffed slightly. He was totally confused as to what was going on. But one thing was clear to him. These heads taken out would mean that the battle would have no more room to maneuver. Today, either he dies or Wei Dongli dies, because everyone knows that Huang Gai is his beloved. As for Wei Dongli, looking at the heads of the Wei family all over the ground, a trace of unspeakable grief and anger flashed through his eyes. With that, a furious aura erupted. You damn little, even slaughtered my Wei family bloodline. Today I want you to pay for your blood." Wei Dongli's roar reverberated like thunder over Changyan Peak. Before his words fell, his figure transformed into a blur of light and headed straight for Huang Gai's doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Huang Gai. Huang Gai was horrified and shouted at Wang Zhaolong, "Ah, Sect Master, quickly save me." However, he hadn't finished his sentence. He was then hit in the head by Wei Dongli's palm and perished on the spot. In the distance, Wang Yi, whose consciousness returned to Pannan, couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. It's too bad that a good detachment is gone just like that. Ding! There is no need for the host to be heartbroken. If you want to kill a Mahayana stage powerhouse, there will always be a detachment to sacrifice. Wang Yi didn't say much. Huang Gai's sacrifice was originally planned. Although Huang Gai has gained Wang Zhaolong's trust and become Wang Zhaolong's beloved, his talent, however, was not too high. The middle stage of Yuaning was almost his limit. It's not too bad to fold. On the contrary, what made Wang Yi feel even more pity was the doppelganger, Wang Bo, who had just been affected by the airwave, even though he was still only in the middle Jindan stage. But with his talent, in time, he would definitely be able to break through the transformation god and even the harmonization realm. It's no small loss for such a talent to die unexpectedly young. However, there is no way around it. Even though the system algorithms are powerful, it is impossible to anticipate everything. Besides, it was originally not easy to manipulate hundreds of doppelgangers at the same time and control the direction of such a large war. It's a good thing the system didn't go up in smoke from the drying. As Wang Yi was thinking,
the battle in the distance had entered a white-hot stage.
The duel between Wei Dongli and Wang Xiaolong was unleashing destructive power at every moment. On the green cloud peak, the aura was stirring. Sword light and palm shadows intertwined. It creates a shocking picture of the battle. Wei Dongli's figure was like electricity, and every strike carried the power of thunder. His attacks were vicious and direct, and with each palm, he carried an aura of wanting to completely crush Wang Xiaolong. However, Wang Xiaolong is not easy to deal with. His stance was agile, skillfully defusing Wei Dongli's attacks while looking for a chance to counterattack. Wei Dongli, do you really want to destroy the entire Qinian sect for the sake of a moment's anger? Wang Xiaolong questioned loudly as he dodged Wei Dongli's attack. Things had already reached this point. He simply stopped even calling his master and called Wei Dongli by his first name. A hint of viciousness flashed in Wei Dongli's eyes. His movements didn't pause for a second, but instead became more violent. Wang Xiaolong, you betrayed your master. I am going to clean up the clan and reorganize the Qingyan sect today. His voice was as cold and piercing as the winter wind. Wang Xiaolong's face sank, knowing that any more explanations were useless, and that the only way to protect himself was to go all out. He took a deep breath and the aura of his entire body began to spin rapidly. A huge vortex of aura was formed. At the same time, he shouted towards the crowd. All disciples, listen to the order. Wei Dongli has betrayed the clan. Follow me to kill this thief. As the voice fell, the crowd of disciples from the Green Cloud sect quickly responded. Though they were shocked in their hearts at the current turn of events, even most of them were unsure of what was going on. But the master's orders are above all else. What's more, over the years, they were often suppressed by the Wei family within the sect. Thus without any hesitation, they chose to side with Wang Xiaolong and attack towards Wei Dongli one after another. For a while, sword lights flashed in the sky and magic treasures flew. Seeing this, Wang Xiaolong followed suit and made seals with both hands. In a flash, a powerful aura gushed out from his body. It turned into a cold sword qi and shot towards Wei Dongli. Wei Dongli was not in the habit of using a sword, and he used his palm as a blade to deal with Wang Xiaolong's attack. The sword qi collided with the palm wind and erupted in a dazzling light. The entire green cloud peak seemed to tremble under the impact of this force. The surrounding disciples, one after another, revolved their gong methods to stabilize their forms so as not to be injured by this aftershock. The two people in the battle had already utilized their strength to the extreme. Each of Wei Dongli's attacks was like a heavenly collapse, while Wang Xiaolong was like a flatboat in the gusty winds, always able to stabilize his position at critical moments even though he appeared to be floundering. Wang Yi was observing from afar this thrilling battle. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. A strong person in the middle stage of Mahayana was really as terrifying as it was. The fireworks that were released were all 100 times and 1,000 times bigger than those of a merged body or a yuaning. If such a strong person was not resolved in advance, I'm afraid I would have trouble sleeping and eating in the future. It wasn't long before the battle began to draw to a close. Wei Dongli had originally suffered considerable internal injuries due to the Lin Yueru matter. Plus he's long since aged out. Facing a crowd of Castle Peak sect elders and disciples, the barely intermittent attacks soon seemed a bit overwhelming. Within a short period of time, scars began to appear on Wei Dongli's body. The aura he released, although still powerful, was no longer as violent as it had been initially. Each swing of his palm seemed to be draining what was left of his strength. The continuous attacks of Wang Xiaolong and the disciples were like raging waves, constantly impacting Wei Dongli's defenses. Finally, in an exchange of power, Wei Dongli's movements showed a slight delay. A glint flashed in Wang Xiaolong's eyes. He quickly seized this fleeting opportunity. The figure suddenly accelerated, like a meteor cutting through the sky, instantly approaching Wei Dongli. Master, let the farce end here. Wang Xiaolong's voice carried determination and a hint of regret. The voice fell at the same time. The long sword in his hand had also passed through Wei Dongli's neck. Wei Dongli, who has been in the world for a long time, and so it fell. Wang Xiaolong dispersed his divine sense and confirmed that Wei Dongli had died of gas before withdrawing his long sword. Arching his hand toward Wei Dongli, he said, "Greetings to Master Ascension." The elders and disciples of the Qingyan sect also arched their hands towards Wei Dongli's corpse. Congratulations to the old ancestor for ascending to heaven. Seeing that the dust had settled, Wang Yi withdrew his consciousness and returned to his body. Opening his mouth, he said to the system, "Unified Sun, the matter of wrapping up, I'll leave it to you." Wang Xiaolong realizes that there is someone behind this matter who is manipulating it, and will probably send my doppelganger to investigate this matter thoroughly, and falsify a reliable result for him. Also, on Wei Wunyan's side, what's the commotion? Ding! According to the latest news from the system, Wei Wunyan is on his way to the Jade Clear Pool, preparing to utilize a stealthy magic treasure to spy on the Jade Maiden sect disciples' medicinal bath. Wang Yi. Chapter 58, The Wei Family's Mastery. The Jade Maiden sect practiced techniques that were different from other sects. They majored in the Jade Heart Sutra. This technique, although it could purify the aura in the body and accelerate the speed of realm breakthroughs, but there is a huge downside. That is, during the cultivation process, the whole body heat steam must be in the medicinal pool. Open the whole body clothes practice. In order to make the heat dispersed, to avoid the accumulation of the body lead to fire into the devil. In order to facilitate the cultivation of the disciples guarding the pass, the Jade Maiden sect had built a renowned cultivation sanctuary, the Jade Clear Pool, within the Guan City. This cultivation sanctuary was located in the southeast corner of Guan City, surrounded by towering walls. It cut off the hustle and bustle of the outside world. The water in the pool originated from a spiritual spring deep in the mountain range. Not only was it crystal clear, it was also rich in aura and rare medicinal essence. Whenever the sun sets and the moon is over the willow, the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect then slowly stepped into the Jade Clear Pool, dressed in light white gauze, meditate and practice under the nourishment of the medicine. Over time, this place had not only become a place of cultivation for the Jade Maiden sect, because of its mysterious veil, it has become the most desired holy place in the minds of countless male cultivators. They were all eager to enter this place and get a glimpse of its mysteries. It was a pity that the Jade Clear Pool was surrounded by powerful formations. Plus there were Jade Maiden sect elders guarding it at all times. So far, no man has ever been involved. However, Wei Wunyan was determined to break this record today, be the first man to step into the Jade Clear Pool. Not only that, he also wants to let the female disciples of the Jade Maiden sect to have a good taste of the Wei family's mastery. Great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Especially that Yang Yuhuan. Wei Wunyan must let her know the consequences of offending herself. Thinking of this, Wei Wunyan, who was walking down the street, couldn't help but raise his hand and curl his index and middle fingers. Nice and very flexible. Later, I won't embarrass Grandpa. The more Wei Wunyan thought about it, the more excited he became. He had gone to great lengths for this day. Specially, he had gotten the harmonization grade magic treasure, the Bell of the Void. This magic treasure not only could make him invisible, it could also help him easily traverse formation boundaries. At the thought, he couldn't help but move a few steps faster. Meanwhile, the Shushan Mountain disciples' residence, Wang Yi also stabilized the power that he had recovered from Huang Gai and Wang Bo, and managed to break through to the mid-yuaning stage. After he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, he immediately injected his consciousness into Yang Yuan. When he opened his eyes again, he saw dozens of hundreds of Jade Maiden sect disciples who were meditating and practicing in front of him. Let's just say, that picture is so beautiful that Wang Yi is a little afraid to look at it. The sparkling water of the pool, reflecting the large, white moon, gently swayed with a tantalizing sheen. The pool was surrounded by a light, gauzy mist. It adds a bit of haze and dreaminess to this holy place. In the pool, dozens of hundreds of Jade Maiden sect disciples were dressed in white sarongs that were as light and thin as cicada wings. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he sat cross-legged in the middle of the pool. The moonlight through the light veil sprinkled on these women's fair skin, reflecting a soft and hazy luster, making their faces, adding a few more points of transcendental and immortal aura. More crucially, when these women were practicing, they had to open their clothes in order to dissipate the heat in their bodies, making their figures hidden under the moonlight, adding a bit more seductive charm. However, this charm of theirs, for Wang Yi at this moment, it was an unspeakable burden. Wang Yi coughed dryly and said to the crowd, "All senior uncles and siblings, I have just received news that there is an obscene person who wants to sneak into this place using the void bell, so everyone be on guard." As soon as the words fell, the tranquility within the Jade Clear Pool was instantly broken. The elders and disciples who had originally closed their eyes to cultivate opened their eyes, a hint of suspicion flashing through their gazes. After all, since the construction of the Jade Clear Pool, no man had ever sneaked in. However, seeing that the person who opened her mouth was the holy maiden Yang Yuhua, she no longer had any doubts. They all leapt up from the water and went forward to get dressed. All of a sudden, the water began to churn violently, reflecting countless large and round moons. Like a jade rabbit, it kept bouncing in the water. Wang Yi followed suit and leapt up from the pool, helping the doppelganger Yang Yuan put on her clothes. No, I should say put on my own clothes. Not long after, Morong Shui, the Jade Maiden sex elder in charge of looking after the Jade Clear Pool, hurriedly found Wang Yi.
her brows furrowed slightly as she asked.
Yu Huan, this is no joking matter. Are you telling the truth? Wang Yi calmly said. Senior uncle, when have I ever joked with you? Morong Shui sighed and said.
The Jade Clear Pool is my Jade Maiden Sect's important place, but there has never been a man involved.
If I can't succeed in stopping this man,
I'm afraid that my position as an elder will come to an end.
Hearing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but secretly twitch the corners of his mouth. No man has ever been there? What do you take me for? A woman? Thinking of this, Wang Yi looked down at his chest. Well, you're right. Wang Yi coughed dryly and said, don't worry, senior uncle. Since I knew in advance, there is still a chance to stop it. Morong Shui was not as optimistic as Wang Yi.
The Void Bell was a harmonization-level magic treasure,
and it was also a type of magic treasure, which could traverse formation boundaries, and though they are quite numerous,
but it couldn't come up with half of the harmonized realm.
Trying to hold the other team is simply unlikely unless outside help is brought in. However,
the only woman of the harmonization realm in the Guan city today was Nangong Ruowei. The Jade Maiden sect in Mount Shu have never had any friendship.
How could Nangong Ruowei run to solve the trouble for the Jade Lady sect? Besides, if word gets out about hiring outside help, the Jade Maiden sect was similarly disgraced. However, negative as negative was, it was impossible for Morong Shui to do nothing. She immediately said to a group of Jade Maiden sect disciples, quickly, activate the defense formation and strengthen the alert. With that said, she herself mobilized the spiritual energy within her body, ready to deal with a possible invasion at any time. The other disciples sniffed and acted as well. Some quickly adjusted their breathing and gathered their spiritual energy. Some flicked their fingers to activate the defensive magic treasures on their bodies. Others got up and headed to the pool to check out the situation and make sure there were no invasion paths that had been missed. Meanwhile, the street not far outside the Jade Clear Pool, Wei Wunyan's footsteps were light and full of anticipation. He quietly avoided the crowd and approached in the direction of the Jade Clear Pool. Every now and then he looked up and glanced at the sky overhead. The night was thick and the moonlight was like a wash, so it was the perfect time to make a move. After tens of breaths, Wei Wunyan arrived outside the Jade Clear Pool. He took out the void bell and recited the mantra in his mind. At the same time, he slowly injected his spiritual energy into it and gave it a gentle shake. In an instant, a circle of invisible aura ripples quietly spread out. Subsequently, his figure gradually became blurred until it completely blended into the night. He looked down at his body, after confirming that he was invisible, strutting toward the Yuqing Pond. Chapter 59, So What If You Move? Inside the Guan City, the Qingyun sect's residence. Inside the council hall, the lights were brightly lit, the elders' faces were grave, and the atmosphere was tense. They had just now received a message from the sect. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days' time, the sect had experienced such a huge change. The old ancestor Wei Dongli went mad and was executed, and the Wei family was slaughtered for rebellion. Right now, the entire Wei family is left with Wei Wunyan as the only child. After a long silence, one of the elders asked in a deep voice, "Everyone, this matter should not be delayed. Whether it's escorted back to the sect or executed on the spot, there has to be a statement." Another elder said, "According to me, it's better to kill him. His talent is good. Keeping him is ultimately a scourge. He is, after all, a disciple of the headmaster, and there is no express order from the headmaster. Precisely because he is the disciple of the sect leader, it is unlikely that there will be an explicit decree. We must sympathize with the sect leader's difficulties and share his worries." "That's a valid point. Raise a tiger. Senior brother Shang, make up your mind." Elder Shang Su, who was seated at the head seat, said, "That's fine, since all the senior disciples are of this opinion. When the disciples bring Wei Wunyan, they will casually list a few of his previous capital offenses and execute him in public. If we dispose of it like this, the sect leader will not be able to blame us anymore." The crowd nodded their heads, and they didn't have half a bit of pity for Wei Wunyan's impending downfall. After all, they, the people, have suffered the Wei family for a long time. Moreover, Wei Wunyan had not done much to suppress them over the years. Relying on Wei Dongli's power, they had long wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of Wei Wunyan. Right at this moment, a disciple hurriedly barged into the council hall and reported with a panicked expression, "Elders, it's not good. Senior brother Wei, half an hour ago, left the compound and headed to the Jade Clear Pool." This news was like a bolt from the blue, and the elders changed color. The Jade Clear Pool was the holy land of the Jade Maiden sect. Wei Wunyan's recklessness today had already offended the Jade Maiden sect's holy maiden once. Right now,
The Green Cloud sect has suffered a great loss of energy tonight. Strength is not what it used to be. There was an urgent need to get on good terms with a second-rate sect like the Jade Maiden sect. If Wei Wunian had completely offended the Jade Lady sect tonight, it would undoubtedly add to the Green Cloud sect's woes. Thinking of this, the elders quickly got up and turned into streams of light, rushing towards the direction of the Jade Clear Pool. At the same time, outside the Jade Clear Pool formation boundary, Wei Wunian, who held the void bell in his hand, had a face filled with contempt and disdain. The Jade Maiden sect's Holy Land was in his eyes, as if he was in no man's land. Today, he must enjoy the wonderful sights in the Holy Land. Let the Jade Maidens taste their own great desolate imprisoning heavenly fingers. Thinking of this, he once again shook the void bell in his hand, and the formation boundary in front of him quickly distorted. An opening was made, about a man high. He was about to drill in, when he saw a stunningly beautiful figure blocking him. The person who came was none other than Wang Yi, who was topping Yang Yuan's doppelganger. Although Wei Wunian's void bell was advanced, it was not worth mentioning in front of Wang Yi to break Wei Wunian's stealth. For Wang Yi, it was simply a matter of raising his hand. If he wasn't afraid of being too high profile, he would have been able to utilize his detachment and bring the Shu Mountain's greatest treasure, the Haotian mirror. With just one light, Wei Wunian would immediately have nothing to hide, or even turn to dust on the spot. Of course, this kind of top-tier magic treasure would definitely arouse suspicion if it was actually taken out. To deal with Wei Wunian, a waste of space, a bone-shining mirror will suffice. Wei Wunian looked up and saw Yang Yuan standing quietly in front of him. His heart more or less panicked, but he quickly stabilized his mind. He was invisible now, so it was impossible for Yang Yuan to see him. His gaze shifted downward at the thought. He couldn't even help but slowly reach out his hands towards Wang Yi. Seeing this scene, Wang Yi only felt nauseous. Without half a word of nonsense, he directly raised his foot and heavily kicked Wei Wunian in the abdomen. Wei Wunian was kicked and let out a cry of pain. The whole person flew out backwards and crashed into the formation boundary, narrowly missing when he fainted. The void bell in his hand, too, fell to the ground during his flight. After a while, Wei Wunian was able to catch his breath. He covered his abdomen with an incredulous expression on his face. How is this possible? Why can you still see me? Wang Yi raised his hand and sucked the void bell on the ground over and cupped it in his hand. Smiling coldly, he reminded, "Don't you know that there is another type of magic treasure in this world that specializes in void bells?" Wei Wunian was full of shock. You mean, Shine the Bone Mirror? The bone-shining mirror was likewise a harmonization-grade magic treasure. This magic treasure not only could restrain the invisibility of the void bell, but it could also illuminate the dark wounds within the cultivator's body. It's several times more precious than the void bell. Wei Wunian really didn't expect that Yang Yuan actually possessed such a supreme treasure in her hands. After Wang Yi put the void bell in his hand into his storage bag, he took out an ancient mirror from his sleeve, which was the bone-shining mirror. The mirror was smooth as water and gave off a faint glow. This is impossible. How could the bone-shining mirror be in your hands? Wei Wunian's voice carried a hint of trembling. In this instant, an unprecedented fear and despair was felt. Wang Yi was too lazy to answer such a stupid question. He was also too lazy to make a move to kill a small character like Wei Wunian. Not only is it time-consuming and laborious, but it's also easy to get your hands dirty. Thus, Wang Yi lightly, after glancing at Wei Wunian, put away the bone-illuminating mirror without slowing down. And then, he turned his head towards the direction of the Green Cloud sect's compound. It seems to be waiting for something. Wei Wunian thought that Yang Yuan was afraid of his background and power and did not dare to kill him. Immediately, he laughed out loud with abandon. He pointed at Wang Yi and opened his mouth triumphantly to taunt. Even if you possess the bone-shining mirror, even if you are strong, what can you do? In the end, you still have to let me go? If you have the guts, try touching my finger? As soon as his words fell, only a whoosh sound was heard as Wang Yi casually waved his hand and a sword she chopped out. It instantly chopped off his fingers. Wei Wunian instantly collapsed to the ground, covering the broken mouth of his finger and wailing in pain. Wang Yi didn't stop there. He made a flash and instantly arrived in front of Wei Wunian. He instantly released a powerful pressure that pressed Wei Wunian to the point where he couldn't breathe. And then, a foot stepped on Wei Wunian's right palm. With a flick of his fingertips, a sword she sliced through Wei Wunian's palm where it connected to his fingers. In an instant, the remaining 4 fingers of his right hand were also chopped off at the root. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, Wei Wunian began to wail in agony under the severe pain. I am the holy son of the Qinian sect. You dare. Wang Yi ignored it and walked to his left side,
stepping on his left palm. Another sword chi was swung out, and Wei Wunyan's 5 fingers on his left hand were also chopped off. After doing this, Wang Yicai spoke without haste. Already tried. Nothing at all. Wei Wunyan roared. You damn. I must let my grandfather kill you. Die. You give me weight. As soon as he spoke, he saw Shang Su and the other elders of the Green Cloud sect arrive from afar. Chapter 60, Making Noise. When Wei Wunyan saw the Green Cloud sect elder, it was as if he had seen a savior. He endured the severe pain coming from his hand and chided through gritted teeth. You bunch of losers. Why did you not come until now? If I die, you'll all have to bury me with me. Shang Su and a group of other Green Cloud sect elders looked at him from afar, a hint of sympathy in their eyes. That sympathy was not directed at Wei Wunyan's situation. Rather, it comes from a place of sympathy for idiots. The Wei family had produced such an oddball, and even if they didn't perish tonight, they would lose to Wei Wunyan in the future. Wei Wunyan didn't know what had happened to the Wei family. He saw that the several elders just stood still and did nothing. Unable to resist, he cursed, "You bunch of losers. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and slaughter this woman. Then help old me heal. Old me today. I'm going to kill this before I kill her." Speaking here, he looked at Wang Yi. With a hideous face, he said, ********* dare to make a move with Lao Zi. Today not only will you yourself die, your entire Jade Lady sect will be buried along with you." Morong Shui and the others rushed in at the sound. He was just in time to hear the words and couldn't help but stiffen. Although it was Wei Wunyan who was at fault first, but he was, after all, the holy son of the Green Cloud sect, the disciple of the Green Cloud sect leader, and the grandson of the old ancestor. It was not the Jade Lady sect that could be easily offended. Alas, when it comes to this, we can only blame Yang Yuan for being young and unaware of the depths. In this situation right now, we can only stabilize Wei Wunyan first. After all, he was a womanizer. If you can't, arrange for a few female disciples with good looks. Although this was against the Jade Maiden sect's rules. However, things have come to this point, and in order to preserve the Jade Maiden sect, this is the only way out. Thinking of this, Morong Shui let out another dark sigh. She walked over to Wang Yi and advised, "Yu Huan, I think Mr. Wei was just trying to play a joke, and even though it was wrong to do so, he has already been punished, so let's leave this matter at that." When Wei Wunyan heard this, he just assumed that the Jade Maiden sect was afraid. He laughed with a grimace on his face. "Ha ha ha, this is where it stops. What kind of dreams are you guys having? It's fine if you want me to forget about it, unless you let this serve me for a few days." He said this with his mouth, but in his mind he was thinking, women are still alive for fun. It's not too late to slaughter him when he's had his fun. What Jade Maiden sect holy maiden, in his eyes, was nothing more than a in his crotch. She would have to bend over as long as she wanted to ride. Wang Yi's face instantly turned cold when he saw him showing such an ugly expression. He directly sacrificed his long sword and coldly said, "Originally, I didn't want to dirty my hands, and wanted to keep your life and hand it over to the Green Cloud sect to dispose of on their own. But unfortunately, you're making a lot of noise with that foul mouth of yours." With that, he raised the sword in his hand. The long sword glistened coldly in the moonlight, and seemed to carry an unspeakable air of majesty and solemnity. One could not help but feel a chill rising from the bottom of one's heart. The hideousness in Wei Wunyan's eyes was instantly replaced by fear. How could he not have expected that this woman, who he had always regarded as a plaything, would actually intend to make a move? The longsword's cold light in the moonlight was like an omen of death, and it made him shiver involuntarily. "What are you guys waiting for? Why don't you step in and kill this?" Wei Wunyan screamed in panic and looked towards the indifferent Shang Su and the other Qinian sect elders. The eyes went from angry to begging. "Don't forget that I'm the holy son of the Qinian sect. If I die, my grandfather will definitely make you guys bury me with him." Shang Su and the others, however, remained indifferent. They were waiting for Yang Yuan to kill Wei Wunyan, but they didn't make a move or say anything. In this way, not only could Yang Yuan vent her anger, in the future, if the sect leader pursues the matter, he will not be able to blame them. It can be a 2-for-1 deal. Therefore, Yang Yuan raised her sword to strike at Wei Wunyan. Not only is it not a bad thing for them, but it's still a great thing. However, the elders and disciples of the Jade Maiden sect did not see it this way. They saw that Yang Yuan was going to make a move to kill. The heart was instantly in his throat, especially Morong Shui, who was even prepared to block it. Shang Su and the others saw through the thoughts in their minds. They were afraid that Yang Yuan wouldn't do anything. Therefore,
He coldly opened his mouth and said to Wei Wunyan, Wei Donli went off the deep end and massacred the disciples of the clan, and has now been put to death by the sect master.
And the Wei family has now been destroyed. The entire clan. Now you are the only one left.
You have committed such a monstrous crime again today, so it's really not worth dying for. When Wei Wunyan heard these words,
his entire body was struck by lightning.
His body shook violently, and the grimace and fear on his face instantly solidified, turning to be replaced by a wave of unbelievable shock.
Impossible! Wei Wunyan hissed. You guys lied to me.
My grandfather is the oldest ancestor of the Qinian sect.
How could he have died? How could the Wei family be destroyed?
You bastards!
How dare you tease me like this?
His eyes were bloodshot and his face was twisted,
unable to accept the sudden bad news.
It was as if the whole world was collapsing in front of him.
No! No!
His voice began to tremble.
My grandfather was so powerful,
and the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger was unique in the world.
How could he die at the hands of Wang Zhaolong? You guys are lying.
This must be a trap to make me repent,
right? Wei Wunyan's gaze shifted between Elder Shang Su and Wang Yi,
tried to find answers in their faces,
but saw only indifference and determination.
A deep despair welled up in his heart, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss.
Ha 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 ha.
Wei Wunyan suddenly laughed wildly, his laughter filled with pathos and madness.
Even if it's true, so what? I, Wei Wunyan, can hold up the Wei family even if I'm alone.
I'll make all of you pay. I'll make the entire Jade Maiden sect be buried with me.
Yet, even in the midst of this madness,
Wei Wunyan's heart also understood that without the shelter of the Wei family, he was like a tiger that had lost its sharp claws and could no longer intimidate others.
Soon his laughter trailed off and eventually turned into a whimper.
Wang Yi watched coldly, watching Wei Wunyan's transformation from shock to madness to despair without the slightest fluctuation in his heart.
Wei Wunyan's tragedy was of his own making. Wei Wunyan. Wang Yi's voice carried no emotion. Now, it's time to pay the price for what you've done. After saying that, the longsword slowly fell, its blade pointing straight at Wei Wunyan's neck. Wei Wunyan felt an unprecedented fear. He tried to back away, but realized his legs were too weak to move. Elder Shang Su and the other Green Cloud sect elders stood quietly on the sidelines, with no one stepping in to stop them or speak. They knew that tonight, Wei Wunyan's fate had long been sealed. The elders and disciples of the Jade Maiden sect also just stood quietly on the sidelines and watched with cold eyes. Under the moonlight, the longsword let out a crisp sword chime, as if playing an elegy for the impending end. As a poof came out, Wei Wunyan, who had always been untouchable and rampant, a life full of sin, ended in deep despair, until after confirming that Wei Wunyan had completely lost his breath. Sheng Shucai arched his hand towards Wang Yi, as well as the Jade Maiden sect elders and disciples present. Miss Young, everyone, Wei Wunyan has done such a scandalous thing. It is because of the incompetence of my Qin Yun religious disciple. We would like to make amends to the Jade Maiden sect for this matter, and I would like to ask for your forgiveness. Wang Yi frowned and asked, this is such a strange shame, and a sentence of reparation is all it takes? Chapter 61, The Ripple of Water. In fact, if the elders of the Qin Yun sect had disposed of Wei Wunyan earlier, Wang Yi wouldn't have been so angry. As a result, these old denizens had to make themselves do it themselves. Don't you know that it's a pain in the ass to clean when you're covered in dirty blood? The Green Cloud sect's elders had different expressions when they heard this. Some were surprised, some were disgruntled, and some were angry. No matter what, the Jade Maiden sect was only a second-grade sect, while the Qin Yun sect was a hallowed first-grade great sect. Asking them to bow down to the Jade sect was really hard for them to accept. Shang Su, in particular, had a particularly ugly look on his face. As the representative of the Green Cloud sect's elders, he had mixed feelings in his heart when faced with such accusations. However, after all, this matter was the Qin Yun sect's fault in the first place. Moreover, now that the Green Cloud sect had suffered a great deal of damage, it was really inadvisable to make a grudge against the Jade Maiden sect. He coughed dryly and said in a deep voice, Miss Yang's words have some truth to them. Although Wei Wunyan has been put to death, what he did, after all, brought no small amount of distress and harm to the Jade Maiden sect. We, the Green Cloud sect, are willing to make the appropriate compensation. One of the elders sniffed and became a bit anxious. Senior brother Shang. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Shang Su. There is no need to say much. If you are wrong, you have to pay the price. It is reasonable. Wang Yi also didn't expect that the other party would be so painstaking. He faintly said, we don't ask for much either. All the Jade Maiden sect disciples present who were disturbed, 10 medium-grade spirit stones per person.
When these words came out, the elders of the Qinian sect were all filled with righteous indignation. After all, there were more than 100 Jade Maiden sect elders and disciples present, 10 per person, adding up to over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This was not a small amount of money, equivalent to a whole year's worth of offerings from 5 cities. Elder Shang Su's face became even more gloomy. He didn't expect that Wang Yi would ask for such a high amount of compensation. The Green Cloud sect elders present also began to whisper, clearly dissatisfied with this condition. Although the Green Cloud sect is rich and powerful, but such a sum of compensation is undoubtedly cutting into their flesh. The elders and disciples of the Jade Maiden sect also felt that this compensation was a bit much to ask for. After all, they hadn't lost anything earlier. Morong Shui wanted to go forward to persuade Yang Yuan to spare others. However, seeing that Yang Yuan was so firm, she did not open her mouth after all. Wang Yi stood still with a face like water. He knew the situation of the Green Cloud sect better than anyone else. Old Master Wei Dongli of Qingyun is dead. Although Wang Yaolong had broken through to the early stage of Mahayana, he had also suffered a considerable amount of internal injuries in the battle with Wei Dongli. It's impossible to slow down without a decade or 8. I'm sure it won't be long before he hands over the power in his hands and begins to heal in seclusion. At a time like this, they have no negotiating capital at all. Of course, Wang Yi wasn't greedy for those few spirit stones. After all, if he really wanted the spirit stones of the Green Cloud sect, he could just let the Green Cloud sect's bilocation engage in corruption. There is no need for that at all. He did it partly as an outlet for his anger. On the other hand, it was also because he wanted to sow some mischief between the Jade Maiden sect and the Green Cloud sect in advance. It may not be useful, but it's always right to save for a rainy day. Although Shang Su was dissatisfied, he still gritted his teeth. Fine, we shall accept this condition. Although this compensation was not a small amount for the Green Cloud sect, but compared to the consequences of the Jade Maiden sect tearing its face off, this was already considered a lighter price. The other elders of the Green Cloud sect exchanged glances. All eventually accepted the outcome as well. Wang Yi nodded slightly and said with a smile, Elder Shang is indeed an understanding person. The Jade Maiden sect will remember the sincerity of the Qingyun sect. I hope that in the future, our two sects will be able to live in harmony and create prosperity in the immortal cultivation world. Morong Shui also stepped forward at this time, arching her hand and saying, Thank you for Elder Shang's understanding. Since the agreement has been reached, our Jade Maiden sect guarantees that we will never make an issue out of this matter in the future. Alright, 1,370 medium-grade spirit stones, to be presented on another day. After Shang Su said that, he left the Jade Clear Pool with a group of Qingyun sect elders bidding farewell. Only after they had walked away did Morong Shui say to Wang Yi, Yu Huan, you are really too reckless. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Qingyun sect has just suffered a change of heart, it is still a first-grade sect. By offending them, our Jade Maiden sect will have a hard time in the future. Wang Yi smiled faintly and said, Senior uncle is overly concerned. The Green Cloud sect is now so preoccupied with itself that it's unlikely to have any energy left over to deal with our Jade Maiden sect. Besides, the matter was originally not in their favor. Morong Shui frowned slightly. The words were said, but she still had some worries in her heart. Qingyun sect has deep roots after all. Even if they are momentarily damaged, they should not be underestimated. In case they have not injured their vitality. Wang Yi remained calm. If that were true, they wouldn't have accepted such an offer. Morong Shui sniffed and was slightly stunned. She suddenly felt that she was somewhat unable to understand this master-nephew in front of her, obviously younger than her, but with such a deep heart. Just now, it seemed like he was demanding compensation, but in reality, he was probing the bottom of the Qingyun sect. This kind of mind trick is worthy of being the disciple that the sect leader has his eye on. With her here, why wouldn't the Jade sect prosper? Wang Yi did not say anything more and turned around to return to the Jade Clear Pool to clean the blood on his body. The disciples of the Jade Maiden sect also returned to the medicinal pool to continue their cultivation. Wang Yi unhurriedly cleaned the blood on his body. The water was rippling, and a single, large, white moon bobbed slightly with the surface. It creates a beautiful landscape that is a bit of a sight to behold. That being said, Wei Wunyan's blood was too dirty. Wang Yi was not completely clean even after a full hour. Still, he didn't give up. After all, he had accidentally soiled the altar, and he had to wash it before he could leave. Well, it's just to get clean, no other reason. Early in the morning, inside Lei Qingqing's room at the Thundercloud sect's residence, Lei Qingqing flopped helplessly onto senior brother Fusu's broad chest, quietly listening to the sound of Fuso's senior brother's heartbeat. She realized that it wasn't a good thing for a senior brother to be too enthusiastic. This little body of his own, filled with happiness every day, is a little too much to carry. Wang Yi was also a bit tired, even though it was a different body. But from last night's Lin Yueru to this moment's Lei Qingqing, the battle was just too intense. Of course, you can't blame yourself. After all, the image of the jade clear pool was something that no one could help but see. Since there was fire in his heart, he naturally had to let it out. Otherwise it's easy to suffocate your body. Junmi happened to be dealing with the matter of Lin Yueru, and Yang Yuhuan was cultivating in the Yuqing pool. There was no way around it, so I could only condescend to Lei Qingqing first. After half a quarter of an hour, Wang Yi withdrew his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and asked the system, Tuzi, on the side of the Green Cloud sect, who did Wang Zhaolong arrange to investigate the matter of Lin Yueru? Chapter 62, System Upgrade. Last night's incident had, after all, set off a huge wave in the Green Cloud sect. All the people involved, including Su Fu, who delivered the chalcedony pill, Panan, who was in love with Lin Yueru, and Huang Gai, who was already dead as a doppelganger. I'm afraid they will all be met with suspicion. I can't help it. I was rushed and a lot of it was done too roughly. The good thing is, Wang Zhaolong will certainly not openly investigate this matter. The reason was also very simple. The sect leader and the old ancestor were being played with. If this kind of thing is found out, not only himself, but the entire clan's face would be rubbed on the ground. Wang Zhaolong will send someone to investigate though, but deep down, surely, you don't want to believe that you've been caught in someone else's trap. After all, he's also the one who wants a face. Ding! According to system messages, Wang Zhaolong has sent 2 separate people to investigate this matter in secret. One is Su Qin, the host's doppelganger, and the other is Wang Defa, the peak master of Wood Cloud Peak. Wang Yi sighed darkly when he heard this. It seems that Huang Gai's actions last night have caused Wang Zhaolong to begin to distrust his inner circle. He asked Wang Defa, who had always been at odds with Su Qin, to investigate the matter, probably trying to keep an eye on Su Qin. Still, it wasn't much of a hassle, because he had long ago planted eyes and ears around Wang Defa. The next thing Wang Defa saw would be everything he wanted him to see. The only one that was harder to deal with was Lin Yueru. If it was known that she had run to Mount Shu and was hiding in her own small courtyard, it is bound to cause unnecessary trouble. Wang Yi frowned and pondered for a moment and said, Lin Yueru will be handled as if she were dead and made clean. As for Su Fu, wash him if you can, and if you can't, you can withdraw him. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the relevant news in time. Wang Yi didn't bother to look. He figured that Lin Yueru had already quietly entered his small courtyard. Then he injected his consciousness into Junmi. Before Lin Yueru went up to the mountain, Junmi helped her change her appearance by utilizing the Thousand Faces mirror, a Mahayana-level magic treasure. According to Wang Yi's intention, even if Wei Dongli crawled out of the coffin, he might not be able to recognize it. Lin Yueru hesitated for a long time, but still asked the doubt in her heart. Miss Jin, what is your relationship with senior brother Pan? Wang Yi was slightly stunned before smiling. He is a friend of my young master, and asked my young master to take care of you for me. Lin Yueru sniffed and secretly sighed in relief. But soon, the face was filled with sorrow again. Is senior brother Pan still alive then? When can he come over to me? Wang Yi said indifferently. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Stay here in peace for now, and don't mention your senior brother's business again, lest you arouse suspicion. Just as Wang Yi's words fell, he saw Lu Ruyan come out of the house. When she saw Lin Yueru, she couldn't help but develop a strange feeling in her heart. Tentatively, she asked, Miss Jin, this is? Wang Yi replied dryly. She is the wife of the young master's friend, called Lin Qinian, and will stay here temporarily for some time. Ruyan Lu sniffed and was also secretly relieved. A friend's wife is not to be teased. She believed that Mr. Wang, for sure, was not the kind of person who would steal his friend's wife. Even if Lin Qinian is beautiful, it's also impossible to have anything to do with Mr. Wang. Thus, she took the initiative to go forward and greet. Miss Qinian, my name is Lu Ruyan. If there's anything I need help with, just ask. Lin Yueru was slightly stunned. The name Lin Qinian was made up by Wang Yi just now. She's not used to it yet, but soon, she adjusted her emotions and responded to Ruyan Lu's greeting with a new identity. Thank you, Miss Lu. My daughter is new here, so please take care of her in the future. Her voice was gentle, with a hint of imperceptible tension.
Seeing that they were getting along well, Wang Yi didn't linger too long and withdrew his consciousness. Leave all the rest to the system. The following morning, after a day's rest, Shu Shan, Thundercloud Sect, Qingyun Sect, Jade Maiden Sect, as well as the disciples of the Flame Sect who had only arrived here last night, were all fully loaded and ready to go. The Blazing Fire Sect, like the Jade Maiden Sect, had close dealings with the Qingyun Sect. Not only that, their relationship with the Green Cloud Sect was even closer than the Jade Maiden Sect. It was completely a subsidiary sect of the Qingyun Sect. If the Green Cloud Sect told them to go east, they would definitely not go west. Mount Shu and the Green Cloud Sect had always been at odds. Therefore the disciples of the Flaming Fire Sect looked at Shu Shan and Thundercloud Sect with more or less hostility in their eyes. Nangong Ruowei also ignored them. Shu Shan had been delayed for a few days due to some matters, and the people from the other three first-rate sects had long since entered the northern wasteland. At this moment, I'm afraid they've all arrived at the entrance of the ancient tomb. It is really not advisable to delay. She immediately ordered all Shu Mountain and Thundercloud Sect disciples to board the Thundercloud Sect's flying boats. Soon, the flying boat turned into a stream of light and headed north. Seeing this, the elders and disciples of the Green Cloud Sect, the Jade Maiden Sect, and the Flame Sect followed suit and boarded their flying boats and chased after them. The Thundercloud Sect's flying boat had just left the North Star Pass not long ago. The voice of the system came from Wang Yi in the room, right in his head. Ding! The system has detected that the host has entered the Demon Clan's territory, unlocking a new map, and the split system will make the relevant upgrades. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. The host will have a 50% chance of obtaining a demonic doppelganger when signing in that map. Digging for grass? I'm so just. Wang Yi's heart was overwhelmed when he heard this news. In his mind, instantly, the budding beast-eared lady with soft ears and a fluffy tail came to mind. And the classic line, Dodgy, play with you. Ahem. Mistake. The northern wasteland, for the exchanges, is one of those areas that are relatively blank for exploration, mainly because this was demon territory. Although his own bilocation was powerful, he was unable to explore it in depth. But it's different now. With the demonic split, it wouldn't take more than 10 years for him or her to take control of the northern wasteland. Wait, since he had come to the northern wasteland, he could open a demonic detachment. So, if you step into the southern realm, won't you be able to open up the witch and elf split? When we get to the East China Sea, won't we be able to open the dragon split? If you ascend to the immortal world. Wang Yi suddenly realized that he had missed too much in the years he had been swinging for the fences. Dog system, with this kind of heaven-defying function, you didn't say so earlier. Ding, the host didn't ask either. Wang Yi, you're just trying to be smart with me? But it seems to make sense, because he crossed over as a human. He defaulted to the fact that he could only open a human doppelganger. Preconceived notions are so damaging. Thinking about this, Wang Yi's heart ached immensely. He felt as a, traveler with a system. These years have been so hard, so grueling that it's not even human anymore. Wang Yi sighed and said, Tuzi, sign in. Chapter 63 Demon Split. When Wang Yi finished, a trace of anticipation could not help but grow in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Signing in was successful, rewarding a first-grade demonic split +1. Is it generated immediately? Wang Yi was delighted in his heart, and he had indeed opened the demon split. He immediately said, Generate immediately. As the words fell, a faint white light rose and flickered in front of Wang Yi. The white light gradually coalesced, and its form began to become clear. A moment later, a wolf demon's figure appeared in front of Wang Yi. This wolf demon's appearance retained the characteristic wildness of the demon race, but also contained a hint of ineffable elegance. It was tall, with smooth and powerful muscle lines, as if it contained explosive power. The skin is a light silvery gray, like frosty snow glistening in the moonlight. It gives a cold and dreamy feeling. A thick head of silver hair fell naturally and fluttered gently in the wind. Sharp wolf ears were faintly visible between the hair, standing up and seeming to catch the tiniest of rattles around them. The wolf demon's face was handsome and deep, with a pair of eyes that shone with a sharp and deep blue light. He had a sharp nose and seemed to be able to pick up odors from miles away. The most striking thing was the corner of his mouth, slightly revealing sharp fangs, showing off its wildness and power as a demon. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The generation of the bilocation is complete. Please go to the attribute panel as soon as possible to name the bilocation and choose a force suitable for cultivation. Wang Yi didn't say anything more and directly opened the attribute panel. Serial No. 7233. Race, Demon. Name, to be inserted. Power, to be determined. Sex, male. Age, 89. Talent, first grade wind root. Realm, demon ancestor, harmonized realm. Special talent 1, soul of the wolf clan. Natural dominance over the wolf clan. Can stimulate the wildness in the wolf clan's bloodline in battle, dramatically increasing attack power and speed. Special talent 2, pupil of the phantom moon. Not only can you see your opponent's weaknesses, but you can also absorb the power of the bright moon and turn it to your own use, enhancing the effect of your attacks. And on the night of the full moon, your attack power is doubled, despite not opening the foxes that Wang Yi wanted. However, seeing this split attribute, he was still very satisfied in his heart. A wind spirit root on the first grade was considered a relatively strong talent. More importantly, it was his realm. The realms of the demon race are divided into hardened body, body forging, demon refining, shi refining, demon spirit, foundation building, demon dan, gene dan, demon infant, yuanying, demon zone, transformation of the divine, demon ancestor, harmonization, and demon immortal, between the Mahayana and the ferrying of the tribulation, which is more inclined to the transcendence of the material world. Due to the huge differences in the physical qualities of the demon race, there was no subdivision of these great realms. The first demonic detachment to open up the demon ancestor was a good start. Wang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Camus Wolf." Ding! Serial number 7233, Quaimu Wolf. Named successfully. Since he has already reached the demon ancestor realm, let him make his own way in the northern wasteland. If you have the chance, find a way to get close to the demon king. Ding! The system AI has successfully formulated a route to the northern wasteland for the bilocation, Camus Wolf. Please host timely through the attribute panel. Check the bilocation mini-biography. The voice fell, and at the end of the attribute panel, there was an additional line. Split biography, Quaimu Wolf. Born in the northern wasteland wolf clan, has shown extraordinary demonic power and potential since childhood. Growing up in the cruel environment of the northern wasteland, with the talent of the wolf's soul, he gradually became prominent in the demon race. After reaching adulthood, he awakened the special ability of the pupil of the moon on the night of a full moon, so he set out alone on the road to become the master of the Tian Wolf Palace. Wang Yi nodded and said, "The story is plentiful. Not bad. Start teleporting." Ding! The bilocation, Quaimu Wolf, has opened teleportation, and is expected to arrive near the Skywolf Palace in 90 seconds. As the voice fell, the aura around the body of the Quaimu Wolf rapidly fluctuated. Soon, his figure began to become a gradual blur until he completely disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Xiahou Chang, who was outside the door, sensed a hint of demonic aura. He was about to go forward to report to the elders. However, he found that the demonic aura instantly disappeared without a trace. It made him doubt his own perceptions. Xiahou Chang stood outside the door, his brows furrowed as he pondered in his mind. As an inner disciple of the Thundercloud sect, his perception ability had always been sharp, and he should never be mistaken. But that demonic aura came and went quickly just now. It's like it never existed. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to go and report the situation to the elders. After all, they were now on their way to the northern wasteland, and any anomalies could not be taken lightly. Xiahou Chang quickly walked towards the cabin where the elders were resting, but as he was about to knock on the door, another twinge of doubt surfaced in his mind. If it's just your own delusion. Just as he was hesitating, the door to the cabin suddenly opened and a crane-haired elder walked out. The person who came was one of the Thundercloud sect's elders, Lei Zhenzi. Lei Zhenzi frowned and asked, "Xiahou Chang, what is the matter with you wandering around here?" Xiahou Chang took a deep breath and replied respectfully, reporting back to the elder. Disciple was just outside Wang Yi's door and sensed a demonic aura, but then it disappeared. So I've come here to report. Elder Lei Zhenzi sniffed and said in a deep voice, "The aura of the demon race? This matter is not trivial. Take me to take a look." Xiahou Chang nodded his head in agreement and led Lei Zhenzi to the outside of Wang Yi's door. However, when they arrived, everything around them was business as usual and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Elder Lei Zhenzi was all around, carefully exploring the area. Eventually, he shook his head. "There is no residual aura of the demon race here. You may have been too nervous." Although in Xiahou Chang's mind, there were still some doubts. However, in the face of the elder's judgment, he could only respond respectfully. "Yes, disciple understands." A moment later, Wang Yi in the room slowly opened his eyes. He had long predicted that Xiahou Chang might have detected the Camus Wolf demonic aura and went to the elders to report. Therefore, in advance, he injected his consciousness into Lei Zhenzi and waited for him. Play him a little to kill the boredom.
As for the demonic aura that Xiahou Chang perceived, he wasn't worried that the others would find out. Because of the system's ability, it was enough to ensure that the teleportation of the quarry wolves would not be detected by others.
Ding! The bilocation, Heavy Cloud,
received an invitation from the elder of the Netherworld sect, hoping that he would join the Netherworld sect team and travel to the secret realm of the ancient tomb together.
Is he joining the team? Wang Yi couldn't help but frown at his words.
He didn't seem to have arranged for the drama of Heavy Cloud joining the Ethereal Sect's team.
Why would the Ethereal Sect suddenly invite their own doppelganger? Wang Yi frowned slightly.
As he injected his consciousness into Heavy Cloud's body, he asked the system in his head,
Unity-son, what happened? Ding! The bilocation, Heavy Cloud, accidentally saved Ji-Waner, an elder of the Misty clan,
who was under siege by the demon race, and was thus invited.
Wang Yi had just injected his consciousness into Heavy Cloud. The white blanket, and a fine, smooth white blanket appeared in front of my eyes. Chapter 64, Something's Not Right. In the white snow,
a woman of about 30 years old with a delicate figure turned her back to Wang Yi.
Due to the battle just now, it was too intense. At the moment,
the clothes on her body were almost all gone.
Wang Yi really wanted to go up and ask Ji-Waner, can you turn around and look at it? Yuck, it's snowy and windy. Aren't you cold?
Wang Yi was pondering over it when Ji-Waner,
this woman, actually did turn around.
Looking at Wang Yi with an open chest,
he asked, have you considered it? Wang Yi, are all the female disciples of your Misty sect as frank as you? If so, I'm in now. Wang Yi awkwardly withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance. Snowflakes slowly fall, adding a layer of haze to the world. The peaks looming in the distance, covered in a thin layer of snow, looked especially moving. The mountain pack looks like a bun under the snow. It makes you want to take a bite. For some reason, Wang Yi suddenly felt a bit thirsty and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He really wanted to fly to the distant peaks, take a bite of the white snowflakes that cover the peaks. Seeing this awkward appearance of Wang Yi, Ji-Waner smiled sweetly and said, my generation of cultivators should focus on great things and not stick to small details. I don't even mind. What are you dodging for?
Wang Yi said awkwardly, it's cold. It's better to put your clothes on first. Only then did Ji-Waner take out a long,
dancing colored dress from her storage bag and put it on her body. She was originally a beauty. The body posture is exquisite. The face is beautiful,
such as the cold plum blossoming in the snow,
through the unearthly cold.
Dancing long skirt swaying with the wind,
and the snowy landscape, more appeared to her like a fairy-like vulgar.
She smiled lightly and asked Wang Yi,
how was it?
Wang Yi gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, this long dress of Elder Ji's mirrors the snowy scenery, and when paired with the stunningly beautiful face, it seems as if she's a fairy walking out of a painting.
Those who cultivate will not care about this skin.
Ji-Waner said this on her lips,
but secretly,
she was quite flattered by Wang Yi's praise.
What I'm asking is, how have you considered the matter of cooperation? Wang Yi coughed dryly and said,
Elder Ji should know that I am a disciple of the Cold Star Palace.
Ji-Waner was unconcerned. And then what? Wang Yi sighed lightly and said, between sects, there are many rules and restrictions.
Although I have respect for the Misty sect and for Elder Ji, I can't make a rash decision.
Ji-Waner smiled and asked, in my opinion, in your bones, you may not be a Cold Star Palace disciple, right? With your talent, if you truly consider yourself a disciple of the Cold Star Palace, how come you're still unknown? And how did you come to this hole all by yourself?
Wang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard this. Ji-Waner's words really touched the core of the system's fabricated
character biographies. However, it can't be helped.
The system's fabricated alter ego identities are basically fringe characters,
because that's the only way. It's not going to be easy to find out.
Seeing that she had persuaded Wang Yi,
Ji-Waner continued, how about coming to my Misty sect and worshipping me as a teacher? Hearing these words, Wang Yi suddenly smelled a hint of conspiracy. This Ji-Waner in front of her, her strength was at least at the transformation god realm. An opponent who could beat her to such a sorry state would have to be at the demon zone level at the very least. And his own alter ego, Heavy Cloud, although his talent was good, he only had the cultivation of a Yuaning great circle. How could you have saved her? Could it be that everything was an act on her part? Thinking of this,
Wang Yi immediately closed his eyes and began to carefully recall the process by which the doppelganger had just saved Ji-Waner.
Soon, the memories in his mind replayed the earlier scene like a movie. Wang Yi carefully recalled every detail, trying to pick out the clues. However, everything was normal. Ji-Waner and a demon zone realm bear demon fought to a standstill. Just as she was about to be dragged down by the bear demon, his own doppelganger,
Heavy Cloud stumbled upon it by chance and utilized the ice-cold domain to slow down the bear demon's movements. Help her and kill the bear demon back. Wang Yi's frown gradually stretched out.
Perhaps one is being overly paranoid. Ji-won Air's strength was indeed powerful, but battles were full of variables, and even strong people could meet with misfortune. And his own alter ego, Heavy Cloud, although his cultivation was not high, he possessed special abilities. It's not unusual for it to play out at key moments. Besides, if it's really a conspiracy, the system found out long ago, how could it know nothing? He opened his eyes and looked at Ji-won Air. Arching his hand, he said, Elder Ji, the matter of worshipping the master. I need to seriously consider it. Ji-won Air nodded slightly. There is no harm. It is always good to be cautious. I have this proposal because I see your potential. The Misty Sect can provide you with a broader stage to better utilize your talent. Wang Yi arched his hand and said, Thank you Elder Ji for your understanding. Ji-won Air continued, If I'm not mistaken, you didn't come to the northern wasteland for the ancient tomb, did you? Wang Yi vocally and emotionally told the tragic fate of the bilocation. Once again, especially the tragic fate of himself after the disappearance of his parents. Ji-won Air also frowned slightly when she heard this. After thinking for a moment, she advised, Since you don't know either where your parents are, why don't you consider what I just proposed, and follow our Misty Sect? Perhaps there is news of your parents in the ancient tomb. Wang Yi, although my alter ego, Heavy Cloud, is handsome and has a heavenly talent, but you're not, so obsessed, are you? I now seriously suspect that you were intentionally handing out benefits just now, and were trying to use beauty to make me succumb to your lechery. What a wicked trick. It's a good thing I'm sitting on my ass and didn't fall for your trap. If it were anyone else, they might have been impatient and flushed you. As for the ancient tomb, it would be good to utilize the doppelganger to explore it in advance. Therefore, Wang Yi coughed dryly and asked, If I go to the ancient tomb with your Misty Sect, can I rush you? No. Is it at the end? Ji-won Air sniffed and froze slightly. Smiling blandly, he said, Yes, don't say rushing the back. As long as you can worship me as your teacher, you can rush anywhere. Wang Yi, this woman. It's not right. It's so wrong. Driving a car faster than yourself. You can't pull 10 oxen. Generally speaking, this kind of woman either has been in the field for a long time, or has never dabbled in meat, and only gets high on her mouth. Wang Yi preferred the former. After all, how can a woman who has never dabbled in meat and drink be as candid as she was just now? In any case, heavy enemy artillery fire. Wang Yi was a bit overwhelmed. He smiled awkwardly and said, Just as well. A trip to the ancient tomb is fine. I don't have a clue right now anyway. After saying this, he withdrew his consciousness without hesitation. As for what comes next, had to let the system clean it up. After a slight reprieve, Wang Yi once again injected his consciousness into Fu Su. Not long after, Lei Qingqing's front began to gradually lose ground. Chapter 65, What Class? The next day, outside the ancient tomb, the morning light is bright, illuminating this ancient and mysterious land. Chongyun, Wang Yi, and Ji-won Air stood side by side. Behind them were the elders and disciples of the Netherworld sect. They are either excited, nervous, or fearful, but obviously, it's more about jealousy and hatred. Elder Ji was a notorious beauty of Misty Peak, although she usually liked to make harmless jokes that more or less dropped the ball, but the flaws don't hide it. Besides, it's ugly women who talk dirty that are shameless. When a beautiful woman says dirty things, it's called humor and wit, and it's proper welfare. Therefore, even though she spoke in a very accented manner, she was still the goddess of the male elders and disciples of Misty Peak. And this kid in front of him, called Chongyun, was just a little bit better looking and a little bit more talented. Who are you to stand with Elder Ji? And so close it was as if they could hear each other's breath. This intimacy, in their eyes, was undoubtedly a provocation. It's a blasphemy against the goddess of their hearts. Thinking of this, they all gritted their teeth, hating to let Chongyun die in the ancient tomb later. There was a disciple who had been here earlier. Even already, in his heart, he was secretly playing a little game. Wang Yi didn't notice the jealous and hateful gazes of these people. He was currently frowning as he looked at the entrance to the ancient tomb, which was shrouded by a faint layer of black mist. The tomb passage was dark and deep, as if it hid endless mysteries. He could clearly feel the depths of the ancient tomb, where cold and darkness intertwined into an invisible net, waiting for every being that dares to step into it. Just then, a cold, gloomy wind blew from inside the cave, penetrating right into the bone marrow. the main body will not be in danger of losing its life, even if it is topped with a doppelganger.
All this in front of him still sent a chill down his spine.
Wang Yi sighed and asked the system, "Tuzi, is there a map of the ancient tomb?"
Ding! The map of the area that the bilocation has explored has been organized. Please go to the mailbox in time for the host to check it.
Wang Yi immediately opened the system message. A translucent map, visible only to him,
then appeared before his eyes.
Seeing this map,
Wang Yi was relieved in his heart.
With this thing, the difficulty of exploring the ancient tomb would undoubtedly be much lower. He scrutinized the map. True to form, the system makes maps that are thinner than a hair's breadth. The organs, formations, and poisonous gases on the map were all clearly labeled. With this map, you shouldn't run into any danger in the outskirts. As for the depths of the ancient tomb, Wang Yi, this time, did not intend to go in. After all, it was an extremely gifted bilocation, and its cultivation speed was far from that of an ordinary bilocation. It would be a big loss to fold in it. Besides, his main reason for coming this time was to acclimatize himself in advance to the environment of the ancient tomb. As for the task of exploring the situation of the ancient tomb, it was better to leave it to the ethereal sect, and the cannon fodder disciples from the other sects that would be here soon. One just needs to send in their doppelgangers and meticulously draw maps behind them. Wait a few days when your own body arrives here. The inside of this ancient tomb should have been almost clearly explored by them as well. Jiwan Air saw Wang Yi frowning, pondering something. Laughing softly, he teased, "What? You're going to surrender before you even go in? Wang Yi, as a woman, can't you be a little more reserved? With this thunderous speed, you can't even catch up in an airplane, let alone a small train. The point is, when you open your mouth, you drive, and in front of so many people. Can you live up to your unattainable look?" Wang Yi coughed dryly to ease the embarrassment. "Elder Ji is joking. I was just waiting for you guys to go in first." Ji Wanner smiled gently and did not say anything more. She then turned around and said to the disciples, "Gentlemen, we are entering the ancient tomb this time in order to explore its secrets and look for possible opportunities. But remember, safety comes first, and we must not be greedy." The disciples responded in unison, their morale as high as a rainbow. With Ji Wanner's command, the Misty Sect's disciples began to enter the ancient tomb in an orderly fashion. Wang Yi put away the map and quietly followed them. At the entrance of the ancient tomb, black mist lingered as if it was alive, slowly surging as the crowd entered. An eerie aura came over the room, sending shivers down the spine. Fortunately, the disciples of the Netherworld sect were all carefully selected elite disciples. There was no fear shown in the face of such an environment. As the group went deeper and deeper into the narrow tomb passage, it was soon filled with pitch blackness. There was only the occasional phosphorescent light coming through the walls, barely bringing a hint of light to this deep space. Fortunately, the lowest strength amongst them had already reached the early Jindan stage. The ability to perceive is not comparable to that of an ordinary person. As long as there's a faint light, it would be enough for them, without the aid of external objects, to see everything in front of them. Soon they came to the end of the tomb passage. Wang Yi vaguely remembered that the map said that there was a sword formation here. He had just opened the map and was ready to check it out. He heard a Misty Sect disciple in his early 30s, named Yue, walking towards him. Smiling, he spoke, "Brother Chongyun, I've been here once before." The mechanism to open this tomb passage is the green bricks protruding from both sides. Your left and my right. One of us presses a green brick, then we can open the tomb passage. Wang Yi looked down at the map. Then, like looking at a little cutie, like, coldly looking at Yue. This little thane. What a dog's guts. So much for trying to set yourself up. To actually dare to use such a lowly means. Simply take yourself as a 3-year-old child insult. You're so stupid. Do your people know? Seeing Wang Yi's indifference, Yue frowned and said, "What? Brother Chongyun doesn't dare? If that's the case, forget it. I thought that if senior brother Chongyun could win Elder Ji's favor, he must be too bold. I guess I was overthinking it." Wang Yi looked up at Jiwan Air and saw that she was indifferent. Nor did he say much, gently lifting his hand and waving it. Yue, a Jindan Great Circle cultivator. His body was instantly wrapped by a force and smashed towards the green bricks on the left. Without waiting for him to react, his head had already hit the protruding green brick. With a dull sound, the atmosphere of the tomb passage instantly froze. Immediately after, the crowd watched Yue, being swept into the terror sword formation by an invisible force. In just a breath of time, his body was torn apart by the sharp sword chi, tearing him apart. It eventually turned into a bleak mist of blood and dissipated into the air. leaving only a palpitating chill. It took a while for the crowd to get over their shock, incredulously looking at Wang Yi. This kid is actually a Yuan in Great Circle? Wang Yi didn't have the heart to pay attention to them. He was currently explaining to the system, Unity Sun, the old rules, arrange for a few detachments, and logically exterminate this kid's entire clan, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Don't shake the eggs well this time. Cook them all and bring them to me to nourish my body. What a class, daring to go against me. Chapter 66, Counter-Attribute Restraint. After a short period of surprise, on the faces of the crowd, there was a look of anger. No matter what, Yui was a disciple of the Netherworld sect. Wang Yi's unauthorized beheading of him was undoubtedly a provocation to the Netherworld sect. One of the elders, erupting a strong killing aura, snapped, "Little you dare to attack and kill my Misty Sect's disciples. Do you want to make an enemy of my entire Misty Sect?" Wang Yi coldly asked. "What? You want to take revenge for him?" Ji Wan'er said to that elder. Elder Mu. Yui framed Chongyan first, so his death is not worth it. When Mu Tianyan heard this, his face became even more gloomy. He laughed coldly and mocked. Elder Ji, as an inner sect elder of the Misty Sect, don't turn your elbow out just because the other party has a few good looks. Ji Wan'er's eyebrows frowned slightly. Elder Mu. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Yi interrupted her and looked at Mu Tianyan with an icy gaze. Old dog, it looks like you have to seek death. With these words, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point, and a fierce conflict seemed unavoidable. Ji Wan'er had wanted to defuse the situation. After hearing this, he stopped talking and just looked at Wang Yi with interest. She was eager to see what kind of backbone Wang Yi had to say these words. Mu Tianyan was completely enraged by the phrase old dog, and the aura on his body steeply soared. A strong killing aura rose around his body. How dare you? His eyes were filled with viciousness as he took a step forward, as if even the air was frozen for it. Only, unfortunately, stupid. After saying that, he took a step out and came directly in front of Wang Yi. The sandbag-sized fist, wrapped in hunting wind, ruthlessly smashed towards Wang Yi's face. The surrounding disciples saw this and retreated. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would be affected by Elder Mu's astral wind and fall into a lifelong disability. Wang Yi, however, did not change his face. Just as the fist was about to hit him, his figure swayed slightly, skillfully avoiding Mu Tianyan's attack with a speed that was almost hard to catch. The movements were fluid, as if he had already seen through his opponent's moves. Mu Tianyan was also secretly surprised in his heart when he saw this. Although he was the same Yuan in great perfection, he had stepped into this realm for more than 60 years, and was only a hair's breadth away from transformation. By the Misty Sect's elders and disciples, he was hailed as the strongest Yuaning in this continent. The reason I came to the ancient tomb this time was so that I could gain some chance, help him break through the realm of transformation. And the guy in front of him, called Heavy Cloud, was only in his early 20s. Even if there was some talent and luck, it was absolutely impossible that it would be his opponent. However, Wang Yi's evasive stance just now, but it made him feel the pressure. Not only Mu Tianyan, but all the Netherworld sect disciples present had shock on their faces. Mu Tianyan was the continent's #1 Yuaning. Even if he met the early stage of God transformation, it was not impossible for him to fight. But now, his all-out strike was easily dodged by a young Yuaning cultivator. Even Ji Wan'er's face appeared surprised. She had seen Heavy Cloud strike and knew that Heavy Cloud's strength was quite impressive. However, he did not expect that Heavy Cloud was actually strong to this extent, being able to escape Mu Tianyan's full-force blow, unharmed. In all fairness, if they were on the same ground, she would not be Mu Tianyan's match in the same realm. With that punch just now, he must have suffered at least some internal injuries. Mu Tianyan's face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect himself to lose his hand in front of a young junior. His heart welled up with intense resentment and anger. Humph, that was a pretty quick dodge. Mu Tianyan snorted coldly and withdrew his fist. He knew he couldn't take it lightly and had to take the opponent in front of him seriously. Wang Yi stood in place with a calm expression. It was as if the attack just now had no effect on him. He said indifferently, "Old dog, if you didn't make a move just now, I could still barely spare your life. It's a pity that you yourself have to die. Then I can only fulfill you." Mu Tianyan didn't feel that he would lose. He took a deep breath, and his entire body's aura erupted once again, even more violently than before. Above his palms, the astral wind coalesced. It quickly formed two rotating wind blades that cut towards Wang Yi. Seeing this, Wang Yi pinched a spell without slowing down. In an instant, a thick wall of ice appeared in front of his body, completely blocking Mu Tianyan's attack.
It was then that Mu Tianyan realized what exactly Heavy Cloud's reliance was.
Indeed, the ice attribute restrained the wind attribute. At the same realm, attribute restraint can often be decisive. But sadly, Mu Tianyan let out a cold laugh and said, "Has no one ever told you that I'm a dual spirit root of wind and thunder?"
As he spoke, a thunderous force erupted from his body.
Subsequently,
the thunder and lightning intertwined with the astral wind,
forming an even more powerful force.
The wind helps the thunder, and the thunder increases the wind.
The two complemented each other,
causing his attacks to take a qualitative leap in strength and speed.
Hearing Mu Tianyan's words,
Wang Yi's heart had no ripples.
Since he dared to make a move,
he had naturally already investigated Mu Tianyan's details.
All of them.
Even he pays his rations once every 3 days.
Each time you pay your rations, it lasts something like 2.5 minutes. It's all been well known. So what if it's a dual attribute spirit root of wind and thunder? So what if the ice attribute is restrained by the lightning attribute?
Today, one would have to show him what it was to be truly invincible in the same realm.
Ice field. Open. Wang Yi lightly drank.
The air temperature around his body plummeted, and a cold current quickly spread out with him at the center, forming a cold ice field with an extremely wide coverage. Aside from Wang Yi himself, anyone who entered this field would slow down drastically.
Not only that, but the operation of spiritual energy in the body would also slow down along with it.
As soon as Mu Tianyan's wind and thunder power entered this realm, it was immediately greatly suppressed.
The speed of the wind blades slowed down,
and the power of the thunderballs weakened. They gradually lost their original sharpness under the erosion of the cold ice field.
Mu Tianyan's face was filled with incredulity. This is impossible. How is it possible in this world? Someone can do a reverse attribute restraint? It must be an illusion. Yes, illusions. It must be your illusions. Waves of shock surged through Mu Tianyan's heart,
and he couldn't accept the facts in front of him. His dual attributes of wind and thunder had always been his proud capital in this continent.
But now, Wang Yi's cold ice domain made him feel an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Wang Yi gently shook his head and did not pay attention to Mu Tianyan. Instead, he reached out and drew a long sword from the void. On top of the sword, it was covered with a thick layer of frost, emitting a cold, chilling light. The moment the long sword appeared, the entire tomb passage went a few degrees colder.
Ji-Wan Air recognized the sword at once.
Unable to help but slightly frown her eyebrows, she said in a low voice, "This is a Mahayana-level weapon, the condensing frost sword." When the few elders beside her heard this, a hint of greed flashed in their eyes. Mahayana-level magic weapon. The entire continent could not find a few who could not be moved when they saw it. However, the next second, the greed in their eyes was then cut off by Wang Yi's sword. Wang Yi slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and a sword chi with an extremely cold aura swept out. Wherever the frost sword chi passed, the power of wind and thunder instantly condensed into ice. Afterward, it shattered under the impact of the sword chi, turning into bits of light that dissipated into the air. Mu Tianyan panicked, and before he could retreat, he was struck by the frost sword chi. The entire person turned into an ice sculpture and flew out backwards, hitting the stone wall of the ancient tomb heavily. At this moment, a dead silence fell within the ancient tomb. All gazes were focused on the frost sword, as well as the youth holding the long sword, Mu Tianyan, as the ethereal sex peak combatant at the Yuan-Ing realm. It was actually defeated so completely under Heavy Cloud's sword. His body was frozen by the sword chi, and there was still, on his face, an expression of disbelief. The entire person was firmly set in the stone wall, unable to move. Wang Yi slowly retracted his sword, and the frost on the sword gradually dissipated, but his eyes remained as cold as ever. He looked towards the one standing not far away, the two Mu Tianyan disciples. Chapter 67, The Adverse Disciple Worships the Master. The two disciples were shivering in the corner as if they were being stared at by Hades. Wang Yi, on the other hand, took a step towards the two. He's looked into it. Although Mu Tianyan had a Taoist couple, he did not have an heir. His wife, upon learning of Mu Tianyan's death, would not be able to take the excitement and hang herself from a beam that can avenge him today. All that was left was these two disciples of his. Soon, Wang Yi walked up to one of them and asked, "Do you want to avenge your master?" The man immediately shook his head. "No, don't want to." Wang Yi smiled faintly and said, "One day as a teacher, lifetime as a wife. Pooh, lifetime as a father. Is it still human to not want to avenge your father's death? Like you, die," Wang Yi said, and directly smashed the man's brain with a slap. And then, Walking towards Lin Qinian's other disciple, he asked with a smile, "What about you? Do you want to avenge your master?"
The man froze and nodded reluctantly for a long moment. Wang Yi smiled with satisfaction and said,
"Not bad, sentimental and righteous, a top-notch man of sorts." The man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was even starting to make me glad that I had answered correctly. Wang Yi continued after a pause. "I observe that you have the qualifications of a great emperor, and I believe that soon, you will be able to return with blood feuds, through countless life and death tests, and return with a thunderous momentum, looking for me to settle old scores, and accomplishing a period of legend. It's just a shame that I turned out to be the big bad in your coming-of-age story." The man couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. No, I don't want to. He tried to say he didn't want revenge, but remembering the death of his senior brother, the words stuck in his throat. Wang Yi scanned the crowd inside. This son already has the intention to kill me. He must not be capped. After saying that, he slapped another palm and smashed the man's brain in public. Only after doing this did he say to the system, "Unity, check to see if they have any family members, and if they do, take care of them." Wang Yi stood in front of the two lifeless bodies, his eyes coldly looking at the crowd. Faintly, he asked, "Who else?" Wang Yi couldn't be clearer. Being in this world of the weak and the strong, if you're not hard-hearted, you can't stand still. The surrounding Misty sect elders and disciples, who witnessed this, were all shocked and terrified in their hearts. This person in front of him, not only was his strength unfathomable, the means are even more decisive and ruthless. Such a person, if he couldn't be killed on the spot, it would inevitably lead to constant trouble. Thus, even the elder at the early stage of God transformation could only look at Ji-Waner. Ji-Waner was still thinking about the words Wang Yi had just said. She saw the gazes of the crowd, all of them falling on her. He could only cough dryly and asked Wang Yi, "Chong Yun, what else do you have to say?" Wang Yi faced Ji-Waner straight on, his tone calm. "Elder Ji, you know me. I, Chong Yun, am not a bloodthirsty person, but he who kills, man will always kill. If Yue and Mu Tianyan want my life, they must be prepared to be killed by me. As for these two disciples, one harbors hatred for me, and I can only kill him while he is still in his wings, so that there will be no more trouble. The other one, even when his master was killed, he was able to remain indifferent. This kind of heartless person, keeping him will be a traitor sooner or later. I'll kill him and it'll be considered helping your Misty sect clean up in advance." Ji-Waner's eyebrows frowned slightly, eager to open her mouth to retort. But, he's got a good point, especially the line, "Those who kill, people will always kill. The strongest are honored. It is the eternal law of this world." Thinking of this, she smiled and said, "That makes sense, but if you kill my Misty sect disciples, why shouldn't I kill you?" Wang Yi did not hesitate, and immediately moved towards Ji-Waner. Kneeling down, speaking aloud, he said, "Disciple Heavy Cloud, greetings to Master." When the crowd saw this scene, they all froze. Wang Yi had been so decisive and ruthless earlier, but at this moment, he would make such an unexpected move. The contrast is really surprising. Ji-Waner was also slightly stunned, although she had long seen the talent of Chong Yun, and wanted to take him as her disciple, so that Chong Yun, crushing that heavenly fate disciple of Shu Mountain, could recover the face she lost 20 years ago. However, at that time, Shai-Chun had no intention of agreeing to it, and she had to shelve it. So, in the face of this sudden reversal, she was, more or less, caught off guard. In particular, she had been recalling in her mind since just now the words that Heavy Cloud had unintentionally said incorrectly. "What do you mean, once a teacher, always a wife? What kind of treacherous statement is that?" This Chong Yun in front of him, although his talent was extremely demonic, he was a complete rebel. A complicated look appeared on Ji-Waner's face. She looked at Chong Yun, who was kneeling in front of her, and her mind was filled with thoughts. Taking in such a disciple was undoubtedly playing with fire, but Chong Yun's talent and potential made it hard for her to part with it. "Chong Yun, do you know what it means to worship me as your teacher?" Ji-Waner's face carried a rare seriousness. Wang Yi raised his head, his gaze firm. "I understand. When I join the master's door, I should follow his teachings, be loyal to him, live and die with him, and never betray him." Qi-Waner, what a retrograde disciple, not mentioning the ethereal sect at all. Just say be true to yourself. This abacus bead is a loud and clear one. It was estimated that even the corpses in the ancient tomb would have to overturn the coffin boards and jump out to give him 2 slaps on the face when they heard it. But well, that's not bad. Taking rebellious disciples and disciplining them to achieve something.
Not to mention that the rebellious disciple had only reached the great circle of Yuaning, while he himself had already stepped into the great circle of transformation. Even if you give him 10 years, he may not be able to break his own defense either. As for 10 years from now, Ji-won believed that she would be able to remake this rebellious disciple by then. She coughed dryly and said, "Since you are sincere in worshipping me as your teacher, this seat will reluctantly accept you, and make sure to practice diligently in the future." Wang Yi respectfully replied, "Master's teachings, I bear them in mind." Ji-won coughed dryly and said, "Elder Mu, Yu-e," and 2 of Elder Mu's disciples sacrificed their lives in the tomb to save their fellow sect members. This seat is going to apply to the sect to have their names engraved into the heroic monument in the sect's plaza for all eternity. Which of you is in favor of it and which of you is against it? Crowd. Isn't that just plain old patronizing? It is really lawless. But there was nothing they could do about it. After all, although Elder Ji was only at the peak of the transformation spirit, his backstage was a billion points harder. They wouldn't dare offend. Instead of objecting unnecessarily, we should accept the reality. This would also leave some good impressions in Ji-won's mind. Thinking about it, they nodded in agreement, sensing the atmosphere around him, which had eased up a lot. Wang Yi stood up and walked over to Ji-won. Sure enough, it wasn't a bad idea to worship Ji-won as a teacher. Having someone to cover you can save you a lot of trouble. As for the kneeling in worship just now, sooner or later, he would get it back. Ji-won said aloud, "Alright, since this matter has been resolved, continue deeper." A few moments later, in the distant and secluded hinterland of the northern wasteland, before the gate of the Sirius Palace, the primal wolf descended like a heavenly god, proudly hovering in midair. The austere aura emanating from his body caused the countless wolf demonic beasts around him to feel awe, uncontrollable trembling, wanting to bend the knee in submission. A moment later, a majestic and incomparable aura came from within the Skywolf Palace. It was like a storm sweeping through the 4 fields, as if heaven and earth were trembling. Immediately afterward, a thick and majestic voice pierced through the layers of clouds and fog, resounding through the clouds. "What kind of curmudgeon dares to trespass on my heavenly wolf palace?" Chapter 68, Thunderbolt. As the words fell, a demonic shadow appeared out of thin air and stood suspended in front of Camus Wolf, Wang Yi. It was a silver moon demon wolf, large in size. Its thick fur shimmered white-silver in the daylight. When Wang Yi saw him, he couldn't help but frown. Because the other party was only at the demon zone realm, he was not his opponent at all. The silver moon demon wolf looked at Wang Yi and snorted coldly. "Kid, who gave you the guts to dare to come here and spread your wildness?" The demon zone realm was considered quite difficult for human cultivators. Although the realm was comparable to that of a transformation spirit, in a real fight, a transformation spirit great circle might not be able to take it down. The main reason was that the physique of a demon cultivator was more than 1 star stronger than that of a human. Yesterday, Ji-won was the one who was entangled by a demon zone realm bear demon and nearly lost her life. The great circle of the god transformation realm was already the top combatant among the human cultivators. The harmonization realm is even more rare. A figure of this level would be at least a top-ranked peak master in one of the 5 great sects. As for the Northern Wasteland Demon Clan, there were only a handful of demon immortal realms. To step into this realm was as difficult as climbing into the sky. The leaders of the major clans were basically at the demon ancestor realm. The leader of the Skywolf Palace, Lei Nu, was the demon ancestor realm. They generally don't take it lightly. A demon zone realm like the Silver Moon Demon Wolf could basically walk sideways in the Northern Wasteland. That's why he dared to be so arrogant. It's just a shame that there's something wrong with his eyes. Wang Yi's strength in this current incarnation had long since reached the demon ancestor realm. He didn't respond, a flicker of playfulness in his eyes, as if he were looking at a toy about to be played with. Instead, his body flashed and came before the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. The Silver Moon Demon Wolf was so shocked that before it had time to react, it was sent flying backwards by a punch. Only a loud boom was heard as it crashed into the palace on the ground. A flurry of white snowflakes. Wang Yi, who was high above the sky, sensed the other party's aura, couldn't help but let out a secret sigh of relief. The demon race is really resistant to being beaten. The punch he had just thrown was extremely powerful. If they were to be replaced by the human transformation god realm, even if they didn't die, they would have completely lost their fighting strength. However, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf was only slightly injured. The Silver Moon Demon Wolf struggled to rise from the rubble, fear and unwillingness showing in its eyes. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Kid, it's me who underestimated you." After saying that, a trace of viciousness flashed through the Silver Moon Demon Wolf's eyes. the demonic energy in his entire body began to surge wildly. The light on the silver-white fur grew brighter and brighter, as if a silver moon was about to rise.
Wang Yi only smiled lightly at this. No matter how much the silver moon demon wolf struggled, it was impossible to change the ending. He gently waved his hand, and an invisible fluctuation instantly spread out. And the demonic power of the silver moon demon wolf was like ice and snow meeting the hot sun in front of this fluctuation, instantly melting away. When the silver moon demon wolf saw this, its face instantly changed drastically. Stuttering, he said, You are actually in the demon ancestor realm? Wang Yi was too lazy to get involved with a little karami. He asked in an icy tone, Submit, or die. Whoosh! Before the silver moon demon wolf could say anything, he saw a lightning bolt that shot towards Wang Yi's chest. It's right in the middle of this lightning bolt. Wang Yi drew a dipped, steel blade from the void and blocked it in front of his chest. Rumble! The two forces collided fiercely, erupting a powerful wave of air that swept the silver moon demon wolf, flying out. The palaces on the ground, too, collapsed under this force, and the lesser demons were killed and injured. All of a sudden here, wailing and screaming, endless. After a short stalemate, Wang Yi and Thunder Fury, the leader of the wolf clan, simultaneously increased their strength, and each of them were catapulted dozens of feet. Wang Yi swung the dipped steel blade in his hand, his tiger's mouth slightly numb, although he had already investigated Thunder Fury's attributes and strength, and had made ample preparations, but it still felt a bit overwhelming when they really exchanged blows. It couldn't be helped that the demon race was still out of their control, and the system couldn't find out Thunder Fury's weaknesses. If you want to take down the Tian Lang Palace, you can only fight him hard, not far ahead. Thunder Fury's face was filled with incredulity. He thought that his speed was second to none among the demon race. Moreover, just now, he was the one who made the first sneak attack. As a result, this wolf demon in front of him blocked it so easily. It was really unbelievable to him. He gritted his teeth and said, I really didn't expect that my wolf clan would come up with a demon ancestor realm like you without a word. It's a shame, though, that the wolf clan can only have one alpha. After saying that, his body rapidly giganticized. The muscles on his body, too, were getting bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant wolf of more than 10 feet. At the same time, between the blue fur on his body, there were white lines that looked like lightning in the sky inlaid. Everywhere it was revealed, an inseparable contract with thunder. Every breath he took was accompanied by a vague thunderclap. There were subtle arcs of electricity vaguely traveling through the epidermis in the burly body, emitting a subtle nuisance sound. Thunder Fury's giganticization caused the air around it to vibrate. The entire Skywolf Palace trembled under his aura. His huge body was like a moving mountain, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The dipped steel blade in Wang Yi's hand trembled slightly. It was as if he was thrilled and excited about the battle that was to come. He said with a calm face, I've been rather busy lately, so hurry up and get out. Griffin, give me death. Thunder Fury roared, sounding like thunder exploding, shaking the surrounding buildings, all slightly shaking. Then, his huge wolf claws lifted up. With a sound of breaking air, he grabbed fiercely at Wang Yi. Wang Yi's body swayed and easily dodged Thunder Fury's attack. His movements were light and swift, as unencumbered as a willow fluttering in the wind. Thunder Fury's anger rose when he saw his several attacks fall short. In the huge body, the power of thunder was like boiling magma that began to churn within. Wang Yi also began to mobilize the demonic power in his body. On the steel-dipped blade, a faint layer of light glowed, and the blade seemed to yearn for the fierce clash that was to come. Soon, countless tiny arcs of electricity gathered on the claws of the Thunder Fury wolf. The arcs of electricity quickly converged in his palm, forming a huge ball of thunder that was enough to change the color of the mountains and rivers and move heaven and earth. Thunderbolt! Thunder Fury roared and pushed the thunderball violently towards Wang Yi. The thunderball traced a bright trajectory in the air, carrying the power to destroy everything as it blasted toward Wang Yi. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wang Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It was his own carelessness. If I had known that Thunder Fury was so strong, I should have waited for the night. This Kuei Mu wolf doppelganger could absorb the moonlight glow to increase its own power. Luckily, one does things more steadily. After learning that Thunder Fury was of the thunder attribute, he had his doppelganger, in advance, borrow the netherworld sex treasure trove, the only Mahayana-level treasure, the lightning avoidance bead, and placed it in the system space. Otherwise, even if he could slaughter Thunder Fury today, the doppelganger would still be seriously injured. Wang Yi also no longer hesitated.
and immediately took out the lightning avoidance speed and held it in his mouth. Then, the sword was raised to meet the thunderball head-on.
Chapter 69, It Smells Good.
Wang Yi's speed was raised to the extreme at this moment. As if a stream of light, it went straight to the thunderball. The power of the lightning avoidance speed in his mouth quickly spread and flowed through his body, providing him with an invisible layer of protection. With the help of the lightning avoidance speed, he instantly broke through the thunderball and arrived in front of Thunder Fury. Lei Nu was filled with shock as he stared blankly at Wang Yi. How could he not have expected the trick he was so proud of? In front of Wang Yi, it was surprisingly useless. Wang Yi didn't wait for him to react. The light of the dipped steel blade in his hand was so bright that the air around the blade was twisted and distorted by the powerful force. He gathered the demonic power of his entire body at the tip of the blade, creating a dazzling light. Between the flashes of light, the dipped steel blade penetrated Thunder Fury's chest. Rumble! At the same time, an earth-shattering roar came from the sky. Thunder Fury's thunderball slammed into a distant mountain peak, sending out a violent explosion. Instantly razed a mountain, all to the ground. Thunder Fury's vitality gradually dissipated in an incredulous expression. Wang Yi drew out the steel-dipped blade that was stuck in Lei Nu's chest. The expression was calm, as if the earth-shattering blow just now was just an insignificant trifle. Thunder Fury's body slowly collapsed, his huge body on the ground, raising a burst of snowflakes. His face was filled with resignation and disbelief, but the light of life had been extinguished from his eyes. The surrounding wolf demons were filled with shock and fear after witnessing this. They had originally thought that Thunder Fury was the strongest existence of the wolf clan, but now, their leader, their faith, fell before them. Wang Yi looked down at the demons on the ground and opened his mouth. Thunder Fury is dead. The Sky Wolf Palace will be renamed the Wolf King Palace from today onwards, and I, Trojan Wolf, will be the one to lead it. Who is in favor of this and who is against it? His icy voice echoed over the Sky Wolf Palace. It shook every wolf demon's mind. The wolf demons looked at each other, not daring to have a single thought of resistance. A moment later, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf stepped forward, respectfully bending his knees towards Wang Yi. He said, "My subordinate, Silver Moon Demon Wolf, pays homage to the Wolf King." Seeing this, the crowd of lesser demons crouched down and bowed to show their obedience. Wang Yi nodded his head in satisfaction, then flew towards the main hall of the Sky Wolf Palace. Within minutes, he was sitting on the Wolf King's throne. Sort of a first step towards conquering the northern wasteland. Next, just let the system help consolidate the splits rule in the Sirius Hall. Just consolidate the power of the Wolf Clan and gradually expand your power. Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately withdrew his consciousness. To the system, he said, "Unity, for the next thing, I'll leave it to you, and keep me informed if there are any problems. In addition, grab the detachment and arrange to return the lightning avoidance speed." Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the relevant news in time. Wang Yi briefly checked the system messages. Make sure it's okay before you speak again. Unico, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Rewarded with a 4th grade detachment +1. Is it generated immediately? Hearing this news, Wang Yi was more or less disappointed. Not only was it not a demonic doppelganger, but the talent grade was also poor. Therefore, Wang Yi didn't care too much and casually named him Hanli and sent him away. And then, he laid himself down on the bed and slept himself to death. Can't help it, 2 big fights in one day today. Although the main body is not much affected, the mental body still gets tired. On the following day, inside the maze of the ancient tomb's secret passage, the Misty Sect's elders and disciples had more or less tired and disappointed faces. They had been trapped in the maze for a whole day since yesterday. If this continued, not to mention whether or not they would be caught up by the other sects, it was not certain whether or not they would be able to leave this place alive. Even Ji Wan Air frowned slightly. This maze formation, but it was an ancient great formation, subtle to the extreme. Any attack will be absorbed. Even she, the great perfection of the transformation spirit realm, couldn't do anything about it. Only Wang Yi remained calm. Because of this formation, it was not considered a trouble for him. He could use teleportation at any time to withdraw the split. From his storage bag, Wang Yi took out a boiled tea egg and slowly peeled the shell. The Misty Sect elders who were discussing countermeasures, after seeing this scene, his stomach couldn't help but grumble. In fact, with their cultivation level, originally, it had been long ago that the grain had been removed and there was no need to eat at all. It was just that they were in a weird maze, completely cut off from the outside world's aura. causing them to be unable to suck in heaven and earth's aura to eat their bellies.
At this moment, it had long been hungry.
What's more troublesome is that they are all cultivators who have been in the valley for many years. The storage bag has long since stopped storing food. Therefore, when they saw the eggs in Wang Yi's hands, a greedy look appeared in their eyes.
Many disciples even drooled. Wang Yi smiled and asked, "You guys want to eat? Wouldn't you have said so earlier? I have plenty of eggs." As he spoke, he took out dozens of tea eggs from his storage bag, laying it out in front of the crowd. "Senior for free. Everyone else, 1 medium-grade spirit stone for 1 egg. Small business. No credit." When the crowd heard this, they almost didn't pass out from anger on the spot. "Heavy Cloud, you're too dark, aren't you? 1 shattered spirit is enough to buy a basket of eggs. You actually managed to ask us for a medium-grade spirit stone." Wang Yi laughed. "This is my Heavy Cloud's special tea egg, a top-notch delicacy. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know how to appreciate it.
If it weren't for the sake of Master, one would have charged you at least 3 mid-grade spirit stones." Wang Yi's words caused the Misty Sect elders and disciples present to look at each other in disbelief.
They were, for a moment, speechless. Although it was clear that Wang Yi was bull ting, but the aromatic tea eggs that were placed in front of them made their hunger even more intense.
Ji Wan could do nothing about it. This shameless renegade. It's come to this point and he's still there blackmailing his fellow disciples. Besides, she was a hallowed spirit transformation great perfection cultivator. Within the Misty Sect, he was also considered a powerful figure who had a say in the matter. How can you be tempted by an egg? Although this was what she was thinking in her heart, her alabaster fingertips had already peeled the eggshells without a fight. Then, taking a bite of the tea egg into his mouth, "It smells so good." The elders and disciples couldn't help but gulp at the words. Soon, Ji Weiner's second tea egg down, followed by the third, the fourth. They couldn't help but get anxious as they watched the eggs dwindle. With their cultivation level, it would be a great shame if they were starved to death. More critically, as a result of not eating for decades, their bellies were empty, and that hunger came on especially strong. Soon, they couldn't help but pull out their spirit stones and exchange the fragrant tea eggs to Wang Yi. Wang Yi also didn't expect that yesterday he just casually explained the system and boiled the eggs of the Yu family. It's amazing how much windfall income you can give yourself. Today, it seems that it is better to be kind. Chapter 70, Cracking the Maze. Wang Yi collected dozens of medium-grade spirit stones. Although this amount of spirit stones, to him, was but a small amount, but with spirit stones earned for nothing, who would mind too much? Besides, taking Yu Yi's family's eggs and exchanging them for spirit stones is a proper no-brainer. Oneself has many detachments though. Every year, through doing business, engaging in corruption, and killing people for treasures, the income was comparable to that of a first-rate clan. But it can't be helped by the sheer number of people and the huge amount of consumption. 7,000 split bodies. Even if each person was given only 1 medium-grade spirit stone per month, it would still be more than 7,000. In 1 year, that's more than 80,000 medium-grade spirit stones. That's not a small amount anymore. Most cultivators, in their entire lives, would not be able to earn so many spirit stones. This is also thanks to Yu Yi and his whole family. Wang Yi had just put away the spirit stone when Ji Wan'er used her into secret transmission to say to him, "Adverse disciple, since the spirit stone is already in your hands, why don't you tell us the method to break the formation?" Wang Yi had indeed found a way to get out of the maze. He had just now allowed the system to arrange for the ethereal sex bilocation present to carefully explore this maze. At the same time, let the doppelganger who specialized in formations look up the ancient books on formations of the great sex. According to the system's judgment, this is a trapped dragon formation. Even if the one who came in was a true dragon and didn't know the way out, he would have to be trapped here forever. However, no matter how subtle a formation was, there was always a formation eye. Wang Yi didn't hide anything and said to Ji Wan'er, "Master, this formation is called Trapped Dragon, so as long as you head to the southeast corner and use the method of probing the hole with your 2 fingers, you can open the door of life to get out of the trap." Ji Wan'er smiled and asked, "What is 2-finger cave exploration?" Wang Yi explained, "That's a mortal grave robber's skill. Some grave robbers have long and thin right index and middle fingers, which are incredibly sensitive. When needed, they can reach into the smallest places to probe inside and crack the tiny organs in the tombs." Ji Wan'er sighed helplessly. "Master will not. Don't be modest. With your cultivation, it's not difficult to make your fingers longer. Maybe, it's been secretly tried 1,000,000 times already." Ji Wan'er barely managed to spit out a mouthful of old blood.
After a lifetime of catching eagles, he almost didn't let Chong Yun, his treacherous disciple, peck him in the eye. This retrograde disciple dares to say such nonsense to himself. Do you really want to rush the division? When we get back, we'll make sure to clean him up. Seeing that she was slow to respond, Wang Yi continued to remind her. Master, the eyes of the trapped dragon formation are extremely fragile, so you must not use your spiritual power, and you can only use your fingers to gently press the mechanism in it. If we destroy the organ, we'll never get out. Ji Wan'er glared at Wang Yi and said, Humph, you rebellious disciple, you even dare to flirt and calculate for your teacher. Let's see how master will clean you up when he goes back. Wang Yi awkwardly explained. Isn't there nothing I can do about it? If I take them out, they'll definitely think that I'm the one who purposely pitted them for spirit stones and harbor resentment. There's no way but to trouble master. Ji Wan'er grunted coldly. Aren't you afraid that they will resent their master? Wang Yi touted. Master is unrivaled in the world. Under one person and above 10,000 in the Misty sect. Who would dare to resent master? Besides, with master's status, wouldn't he care about a mere few dozen medium-grade spirit stones? At this point, he paused and continued. As for flirting with, it's purely the master's own thinking. As you move up in the realm, everyone tries to explore the physical changes, stretching tendons and things like that. I'm sure most people, in private, have tried. How is that flirting? Ji Wan'er sniffed and was also filled with helplessness. This treacherous contraption is quite thoughtful. Even how to convince yourself. He had it all figured out ahead of time. It's almost like you can say it's a bellyful. When you go back, add 10 lashes to your punishment. Ji Wan'er took a deep breath and suppressed the helplessness and sulking in her heart. In a deep voice, he said, cut the crap and get out first. Wang Yi smiled faintly, knowing that his master had already acquiesced to his plan. Time passed quietly, and an hour passed quietly. Ji Wan'er, under Wang Yi's secret prompting, led a group of people, weaving in and out of the twisting and winding labyrinth, each step appearing to be exceptionally cautious, as if the slightest carelessness would touch an unknown organ. Finally, they arrived at the southeast corner of the maze. The light, here, became subtle and ghostly. The air was filled with an ancient and mysterious odor. Wang Yi once again used the intimate voice transmission and said to Ji Wan'er, Master, this is the place. The formation I should be under a certain stone brick on the ground. As soon as the words fell, a subtle tremor came from the stone tiles of Ji Wan'er's toes. Ji Wan'er immediately dismissed the crowd and bent down alone to check. Wang Yi looked at this scene and secretly laughed in his heart. This Ji Wan'er, not only was she good looking, but she was practically a playwright with no flaws when she acted. If it was put in the past life, it would be at least the level of a movie queen. As Wang Yi was thinking, Ji Wan'er had already turned over the stone tiles under her feet. Runes were carved under the stone tiles. In the center of the rune was a hole. The hole was so small that it could only accommodate a slender finger. Seeing that everything in front of her was as her rebellious disciple had said, Ji Wan'er couldn't help but frown at Wang Yi. She really couldn't figure it out. How in the world did this traitorous disciple of his learn that the method of breaking this formation? When the people saw the array, they were filled with joy. Many of them thought that they were going to be trapped in this formation forever. Now, at last, there is a ray of hope in the darkness. Ji Wan'er continued to use secret voice transmission and asked in a low voice, Adversary, what should we do next? Wang Yi smiled and returned, Master, you only need to put your fingers and gently probe into the hole, and follow the method of double finger probing that I mentioned earlier, to find and press the mechanism therein. Ji Wan'er's right index finger instantly became half an inch longer with a thought, then slowly reached for the tiny hole. Her fingers, which had only just touched the edge of the hole, felt a strange wave. The runes on the periphery of the cave entrance also emitted a faint glow. Soon, Ji Wan'er's fingertips touched a subtle protrusion. Without the slightest hesitation, she pressed on at once, only heard a click sound. The mechanism was successfully triggered. With the activation of the mechanism, the maze began to change visibly, and the surrounding mists quickly dissipated. Immediately afterward, a large amount of spiritual qi poured in from outside the formation. Feeling this several breaths of aura, the faces of the people all showed a look of surprise. Ji Wan'er drew back her fingers and stood up, speaking aloud to the crowd. He said, Everyone listen to the order, immediately go out in the direction where the aura is pouring in. With that, she led the way with a long leap. Wang Yi didn't hesitate and was the first to follow Ji Wan'er, flying towards the outside of the formation. The crowd, led by Ji Wan'er, traversed a patch of mist and bypassed an illusion. Before long, the scene around them cleared up.
The original intricate maze gradually turned into dark and deep tomb passages.
The crowd stood or sat, breathing heavily to ease the excitement. Ji Wanner glanced at Wang Yi and said aloud,
"Rest for half a quarter of an hour.
Then continue on." Everyone sat cross-legged and absorbed aura to recover their state. Wang Yi, on the other hand, frowned as the system's voice came from his mind. Ding!
The doppelganger, Hanli, was practicing in the Yellow Wind Valley and accidentally obtained a jade liquid bottle that surpasses the transitional level of magic treasures,
which can produce 1 drop of jade liquid per day to enhance the spiritual root. Ding!
The bilocation, Jiayan, has detected that the Ninyao sect is contacting the Heavenly Illumination Pavilion, intending to go deep into the northern wasteland together and attack the Wolf King Hall.
Wang Yi. Chapter 71, Ket Demon Split. Han Li's detachment,
which appeared to have mediocre qualifications.
The chi is pretty good. Just 1 day after generating,
he found such a heaven-defying magic treasure.
A proper template for a webcomic protagonist. In time, it will become something huge. In addition, this jade liquid bottle, what a top-notch treasure. You have to know that a magic treasure that exceeds the transitional level. In this continent, there is only one. It was a pity that Ruyan Lu's spiritual root was not only poor,
but also severely damaged.
If not, it would be a good idea to give her a few drops to try. Wang Yi hesitated for a moment. In the end,
it was decided that the jade liquid bottle would be placed on Han Li. Since he had obtained this object, it meant that it had recognized him as its master. I am afraid that it would be counterproductive if I intervene.
What's more, with this bilocation's chi, I'm afraid it's by no means an idle one, so it's better to let him develop well on his own. Therefore, he explained, Unity-san, remember, Han Li's detachment is just fine. If you do encounter any danger, quietly shield the crowd in front of you. After all, he's carrying a treasure, so he can't be okay. Ding!
Relevant deployment has been made according to the host's request.
Please check the message in time. Wang Yi didn't check the message,
but instead frowned as he pondered about the Ninyao sect and the Heavenly Illumination Pavilion.
If they really made a move,
they would indeed be a big trouble for themselves. He had worked so hard to take control of the Skywolf Palace, and if he had backhandedly been annihilated by their group,
wouldn't that be a big loss? Wang Yi frowned and asked, Tuzi, why are these two families making a move against the Wolf King Hall? Ding! According to the information detected by the system, the two families had sent a team to the ancient tomb, and as a result, they were ambushed by the thunder fury of the Skywolf Palace on the way, resulting in the deaths of dozens of elders and disciples. Wang Yi was still a bit puzzled. That wouldn't be such a big commotion, would it? Ding!
The elders that were killed included the first son of the Ninyao sect,
and the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Illumination Pavilion. With that said, Wang Yi understood.
If one wanted to destroy the Wolf King Hall, one would need to at least be a harmonized great perfection to make a move.
The Ninyao sect and the Heavenly Illumination Pavilion were both second-grade sects. Within their clan, the strongest sect leader was only a harmonization great circle. In other words, if they wanted to exterminate the Wolf King Hall, they would have to do it themselves. A few elders in the district, dead is dead. They, the higher-ups, will just shout slogans to make a statement and may not care too much less personally. However, it would be different if their beloved son died at the hands of Thunder Fury. Avenge the killing of your son.
They will surely take revenge.
Only, today's Wolf King Palace was its own force, and had long since ceased to be the previous Skywolf Palace. These idiots, obviously, have the wrong enemies. What they are looking for is the Skywolf Palace. What does it have to do with my Wolf King Palace? Wang Yi asked the system. When will they leave? Ding! According to the latest news from the system, they are preparing to depart early tomorrow morning and arrive at the Wolf King's palace 7 days later. Wang Yi locked his brows once again when he heard this. These people are in such a hurry.
Maybe he knew about that battle he had with Thunder Fury yesterday and wanted to take advantage of his own detachment's unsteady foothold to exterminate the Skywolf Palace.
If that's the case,
it just means that these two sects are very well informed. Perhaps, eyes have been planted in the Wolf King's Hall.
Thinking of this, he said to the system, Unity, help me check if there are spies from these two sects mixed in the Wolf King Hall. If there are, control them immediately. Also, arrange for a few detachments to help the two clans cause some friction out. Put the word out that their sect leader and pavilion master are going to pull in the lives of the entire sect to avenge their own son. It's best to dismantle them from the inside, straight away. Ding!
Relevant deployment has been made according to the host's request.
Please check the system message in time. Wang Yi checked out the deployment of the system. When I saw nothing wrong, I just turned it off and ignored it. the Ninyao sect and the Heavenly Illumination Pavilion, which were only second-rank sects, were not yet worthy of him personally dealing with them. What's more, even if they enter the northern wasteland, it might not be able to be a match for his own doppelganger, Quaimu Wolf. No need to worry too much at all. Wang Yi immediately withdrew his consciousness back to his body from Heavy Cloud. Speaking again, he said to the system, "Unity, sign in." When Wang Yi finished, a trace of anticipation could not help but grow in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Signing in was successful, rewarding a first-grade demonic split +1. Is it generated immediately? Wang Yi was overjoyed in his heart, finally opening a second demonic detachment. And again, it's a first-class split. He immediately spoke. Generate immediately. As the words fell, a faint white light rose and flickered in front of Wang Yi. A moment later, a thin figure appeared in front of Wang Yi. It was a half-human tall cat demon, and although it was the body of a child, it retained the unique spirituality of the demon race. The lines on his body were soft and elegant. There was an aura of lightness and agility, as if ready to leap at any moment. Her fluffy hair was cascading down her back, revealing tiny cat ears that twitched slightly, adding a bit of playfulness and cuteness. The face was delicate, with eyes that sparkled amber and revealed cunning. Just a shame. He's so cute, but he's a boy. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The generation of the bilocation is complete. Please go to the attribute panel as soon as possible to name the bilocation and choose a force suitable for cultivation. Wang Yi did not hesitate and immediately opened the attribute panel. Serial No. 7235. Race, Demon. Name, to be inserted. Power, to be determined. Sex, Male. Age, 10. Talent, First Grade Wood Spirit Root. Realm, Demon Infant Realm, Yuanying Realm. Special talent, Cat's Footsteps. Walking silently, not only good at detecting, but also instantly approaching or moving away from the enemy in battle, while granting itself a bonus to evasion. Despite gender male, however, his talent was quite good and his initial realm was high, reaching the demon infant realm at the age of 10. The future will be very promising. Wang Yi thought for a moment and said, since his fur is black, let's call him Luo Xiaohei. Ding! Serial number 7235. Luo Xiaohei, named successfully. As for where to go, Wang Yi knew very little about the forces in the northern wasteland and did not think of anything for a while. Let him hide near the tomb. He's so good at detecting. It might come in handy in the ancient tomb. Ding! System AI has successfully planned a route to the ancient tomb for the bilocation. Luo Xiaohei, please host view the bilocation mini-biography through the attribute panel. Split mini-biography. Luo Xiaohei, born in an ancient cat clan deep in the East Forest, has shown extraordinary spirituality and affinity since he was a child. Growing up in the quiet and harmony of the East Forest, he freely traveled through the forest with his gift of a light cat's footsteps, winning the love of many living creatures. Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Start teleporting. Ding! The bilocation, Luo Xiaohei, has opened teleportation, and is expected to arrive near the ancient tomb in 50 seconds. The split teleportation took 50 seconds. It seemed that the Thundercloud sect flying boat, with roughly 2 or 3 days, would be able to reach the entrance of the ancient tomb. Chapter 72, The Road Narrows. It was night, and the moon fell on the western window. Wang Yi was in his sleep when he was woken up by the system. Ding! The host's doppelganger, Luo Xiaohei, was captured by the daughter of the spirit beast sect's headmaster. Wang Yi, what is the dog system up to? Luo Xiaohei was a demonic beast of the demon infant level, and it's also good at hiding your breath. How could it be so easily? Even if it's accidentally discovered, it's also impossible to be, well, tackled by the other side. With a skeptical look on his face, Wang Yi asked, Dog system, you're not deliberately messing with me, are you? Ding! The situation is urgent. The host was sleeping too deeply and the system failed to wake up for a long time. Therefore it was left to the system AI to deal with it on its own. And after the system assessed that the risk of death by capture was low, so it allowed the doppelganger to take the initiative to be captured. Wang Yi asked, the question is, how could the split be discovered? Ding! Luo Jinshu, the daughter of the spirit beast sect's headmaster, carries with her a transformation spirit level magic treasure, the beast avoidance bead. This item can not only detect the scent of demonic beasts, but can also shield them from perception. Wang Yi was also depressed when he heard this. He had only released his doppelganger, and it hadn't even been a day, and he had been caught. That's too backward, isn't it? If I had known, I wouldn't have sent him near the ancient tomb. As for that, Luo Jinshu's movement,
Although within the spirit beast sect, there were quite a few of his own doppelgangers, it was not possible to keep an eye on everyone at all times. Hell, she'd be running around in the latter part of the night, so the dog system can't be blamed entirely for what happened. What's more, there's nothing wrong with the way the system handles it. Spirit beast sect disciples, capturing demonic beasts in order to domesticate them and use them as their battle pets. It doesn't harm demonic beasts in non-essential situations, and with the teleportation function himself, he could always use teleportation to pull the doppelganger back. Of course, this feature is not always available. You must first confirm the safety of the bilocation's surroundings before you can use the teleportation function. This is because the doppelganger will freeze for a short time during the teleportation process. Nothing can be done in the process. 2 or 3 seconds was enough time for a cultivator to kill his opponent 2 or 3 times. Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately injected his consciousness into Luo Xiaohei. In an instant, he felt a little hard to breathe, as if his whole face was caught between 2 jellies. He pushed his right hand. No, it should be his right paw. Forward with force. He tried to escape the situation, but the thing under his palm was very soft, so that he had no way to lend his strength. After a while, he barely managed to lift his head up, looking at the scene in front of him and seeing where he had placed his claws. Wang Yi couldn't wait to, on the spot, find a crack to drill into. This is too embarrassing. Although, his own doppelganger now changed back to his original form and became a harmless black cat. But you don't have to hold on so tight, do you? That said, it's pretty hard to adjust to becoming a cat for the first time. Despite having the demon infant realm, it was afraid that it would be difficult to fight Luo Jinshu in this situation. As for teleportation, it's not a good time at the moment. We can only follow her first and then find another opportunity. Right at this moment, Luo Jinshu, who noticed some agitation in the kitten in his arms, gently stroked Luo Xiaohei's fur and softly said, "Little fellow, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Wang Yi was incomparably depressed. This feeling of being touched on the head made him very squirmy. He could only say that if Luo Jinshu wasn't a beautiful woman, she would have been hollowed out by the black cat a long time ago. Wang Yi was just thinking about it when he sensed a faint killing aura. A figure in the distance, with intense anger, flew over this way in a hurry. With Luo Xiaohei's sharp perception, Wang Yi instantly confirmed that the other party's realm was Yuani in great perfection. Luo Xiaohei's detachment, although it was also at the demon infant realm. But this doppelganger was strong in sensing and hiding his breath, and his fighting ability wasn't considered strong. It was by no means easy to defeat the Yuaning Great Circle. As for Luo Jinshu, even though his realm was the same as the other parties, it was the Yuaning Great Circle. But after all, she had only just broken through, and her realm hadn't even been stabilized yet. Moreover, the spirit beast sect disciples' strength was in the royal beasts, and they were not good at fighting with people, so it can't be relied on at all. It seemed like the only way to find a chance to slip away was to wait for them to engage. As for Luo Jinshu's death, in Wang Yi's opinion, it wasn't that important. After all, he didn't know her well, so why should he help her? In a world of the weak and the strong, being an abusive good guy is no different than jumping into a pit of fire when you know it's a pit of fire. As Wang Yi was thinking, the man had already flown to Luo Jinshu. He condescended and said, "Luo Jinshu, for lousy to look at you is to lift you up. You actually dare to refuse in public and refute my face. Tonight, I'm going to make you pay." Hearing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Just during the time he was speaking, Wang Yi had already learned about this person's origin through the system. Xing Zonghan was a core disciple of the second grade sect 10,000 Swords sect, and his strength and talent was considered good. Early on, he was taken by the sect as a key cultivator. As a result, his character is arrogant and unself-conscious. Even the first grade sect, the spirit beast sect, was not in their eyes. When he fails to confess his love for Luo Jinshu in public, he harbors a grudge and is bent on using force on him. It's just standard sleaze. Although it is said that the strongest man is the most important, but when it comes to getting laid, it's all about you and me. As the old saying goes, a twisted melon is not sweet. You're so pretentious, even if you barely get it. Aren't you afraid that they'll give you a hard time at the moment when you're most committed? Besides, you kids may not be strong, right? He's got a father who's a master. Who the hell are you? Luo Jinshu's face was full of displeasure. Senior brother Xing, I've made it very clear to you that I don't like you. Xing Zonghan sneered. That doesn't matter anymore. Might as well tell you that tonight. You're going to have to obey even if you do or don't. Not only that, but after playing with you, I'm going to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. As he spoke, He took out a formation disc from his storage bag.
With the completion of the formation,
this place quickly formed an isolation boundary with the outside world.
Luo Jinshu frowned and asked, "Aren't you afraid that, if my father finds out about this, he'll raise your entire 10,000 sword sect to the ground?" Xing Zhenghan couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, your father won't know. After I'm done playing with you, I'll slaughter all the living beings in the neighborhood. All of them, including that stupid cat in your arms." Wang Yi, I didn't say a word and I didn't get in your way. What are you doing killing my bilocation? Do you know that you'll be narrowing the road if you do that?
Since you're going to kill my doppelganger,
then don't blame me for being rude to you.
Wang Yi immediately jumped to the ground and said to the system, "Tuzi, find a way to get the Spirit Beast Sex Elders to split up and lure the Spirit Beast Sex and 10,000 Sword Sex Elders over to watch the live broadcast."
Ding!
The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request.
Please check in time. Chapter 73, A Moment of Confusion.
The two soon exchanged blows in a very intense scene. The long sword in Xing Zhenghan's hand
danced like a tiger,
each sword carrying the sound of breaking air, the sword chi streaking across the sky,
seeming to tear the space apart.
His swordsmanship was precise and ruthless, each strike aimed straight at the vitals.
Luo Jinshu's long whip, too,
was like a spirit snake weaving through the air with heavy whip shadows. It was a pity that the battle favor was not there, and she was ultimately inferior to Xing Zhenghan.
Soon it began to fall into place. Wang Yi didn't rush out and instead watched quietly from the sidelines.
Since he wanted to get Xing Zhenghan killed, he had to make him,
in front of everyone,
show his ferocious face. If Luo Jinshu loses too slowly, the elders of the two factions might not be able to watch the good show.
As for his own doppelganger, it wasn't like Wang Yi hadn't thought about taking this opportunity to teleport away. But on second thought, forget it. Not to mention, with Xing Zhenghan's strength, it would be difficult to successfully teleport away by himself. Even if they could leave, the teleportation ability would be exposed. More importantly, he had just thought carefully about it, and having the doppelganger stay by Luo Jinshu's side wasn't a bad thing.
The Spirit Beast sect raised their battle pets like dads.
Not only was there little danger in letting the doppelganger stay by Luo Jinshu's side, maybe, there's something to be heard,
something that the other bilocations can't get.
After all, no one would suspect that the black cat was his own doppelganger.
It's natural for them to say whatever they want and not shy away from it.
As Wang Yi was thinking, Luo Jinshu, who was above the sky,
had already been defeated by Xing Zhenghan's full-strength sword. The tip of Xing Zhenghan's sword was pointed straight at Luo Jinshu's throat.
He said in a cold voice, "Waste, unbearable. It's a blessing for you that Laozi can look at you."
There was a lustful glint in his eyes as he spoke. The long sword in his hand moved slightly,
ready to use the sword and pick apart the clothes on Luo Jinshu's body.
A hint of despair flashed in Luo Jinshu's eyes.
She knew very well that falling into Xing Zhenghan's hands would result in endless humiliation and torture.
So the silver teeth clenched, preparing for the worst. She would rather kill herself than be humiliated.
Just in the nick of time, maneuvering Luo Xiaohei's body, he violently swung out his claws. In an instant, an invisible sharp claw tore through the air. With an air-breaking sound, he grabbed straight toward Xing Zhenghan's long sword. What man?
Xing Zhenghan felt the sudden crisis and hurriedly returned his sword to defend. His long sword, colliding with the invisible sharp claws. A clear sound of gold and iron clashing was emitted. Under the violent collision of the two forces, a burst of snowflakes was raised.
It wasn't until the snowflakes fell that Xing Zhenghan looked at Wang Yi. He laughed coldly. "Ha ha ha, who did I think it was?
It turned out to be you, stupid cat.
I never imagined that you even had the demonic Dan realm."
"That's better.
The demon pills are worth a lot of spirit stones." Wang Yi ignored it.
His claw just now was just to stall for time.
As for the realm,
the system automatically suppressed it before it was captured by Luo Jinshu.
Thus, neither Luo Jinshu nor Xing Zhenghan knew his cultivation level. Xing Zhenghan's cold laughter echoed in the night sky.
His long sword was in his hand,
and with a casual wave, sword chi whistled out, pointing directly at Luo Xiaohei.
Think of it only as a minor inconvenience to be solved in passing.
Wang Yi, as an onlooker,
also cooperated by pretending to be seriously injured and fell to the ground to continue watching the show.
Xing Zhenghan saw that the black cat's breath was weak, so he stopped paying attention. Instead, towards Luo Jinshu, he swung out a sword, and before Luo Jinshu could react, the clothes on his body directly exploded. Exposed snow-white skin, competing with the blanket of snow. This made Luo Jinshu ashamed,
and she quickly covered the important parts of her body.
At the same time, the yuaning within his body rapidly expanded, preparing to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, Xing Zonghan quickly stepped forward and sealed Luo Jinshu's meridians, stopping her from blowing herself up, then looked at the white body with a lewd smile. He licked his lips and smiled lewdly. Do you think that I'm going to let you die before I'm done having fun with you? His words had just fallen, and he was about to reach out towards Luo Jinshu. It felt like a powerful force that crushed from above his head. Immediately afterward, the boundary that shielded the movement exploded. Xing Zonghan's smile came to an abrupt end. He looked up and saw the figures of several elders, appearing in the night sky, majestic and full of oppression. Xing Zonghan, you really have a lot of guts, an elder of the 10,000 Sword sect droned, like thunder, shaking the entire space. Xing Zonghan's face instantly turned pale. He didn't expect that he had done it so carefully and stealthily that he could still be detected. Luo Jinshu uses the opportunity to break free from Xing Zonghan's control. She backed away quickly, pulling her clothes together to cover her body, anger and humiliation in her eyes. Wang Yi quietly observed the scene through Luo Xiaohei's eyes. Seeing the elders of the two clans gathered together, he was relieved in his heart. It seemed that this time, there was no need to do it on their own, and the 10,000 Sword sect was trying to avoid offending the Spirit Beast sect. After receiving the news, surely they would be the first to greet Xing Zonghan's family. A Yuanshan realm female elder of the 10,000 Sword sect landed in the middle of the field. She swept her gaze coldly over Xing Zonghan, then turned to Luo Jinshu and spoke. Miss Luo, I've given you a fright. I, 10,000 Sword sect, will definitely give you an explanation for today's matter. Xing Zonghan had long since lost the arrogance of the party. He looked at the elder of the 10,000 Sword sect, his voice trembling. Elder, I was just confused for a moment. Please spare me once in the sect. Xing Zonghan, you have committed such a great offense. How can you be spared? After that elder said that, he raised his hand and waved it, and a sword chi directly penetrated Xing Zonghan's chest. Before Xing Zonghan could react, he died on the spot under the sword chi. As Xing Zonghan's body fell to the ground, the entire scene fell into a brief silence. The elders of the 10,000 Sword sect all had heavy faces. They had already meted out the harshest punishment for Xing Zonghan's crimes, but it was also clear inside that the matter was not over. The anger of the Spirit Beast sect's headmaster was something they could not afford in the 10,000 Sword sect. Luo Jinshu quickly organized his clothes, despite the humiliation and anger that still burns in the heart. But she was also aware that this was not the time to get emotional. She walked up to the female elder of the 10,000 Sword sect and bowed deeply. Thank you, Elder Chen, for saving my life. The female elder nodded slightly, her gaze softening a bit. Miss Luo, you are frightened. My clan Xing Zonghan's behavior is indeed heinous. My clan will take responsibility for this and give you a satisfactory answer. Luo Jinshu didn't say much, and with a coldem, he hugged Wang Yi and left. Half an hour later, on the Spirit Beast sect flying boat, Wang Yi was more or less embarrassed as he looked at the naked Luo Jinshu by the bathtub. What's wrong with this woman? You don't even know if you're a man or a woman. And you're planning to take a Mandarin duck bath with yourself? Aren't you afraid that you'll take human form and give her to? However, it didn't seem like it would work. After all, this doppelganger of his was still small. How could he carry this kind of pressure? It seems one can only condemn oneself to suffer in silence on his behalf. Chapter 74, The Three Great Demon Races. Luo Jinshu was worthy of being the jewel in the palm of the Spirit Beast sect's headmaster. Massage technique, quite skillful. The key is that the lying position is also quite good, soft and hard, just like the sofa in the previous world. The only trouble is that the body can't just move around. The tail, in particular, is prone to touching places it shouldn't if you move it a little. It even sticks to the hair. On top of that, this cat's body made it difficult for Wang Yi to adapt, though with the added power of the system, it is possible to be mobile and adapt to various movements. But it just felt like nowhere was right. In his current condition, he couldn't even enjoy his usual favorite grapes. That said, can cats eat grapes? Just as Wang Yi was contemplating, Luo Jinshu leaned down and lightly kissed his forehead. With a grateful face, he said, "Little fellow, thanks to you just now. If not for you, I might have." Wang Yi didn't answer and just listened quietly. After all, if he opened his mouth to speak now, Luo Jinshu would definitely strangle him on the spot. Luo Jinshu continued, "Your entire body fur is black, so I'll call you Little Black. After we return to the Spirit Beast sect, I'll sign a contract with you so that you can become my companion Spirit Beast and cultivate with me. Don't worry, I definitely won't treat you poorly when the time comes. Wang Yi, become your companion spirit pet even. Cultivating together is something to consider, but it's the double dip kind. Ahem. When Wang Yi came back to his senses, Luo Jinshu had already started wiping his body. Honestly, it's been so long since I crossed over. What's meant to be played has long since been played. It's the first time I've been taken care of so well. Of course, Wang Yi wasn't the kind of person who was greedy for pleasure. There were other reasons why he chose to stay on Luo Shouhei. Because according to what the system just got, at this moment, the three major demonic beast clans, the giant bear, the snow leopard, and the ice jiao, were coming this way now. Although he did things steadily and didn't arrange for too many detachments to remain in the northern wasteland. But with the information that the bilocation had gathered in the major sects, regarding these three major demon races, he now had a more comprehensive understanding. Among the three demon clans, the strongest thing was the Ice Jiao clan, because they have the bloodline of the dragon race in them, born with a pure ice attribute. The single body strength was extremely strong. The good thing is, the herd reproduces extremely poorly, with numbers dropping from one generation to the next. In today's generation, there are only a few dozen bloodlines left. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the entire northern wasteland would be under their rule. The strength of the snow leopard and giant bear clans could be said to be comparable to the original Skywolf Palace. However, they should not be taken lightly for that. Every one of their clans, they all had the underpinnings of a second-rate clan. All of them were guarded by great demons of the demon ancestor realm. The bear demon that Ji Wanner had fought with in the beginning was from the giant bear clan. Now that I think about it, that bear demon was most likely the giant bear clan. The scouts sent out to spy on the news. It seems that they have been planning this war for a long time. There was just one thing that made Wang Yi wonder why they didn't choose to take action against the ethereal sect. It couldn't be because it was the spirit beast sect that was good at roosting beasts that made them feel intimidated, could it? Or is it that they need human cultivators to help them explore the ancient tomb? And that battle against Ji Wanner was actually a test? The more Wang Yi thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. This group of demonic beasts knew that with their little knowledge of formation organs, unable to go deeper into the depths of the ancient tomb, they put the human cultivators inside and then came to a standstill. As for the spirit beast sect, they specialized in imperial beasts, not being good at formation mechanisms. It was of little use to them, so the idea was to see them removed first, so as not to get in the way when the time comes. When he thought about it, Wang Yi felt a little pain in his brain. Over the years, every time he had cleaned up after someone, he had relied on information and strength to crush them. It's hard to avoid the feeling of having a headache to grow a brain when you're suddenly thinking so much. That being said, these demons are really a bunch of old Y-grunts. Dirty mindset. If they really follow this plan smoothly, I'm afraid that the spirit beast sex people will all have to be accounted for here. Luo Jinshu's massage was good. It would be a shame if he died. Not only that, but according to the demon race's plan, when he came out of the ancient tomb successfully, it's also hard to avoid a battle with them. After all, the main body couldn't use the system to teleport away. Since this was the case, it would be better to help out the spirit beast sect and take care of these demon clans first. By the way, let's see if there's any chance to exterminate the three major demon clans. The point is, what is the battle to be fought? Even though the demon clan had only sent out one demon ancestor realm this time, namely Zhao Chen of the Ice Jiao clan, but on the spirit beast sect side, there was only one mid-compatibility stage. Due to the physical gap, it was difficult for human cultivators to beat demonic beasts in the same realm. Stalling is a viable option. This woman, Nangong Ruowei, although she was a harmonized great perfection, her combat power was explosive. If we can stall until she arrives, it shouldn't be a problem to kill a demon ancestor. The problem was that it would take at least a day or two for the Thundercloud sect's flying boats to arrive here. It was simply impossible to do so with the combat power of these people from the Spirit Beast sect and the 10,000 Swords sect alone. Wang Yi immediately asked the system, where is the Cloud Hidden sect now? The Cloud Hidden sect, too, was one of the 5 great sects. Moreover, it was the most idiosyncratic existence among the 5 great sects, never ganging up. They have an extremely high threshold for accepting disciples. Though the numbers are small, each one is elite. If we could lure them here, the odds were bound to be quite a bit higher. Ding! According to the latest news from the system, the Cloud Hidden sect's flying boat is about 3,000 miles away from here. 3,000 miles in less than an hour. In other words, if the Spirit Beast sect could hold out for an hour, they would have a chance to survive. Wang Yi nodded and said, find a way to lure them here. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. Wang Yi looked at it after it was fine. Then he stopped paying attention to this matter. This human-demon battle. He wasn't prepared to do it himself, because he had more important things to do. Nowadays, the three major demon clans, with their main forces out, have their nests empty. Of course he would lead the wolf pups himself and give them a straight shot. After all, regimentation is not the goal. Stealing home is the art. With his own set of detachments, it was equal to the infinite Namekian sword of Sifu, and this wave of home stealing could definitely be taken with ease. Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately said to the system, Tuzi, have the bilocations above the transformation spirit ready to teleport at any time. Tonight, I'll play a divine warrior for them. Also, tell the doppelgangers present to be careful. Preserving themselves is most important at critical moments. As soon as Wang Yi's words fell, he saw Luo Jinshu's beast avoidance speed, which kept flickering with red light. At the same time, there was a loud boom from outside. Obviously, the three major demon races made their move. Chapter 75 Outbreak of the Great War. Luo Jinshu heard the commotion and immediately put on his clothes. She knew very well what such a violent reaction from the beast avoidance speed represented. Before going out, she shone a kiss on Wang Yi's head, explaining, you stay here, don't run around, and if things get bad, find your own way out. Wang Yi, you are again taking me through the snowy mountains, overlooking the abyss, savoring the most beautiful sights on earth. Again, I was kissed with concern. It makes me embarrassed not to take care of you. Beauty, what a troublemaker. It's better to have less contact in the future. Wang Yi said to the system, Tonzi, if you have the chance, have the doppelganger protect her a little. Ding, the system has made relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system information in time. Wang Yi didn't bother to check it out and directly injected his consciousness into the body of the Quaimu wolf. Palace of the Wolf King. On the throne, Wang Yi opened his eyes and looked at the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. The Silver Moon Demon Wolf immediately felt a chill run down his spine and was covered in a cold sweat. He had come to report on the three major demon clans. Unsure if he had just said something wrong, Wang Yi stood up and said, gather all the Wolf Clan disciples above the demonic Dan realm and go with me to exterminate the Ice Jiao Clan. The crowd of Demon Zone realm elders in the hall looked at each other. The Ice Jiao Clan was the strongest demon clan within a 30,000 mile radius. The previous Heavenly Wolf Palace's lord, Lei Nu, could only nod his head to them. Now, the Wolf King had only been on the throne for less than a day before he threatened to attack the Ice Scale Clan. Isn't that asking for trouble? The thought of it brought fear to them. Seeing this, Wang Yi said in an icy tone, I, the king of the wolf tribe, was born between heaven and earth. How can I be depressed and live under people for a long time? Tonight, vow to exterminate the Ice Jiao Clan. Setting out in half a quarter of an hour. Anyone who is cowardly and does not advance will be executed. As he spoke, he exuded a strong spirit of the Wolf Clan, pressurizing those Demon Clan realm Wolf Clan elders to the point where they couldn't breathe. The crowd of wolf demons, how dare they say anything more, immediately went back to prepare. It took less than half a quarter of an hour for them to gather their respective men. Together, the Wolf King's hall was less than 2,000 li from the Jade Dragon Peak where the Ice Jiao resided. Therefore, over the years, it had been oppressed by the Ice Jiao, the young Wolf Clan disciples. Hearing that they were going to attack the Ice Jiao Clan, all of them had their blood rushing up. Hating it, he immediately appeared at Jade Dragon Peak. In contrast, the older wolf demons were jittery. They really didn't have the bottom line, and they didn't want their respective kinsmen to be swept into the battlefield. It's just a shame that the new Wolf King is strong and arbitrary. Not even the chance to open their mouths to dissuade them was left to them. The distance of a mere 2,000 miles could be considered a stone's throw for the demonic Dan realm. In less than an hour, they arrived over Jade Dragon Peak. They had only just stabilized themselves when they saw a light blue auger dragon, flying towards them. That Ice Jiao, with contempt in its tone, said, who gave you bunch of losers the courage to come to my Jade Dragon Peak and cause trouble? You're simply seeking death? As he spoke, an icy murderous aura erupted. It was as if it was going to freeze the entire heaven and earth. Wang Yi calmly stood at the forefront of the Wolf Clan, his gaze like a torch, his voice piercing through the night sky with an undeniable majesty. Your Ice Jiao Clan has long regarded yourselves as high, and casually trampled on our dignity. Tonight, this seat will use its fangs and claws to step on Jade Dragon Peak and tear apart your arrogance. The Ice Jiao laughed coldly and said, arrogant and ignorant, do you think that with this group of rabble under you, you can shake the status of our Ice Jiao Clan? Ridiculous to the extreme. Wang Yi didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and with a flash of his body, he came directly in front of that ice scaly scow.
the dipped steel knife that had appeared in his hand at some point.
Swinging down towards the ice auger's neck, the blade tore through the air and directly beheaded the demon zone realm ice auger. As the head of the ice jiao fell, a wave of icy blood splattered out, instantly condensing into ice crystals in the air, scattering on the snow-white ground with a crisp sound. The wolf race's demonic beasts, having witnessed this feat, had their fears and doubts swept away in their hearts. In its place was boiling blood, and a desire to win. After a brief silence, they all excitedly chanted, "Long live the Wolf King!" Meanwhile, the Ice Jiao clan quickly poured out their nest when they saw that their clan demon had been killed. Their eyes were filled with anger and disbelief. The fall of the demon sex Ice Jiao was like a slap in their faces. "Dare to kill a strong member of my clan, Wolf Clan, you're asking for death," an elder of the Ice Jiao clan roared, his voice containing monstrous rage and killing intent. Wang Yi ignored him and said to the Wolf Clan's demons behind him, "Wolf cubs, kill with me, leave no one behind. Let the Ice Jiao clan feel the wrath of our Wolf Clan." The wolf warriors sniffed and let out a heavenly war cry. They rushed towards the Ice Jiao clan in droves, their eyes flashing with a desire for blood. Soon the battle spread as quickly as wildfire. The silver light of the blade and the shadow of the sword intertwined into a web of death. A collision of spell power erupted into dazzling sparks in the night sky. Each collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, lighting up the entire night sky as if the stars were trembling. Wang Yi, on the other hand, was holding a dipped steel blade in his hand and stood at a high place to refresh himself. Even though the Ice Jiao clan sent a demon ancestor realm to the vicinity of the ancient tomb to deal with the spirit beast sect, however, there was another great demon of the demon ancestor realm in their clan. Not long after, the demonic beasts of the Ice Jiao clan, accompanied by the elder's roar filled with rage, transformed into a ray of bone-piercing cold light and rushed straight at the Wolf Clan's array. The flame of revenge burned in their eyes, and every attack carried a cold aura of death. Sparing no effort, the Wolf Clan warriors didn't flinch. They met it head-on, using their sharp claws and teeth and strong bodies to fight it hard. Each impact made a dull sound. It was as if the entire Jade Dragon Peak was trembling for it. Just then, a cold voice rang out in the night sky. "Quaimo Wolf, you're really courageous to take the initiative to seek death. Tonight, I will make you pay the price for your arrogance." What appeared with it was a large and sturdy Ice Jiao race demon. His body almost covered half of the sky. His every word revealed a palpitating chill. The crowd of demons stopped fighting in their hands and looked towards the great demon above their heads. Wang Yi spoke in a flat tone. "After today, your Ice Jiao clan will cease to exist, and we, the Wolf Clan, will quickly rise to replace you and become the master of this area." A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Ice Jiao clan's great demon, Zhao Yuan. When he heard this, he obviously didn't expect that Wang Yi would have such guts. But he quickly regained his indifference. "Rise? Ridiculous. In front of my Ice Jiao clan, your Wolf Clan is nothing but a bunch of ants." Wang Yi tightly gripped the dipped steel blade, the blade reflecting a chilling light in the moonlight. His aura, at this moment, climbed to the peak, and a pressure belonging to the king of the Wolf Clan spread out. Afterward, raising his sword and pointing it at Zhao Yuan, he coldly droned, "Cut the crap, come and fight." Chapter 76 Sword Beheading the Dragon. Wang Yi didn't have time to talk nonsense with Zhao Yuan. If we delay any longer, it's going to be dawn. Facing Zhao Yuan, if he didn't pass his special talent, the pupil of the phantom moon, with the help of absorbing the power of the bright moon, he was afraid that it would be difficult to deal with it. After all, Zhao Yuan was the overlord of this area. The strength is far from the kind of trash like Thunder Fury. He took a deep breath, and the pupil of the phantom moon slowly opened, the power of moonlight surging into his body like flowing water. His aura instantly became incomparably terrifying. Zhao Yuan sensed the change in Wang Yi and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. The other demonic beasts of the Ice Jiao clan, on the other hand, didn't put Wang Yi in their eyes at all, because in their eyes, the old ancestor was an invincible existence under the demon immortals. How could a mere wolf demon fight against old ancestor Zhao Yuan? What's more, they were carrying the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, the most noble demonic beasts in the northern wasteland. How could one lose to a lowly, cheap beast like a demon wolf? Ignoring the clamor around him, Wang Yi's entire body erupted with power, his figure suddenly rising, his muscles bulging like mountains, every inch containing explosive power. As if he wanted to tear the heaven and earth apart, he leapt violently, transforming into a residual shadow as he rushed towards Zhao Yuan. The dipped steel blade in his hand cut a cold light in the air. Each blade contained the power to break through the air, pointing straight at Zhao Yuan's vitals. Zhao Yuan let out a cold snort as his huge body twisted nimbly to avoid Wang Yi's attack. His tail, like a huge ice hammer, with a bone-piercing coldness, it swept toward Wang Yi, and wherever it passed, it was as if space was about to be frozen. Wang Yi turned his body and skillfully dodged Zhao Yuan's attack. At the same time, his blade light was like a meteor catching up with the moon, slashing at Zhao Yuan's abdomen once again. The scales of the Zhao Yuan were as hard as iron though. However, under Wang Yi's steel-dipped blade, it also looked fragile. Soon, he sliced several slits of varying depths in Zhao Yuan's body. Blood spurted out, coloring the surrounding scales red. When the surrounding Ice Zhao race demonic beasts saw this, they cried out in shock, revealing expressions of disbelief. It wasn't until this moment that they realized the seemingly insignificant newly minted Wolf King in front of them had strength far beyond their imagination. However, the noble blood of the race made it difficult for them to accept this reality. They still firmly believed that old ancestor Zhao Yuan was invincible. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan, who was high above the sky, was enraged by Wang Yi's tenacity and strength. As he roared, the entire valley seemed to tremble. He no longer relied on his body's strength alone, but began to mobilize the demonic power in his body, and a faint cold aura surrounded his entire body. The power of his dragon bloodline. Even though it was only 1%, it was enough to make his strength skyrocket. A mere wolf demon. How dare you challenge the majesty of my father? Zhao Yuan's voice was like thunder, resounding through the valley. He flicked his tail. Instantly the ice cones that covered the sky went straight at Wang Yi. When the Ice Zhao clan's demons saw this, their faces all showed smugness, as if they had already foreseen Wang Yi's death. After all, the icy pear blossom needle was the old ancestor's specialty. However, whenever one was touched by an ice cone, even the demon ancestor realm would have to instantly freeze into an ice sculpture. However, in the face of Zhao Yuan's overwhelming ice cone attack, Wang Yi didn't have the slightest fear. Instead of retreating, he took the initiative to meet towards the ice cone and instantly drowned in it. The Ice Zhao clan elder let out a cold laugh and said, "Unconscionable, seek your own death. As far as they're concerned, the quarry wolf is already a dead man. After all, the old ancestor's strength was originally higher than Qimal Wolf's, and his attributes also happened to restrain the other party. In such a situation, it took the initiative to rush into the ice cone. Undoubtedly the stupidest thing to do." The crowd of demons from the wolf clan were all holding their breath as they gazed at the scene in the air, even secretly praying for their wolf king, because for them, if the wolf king lost to Zhao Yuan, then they will, today, surely die. Meanwhile, high above, Wang Yi's phantom moon pupil glowed brightly, and the power of the moonlight intertwined with the demonic power in his body to form a radiant shield. This shield not only resisted the coldness of the ice pick, it also bounced it back in a spectacular scene. What? When Zhao Yuan saw this, his face suddenly changed. How could he not expect Wang Yi to be able to so easily dissolve his stance? The demonic beasts of the Ice Zhao clan were also stunned. A battle that was thought to be won has now become confusing. What a wolf demon, to have such tactics. It's me who underestimated you. Zhao Yuan shouted angrily and mobilized the demonic power in his body once again. This time, he was no longer simply launching an attack, but rather, he was going to completely fuse the demonic power with the power of the dragon bloodline, preparing to execute an even more terrifying strike. However, Wang Yi did not give him this opportunity. Time waits for no one. If he doesn't fight quickly, when the day breaks, he will definitely be defeated under Zhao Yuan. After all, the move that Zhao Yuan just made, if he hadn't doubled his strength under the full moon, he definitely wouldn't have been able to catch it. With this in mind, his body shifted and transformed into a silver stream of light, aiming straight for Zhao Yuan's vitals. Phantom Moon Slash. Wang Yi flashed to Zhao Yuan's side and let out a low gulp. The moonlight power and demonic power of his entire body reached its peak at this moment. As he swung his long blade, the icy cold light of the blade drew a perfect arc in the air. Like the break of dawn, it instantly ripped through the darkness and cold. It chopped at Zhao Yuan's huge body. When Zhao Yuan saw this, his pupils contracted violently as he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. If hit by this knife, even if he was a near-invincible existence under the demon immortal, he was afraid that it would be difficult to escape. However, Wang Yi's strike was simply too fast. He was simply too late to dodge, and could only mobilize the dragon blood chi in his body to form a thick and hard layer of ice to block hard. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated the power of Wang Yi's blade. After all, it was double the power. Not to mention that Zhao Yuan was only at the demon ancestor realm. Even if a demon immortal came, he might not be able to easily block it. The silver blade light, like a silver waterfall under the full moon, chopped unstoppably towards Zhao Yuan. Although Zhao Yuan utilized his dragon qi and blood and fought to resist, however, he was still shaken by the powerful impact, causing his body to shake, scales to fly, and blood to splash everywhere. The surrounding Ice Jiao clan demonic beasts let out terrified screams when they saw this. How could they not believe that their proud old ancestor would be forced into such a situation by a wolf demon? The crowd of demons from the wolf clan, on the other hand, were cheering as they loudly cheered and supported Wang Yi. No way. I'll never lose. Zhao Yuan roared and struggled madly, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and madness. He mobilized, once again, the remaining demonic power in his body, preparing to make a final struggle. But Wang Yi didn't give him that chance. With a flash of his figure, he once again transformed into a silver stream of light and chopped at Zhao Yuan's neck. You damned beast! Zhao Yuan was impotent and furious. This was because Wang Yi was too much stronger than him, both in terms of speed and strength. As Zhao Yuan's voice fell, Wang Yi's long blade followed suit. This slash, which had overdrawn almost all of the demonic power of the doppelganger Quaimal wolf, was unparalleled in its power. Zhao Yuan's scales were as brittle as thin paper under this strike. The blade light penetrated through its defense without any hindrance and chopped directly onto its neck. A loud bang accompanied Zhao Yuan's miserable scream. His massive head, instantly separated from his body, and his huge body trembled in the sky, losing the power of life. Soon, Zhao Yuan's head and body fell from a high altitude. Like a huge meteorite, it smashed into the ground with a deafening roar. The air around them, too, fluctuated violently due to this strike. A powerful shockwave was formed, spreading in all directions. The warriors of the wolf clan, witnessing this scene, had awe in their eyes. Their wolf king, with his own strength, decimated the mighty Ice Jiao clan ancestor. What a feat this is! The demonic beasts of the Ice Jiao clan, on the other hand, were in a state of shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. Old ancestor, the invincible existence in their hearts. Surprisingly, he was decapitated just like that. Their hearts were filled with fear and despair, not knowing what would happen next. Wang Yi was stained with Zhao Yuan's blood and stood still in the air. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. His figure stood tall in the moonlight, like a true king who dominated the destiny of the land. After a few moments, Wang Yi slowed his breath. Speaking aloud to the crowd of wolf demons, he said, "Warriors of the wolf clan, in the name of the wolf clan, I order you to cut down all the ice scaly scales, leaving no remnants and no mercy. Kill them for me. Let them taste the wrath of our wolf clan." Chapter 77, 3 Steps. Wang Yi's order was like thunder echoing in the night sky. The wolf warriors let out earth-shattering war cries, the fire of vengeance burning in their eyes. Soon they were wielding sharp claws and teeth. Like a black whirlwind, it rushed into the array of the Ice Jiao clan. The demonic beasts of the Ice Jiao clan, after great mourning, also counterattacked with intense hatred. They had transformed into giant scaly Jiao, with their long tails sweeping across and cold ice spitting out, trying to keep the wolf clan's offense at bay. But the wolf warriors seemed to know no pain, and even with their wounds, they still charged bravely. On the battlefield, flames and cold air intertwined, hot blood and frost collided. Each encounter was like a heavenly mountain collapsing. The warriors of the wolf clan, led by Wang Yi, showed unprecedented unity and bravery. Their attacks were like a tidal wave, wave after wave, without stopping. Wang Yi stood high above the sky, quietly watching. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, it was just a pity that this alter ego was no longer capable of fighting. As the battle continued, the ice augurs began to show fatigue, and the wolf clan's warriors grew more and more courageous. There was only battle in their eyes, only victory, and only trust in Wang Yi. Finally, with the morning sun shining, the wolf clan's warriors issued a final general attack. They were like a dike-breaking flood, breaking down the Ice Jiao clan's last line of defense. The demonic beasts of the Ice Jiao clan fell to the wrath of the wolf clan, their arrogance and confidence completely shattered. As the last demonic beast of the Ice Jiao clan fell into a pool of blood, the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Then, countless wolf demons pointed at the moon and let out long whistles. In their eyes, there was not the slightest pity, but only the pride and satisfaction of the victor. Wang Yi looked down below, feeling quite emotional in his heart. Today's battle was considered a solid step for himself to dominate the northern wasteland. Next, it was the turn of the giant bear clan and the snow leopard clan. You can't just kill them. You have to take 3 steps, treat them, behead them, and take them as dogs. After all, if you slaughtered them all, who would you rule? What's more,
These two major demon races were no different from dogs in front of the Ice Jiao race.
They're all dogs anyway. Who wouldn't they be for?
It was believed that they had learned that the Ice Jiao clan had been destroyed and that their army had suffered a crushing defeat in the great battle against the human cultivators.
It will surely be wise enough to come running to its knees. When he thought of this,
Wang Yi said to the Silver Moon Demon Wolf,
pass down the order to clean up Jade Dragon Peak.
Also, tell the chiefs of the Giant Bear clan and the Snow Leopard clan.
3 days later I'm going to be at Jade Dragon Peak, setting up a Hongmen banquet. Come or not, let them do it on their own.
The Silver Moon Demon Wolf was a bit incredulous as he sniffed.
The Wolf clan had just defeated the Ice Jiao clan, and their energy hadn't even recovered yet.
Just provoke both the Giant Bear clan and the Snow Leopard clan.
This approach is, without a doubt, a death wish. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke cautiously, Great King,
the Wolf clan has just gone through a great war. It is not advisable to wage war on both clans at the same time.
Isn't it more prudent to pull one against the other? Wang Yi looked at the Silver Moon Demon Wolf with interest.
I can't imagine that this old Biden,
with a bit of a dirty mind, is a demon talent. Still, the mind and eyes are too narrow. The district has a bear and a leopardess. If they dare to disobey, let them taste the proper and improper crotch humiliation respectively. Wang Yi said indifferently, cut the crap and just do it.
Although the Silver Moon Demon Wolf had doubts and worries in its heart,
it didn't dare to go against Wang Yi's wishes. He could only reply respectfully, yes, my subordinate will go and do it now. A few moments later, the Thundercloud sect flying boat.
Wang Yi had just finished explaining to the system to help him keep an eye on the Ice Jiao clan on the Spirit Beast sect's battlefield,
in order to find the time to cut them down. Just out of earshot,
there was a sharp knock on the door.
Along with that,
there was the impatient shout of a Shu Mountain disciple.
Wang Yi, Nangong Peak Master is invited. If you're alive, get your ass out here. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't come out, I'm going to kick down the door. When Wang Yi heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. This one's got some serious dog guts. The last person who dared to kick in his own door. The whole plan was growing grave grass.
He stood up gracefully and straightened his clothes.
Just as he pushed open the door,
he saw a Shushan inner disciple standing in the doorway with his hands clasped over his chest, looking at him with a face of impatience.
The man snorted coldly when he saw Wang Yi. I count on you, kid, to be sensible. Come with me.
Wang Yi closed the door and followed him while asking,
I don't know, what is your name? Which family is he from? How many other people are in his family? How many acres of land? How many cows, sheep and pigs? And how many chickens and ducks?
The man stopped and glared viciously at Wang Yi.
In an icy tone, he said, just by virtue of you being a small handyman, you are also worthy of knowing the identity of Lousy? Kid, I'm warning you, don't be around.
Although he had also heard the rumor that Wang Yi was the illegitimate son of the sect leader,
but did not, however, take it as seriously as Cui Xingye did,
because he knew better than anyone else that it was absolutely impossible for the sect leader
to have an illegitimate child.
Choi Hing-yip is stupid and scared by a fake news.
He's not going to make the same mistake. When Wang Yi heard this, he sighed and said, it's fine, just a casual question. No need to be so nervous. The man looked at Wang Yi coldly. Shut up, believe it or not I'll kill you? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a few elders backing you up in the inner sect of Mount Shu. Don't forget, this is the northern wasteland. They just can't whip you if they want to bail you out.
Wang Yi was depressed when he heard this.
What's the point of this when there's no injustice in the distant past and no enmity in the recent past? Wang Yi asked the system. Tuzi, who is this guy? Why does he hate me so much? Ding! According to the system information, this person's name is Yi Chen, ranked 37 on the inner disciple list,
and loves Nangong Ruowei. Learning that Nangong Ruowei favors the host, he is jealous.
Wang Yi turns out to be a rebel. No, when did Nangong Ruowei favor herself? Everyone knew that she was the quintessential strong woman.
Unless she's pinned down for a strong punch.
Otherwise,
no one could have conquered her high-minded heart.
Just with a no-gooder like Yi Chen. He also wanted to die Nangong Ruowei. Mostly too much manual labor and brain damage.
To avoid him losing his sadness when the time comes.
Barely being a good guy himself,
he stepped in to help him solve this nuisance once and for all.
With this in mind, Wang Yi instantly erupted with his full strength, and without waiting for Yi Chen to react, he blatantly struck out, slapping his head directly with a palm, and then fatally said to the system, Tuanzi, help me find out how many people, how many acres of land, how many cows, sheep, and pigs, how many chickens, ducks, and geese,
and how many uncooked eggs they have in the Yi family. then follow the old rules and clean it all up.
System. Chapter 78, The Void Light. Xiahou Chang,
who had been squatting on Wang Yi for several days, saw this scene and was so scared that he directly went limp. He even wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes.
With just one palm, he slapped the early stage of Yuaning to death. Such strength and means. Is Shushan actually just a handyman? Is Shushan crazy? Or is this world crazy? Wang Yi glanced at Xiahou Chang and ignored him as he walked straight towards the cabin where Nangong Ruowei resided. He was just about to knock on the door when he heard Nangong Ruowei's voice from inside the door. Come in. Wang Yi immediately pushed the door and walked in.
Arching his hand, he asked,
I don't know Nangong Peak Master. What is it that you are looking for me for? Nangong Ruowei saw the blood on Wang Yi's body. Frowning slightly, he asked, Where is Ji Chen?
Wang Yi sat on a chair and crossed his legs with an idle gesture.
Mock me and be killed by me. Nangong Ruowei's face was icy cold. A few words of mockery and then you make a move to kill?
Wang Yi spread his hands and said,
What else? Keep this clown gabbing in my ears,
coming to taunt and provoke me 3 times, being beaten in the face by me every time and not being convinced,
watering down for 30 to 50 episodes before killing him? Sorry, I don't have that kind of patience.
What's the difference between knowing the other guy is a villain and giving them a chance to bleep?
And stepping on a piece of that you know is under your feet? Nangong Ruowei. It's a bit heavy on the killing, but there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what's being said. In the world of cultivation, there are just too many jumpers.
I think she was also disgusted by the clown for over a decade because of a moment of weakness,
knowing full well that the natural strength is not as good as your own,
and running around like crazy posting faces and taunting in all sorts of disbelief that he's more talented and powerful than he is. He even encouraged the elders to try to do something untoward to her.
Since that time,
she had never been merciful, and anyone who dared to mess with her would have to pay the price in blood. Because of this, she was able to become an existence that everyone in Shu Mountain feared. What he himself had spent more than 10 years to realize back then, Wang Yi had long been familiar with.
This kid's heart is indeed very human. Only,
killing a fellow disciple without authorization was,
after all, a great sin that could not be forgiven. Not to mention that the one who killed was the inner disciple Yi Chen.
One must know that Yi Chen was the disciple of the 5th peak master Xian Yu among the upper 9 peaks. Xian Yu is a legendary figure within Mount Shu. When Nangong Ruowei returned from the northern wasteland with injuries, he had only brought with him the realm of the great perfection of the transformation spirit and joined Mount Shu. In just 20 years, not only did his strength break through to the harmonization great perfection, he even climbed all the way from a small guest secretary to the position of the 5th peak master with his accumulated battle achievements. He fought bravely and was always the first to fight, and was highly respected by the sect master.
The disciples of Mount Shu, who looked up to him, honored him as the overlord. If he learned of this and blamed him, Nangong Ruowei might not be able to protect Wang Yi. Therefore, it is still necessary to look into the matter.
Nangong Ruowei thought for a moment and asked,
The two of you have no grievances. Why is he taunting you?
Wang Yi unhurriedly, from the system space, took out a bunch of grapes that his doppelganger had just served.
Pick one and put it in your mouth.
Fade said, because he wants to push you and he's worried I'll push you. When Nangong Ruowei heard this, she almost didn't spit out blood in anger.
What kind of asshole talks like that? Even if it's true, you don't have to say it so directly, do you? However, she didn't really get angry about it. After all, she was also the head of a peak,
and she was going to fight because of a few blunt words.
It's not nice to talk about it,
she said in an icy tone. If you speak so out of turn,
aren't you afraid that this seat will kill you? Wang Yi didn't have the slightest bit of fear on his face. Seeing Nangong Ruowei's icy tone, he was no longer polite.
Woman, I advise you not to play with fire.
You can't kill me. If you dare to make a move, do you believe I'll flush you out on the spot? Nangong Ruowei had wanted to suppress Wang Yi. Hearing these words, he was instantly infuriated and flushed. She was the peak master of the upper 9th peak, a great perfection cultivator of the harmonization realm, but she couldn't even suppress Wang Yi, a Yuaning realm handyman. It seems that it won't work if he doesn't give Wang Yi a good tidying up. When she thought of this, a powerful pressure immediately erupted from her body, crushing towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi, however, had a calm face. He reached out and waved his hand, and that harmonious realm pressure instantly dissipated. Nangong Ruowei looked at Wang Yi with incomparable shock. Right beside Wang Yi,
there was an additional stone lamp with an ancient shape that emitted a faint ghostly light.
Although that stone lamp looks ordinary, yet,
he was able to dissolve the powerful pressure released by her harmonious realm powerhouse in an instant.
So it was clearly extraordinary. This is the void bright lights? This magic treasure that has disappeared for thousands of years is actually in your hands? Nangong Ruowei was a bit incredulous. After all, the Void Bright Lamp was a Mahayana-level magic treasure. There were only a handful of magic treasures of this level. Even in a great sect like Shushan, the light emitted from the Void Bright Lamp could not only easily resist the pressure, it could also inflict a terrifying shock on opponents under the Mahayana, making them unable to move. I didn't expect that Wang Yi would be able to take out a magic treasure of this level. It's unbelievable. However, she, Nangong Ruowei, was not a waste that could be suppressed with just a single magic treasure. With a movement of her mind, a long sword appeared out of thin air and blocked in front of her. The power emanating from the Void Bright Lights was blocked as much as possible. Wang Yi took out the Void Bright Light. On the one hand, he didn't like being pressed by a woman in this way. On the other hand, he also wanted to try out the treasure that the doppelganger Han Li had just acquired. There was no intention to make a move with Nangong Ruowei. Besides, she was after all Jiang Xiaodia's master teacher, and if the relationship got too stiff, it wouldn't be good for Jiang Xiaodai to be caught in the middle. Unless, of course, the beast really got carried away and flushed her on the spot. Once she became her woman, everything would be solved as well. But unfortunately, with his current cultivation level, without recovering the detachment, it simply couldn't break her defense, and it was useless to have more magic treasures. What's more, this kind of thing was more or less shameless, and Wang Yi couldn't do it. Therefore, he took the initiative to put away the Void Bright Light. Arching his hand, he said, Nangong Peak Master, just now I only wanted to try out this magic treasure in joke with you. I hope you don't mind too much. Nangong Ruowei saw Wang Yi soften and her attitude followed suit. In a cold voice, he asked, joke? If I couldn't resist this magic treasure, I'm afraid I'd have been poisoned by you at this moment, right? Wang Yi smiled and shook his head. Peak Master Nangong has misunderstood. The education I received does not support me to do something like that. Even if it does flush you, I will also hold you down in a dignified manner, with strength, so that you will be convinced and willing. Nangong Ruowei was slightly stunned. If you really have that ability, this Sikh will willingly admit it. Wang Yi laughed. That's what you said yourself. As the lord of a peak, a mouthful of spittle and a nail, going back on one's word will be reviled. Nangong Ruowei was just a momentary mouthful, not expecting this Wang Yi to see the cracks. What's even worse is that this kid really has thoughts about himself, but he's also so unabashed about it. It was almost treasonous, but she appreciated it. After all, it's better to do it in the open than to play tricks in the dark. Besides, looking at the entire immortal cultivation world, there were many people who thought about her body. One more Wang Yi is not much, and one less him is not less. What's more, Nangong Ruowei didn't feel that she would lose. Although Wang Yi's talent was amazing, above Yuaning, it was not that easy to break through. Besides, she would soon be able to break through to the Mahayana realm. Wang Yi, this kid, I'm afraid that for the rest of his life, he will never be able to catch up with her. Thus, she pondered for a moment and said, naturally, but in the meantime, you must join my Qixia Peak and fight for my Qixia Peak. Wang Yi agreed immediately. Okay, it's a deal. Nangong Ruowei had originally called Wang Yi to come because next, there would be a big battle to be fought with the demon race. She felt that Wang Yi was a good seed and wanted him to follow her, so she could take care of him as well. Now it seems there's no need for that, so she waved her hand and said, alright, you can get lost. Chapter 79, Li Er's Rise to Power. An hour later, Wang Yi opened his eyes within his room. In his heart, he was very impressed with Nangong Ruowei, because he had just now tried it with his doppelganger, Xiang Yu. It was also the same great perfection of the harmonization realm, and the same harmonization realm Dharma treasure in hand. While she could easily withstand the void bright light and remain unharmed, the doppelganger Xiang Yu could not withstand it. It was evident that Nangong Ruowei's strength was far above that of the doppelganger Xiang Yu. This kind of strength was simply terrifying. It was fortunate that she didn't have a killing intent just now, or else she would have definitely suffered huge losses in this battle. As Wang Yi was thinking, the system's voice came from his mind. Ding! The doppelganger, Li Qinian, has been established as the holy son of the Green Cloud sect by the Green Cloud sect's sectmaster, Wang Jiaolong. During Wang Jiaolong's seclusion, he will fully represent the sect leader in the affairs of the sect. Hearing this news, Wang Yi almost didn't burst out in joy. The split is augmented by system algorithms. Trying to collect people is just a breeze. What's more, the doppelganger, Li Er, was a peerless quality spirit root. In less than 10 years, he will definitely break through the Mahayana. At this rate,
he will soon be able to launch the change of the gate and become the Lord of Qingyun.
Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately injected his consciousness into the bilocation Li Shimen. Just as he opened his eyes, he heard in his ears the mountainous cries of the core elders and disciples of the Green Cloud sect. Greetings, Holy Sun. Looking at these people on the stage, Wang Yi felt more or less emotional in his heart. It's been over a decade, finally undercover as a boss. From today onwards, the affairs of the Green Cloud sect would all be in their own hands. As for Wang Xiaolong, just shut up and recuperate. When he healed up, he would definitely build him a luxurious Tai and palace himself. Let him live in peace. With this in mind, Wang Yi said to the crowd on the stage, elders and disciples, be excused. Seeing the crowd rise, Wang Xiaolong said in a loud voice, from today onwards, this seat is going to be closed for some days of cultivation, and all things within the sect will be handed over to Li Shimen to take care of. Is that clear? The crowd arched their hands in unison and responded. Only then did Wang Xiaolong look at Wang Yi with satisfaction and said, during this next period of time, Qingyun sect can be handed over to you. If there are any matters that you don't understand, you can ask the Grand Elder before making a decision. The Grand Elder of the Green Cloud sect, named Fomixian, he is Wang Xiaolong's senior brother, and his strength has long since reached the great circle of the harmonization realm. It's just that he's sparse by nature. Not only was he not too interested in cultivation, he also had little interest in power from on high. If not for that, the position of the headmaster would not be his, since the sect leader had arranged for him to help himself. The position, surely, could be stabilized. Wang Yi swept a glance at the group of unconvinced disciples on the stage. Completely unconcerned, he arched his hand toward Wang Xiaolong and said, yes, master. Disciple understands. Wang Xiaolong nodded his head in satisfaction, and then headed towards the back of the mountain with confidence. The reason why he chose Li Shimen to run the clan instead of those elders who were more senior and stronger. The reason is also very simple, they are afraid of being taken away from their power. Li Shimen was, at the moment, only at the early stage of the harmonization realm, coupled with the fact that the clan was wrapped up in affairs. It is to give him another 10 years. He might not be able to break through from the early stage of the harmonization realm to the great perfection either. It could be considered no threat to him. What's more, this move could also stimulate internal conflicts, allowing Li Shimen and the elders to keep each other in check, though doing so might cause the Green Cloud sect to shrivel up for a while, but it will ensure that his great power will not fall by the wayside. He believed that he would definitely be able to bring the Green Cloud sect back to the top when he got out of the gate. It's just a shame that he got one thing wrong. Wang Yi was in the Qingyun sect and had planted hundreds of bilocations, and his power had long exceeded his imagination. His plan, which he thought was perfect, was doomed to failure. Wang Yi explained the system. Tuzi, you can start laying out. Within 3 years I want to take full control of Qingyun sect. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. Wang Yi couldn't help but stare even after he tapped on the system message. True to form, the dog system has some tricks up its sleeve. For each of the establishment elders' weaknesses, for each of them, a detailed plan was drawn up. Or pull the strings, or suppress, or put to death. In short, the whole plan is so intertwined that it is almost impossible to find a single flaw. Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Very well, let's implement this plan. When he finished speaking, he withdrew his consciousness back into his body. Started today's copy of the sign-in, Unico. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Signing in was successful. Rewarding the second-grade demonic detachment +1. Is it generated immediately? Wang Yi was overjoyed in his heart. Another demonic detachment was up. It seems that one has been quite lucky lately. He immediately spoke. Generate immediately. As the words fell, a thin figure appeared in front of Wang Yi. It was a female fox demon of about 1 meter 5. Although her figure was slightly young, she perfectly blended the essence of the human and fox races, displaying a unique charm. What's more, though her body is small, its place is not. Her long hair was as smooth as silk, a warm reddish-brown color, and fell naturally over her shoulders, with a few strands of broken hair brushing across her cheeks, adding a bit of flirtatiousness and spirituality to her. The most striking thing was the pair of small and delicate fox ears, gently swaying, exuding a kind of unspeakable playfulness and cuteness, making people unable to resist wanting to reach out and caress them. Her face was as delicate as porcelain. The eyes shone with a brilliant amber light, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Clear and deep, reveals a cunning and wisdom beyond his years. Such a face. It is really hard to make people not to feel pity. No wonder King Joe is sinking. Ding!
Congratulations to the host. The generation of the bilocation is complete. Please go to the attribute panel as soon as possible to name the bilocation and choose a force suitable for cultivation.
Wang Yi's mind moved and he quickly opened the attribute panel. Serial No. 7236. Race, Demon. Name, to be inserted. Power, to be determined. Sex, female. Age, 16. Talent, 2nd grade fire root. Realm, Demon Dan Realm, Gene Dan Realm. Special talent 1, Foxtrot Phantom. Can not only charm the enemy, but also walk again, leaving an illusory shadow to confuse the enemy, and at the same time enhance their own evasion and speed. Special talent 2, Nine-tailed Demon Fox. With the increase of cultivation,
you can gradually increase the number of tails,
and each additional tail can be one more life. Looking at such a lovely and moving alter ego, the corners of Wang Yi's mouth couldn't help but evoke an old fatherly smile. Since she's from the Fox clan and she's so spirited and charming, let's call her Dodgy. Ding! Serial number 7236. Dodgy. Named successfully. Wang Yi nodded and coughed dryly. Say, come play with Dodgy to hear it. Chapter 80 Fox Demon Dodgy. Come play with Dodgy. A childish voice. Pure as the first melting snow on the mountains. Delicate and crisp.
Like a string of jumping silver bells.
Gently swaying in the ears.
It's a little different than a certain game from a previous life, though, but the sound is all over the place. I don't know how many times better than those clips in my previous life. Wang Yi believed that with such a voice surrounding his ears, his fighting strength could definitely double.
Not to mention, soft ears and a tail. Definitely adds to the fun.
Wang Yi reached out and pinched her ears, which were furry and soft and cozy with a hint of warmth. The only regret I have is that the age seems a little young. Although she was already an adult according to the Fox clan, she was very young in both appearance and voice. Ahem. Wang Yi withdrew his mind and frowned and thought for a moment.
The northern wasteland is now dominated by the Fox clan, and as a fox demon, Dodgy's alter ego should not have a problem mixing into the Fox clan. Maybe,
to mix with the Fox Queen.
Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately said, let her find a way to blend in with the demon fairy nine-tailed fox. Ding!
The system AI has formulated a route to the Fox clan's domain for the doppelganger, Dodgy, so please check the doppelganger's mini-biography through the attribute panel.
Dodgy, the orphan of an ancient fox clan in the far west of the northern wilderness, was born in the coldest corner of the northern wilderness valley. Although she inherited the extraordinary face of the Fox clan and the profound wisdom that should not belong to a young child, this talent failed to bring her warm shelter. Her beauty, like a fluorescent flame in the dark night, attracted countless greedy eyes and endless hunting. She has lost her closest relatives and witnessed the betrayal and demise of her kindred. For the sake of survival and revenge, she embarks on the road to find the demon immortal alone after learning that the lord of the northern wasteland is also a fox demon. Seeing this story, Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. With such a tragic and bleak life, if the Demon King heard about it, he would definitely be moved by it. It was all foxes, so maybe she could even empathize with it. Of course, all of this is secondary. The most crucial thing now is to study her tail. Where exactly does it grow? Don't get me wrong, it's purely academic research. Even if something strange happens, that's what research requires. Wang Yi had just touched Dodgy's tail, and the tail involuntarily retracted, and made a strange sound. There was no way around it. The fox's tails, which determined whether they lived or died, were the most important part of their bodies. Never let anyone touch it unless extremely trusted. Although Dodgy was Wang Yi's doppelganger,
although she had no consciousness, she still had senses and reactions. Tears will be shed in sadness,
screams in pain, comfortable. There are some natural reactions,
unless he goes through the system and forces a command.
Otherwise, the doppelganger reacts accordingly, in the state closest to the race. If not for that, so many detachments would have revealed their cracks long ago. Of course, Wang Yi wouldn't give such a stupid order. After all, a wooden man would be meaningless. Ding! The system has detected that the doppelganger, Heavy Cloud, and its G1 Air have encountered a life-threatening situation in the tomb passage. Is it to be handled personally? Wang Yi. This dog system, it's so unintelligent. To actually jump out and disturb himself at such a critical moment. I don't know about scientific research. Does it require concentration? Wang Yi thought about it. It was still important to get down to business. After all, the ancient tomb was a matter of great ascension and could not be slacked off. He immediately asked the system to, temporarily, teleport Dodgy to the Wolf King's Hall.
so that Camus Wolf could arrange a place for her to hide. And then, he quickly injected his consciousness into Heavy Cloud. The field of vision in front of him became instantly dim. At this moment, he and Ji Wanner were in the middle of a wide chamber, with ancient and complicated runes carved on the surrounding stone walls, emitting an eerie fluorescent light. These runes, suppressing their cultivation. Under the effect of the runes, they were less than a tenth of their original strength. What made Wang Yi's head hurt even more was, there was also a huge black auger dragon hovering over the chamber. Its scales were like the finest obsidian, smooth and hard, reflecting the ghostly light of the surrounding runes and giving off a cold and dangerous aura. The eyes of the dragon were like two burning ghost fires, flickering with cunning and cruelty. Its pupils were narrow and long, revealing the cunning of an ancient creature. The dragon's head was raised high, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, each as sharp as daggers and dripping with gut-wrenching venom. A gust of black smoke erupted from its nostrils, carrying a suffocating smell of sulfur. The most striking thing was the long tail of the auger dragon, which gently swung in the tomb passage, each sweep bringing up a gust of wind, as if even the air was distorted by its power. A sharp bone spur grows at the end of the tail. Like a spear, it is ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Wang Yi could clearly feel the strong sense of oppression emanating from this scaly dragon. Its presence almost froze the entire space. This was a kind of pressure that came from the depths of the bloodline, the natural suppression of higher demonic beasts against lower creatures. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wang Yi's mouth could not help but twitch. Before he came to the northern wasteland, he had learned something in advance about the tomb-suppressing demonic beasts that existed in the ancient tombs. The name of this demonic beast in front of him was Black Jiao. Not only is its strength terrifying and abnormal, but after killing or injuring it, a blood mist will be spewed out, which, if inhaled, will make one's animalistic nature flare up. Right now, the Misty Sect's elders and disciples had withdrawn first. The only people in the chamber were Ji Wanner and Wang Yi's doppelganger, Chong Yun. If he was really poisoned by the black scaly dragon, he was afraid that he would really have to be an impulsive teacher and a rebellious disciple. However, that was not what he was most worried about right now. In the middle of the tomb, their strength was suppressed, while the black auger was unaffected. With his and Ji Wanner's strength, they were by no means a match for the Black Jiao. It was teleporting to escape that was very difficult. After all, the stalemate time from the conveyor belt was enough for the Black Jiao to kill him 3 or 5 times. As Wang Yi was thinking about it, Ji Wanner took the initiative to raise her sword and greeted the Black Jiao. Only in Wang Yi's ear, he left a sentence. Think of a way to escape by yourself, the faster the better. It's good that she didn't say that. With these words, Wang Yi was embarrassed to escape instead. After all, one would only lose one bilocation anymore. Ji Wanner is really taking her life to protect herself. If you really watch her die, on your own conscience, you will be more or less uneasy. With this in mind, Wang Yi took out his Nimbus sword and swung it towards the Black Jiao. At the same time, he also quickly used the cold ice domain to slow down the Black Jiao's movement speed. Freeze for me! He shouted violently and swung his sword towards the black scaly dragon. As expected, the black auger quickly condensed into a huge ice sculpture under this force, but that was in the blink of an eye. Less than half a breath, heard a bang sound, covered in its body around the ice instantly exploded. The Black Jiao opened its bloody mouth and came straight at Wang Yi with an appalling aura. Chapter 81, Beheading the Black Jiao. Faced with the Black Jiao's fierce attack, Wang Yi's heart flinched. At this speed, one could not dodge it at all. And if one was bitten by it, this detachment would be gone in an instant. I'm afraid. Boom! It was too late. Just as the auger dragon was about to arrive in front of Wang Yi, Ji Wanner's figure flashed and she directly blocked in front of Wang Yi, using the long sword in her hand to hard block the blow. In an instant, two powerful forces collided fiercely. Wave after wave of air washed out in all directions. Seeing this, Wang Yi took out a spirit transformation level talisman from his storage bag and quickly injected spiritual energy to activate it. As the talisman dissipated, a huge ice cone rose up out of the ground and stabbed straight into the black scale's chest. Although the black scaly armor was incomparably strong, but still, by the ice pick, a huge wound was stabbed out, and blood spurted out. The Black Jiao also quickly retreated backwards under this strike, let out a wail of pain. This scene gave Wang Yi a glimmer of hope. It seemed that within this chamber, talismans and magic treasures were not affected. The only pity was that transformation-level talismans were incomparably precious. Even in his hands, he didn't have many. Moreover, this kind of talisman consumed itself greatly. This doppelganger of his own, after all, was only a yuan in great circle, and it was also suppressed.
according to the current state of health. At most, he could only use 2 more transformation-level talismans. If he couldn't take down the Black Jiao before then, he was afraid that he would really have to be planted here. The most feasible way was to destroy the suppression formation first. Wang Yi immediately asked the system, Unity-Sun, what is the way to break this formation? Soon after, the system's voice sounded in Wang Yi's mind. Ding! According to the speculation of the doppelganger who specializes in formations, this suppressive force originates from the runic stone walls on both sides of the tomb passage. Destroying the runes on the stone walls will weaken the suppression effect. Wang Yi quickly swept over the surrounding stone walls. Those runes were emitting an eerie glow, forming an invisible force field that suppressed their power. Master, help me buy some time. I'll destroy those runes. After saying that, he took out 2 transformation god-level talismans from his storage bag and stuffed them into Ji Wanner's hands. And then, with a move of his body, he rushed towards the nearest stone wall. Ji Wanner was slightly stunned, but she didn't have time to think about it in detail, and immediately activated the divine walking talisman. Under the effect of the talisman, her speed suddenly accelerated. The long sword in his hand danced, illuminating layers of sword shadows and attracting all of Black Jiao's attention. The Black Jiao roared angrily as its huge tail swept across. Each attack carried the terrifying power of opening mountains and cracking rocks. Ji Wanner was, after all, a transformation spirit great perfection, and with the divine walking talisman's boost, she easily avoided the attack. As for Wang Yi, he erupted with his full strength and slashed at the stone wall several times in a row. However, those runes seemed to be protected by some kind of mysterious power, and the sword chi only caused a ripple when it struck, and was not destroyed. Damn, these runes are much stronger than I thought. Wang Yi was anxious in his heart, but he didn't give up. Instead, he sped up his attacks. Tonzi, is there any special method to destroy these runes? Wang Yi once again asked the system. Ding! It is recommended that the host try to use attacks that contain special energies, such as lightning or flames, which have a special destructive effect on runes. The system replied. Wang Yi immediately took out a Yuaning-level thunderstorm talisman and activated it with his spiritual energy. Only a booming sound was heard, and several channels of thunder power, rapidly tearing through space, attacked towards the stone wall. But unfortunately, it still didn't work. Ding! Strategy adjustment, suggesting that the host try to utilize the black auger and smash through the stone wall. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a boom from behind him. The Black Jiao was induced by Ji Wanner to crash headfirst into the stone wall carved with runes. The stone wall shattered in response, turning into countless tiny pieces of stone that spewed out. As the stone wall shattered, the entire tomb passage seemed to vibrate, and those runes that had originally emitted an ethereal light instantly lost their radiance, and the suppressive power was significantly weakened. Wang Yi felt the power in his body and began to gradually recover. In his heart, however, he was a bit depressed. Dog's system, so slow to react, not as reliable as Ji Wanner. Of course, Wang Yi was also aware that when there was no clear way to break the formation, the system would give multiple ways to break it at the same time. And the most viable option will be chosen based on the strength of the billet. Guiding a black auger into a stone wall was something that the doppelganger itself could not do. That was why the system ranked the program. After attempting to attack with elemental forces, doing so was essentially carrying out Wang Yi's strategy of prioritizing the protection of the bilocation. Wang Yi then asked, Tuzi, how can we completely destroy the stone wall? Ding! According to the system's analysis, the splattered rocks can destroy the runes on the stone walls. Wang Yi's eyes lit up and immediately understood the system's intentions. Since directly attacking the runes on the stone wall was ineffective, utilizing the fragments of the stone wall itself for destruction was undoubtedly an ingenious method. He immediately took out a hurricane talisman, and as the talisman was activated, the stones on the ground were quickly swept up, around the entire chamber. Turning rapidly, those tiny pieces of stone soon completely destroyed the runes on the wall. With the hurricane over, Wang Yi and Ji Wanner's strength was also completely restored. Ji Wanner shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me freeze it." Wang Yi quickly swung the condensed frost sword in his hand and chopped towards the black scaly dragon in the air. The Black Jiao was once again frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, Ji Wanner immediately made use of the second god transformation level talisman that Wang Yi had given her, the giant power talisman. Instantly, his power surged several times, and he stabbed his sword towards the frozen Black Jiao. Watching this scene, Wang Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This is the end. His own split. I'm afraid that he's going to be unclean. The point is, 30 wolves, 40 tigers. How old is this Ji-won heir? How can this little body of the bilocation stand up to it? As Wang Yi was thinking, Ji-won's sword chi had already pierced into the body of the black scaly dragon. Only a loud boom could be heard as the black scow's body quickly exploded. A thick aura of blood instantly filled the entire chamber. Wang Yi's heart tightened and he hurriedly opened his mouth to remind, "Master, hurry up and hold your breath. This blood mist is poisonous." Unfortunately, his reminder was too late. Ji-won heir was covered in the blood of the black scaly dragon and had long since inhaled this black scaly dragon's chi and blood into her body. The medicine, which took effect extremely quickly. As soon as she landed, she felt hot and dry. She stabilized her breath as best she could. However, doing so has no effect at all. Soon, she felt her head go blank and her hands began to disarm uncontrollably. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, he pounced towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi, Chapter 82, One Day as a Teacher. Actually, Wang Yi refused at first, because he couldn't just go and rush right away when Ji-won heir told him to. He's going to try it first, because he didn't want to rush through it and then have his body shake and not care about anything. But as the saying goes, good words are hard to come by, and it's time to dish out the leg. More importantly, Wang Yi suddenly felt thirsty for some snow. He reached out and snapped his fingers, and snowflakes soon fell from the chamber, covering the two men. I have to say, the snowflakes tasted delicious and quenched my thirst, probably from not drinking water for a long time. After all, in the middle of a tomb, not only was the air dry, but it was also dangerous. A few days down the line, even a Yuaning cultivator would have a hard time topping. As for other feelings, Wang Yi could only say that the line from the previous life of Brother Gakken was right. The years are long in the tomb. I don't know how long they have passed. The toxin in Ji-won heir's body was finally completely detoxified. An appalling aura instantly erupted, directly sending Wang Yi flying out and crashing into the stone wall. He scolded, "Good, you rebellious disciple. What have you done to Master?" Wang Yi helplessly explained, "Master, you know me. How could I do something like that? That deceives my master. You were clearly the one who initiated it just now. Besides, with my strength, I can break your defense?" Ji-won sighed, "That's just it. This seat has plenty of men. It's no big deal to cheapen you once. As long as you can help Master and win over that Heaven's Fury disciple, Nangong Ruowei, the Master can pretend that nothing has happened." Wang Yi looked at the splash of bright red on the ground. Couldn't help but think, this woman is soft all over, but her mouth is too hard. Obviously a little Red Riding Hood, but you have to pretend to be the big bad wolf. However, Wang Yi didn't break it down. After thinking about it, he asked, "Master, why do you keep saying that Nangong Ruowei is a heavenly fate?" Ji-won heir sneered, "Humph, that is what the teacher has seen with her own eyes." She stifled a dry cough in mid-sentence. Ahem, 20 years ago, she led a team into the northern wasteland and ended up coming back alive alone. What is it if it's not a heavenly monster? Wang Yi always felt that the half-sentence that was not finished in front of him was the key. The question is, how did Ji-won heir see Nangong Ruowei as the lone star of Heaven's Fury? I haven't heard that she has the ability to read people's faces. She made herself a little flustered by her comment. He would lose a lot of money if he got too close to Nangong Ruowei and was really overcome. After all, in this world, there are no Nike clothes to wear. Ji-won's eyebrows frowned slightly. You kid cares so much about Nangong Ruowei. Could it be that you want to deceive your master? Wang Yi smiled awkwardly. If you know yourself and your enemy, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Right, master? Are we going to continue exploring the cave next? Or go out to meet up with senior uncle and the others? Ji-won heir sniffed and couldn't help but frown and thought. The tomb passage was treacherous, and the other elders and disciples of the ethereal sect had long since lost most of their lives and went out early. Getting here alive on your own. A few times, they relied on this disciple heavy cloud in front of them. Not to mention, just now, when dealing with a black augur, he nearly lost his life. If you keep going, you're likely to die. But stopping there was not something she was willing to do. After all, it was hard to come to the core area of the ancient tomb. Ji-won heir was silent for a moment, her gaze lingering on Wang Yi for a moment as if she was weighing the pros and cons. It wasn't that she was afraid of death. She was mainly worried about her disciples losing their lives. It was only after a long time that he spoke. "You go out first, and the master alone will go in and take a look." Wang Yi shook his head and said, "That won't do. As a disciple, how can I let you risk your life alone?" Ji-won heir was a bit surprised. She remembered clearly that before she came in, Chongyun had said that she wanted to rush the back. Thus in her eyes, this disciple was a bit of a wimp. I didn't think that he would be able to say that. As she was thinking, Wang Yi continued, Why don't you follow me out as well? Qi Weiner. After all, it was a mispayment. It's easy to change rivers and mountains, but you can't change your nature. A very valid point. She shook her head. No need. Get yourself out. Wang Yi had originally planned to, for the time being, withdraw. Use the next split to explore. After all, the ancient tomb was treacherous, and it wasn't too realistic to try to explore the entire situation at once. More importantly, in that battle just now, Ji Wan'er and her own doppelganger were both injured. If he really encountered danger, he might not be able to protect Ji Wan'er. After all, once a teacher, always a wife. Ji Wan'er, no matter what, was also the woman of the bilocation. How could she let the bilocation be a scum? However, since Ji Wan'er insisted on continuing deeper, there's nothing you can do about it yourself. Wang Yi immediately said, as a disciple, how can I abandon my master? Besides, disciple still wants to cure master's poison again. Qi Weiner. High treason. What a high treason. How could he have taken in such a rebellious disciple? Alas, it's just a matter of swallowing the disciple that you have taken in, no matter how hard it is to swallow. Shut your mouth. Do more work and talk less. Wang Yi nodded. Got it. Several hours later, the spirit beast sect battlefield. The sky was shrouded in heavy overcast clouds, as if even the forces of nature were mourning the brutal battle. The demonic beasts roared as they went forward and back, pounding the defense lines of the spirit beast sect, 10,000 sword sect, and cloud hidden sect. All they have in their eyes is madness to kill and destroy. On the battlefield, broken limbs and wreckage could be seen everywhere, and blood dyed the earth red. The air was thick with the sickening smell of blood and burning. The gasps and curses of the human cultivators, as well as the roars of the demonic beasts, intertwined together to form a mournful battle song. Many young disciples fell in the battle, their eyes filled with unwillingness. No one is a bystander in this battle, everyone becomes a participant in the Holocaust. As time went on, the battle became more and more intense. The spiritual energy of the cultivators gradually dried up, while the demonic beasts' attacks seemed to be never-ending. Luo Jinshu was, at the moment, at the forefront of the battlefield, surrounded by surging waves of demonic beasts. They keep coming like a tidal wave, trying to completely devour this seemingly fragile human defense. She, who had lost her battle pet, clutched a long sword with flashing cold light in both hands, the tip of the sword dripping with the blood of the undried demonic beasts, and every swing was accompanied by a powerful sword cutting off a demonic beast that pounced on her. Suddenly, a huge-sized demonic beast rushed out from the group of demonic beasts. It roared and pounced on Luo Jinshu, a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes. It was a demon zone realm bear demon beast leader, and its strength far exceeded that of ordinary demonic beasts. Luo Jinshu was only a Yuaning great circle, so he was simply defenseless, facing the ferocious pounce of that demon zone realm bear demon beast leader. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in Luo Jinshu's heart. Nonetheless, she didn't choose to run away. Instead, he gritted his teeth and prepared for a battle that was almost impossible to win. She took a deep breath and her entire body surged with spiritual energy, trying to utilize the remaining spiritual energy in his body to the extreme. He did his best to consume this demon clan's power. Just then, an unfamiliar figure appeared in front of her. The figure was like a god of war that had suddenly descended from the void, clad in white attire, glittering on the battlefield in the darkness of the night, as if even the surrounding haze had been dispelled by its light. He had an upright posture and a handsome face, but there was a hint of lethargy between his eyebrows. With a flash of his figure, he appeared directly in front of the giant bear. Without slowing down, he raised his hand and blasted a fist toward the demon zone realm giant bear. ******** Die for me. Chapter 83. One sword is enough. Only a bang was heard, and that giant bear instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The surrounding demonic beasts with low realms stopped in their tracks when they saw the scene. In his eyes, there was a hint of awe. Luo Jinshu was also curious. She didn't recognize the person in front of her, but from the attire worn on the other side. Instead, she had seen it. That was the costume of a Shushan handyman disciple. But what she couldn't figure out was why the Shushan handyman disciples were so strong. And why is it in a place like this? As she was thinking about it, she saw a ghostly blue flying boat, slowly hovering above the battlefield. Wang Yi didn't bother to say anything more. Directly pulling Luo Jinshu, he boarded the Thundercloud sect's flying boat. Indifferently, he said, "You should first recuperate here and fight again when you recover." After saying that, his body flashed and left the flying boat. High up in the sky on the far side of the battlefield, A harmonized great perfection elder of the cloud-hidden sect was fighting with Zhao Chen, the lord of the Ice Zhao clan, and was clearly losing out. This is also extremely normal. After all, the Ice Zhao clan had a powerful body that was not comparable to human cultivators. In the same realm, these demon clans that were good at fighting had a higher level of combat power. Of course, the demon race also had demonic beasts like Luo Xiuhei, who were not good at fighting. Not only was the strength not comparable to that of a human of the same realm, it was even worse. Above the sky, the clouds were thick and the thunder was hidden. It was as if even the heavens and earth were trembling at this amazing battle. Zhao Chen, as a demon ancestor realm great demon, his figure had transformed into a 100-foot-long ice blue dragon, his scales flickering with a cold light, each piece seeming to be able to freeze the void. His eyes revealed endless majesty and killing intent. Icy cold air spewed from his mouth, condensing the air around him into frost. Elder of the cloud-hidden sect, a green shirt fluttering in the wind, his beard and hair white, but hale and hardy, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. He was holding a long sword with an ancient shape, with a faint greenish aura flowing from its body. It was a Mahayana-level magic weapon, one of the 7 swords of the cloud-hidden sect, the Cloud-Clear Sword. The long sword chanted softly, as if it was communicating with the elder's mind, preparing for the upcoming life and death battle. With a deafening dragon roar, Zhao Chen took the lead. His huge body tumbled in the air, lunging at the cloud-hidden sect elder with a heaven-destroying aura. Ice blue dragon breath swept in like a torrent. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be frozen, forming a sheet of crystal-clear ice crystals. The cloud-hidden sect elder's figure flickered, and with the lightness of the hidden cloud sword, he was able to weave freely through the ice dragon's breath, and with each sword swing, he was able to accurately cut through the boundaries of the ice breath, leaving behind a brilliant trajectory of sword light. His steps were mysterious and unpredictable, sometimes like the breeze brushing the willow, sometimes like a cloud dragon probing its claws, contrasting sharply with Zhao Chen's furious attack. However, as a demon ancestor realm great demon, Zhao Chen's strength was not idle, only to see him violently flinging his dragon tail, instantly changing the direction of his attack, the huge dragon tail smashing into the cloud-hidden sect elder like a mountain. The elder's face was grave. The hidden cloud sword instantly erupted with a dazzling light. He gathered his entire body's cultivation and swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon. It collided with the dragon's tail, erupting with a deafening roar. The two powerful forces collided in the air, stirring up layers of airwaves, and the surrounding clouds were torn apart, revealing the deep starry sky outside. The light gradually dissipated, and the cloud-hidden sect elder's figure trembled slightly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Zhao Chen raised his head to the sky and his dragon's roar shook the clouds. His body was covered with a faint layer of ice blue halo, which was a unique manifestation of the power of the demon ancestor realm. He opened his huge mouth once again, preparing to launch an even more violent attack. Right at this moment, at the edge of the battlefield, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly came from the battlefield. A figure cut through the sky like a meteor, heading straight for the battlefield. The person who came was Nangong Ruowei. She had a delicate posture, just like a fairy walking on waves, coming from the sky. There was a bit of determination in the cool face. A slender silver sword was lightly held in his hand, and the sword body flowed with a faint sword intent. That was her unique magic treasure, the purple heavenly sword. As soon as the purple sky sword came out, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and even the raging icy cold air was slightly reduced. When Zhao Chen saw Nangong Ruowei, a trace of fear arose in his heart as well. Even though he was at the demon ancestor realm, he wasn't very sure about facing two harmonized great perfections at the same time. Elders and disciples of the Spirit Beast sect, Cloud-Hidden sect, and 10,000 Swords sect. Seeing this scene from afar, the heart that was hanging in the air instantly fell. If the one who came was another harmonization realm cultivator, this battle, I'm afraid there would still be some suspense. The titled Nangong Crazy was known to everyone in the cultivation world. With a long sword in her hand, she beat all the cultivators of the same realm. Even if one crossed the border to fight with a Mahayana, I'm afraid that they would be able to do a one-for-one exchange. Even the sect leaders and ancestors of the major first-grade sects didn't dare to offend her easily. This kind of heaven-defying demon was sufficient to deal with the demon ancestor realm. Nangong Ruowei looked straight at the massive ice blue dragon, Zhao Chen. The violet sky sword trembled gently in her hand, as if it was ready to respond to its master's call and release a shocking sword aura. Nangong Ruowei's figure had not moved, but the aura around her had climbed to its peak. Her eyes shone with determination and coldness, as if they could see through all the illusions in the world.
The purple sky sword was slowly raised in her hand, the tip of the sword pointing straight up to the sky, and above the sword, purple sword intent coalesced as if it were substantial, forming a slender sword on that cut through the sky, pointing straight at Zhao Chen. One sword is enough to kill you. Nangong Ruowei's voice was cold and firm, echoing above the battlefield, causing the surrounding air to freeze. When Zhao Chen sensed this killing intent, a trace of gravity flashed in his dragon eyes. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, he roared. His entire body surged with demonic power, and his ice blue scales became even more dazzling, as if he wanted to dye the entire sky into a cold ice. Just in the nick of time, Nangong Ruowei moved. Her figure disappeared like a ghost, leaving behind only a faint purple residue. The violet sky sword drew a perfect arc in the air, and wherever the sword passed, space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind a pitch-black crack. Purple energy rushes to the sky. Nangong Ruowei lightly drank, and the violet heavenly sword finally erupted with its true power. Only that purple sword aura was seen to expand violently. It turned into a huge pillar of purple light, carrying a heaven-destroying power as it rushed straight toward Zhao Chen. Seeing this, Zhao Chen roared and opened his huge mouth, spewing out even more raging ice dragon breath in an attempt to ward off this fatal blow. However, the power of Nangong Ruowei's sword was far beyond his imagination. The purple pillar of light easily penetrated the ice dragon's breath and ruthlessly crashed on top of his body. Boom! There was an earth-shattering roar, and the entire battlefield seemed to tremble. Zhao Chen's huge body trembled violently in the air, his ice blue scales falling off one after another, blood splattering everywhere. His eyes were filled with unbelief and despair. How could he have never imagined that his hallowed demon ancestor Realm Great Demon would be defeated under a human woman's sword? As the purple pillar of light dissipated, Zhao Chen's body slowly collapsed, eventually turning into a cloud of icy blue mist that dissipated between heaven and earth. A generation of demon ancestors fell. The crowd on the battlefield witnessed this scene and all of them lost their colors in shock. Nangong Ruowei killed the demon ancestor Realm Great Demon with a single sword with his own strength. Such strength was simply beyond their imagination. The elders and disciples of the Spirit Beast sect, Cloud Hidden sect, and 10,000 Swords sect cheered. They knew that this battle, they had won. Nangong Ruowei, on the other hand, stood quietly on top of the battlefield. Her purple heavenly sword had been returned to its sheath, and there wasn't the slightest bit of complacency or bravado on her face, but only a piece of calmness and serenity. It was as if she had just done a small, insignificant thing. Then, he turned around and returned to the Thundercloud sect flying boat, leaving the crowd with a lonely and mysterious back. Seeing this, the demonic beasts of the three major demon races fled. The elders and disciples of the several major sects, although they wanted to chase after them, were all injured and could do nothing at all, could only watch them escape. 2/4 of an hour later, the three major demon races retreated on the necessary path. Wang Yi, dressed in the garb of a miscellaneous disciple, was alone in front of the crowd of demon clansmen and demon infants. Temperedly, he said, "You want to run away after pretending?" Chapter 84, Total Annihilation. After the demonic beasts were briefly shocked, they quickly realized that Wang Yi was only at the Yuaning cultivation level, and alone. In front of them, there was scorn in his eyes. "Ha ha, just by you, a Yuaning cultivator. You dare to block our way?" A demon zone realm giant bear laughed, its voice filled with disdain. "How ridiculous. Do you think you're Nangong Ruowei? With your meager Taoist skills, you want to block the way of our three major demon clans?" A snow leopard clan demon clan realm cultivator said sorrowfully, his slender tongue licking the air as a cunning light flickered in his eyes. "Don't talk nonsense with him, settle it as soon as possible. We're still in a hurry to escape." The Ice Jiao clan's demon zone realm powerhouse impatiently roared, its huge body swaying slightly, as if the ground was trembling under its feet. Wang Yi did not have the slightest fear in the face of these taunts, but instead revealed a cold smile. There was only one purpose for him to wait for the three major demon races here in advance. That was to eliminate them all in one go, and help the doppelganger, Quima Wolf, to completely stabilize his position. After all, these could be the main forces of the three major demon clans. If they were allowed to return alive, the Giant Bear clan and the Snow Leopard clan would inevitably harbor illusions, and the Ice Jiao clan that had just been exterminated might also leave behind a spark of revenge. As for, why should the body come over to deal with a trivial matter? You have to blame the dog system for that. A teleportation function that has to be so complicated. To achieve rapid teleportation of several bilocations at the same time, one could only teleport these bilocations to the vicinity of the main body. In other words, only instants can play Skyfall.
However, Wang Yi could understand the logic of this design. The main body, as the core of the entire system's operation, was far more important than the bilocation, equivalent to, say, crystals from a previous game. If the main body dies, all the bilocations must disappear with it. Therefore, to protect the ontology, the system then came up with this simultaneous teleportation feature. The reason for not making a function that teleports to other bilocations is probably because such a function consumes too much energy. After all, sacrificing an alter ego or two compared to the stability of the system, the latter is significantly more important. Speaking of which, this was the first time Wang Yi had used the function. Wang Yi immediately said to the system, "Tuzi, it's almost time. If there are no eyes around, just turn on the rapid teleportation." The taunting sounds of the three major demon races rose and fell. They seemed to have forgotten the fear they had just felt, and only saw Wang Yi as a clown who didn't know what he was doing. Look at his weak body. I can slap him into mush with a single slap. The giant bear demon's own realm demon beast waved its huge bear paw. It was as if he had already seen the scene where Wang Yi was defeated. His blood must be delicious. I'll take my time savoring it. With our three major demon clans joining forces, even if it's Nangong Ruowei himself, he'll have to weigh how many pounds and tails he has, let alone a little worm like you. The voice of the Ice Jiao Plan's Demon Zone Realm powerhouse was like thunder, shaking the surrounding air as if it was trembling. The corner of Wang Yi's mouth hooked up a cold arc. There was not a ripple in his eyes, as if he was looking at a flock of lambs about to be slaughtered. Is that so? Then keep your eyes open. Wang Yi's calm voice carried a hint of lethargy, and there was a sense of confidence between the lines. Just then, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the sky. Immediately afterward, dozens of rays of light descended from the sky and landed around Wang Yi. The light dispersed, revealing several harmonization realm doppelgangers, and a dozen or so transformation spirit stage doppelgangers. Their eyes were equally cold, and they exuded a powerful aura. The jeers of the three major demon clans came to an abrupt end as they looked at these suddenly appearing powerhouses in horror, realizing the gravity of the matter. What's going on here? The Snow Leopard clan's Demon Zone realm demonic beasts had doubts in their eyes. Impossible. How could he have so many powerful helpers? The voice of the giant bear race demonic beast was clearly trembling. We are surrounded. At the same time the words fell, Wang Yi's doppelgangers had already dispersed with lightning speed. A tight encirclement was formed, trapping the three major demon races in the center. Now, it's my turn to speak. Wang Yi's voice echoed over the battlefield with a hint of teasing. Weren't you guys quite arrogant just now? Show me another arrogant one? The demonic beasts of the three major demon races looked at each other. They realized they were in a desperate situation and fear spread through them. Kill! Wang Yi lightly drank. His doppelgangers attacked at the same time. Sword lights, spells, fist shadows. All kinds of attacks poured down like torrential rain. The demonic beasts of the three major demonic races were simply powerless to resist. Their defenses were as fragile as paper mache in front of these powerful attacks. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Bodies were piled high and blood stained the earth. The demonic beasts of the three major demon races fell, one after another, their miserable screams and pleas for mercy echoing over the battlefield. However, Wang Yi did not have the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Like a statue, he stood high above the sky without a trace of blood or dust on his body, due to the huge difference in strength between the two sides. Soon, the last demonic beast fell into a pool of blood, and the battlefield fell into a dead silence. Wang Yi's doppelgangers slowly withdrew their weapons. He, himself, stood quietly in the sky above the battlefield, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This battle came down to both pulling the hatred of the giant bear and snow leopard clans. He also substituted for the doppelganger Quaima wolf and completely stabilized the position of the hegemony. Clean up the battlefield. Kill all the demonic beast corpses all over again. Then clean it up without leaving any traces. Wang Yi fatally explained to the system in his head. The doppelgangers immediately took action and began to clean up the battlefield, removing the corpses of the demonic beasts and the traces of the battle one by one. Shortly afterward, the place returned to its usual tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Before leaving, Wang Yi confirmed once more, Tuanzi, make sure no one has found out, right? After all, hell knows, there would be people cultivators coming after the demon race, though the sub is dressed in night clothes and masked. But in case someone recognized the identity of the doppelganger through his scent, it would be a bit troublesome. Because of the diversion he called himself this time. At the very least, they were at the cultivation level of transformation spirit, and they were all prominent figures in the major sects. It was even the idol of their respective sects.
worshipped by countless disciples. Characters of this level, even if they wore night clothes and masked their faces, would most likely be discovered as soon as they struck out. Ding! Please rest assured that the host, those who want to chase after the demonic beasts have all been stopped by the elders that the host has placed in their respective clans. In addition, the merging realm bilocation has already probed the surroundings. Dozens of miles around, there is no half a bit of life scent. The probability of being discovered is less than 0.01%. Chapter 85, Barking Dogs. Wang Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief after listening to the system's report. This operation was undoubtedly an adventure, with the main force of the three major demon clans being completely annihilated by himself alone. The ripples behind it were enough to inspire awe in any cultivator's heart. If this matter were to spread out, it would certainly shake the entire immortal cultivation world. For safety's sake, he explained to the system, Unity Sun, continue to closely monitor any wind and grass. Make sure to remove it in time, leaving no loose ends. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. Wang Yi immediately opened the message panel to check. After confirming that there were no problems, his body flashed and turned into a stream of light, heading towards the Thundercloud Sect's flying boat. Not long after, above the Thundercloud Sect's flying boat, the elders of all the major clans, surrounding Nangong Ruowei, were overflowing with gratitude. Nangong Ruowei, this magnificent female peak master, not only saved the spirit beast sect with the might of a single sword, but also killed the demon ancestor realm's Zhao Chen. Her valor was so valiant that it made one's heart pound. Peak Master Nangong, your feat today will surely go down in history as a model for cultivators of my generation. Nangong Peak Master, your strength has reached the realm of realization. It's beyond our reach. If there's any dispatch in the future, we'll die for it. Nangong Ruowei lightly opened her vermilion lips, her voice cold and gentle. She smiled slightly, and the transcendence that came out of that aloofness made everyone present feel relaxed and happy. You elders are overstating it. Guarding this heaven and earth is our common responsibility. As for cooperation, I am naturally happy to work side by side with you all to explore the mystery of the ancient tomb. Before the words left her mouth, she saw Wang Yi, who had just returned to the flying boat. There was a hint of scrutiny in Nangong Ruowei's gaze, obviously suspicious of Wang Yi. The crowd also followed her gaze towards Wang Yi. Seeing Wang Yi in his handyman peak attire, these people all had contemptuous gazes on their faces, especially the geniuses of the major clans. Their eyes were filled with disdain and exasperation. After all, they had all gone through layers of selection to qualify for this trip to the northern wasteland. It could be said that each and every one of them was a pride of the clan. What qualifications did Wang Yi, a journeyman disciple, have to step into the northern wasteland? Nangong Ruowei ignored these people and asked with a frown, Wang Yi, where did you go just now? Her voice was cool, but there was a hint of seriousness in her tone. Wang Yi was slightly stunned. He did not expect Nangong Ruowei to ask so directly in front of so many people. Nothing. I just went out for some air and checked out my surroundings. Checking the surroundings? Do you take this seat for a 3-year-old? Wang Yi smiled awkwardly. I knew I couldn't fool you. That's right. I was just scared and slipped out to hide. That's not it. I only dared to come back when I saw that the demonic beasts had all withdrawn, while others didn't know. Nangong Ruowei knew everything about Wang Yi's character. Scared? The forging realm dared to face the harmonization great circle straight on. The void brightness lamp was still in his hand. How could this kind of person be easily scared off by the demon race? This thing is definitely not that simple. However, since Wang Yi didn't want to give an account, Nangong Ruowei didn't continue to probe deeper. After all, there were so many other people on the scene. The corners of the mouths of the heavenly prides of the great sects could not help but curl up in a touch of ridicule when they heard Wang Yi's reply. Looking at the expressions on these people's faces, Wang Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. If I had known, I would have gotten myself a set of inner sect clothing. Nangong Ruowei's gaze, which lingered on Wang Yi for a moment, eventually turned around and left without saying anything more. Her figure faded away, leaving Wang Yi in silence. When the surrounding celestial pride saw Nangong Ruowei leave, they gathered around, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. A miscellaneous disciple who dares to come to a place like the northern wasteland is really out of his depth. A spirit beast sect cultivator dressed in gorgeous attire sneered and said to the companion beside him. There was a clear contempt in his words. That's right, looking at his appearance, I guess he hasn't even touched a single hair of a demonic beast, and he still dares to make an excuse that he's going out to check the environment. It's really ridiculous. Another heavenly pride chimed in, his tone filled with sarcasm. Wang Yi, these boring genius demons.
Why don't you go back to your training? Besides, it was Shushin who saved their dog's life. In a flash, he came running to taunt the Shu Mountain disciples. What a bunch of ungrateful things. As Wang Yi was thinking about it, Luo Jinshu stepped forward and explained. No, this senior brother is very strong. If it wasn't for him coming to my rescue just now, I'm afraid I would have already died. Luo Jinshu's voice was especially clear in the noisy chatter. She stood firmly by Wang Yi's side and tried to defend him. However, her words were not met with approval by the crowd, but instead caused a wave of contemptuous laughter. Senior sister Luo, don't defend him. A young cultivator dressed in the cloud-hidden sex attire mocked. How strong can a journeyman disciple be? He was only lucky to have stumbled upon you when he was able to save you. That's right. Senior sister Luo must have been hoodwinked by him. Another 10,000 sword sect's heavenly pride chimed in, a disdainful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. This kind of odd job disciple, who usually does some menial work in the sect, how could he possibly have any strength? Senior sister Luo, don't be fooled by his flowery words. Luo Jinshu wanted to say something else, but Wang Yi reached out and interrupted her, signaling that she didn't need to argue over the matter anymore. He faintly said, Senior sister Luo, no amount of explanation from a person can stop a dog from barking. If you want a dog to shut up, you have to cut off its head. Wang Yi's tone was calm and cold. There wasn't a ripple in his eyes, as if he was saying something perfectly normal. The people around them couldn't help but stare when they heard this. They didn't expect that under these circumstances, Wang Yi would still dare to still be so tough-talking. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by mockery and disdain. Ha ha, cutting off a dog's head? With just you? That young cultivator from the cloud-hidden sect laughed out loud as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Who do you think you are? A miscellaneous disciple. How dare you speak out loud here? That's right, senior sister Luo. It's better for you to stay away from this kind of person. The 10,000 sword sect's heavenly pride also laughed coldly. Don't be dragged down by him when the time comes, and you still don't know how you'll die. Luo Jinshu looked at Wang Yi, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. She had seen Wang Yi's strength, but she was also aware of the background and strength of these heavenly prides. She didn't want Wang Yi to get into trouble because of a moment of anger. However, Wang Yi only smiled faintly as his gaze swept over those Tianju who were mocking him before slowly saying, Sometimes, the fiercer a dog barks, the faster it dies. Chapter 86, I'll explore first. After Wang Yi said that, he turned around and left on his own. These dog-eyed guys are certainly hateful, but he can't, either, take it personally every time he's accused of mockery. As a traveler with a split system, when in trouble, learn to leave it to the altars. As he walked towards the cabin, he said to the system in his head, Unity, memorize these people and find a chance to get them all killed, leaving no one behind. Ding, relevant deployment has been made according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. Early the next morning, the flying boats of several large sects slowly landed at the entrance of the ancient tomb. Due to dealing with the three major demon clans, the Green Cloud sect had already gotten a head start. The entire team, with the exception of the two remaining elders, the rest of the elders and disciples, all went into the depths of the ancient tomb. As for the Misty sect's elders and disciples, aside from Ji Wan'er and Wang Yi's doppelganger, Chong Yun, they were all guarding the entrance to the ancient tomb at the moment. On their faces, there was a hint of apprehension. It was because they had been out of the ancient tomb for almost 2 days. Ji Wan'er, however, has not heard anything at all. If Elder Ji died in the ancient tomb and didn't even bring his body back, they are really not good at accounting for it. Thus, after some agonizing, they took the rough map they had drawn and found Nangong Ruowei, hoping that she would help keep an eye on Ji Wan'er. Nangong Ruowei frowned slightly after hearing the request of the Misty Sect's crowd. Although she wasn't from the same clan as Ji Wan'er, she had some friendship, so naturally, she wouldn't see death to save her. Don't worry, gentlemen, I will keep an eye out for Elder Ji's whereabouts. Nangong Ruowei's voice was calm and strong, giving people a sense of reassurance. The Misty Sect's elders and disciples breathed a sigh of relief as they arched their hands at Nangong Ruowei to express their gratitude. Nangong Peak Master, a great favor is not appreciated. If there is anything you need from my Misty Sect in the future, feel free to command. One of the elders said sincerely. Nangong Ruoshi nodded slightly and didn't say much. Her gaze, cast to the entrance of the ancient tomb. She was well aware of the dangers of the ancient tomb cave. And even if she was a great perfection of conformity, she did not dare to guarantee that she would be able to retreat in one piece. But as a cultivator, facing the unknown and danger is the way to growth and breakthrough. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, who was standing beside Nangong Ruowei, was secretly asking the system. Tuzi, how is Ji-Wanner's situation now? Ding, Ji-Wanner and the host's doppelganger are currently still in the depths of the ancient tomb. She seems to have discovered an important relic and is attempting to break the prohibitions in it. An important relic? Is it the main catacombs? A glint flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. If that was the case, then he would have to hurry up and pick the peach. Ding, according to the system analysis, it's highly probable. Wang Yi commanded, keep a close watch, slow down their progress as much as possible, and notify me as soon as there is any danger. Ding, relevant deployment has been made according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. The inheritance within the ancient tomb was a great temptation for any cultivator, and if he was shortchanged by others, then he would miss a rare opportunity. Thinking of this, Wang Yi looked at Nangong Ruowei. Indifferently, he said, Nangong Peak Master, you guys discuss this first. The ancient tomb is dangerous, so I'll go and explore the path first. Nangong Ruowei sniffed and frowned slightly. She knew the danger of the ancient tomb, and even more so, she knew that although Wang Yi's strength was not bad, entering the tomb alone was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Wang Yi, you have to think clearly. There are many crises within the ancient tomb. Even I don't dare to lightly say that I will be able to retreat in one piece. It's too risky for you to go alone. Nangong Ruowei persuaded. Wang Yi nodded his head to show that he understood Nangong Ruowei's concern, but his mind had already made up its mind. Nangong Peak Master, I appreciate your good intentions, but for the sake of everyone's safety, I must go and try. A hint of determination flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. Nangong Ruowei, it's obvious that you want to go it alone, and you have to say it so righteously. For everyone's safety? Could the excuses be any more outrageous? Don't you know who you are? However, since Wang Yi was so determined, she couldn't stop her. Since you have decided, then be more careful. If you encounter an irresistible danger, don't force yourself and save your life. Thank you, Nangong Peak Master. Wang Yi arched his hand in thanks before turning around and leaving the group, moving quickly towards the entrance of the ancient tomb alone. His figure looked lonely in the morning light. Wang Yi's figure had just disappeared into the entrance of the ancient tomb when the pride of the great clans began to whisper, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Is this guy crazy? Daring to barge into the valley catacombs all by himself, he really doesn't know how to die. A young cultivator dressed in spirit beast sect clothing sneered, his tone full of contempt. That's right, who does he think he is? Nangong Peak Master doesn't even dare to say that he can come and go in the ancient tomb alone. He's a miscellaneous disciple who really takes himself seriously. Another cloud-hidden sect's heavenly pride also chimed in, a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. I guess he's crazy for wanting a chance, and he's still thinking of making a splash at a time like this, and he doesn't look at how many pounds he has. A disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect shook his head, as if he had already foreseen Wang Yi's tragic end. Nangong Ruowei listened to these comments, her face expressionless. Luo Jinshu, who was holding Luo Xiuhei on the side, frowned slightly. Although she felt that Wang Yi's decision was a bit reckless, she also disliked the attitude of these heavenly prides who were falling on their swords. She coldly swept a glance at the crowd and said indifferently, Senior brothers, although Senior Brother Wang Yi is impulsive, his courage is commendable. It's better if we don't make snide remarks here and pay more attention to the movements within the ancient tomb. There was a hint of displeasure in her words, causing the prideful people who were still talking to shut up. Although they were conceited, they didn't dare to be too unrestrained in front of Luo Jinshu. After all, she was the jewel in the palm of the spirit beast sect's headmaster. More importantly, Wang Yi was a disciple of Mount Shu, and it seemed that he was on good terms with Nangong Ruowei. They didn't want to touch Nangong Ruowei's mold. Deep in the ancient tomb, Wang Yi was fully concentrating on exploring the tomb passage. The system was constantly providing information about his surroundings in his mind to help him avoid dangers. Ding! There is an organ 100 meters ahead of the host. It is recommended to go around to the left. The system's beep sounded in Wang Yi's mind. Wang Yi followed the instructions and indeed avoided a hidden organ. His footsteps did not stop, following the footsteps that Ji-Wan Air and the doppelganger heavy cloud had taken before. He quickly weaved through the tomb passage, heading deeper into the ancient tomb. In less than a few hours, they arrived at the depths of the ancient tomb. It was only a few miles away from Ji-Wanner and the bilocation heavy cloud. Chapter 87, Breaking the Pestle. Wang Yi's figure had just appeared in the depths of the ancient tomb when Ji-Wan Air noticed him. Her gaze sized up Wang Yi and finally settled on his Shushan miscellaneous peak disciple's attire. You are a disciple of Mount Shu? Ji-Wanner's voice carried a hint of doubt. According to her estimation, Shushan's team shouldn't have arrived so early. What's more,
If it's really Shushan's team arriving here,
Where did Nangong Ruowei go? That woman,
she's not a shady one who hides.
could it be that he was hallucinating?
As Ji-won Air was thinking, she saw Wang Yi open his mouth frankly and said,
Not bad, I am none other than Mount Shu's handyman disciple, Wang Yi. Ji-won nodded slightly. She was no stranger to the disciples of Mount Shu,
but this young man in front of her made her feel a little surprised. She remembered that the disciples of Mount Shu were strictly selected, and each of them had remarkable talent and strength, while this young man in front of her, although he also had the Yuaning realm, was wearing the clothing of a handyman peak.
What is your relationship with Nangong Ruowei? Ji-won asked directly,
a hint of probing in her eyes. Wang Yi was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Peak Master Nangong and I are just fellow disciples and have no other special relationship. Ji-won sniffed and raised her eyebrows slightly. He didn't believe Wang Yi's words.
Nangong Ruowei's style of doing things was clear to Ji-won.
With her character, she would never let her disciples rush to the front, especially after that fiasco 20 years ago. She was always at the forefront of whatever she did.
Definitely won't allow Shushan disciples
to die in front of her. If Wang Yi was really a disciple of Mount Shu and could come here alone, it either meant that she trusted him very much, or she had sneaked over.
However,
for a mere Yuaning realm disciple to actually be able to come here
alone,
the matter itself was very strange.
Since you are a disciple of Mount Shu, why are you here? Ji-won continued to ask,
a hint of caution in her eyes.
Wang Yi said blandly, I just heard that there is an ancient tomb ruin here, so I followed it over for a stroll. What I'm asking is,
how did you get here?
Wang Yi replied, walked in along the tomb passage.
Ji-won almost didn't spit out blood from anger. Dare to talk to me like this?
Nangong Ruowei didn't tell you who this seat is? Wang Yi, you don't need her to tell you? I not only know who you are,
and know your depths, know the smell of snowflakes falling all over the mountains.
Even you there, with a little black mole. Wang Yi withdrew his mind, dryly coughing. He said, Elder Ji,
there's no need to test the waters.
I'm a genuine Shushan handyman disciple. As for how I got in, that's my secret. How can I just tell you? Ji-won looked at Chong Yun. Are you the one who is secretly helping him?
Heavy Cloud said.
Senior, you know me. If I did it,
the one lying on the ground that day should have been Nangong Ruowei.
Ki Wainer,
this retrograde disciple, where the pot calls the kettle black.
Is that the kind of thing you can talk about?
She coldly glanced at Chong Yun.
Nonsense again.
Beware of Master tearing that foul mouth of yours apart. Heavy Cloud arched his hand and said, yes, disciple obeys Master Jun's orders. Only then did Ji-won look at Wang Yi.
Frowning, he asked Wang Yi, since you can come here alone, do you have a way to open this tomb door?
Wang Yi had already had his doppelganger consult the relevant information before he came here. The formation on the stone door of this chamber was called the Coiled Dragon Formation. Relying on the power of the entire dragon vein to strengthen the sturdiness of the tomb door could be considered a heavenly means.
Relying on brute force alone, even if the ancestral dragon came, it might not be able to shake the slightest bit. Of course, this formation is not infallible. To open this tomb door, you need to find the eye of the formation and break it in a specific order and strength.
Ji-won sniffed with a calm face. It's the kind of thing that any random person in their right mind could think of.
The question is, where is the eye of the formation?
Wang Yi shook his head and said, this kind of ancient formation that has been lost for nearly 10,000 years. Even the continent's top formation masters may not be able to find out where exactly the eye of the formation is. He didn't say that just off the top of his head. After all, there were a few top-tier formation masters in his detachment. They've studied the runes on this tomb door. Can't say that progress has been slow. It's almost like you can say, there's no semblance of a clue. According to the system's estimates, to crack such a complex and sturdy runic formation would require at least a few decades of full system computing. Decades and decades of yellowing. Ji-won sighed and said, that means there's nothing you can do? Wang Yi shook his head. It's not hopeless. Ji-won's eyebrows frowned slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. What method do you have? Why don't you say it out? Wang Yi laughed. There is a magic treasure that can break this formation. Ji-won let out a cold laugh and said, are you referring to the mortar and pestle that breaks the formation? That thing? It disappeared 1,000 years ago. Saying it is the same as not saying it. Wang Yi smiled faintly, and there seemed to be a few moments of mystery and confidence hidden in that smile. He shook his head gently and laughed. It's not like what disappears from people's eyes really disappears from this world. As Wang Yi spoke, he took out an ancient formation-breaking mortar and pestle from his storage pouch, which was carved with intricate runes, vaguely revealing an aura of vicissitude and majesty. The broken mortar and pestle stood out in the dimly lit ancient tomb. It was as if it was able to communicate between the ancient and the modern, crossing the boundaries of time and space. When Ji Won'er saw this, a flash of unbelievable shock flashed across her eyes. She stared intently at the formation-breaking mortar and pestle in Wang Yi's hand. It was as if she was looking at a rare treasure that had been lost and recovered. This was not only because of the powerful force contained in the formation-breaking mortar and pestle itself, but also because it actually existed in the world. And it was in the hands of this seemingly ordinary Shushan journeyman disciple. How is this possible? Ji Won'er's voice trembled slightly as she could hardly believe her eyes. Pestle and mortar. That is the legend that can break all formations of the divine weapon. Since the disappearance of 1,000 years ago, no one has seen its true face. I did not expect that today will be reappeared in this place. She snapped her head up to look at Wang Yi, with both doubt and anticipation in her eyes. Where did you get this magic treasure from? Wang Yi smiled faintly and explained. By chance, I received a bequest from a senior. Ji Won'er sniffed and pondered in her heart. She was well aware of the preciousness of this formation-breaking mortar and pestle, and if she didn't possess a great chance, she would never be able to obtain it easily. However, since Wang Yi didn't want to talk about it, she didn't ask in detail. Since you have this magic treasure, opening this tomb door is just around the corner. However, this coiled dragon formation is not trivial, so you need to act carefully and not be careless. Wang Yi smiled and said, it's fine to let me open the door, but before that, don't we have to talk about how we should divide the spoils first? After all, I'm not as strong as you guys. Ji Won'er sneered, talking to this seat like this, aren't you afraid that this seat will rob you openly? Chapter 88, I'll take a loss. Wang Yi smiled blandly and said, Elder Ji is joking. With your cultivation and status, you naturally wouldn't do such despicable things. Besides, since I dare to stand here alone, I naturally have my backbone. If Elder Ji doesn't believe me, he can try. If I hadn't talked to her in depth and known her depths, Wang Yi had taken a shot at her a long time ago. If he really wanted Ji Won'er to die, not to mention Ji Won'er, who was only a great circle of the transformation spirit realm, even if she was a great circle of the combined body, she would still be killed. Ji Won'er sniffed and nodded slightly. You kid, you're really good. How did you get mixed up until now? And you're still just an odd job disciple. Do you want to come to my misty peak and worship me? I don't dare to guarantee anything else, but the pro-disciple seat will definitely allow you to sit on it. Wang Yi. It's amazing how much digging goes on in a place like this. This woman. She's quite persistent. However, just by virtue of the mere seat of a pro-disciple, one wanted to change one's lineage and worship under her. It's too easy to think about it. Besides, one of her own doppelgangers could rub her on the ground, trying to edict their own instance, having to pay 100 to 1,000 times the price of being taller than you are? Wang Yi smiled faintly and politely refused. I appreciate Elder Ji's kindness, but I have no plans to change my sect for the time being. Seeing that Wang Yi politely declined her offer, Ji Won'er could not force herself, knowing that every cultivator had their own path and choices. She nodded in understanding. That's fine. If you change your mind someday, the doors of Ethereal Peak are always open for you. Wang Yi arched his hand in appreciation. Thank you, Elder Ji. I will consider it carefully. Time is running out. We'd better hurry up and chat about the distribution of resources in the tomb before the people from the other sects arrive. Ji Won'er smiled and said, tell me what you think. Wang Yi laughed. The way I see it, I opened the tomb door. Everything in the tomb should belong to me alone. Ji Won'er frowned slightly. If we hadn't cleared the obstacles for you in advance, would you have been able to walk here so easily? Elder Ji, your words are a bit strong, Wang Yi said in a calm tone. You guys went ahead because you wanted to monopolize the treasures in the secret realm for yourselves, not to clear the way for me. I can be calm and talk to you guys about cooperation. And it's not because I'm afraid of you guys, but I'm giving Elder Ji thin air. Ji Won'er really didn't expect Wang Yi's attitude to be so tough. This didn't look like a journeyman disciple. Rather, they were like experienced diplomatic elders with sharp teeth, comparable to those elders who sat in the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. However, as a transformation stage powerhouse, she naturally wouldn't be scared off by Wang Yi's 3 words. Ji Won'er said faintly, so, how do you want to distribute it? Wang Yi thought for a moment and said, the inheritance belongs to me, and for the rest of the resources, I'll take a loss and take 40%, and the 2 of you will each take 30%. Wang Yi didn't care too much about things other than the inheritance. After all, his goal in coming over this time was the inheritance. As for the rest of the stuff inside the tomb, the main body plus the doppelganger, which totaled 70%,
wasn't a loss. Besides, if they didn't even give Ji-won Air any soup,
there was no guarantee that Ji-won Air wouldn't just lift the table.
Fighting in a place like this, hell knows what could happen. You know, it's the main body that's here now, so if you're not careful with the karma, you'll really be completely karma. Ji-won sniffed and was filled with displeasure. The inheritance is the real value of the ancient tomb. Compared to the inheritance, other things are not worth mentioning at all. If you do this, are you really taking us as beggars? Wang Yi shook his head. I don't have that kind of intention. Only that I am determined to obtain the inheritance of this ancient tomb. If Elder Ji feels unsatisfied, that's no problem. You guys just try to open the tomb door. As long as you can open it, the resources inside will be at your disposal. At those words, Ji-won's expression was rather embarrassed. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she couldn't. She had already tried several times, and no matter what she used, she could not break through this sturdy coiled dragon formation. Not to mention her, even if a Mahayana level like the sect leader came in person, he might not be able to forcefully break this formation. As for using the eye of the formation to break the formation, without knowing anything about this formation, trying to do that is almost impossible. Of course, she could also hard grab the mortar and pestle. After all, in terms of strength, she was simply too much stronger than Wang Yi. However, as an elder of a first-rate sect and in front of her disciples, she really couldn't pull this face. What's more, an item of this level like the formation-breaking mortar and pestle probably recognized its owner. So even if it was grabbed hard, I'm afraid it would backfire. Together with the teams from all the major sects, one after another, they were rushing towards this side. Even though she was no longer willing, she had no choice but to nod her head and agree for the time being. All right, as you say, open the door. Wang Yi smiled and asked, Elder Ji is honorable, so I'm sure he won't go back on his word, right? Ji-won's gaze flinched. What's the matter? Do you still want this seat to make a great oath of heart demons? Wang Yi shook his head and laughed. That's not necessary. After saying that, he took out the formation-breaking mortar and pestle and began to crack the coiled dragon formation. His skillful maneuvers and proper control of his spiritual energy showed his deep understanding of runic formations. Ji-won observed from the sidelines, and in her heart, her appraisal of Wang Yi rose another level. She realized that not only was Wang Yi's strength extraordinary, but his attainments in formations were also quite profound, which made her even more curious about Wang Yi's origins. As the light of the last rune dissipated, the tomb door slowly opened, revealing a passageway leading deep into the ancient tomb. An ancient and heavy aura came over one's face, as if it was telling of the unknown secrets of the ancient tomb. Wang Yi put away the broken mortar and pestle and turned to Ji-won and Chong-yun. The door to the tomb has been opened. Please, you too. Chapter 89 9 Pits and 10 Tombs. It wasn't that Wang Yi wasn't in a hurry. Mainly, it's not clear if there's any danger inside. It was better to play it safe and let Ji-won and the doppelganger, Heavy Cloud, go in first to explore the path. In case of danger, you can still use their flesh to block arrows. Ji-won was naturally aware of Wang Yi's small mind. However, she didn't count on it. Instead, he led Heavy Cloud ahead, with Wang Yi following closely behind. The three of them maintaining a certain distance, ready to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise. The passageway was dim and damp. The stone walls on both sides were covered with moss, and from time to time the sound of dripping water echoed in the silent passageway, adding a bit of eerie atmosphere. Wang Yi's gaze swept over the surroundings, and his divine sense was quietly spreading out, probing for any possible organs and traps. Ji-won and Chong-yun similarly didn't dare to be careless, and their divine senses roamed around, alert for any unusual movements. Mechanical formations in ancient tombs are often deadly. Once triggered, the consequences are unimaginable. As they went deeper, the passage gradually became open and eventually came to a huge chamber. The stone door of the chamber was tightly closed, and it was engraved with complex runes that emitted a faint glow, obviously a powerful protective measure. As the three of them cautiously moved forward, they finally arrived at the deepest part of the ancient tomb, the entrance to the main chamber. The stone door here was larger and heavier than any of the ones encountered before, and it was engraved with traces of age and complex ancient runes, exuding an aura of vicissitude and mystery. Wang Yi took a deep breath, and the formation-breaking mortar and pestle in his hand glowed once again. He began to carefully crack the restraints on the stone door. Ji-won and Chong-yun vigilantly guarded the sides in case any of the organ traps were triggered. Time passed by, and the runes on the stone door gradually lit up. Eventually, under Wang Yi's precise maneuvering, the stone door slowly opened with a heavy scraping sound. A rich aura gushed out from within the chamber, lifting the spirits of the three.
They stepped into the chamber and the sight before them took everyone's breath away. In the center of the chamber, a 10,000-year-old corpse sat on a jade platform, its face lifelike, as if it was just in deep meditation. A faint halo of light surrounded the body, obviously the result of some powerful protective force. What made the three of them even more excited was that there were all sorts of accompanying ancient magic treasures and secret books of techniques scattered within the chamber. These magic treasures emitted various colors of light, some as hot as fire, some as cold as ice, and each of them contained a powerful force. The secret books of those feats, on the other hand, were lying quietly in the jade slip, waiting for the discovery of a person with a destiny. Each of these magic treasures and techniques is priceless. There was a hint of excitement in Ji Wanner's voice, and although she tried her best to remain calm, the greed in her eyes was hard to hide. Wang Yi's eyes also swept over these treasures, but he was more concerned about the incorruptible corpse. He knew that this corpse was most likely the owner of the ancient tomb, and the inheritance that he was practicing was most likely within this corpse. Elder Ji, does our previous agreement still stand? Wang Yi asked with a smile, his tone very calm. He wasn't worried that Ji Wanner would directly open her mouth to back out. He was afraid that the other party would take advantage of the time he was absorbing the inheritance to lay a black hand behind his back. Ji Wanner also knew very well that without Wang Yi's broken mortar and pestle, it would have been impossible for her to traverse the two tomb doors and come here. As an elder of Misty Peak, she was not in a good position to go back on her word in front of her juniors. After all, she still wanted a face. Therefore, he nodded and said, "What this seat says naturally counts." Wang Yi sharply divided the feats and magic treasures, evenly, into 3 parts. "I'll take a little loss, so you guys can take your share and go treasure hunting in the ear room. Maybe there's something good in there." Ji Wanner knew what Wang Yi meant. With a wave of her big hand, she collected the 3 Mahayana-grade magic treasures on the ground, and a few top-level techniques, and led Heavy Cloud out of the main chamber. Wang Yi closed the main chamber door and set up an isolation formation, and then he said to the system, "Unity Sun, immediately arrange for 5 harmonized Great Perfection bilocations to come over and help me protect the Dharma, so that in the event of a problem, the first time to administer help will be the first time." Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. As soon as the words left his mouth, 5 golden lights flashed before his eyes. In less than a minute's time, the 5 ensemble Great Perfection doppelgangers appeared in the middle of the main chamber. They were guarding each side. Wang Yi swept a glance at the 5 merged Great Circle doppelgangers. Then, turning to face the uncorrupted body in the center of the chamber, taking a deep breath, he prepared to start absorbing the inheritance. He sat down on his knees and made seals with his hands, beginning to follow the system's guidelines. He mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and communicated with the halo around the corpse. As he guided it, the halo gradually became active and began to slowly rotate, emitting an even more intense glow. Wang Yi felt a powerful force trying to establish a connection with him. He relaxed his mind and allowed the power to enter his body. A little bit of time passed, and Wang Yi's body was completely wrapped in a halo of light, and his figure became hazy in the glow. The 5 doppelgangers guarded the perimeter vigilantly, making sure there would be no interference. Meanwhile, Ji Wanner and Xiongnyun were reaping the rewards in the ear chamber. They found some precious pills and rare materials, which were rare treasures for the ethereal sect. In Ji Wanner's heart, although she was a bit dissatisfied with Wang Yi absorbing the inheritance alone, but it was also understood that this was their agreement and that she was adequately compensated for it. They move extremely fast. In no time at all, the treasures in the ear chamber, all cleaned up and left the scene. In this tense atmosphere, the teams from the Green Cloud sect and the Jade Maiden sect also arrived at the site of the ancient tomb. They were stunned to find that the entrance to the tomb showed signs of having been opened. Apparently someone got there first. This discovery prompted both teams to move at a sharper pace. Inside the ancient tomb, as time quietly passed, a powerful aura fluctuation surged out like a tidal wave, quickly attracting the attention of all the cultivators in the outside world. This unusual movement caused the crowd to speculate that the depths of the ancient tomb were experiencing unprecedented changes. Perhaps some kind of shocking inheritance was about to appear. Faced with such temptation, the elders of the 2 clans could not hold back and tried to break through to the main chamber to find out what was going on. However, the tightly closed tomb door was like a bronze wall under the isolation formation that Wang Yi had laid down beforehand, and the joint guarding of the 5 merged doppelgangers, blocking them out firmly, unable to advance an inch. The cultivators in the outside world, seeing that there was little hope, were filled with unwillingness and anxiety. They were well aware that once the inheritance within the ancient tomb was completely absorbed,
all of one's efforts will come to naught. Driven by despair, they frantically waved the magic treasures and blades in their hands, constantly bombarding the seemingly impenetrable tomb door, but only in vain. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was inside the chamber, peacefully immersed in the absorption of the inheritance, and the clamor and disturbance of the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with him. His face was calm, as if he was isolated from the world. However, underneath this serene surface, a fierce battle is quietly taking place. Suddenly, a low and evil voice resounded in Wang Yi's mind. "Kid, you're pretty good. Your talent has actually reached the immortal grade, so you're really a good natural material. Ha ha ha. After this father devours your soul, he will be able to utilize this body to bring the human race back to the top." Wang Yi, as expected, 9 out of 10 of such so-called inheritances of ancient great powers were big pits, and one was a sinkhole. Fortunately, he had expected that the tomb owner would come to this with him. Prepare well in advance. Chapter 90, Half Immortal. Wang Yi's eyes snapped open, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His voice was calm and firm. "Old Biden, I expected this from you. Did you think I'd be unprepared?" The consciousness of the tomb master let out a cold laugh. "Ha ha, do you think that your meager cultivation can withstand this father? This honored one is in this half-immortal realm. You are nothing but a mole in this honored one's eyes." Wang Yi frowned at his words. "Unico, what the hell is a half-fairy?" According to the realm division of this continent, the highest was the transition realm, and it's been thousands of years since anyone has climbed to this realm. Nowadays, on this continent, the strongest in terms of explicit strength was the Mahayana realm. Ding! According to the information found by the system, some ancient powers who succeeded in crossing the tribulation but failed to ascend are known as half-immortals. However, due to the boundaries of earthly laws, this world is unable to withstand an immortal body, and any cultivator who breaks through to that realm will die of exhaustion in less than half a year. Wang Yi nodded. So the reason why his body doesn't decay and rot is because he is an immortal body? Ding! Highly probable based on information. Wang Yi heard this and frowned and thought, if an immortal body wanted to maintain eternity, it would inevitably need to absorb a large amount of aura and chi. This will inevitably lead to a lack of aura and chi on Earth. No wonder, the upper limit of cultivation for earthly cultivators would gradually decrease, and they wouldn't even be able to step into the transition realm, one's own bilocation, although it had absorbed a large amount of earthly aura and chi. But so far, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to support my own breakthrough to the transition realm. What made Wang Yi even more puzzled was that cultivators who succeeded in crossing the tribulation should, as a matter of course, directly ascend into the immortal realm, instead of being an immobile piece of trash in this side of the world. From this point of view, the path of the gods is indeed cut off. Maybe the so-called continental hijacking. It is also due to these so-called half-immortals. In that case, it seemed that today, he would not only have to destroy the other party's divine soul, he would also have to completely destroy his physical body. As Wang Yi was thinking, the remnant soul laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, Griffin, cut the crap and obediently transform into my vessel." With that, he transformed into a shadow and flew towards Wang Yi's body. The corner of Wang Yi's mouth hooked into a contemptuous smile. "Griffins? Then I'll show you how a mole cricket can shake a big tree." As soon as the words fell, Wang Yi's hands began to rapidly form seals, his fingertips emitting a golden glow which grew brighter and brighter, eventually forming a complex runic seal. "Shun!" Wang Yi shouted, and the talisman seal instantly activated, releasing a dazzling golden light that went straight to the consciousness of the tomb's owner. The tomb master's consciousness felt threatened as never before, and he screamed and tried to escape, but it was too late. The light of the runes was like a huge net, trapping him firmly. "No, this is impossible. This master is an immortal existence. How could he be trapped by a yawning realm?" The tomb master's consciousness struggled in the golden light, but was unable to escape. Wang Yi did not reply as he formed a seal again, and a huge seal appeared above the shadow's head, emitting a strong pressure. Only then did the tomb master react. "Soul-suppressing seal, I can't imagine that you, a yawning cultivator, would be able to take out a huge treasure of this level." Wang Yi just smiled lightly at this and did not say anything. This soul suppressor seal is the cloud-hidden sex treasure. Although it was only a Mahayana-level magic treasure, it could kill all souls. Although the owner of the tomb was a half-immortal, but after all, it was only a wisp of residual soul. The strength of 100 does not exist. In front of the soul-suppressing seal, there is no resistance at all. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight Wang Yi at all, and immediately, as fast as he could, he tortoises the remnants of his soul back into his immortal body. After all, It is the soul that returns to the body. Even the soul suppressor seal couldn't stop it. Wang Yi could only watch and see him slip away. For safety's sake, he placed the golden light emanating from the soul suppressor seal and enveloped it over his head as he began to continue drawing on the inheritance within the half-immortal's golden body. The remnant soul of the tomb owner let out an angry roar from deep within his immortal body. His consciousness, like a captive beast, frantically impacted the golden light shield formed by the soul-suppressing seal, but was never able to break through that solid barrier. Damnable brat, do you think you can take away everything from my father just like that? The voice of the tomb owner, echoing in the chamber, was filled with resignation and anger. Wang Yi's face was calm. He knew that the remnants of the tomb owner's soul would not stop there, but it was also clear to him that his plan was inching toward success. He could feel the enormous power of inheritance contained within the half-immortal golden body slowly flowing into his body. However, just as Wang Yi was fully concentrating on absorbing the power of the inheritance, the remnant soul of the tomb master suddenly changed its strategy. He realized that directly confronting Wang Yi was no longer helpful. Thus, he turned his gaze to the several harmonization realm doppelgangers guarding Wang Yi's surroundings. My father would like to see if your soul suppressor seal can guard everyone. The remnant soul of the tomb master let out a grim laugh as he began to try to infiltrate his consciousness into those doppelgangers. With a hint of cunning and madness, the remnant soul of the tomb master quietly seeped into the body of one of the harmonization realm doppelgangers like a black smoke. He had originally thought that these harmonized cultivators would be enough to serve as a vessel for him to regain his freedom. However, the moment his consciousness truly entered Wang Yi's alter ego, it was only then that he realized, to his horror, that these doppelgangers were very different from the lifeforms he had perceived. No way! What's going on here? The remnants of the tomb master's soul rushed around inside the doppelganger's body, but couldn't find any existence to rely on. He was shocked to discover that although these doppelgangers possessed great power, they did not have the existence of a soul at all. They were more like puppets that were directly manipulated by Wang Yi's will. Wang Yi didn't pay any attention to him, because this situation, he had already expected it. The doppelganger looked, though, no different from a real person, but not really human after all. They don't have a soul, so naturally they don't have a place to carry it. Trying to take over a split body is doomed to fail. The remnant soul of the tomb master, furious, directly condensed a wave of black chi and blasted it towards the doppelganger. It's just a shame that the doppelganger doesn't have a soul. The soul power attacks of the remnants of the souls could not cause any harm to them. Seeing this scene, the tomb owner also had to admit his failure. His anger and despair intertwined into a frenzy of energy as he tried to find a new way out. Since I can't take over the body, then this honored one will go in search of the host outside the chamber. The remnants of the tomb owner's soul roared and slammed towards the tomb door. Wang Yi couldn't help but frown slightly at his words. If the remnant soul of the tomb owner was allowed to escape the chamber, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to take action to stop the tomb master's plan. He immediately took out a mirror and shone it towards the tomb door. Want to get out? It's not that easy. Chapter 91 Fox Demon Immortal. If the elders of Mount Shu were present, they would have recognized at a glance the ancient copper mirror suspended above Wang Yi's palm, slowly rotating, the Haotian mirror. This mirror, which is the town treasure of Shushan sect, has a long history, almost contemporaneous with the founding of Shushan sect, and has witnessed countless immortal cultivation legends. The mirror surface of the Haotian mirror seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe, deep and mysterious, carrying the sun, moon and stars, mountains and rivers, as if the entire world was miniaturized on it. The rim of the mirror, on the other hand, is made up of the images of unknown divine beasts, which are so lifelike that it seems as if they will break out of the mirror at any time, guarding the one who holds the mirror. Under Wang Yi's urging, the Haotian mirror emitted a faint blue light, which was soft but contained unrivaled power. It was able to penetrate all illusions and point directly to the origin, and any demon or evil had nothing to hide in front of it. At this moment, the remnant soul of the tomb owner tried to break through the tomb chamber, but the light curtain of the Haotian mirror was as impenetrable as the barrier between heaven and earth. As Wang Yi's mind moved, the light curtain of the Haotian mirror suddenly became dazzling, and a powerful pressure surged out from the mirror, filling the entire chamber. The remnant soul of the tomb owner let out a mournful scream under this pressure. His consciousness was like a candle in the wind in front of this force, and it could go out at any time. The power of the Haotian mirror was more than just sealing and suppressing. It is also capable of purifying all evils and restoring them to the original chi of heaven and earth. No, this can't be. The remnant soul of the tomb owner screamed, its voice filled with despair and unwillingness.
He couldn't figure out how a Yuaning stage cultivator could actually take out two supreme treasures at the same time. So much for the soul suppressor seal. Haotian mirror, but it is the treasure of the sect left by the founding ancestor of Mount Shu. As long as Shushan is not destroyed, it will never easily fall into the hands of others. This kid in front of me, how did he get this treasure? He struggled frantically, trying to escape from the beam of light, but it was all in vain. The power of the Haotian mirror was like the judgment of the heavenly Tao, not allowing any evil existence to challenge it. Wang Yi looked on with cold eyes, without the slightest bit of pity in his heart, for he knew that any sympathy for such a being would be cruelty to himself. Wang Yi's palm gently flipped, and the light of the Haotian mirror became even more intense, and the remnant soul of the tomb owner began to gradually dissipate under the impact of this power.
Ah, I'm half immortal. I'm immortal. You can't do this to me.
The remnant soul of the tomb owner let out a final roar in despair,
but soon,
his voice was swallowed up by the light of the Haotian mirror. A hint of determination flashed in Wang Yi's eyes, and he knew that this was for the tranquility of the continent and for the future of all living beings.
He won't be soft, and he won't regret it. With the complete dissipation of the tomb owner's residual soul, the evil aura within the chamber was swept away,
and the entire space became clear. Only after confirming that the residual soul was dead through,
did Wang Yi put away the Haotian mirror and was about to continue absorbing the power of the inheritance.
A loud rumbling was heard in his ears. The earth beneath the seat also began to emit tremors.
As if the entire tomb was about to collapse, Wang Yi asked the system, Unity, what is going on here? Is it because the remnant soul was killed and the tomb lost its power to support it? That's not right. Doesn't the power of the tomb come from this half-immortal golden body? Ding!
According to the news from the host's bilocation probe, there is a 99% probability that it is the Lord of the Northern Wastelands, the only fox demon immortal of the Northern Wastelands.
Phantom UG, who has arrived here? Fox demon immortal?
Wang Yi was filled with doubt.
What is she doing here if she's not staying in the demon palace? Ding! According to the system's speculation, I'm afraid it's for this half-immortal golden body. Wang Yi, good man. The mantis is catching the cicada. The yellow bird is in the back.
As expected of a fox demon,
cunning greatly.
Perhaps, everything that happened to herself in the Northern Wasteland was under her control. Even when she summoned her own doppelganger to exterminate the main force of the three major demon clans with her own strength, she saw it clearly.
Fortunately, she was a demon and never interacted with human cultivators. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm going to be unable to cover my old ass. However, it wasn't easy to mess with illusory UG. After all,
she was a legendary existence, the topmost powerhouse in the demon race. Even if the sect leader of Mount Shu came, she was most likely not her opponent.
If she rushes in, she'll be in big trouble.
The only chance was to grab the power of the inheritance and then take the opportunity to leave the ancient tomb and sneak all the way back to the central continent at a trot.
Let's hope that Nangong Ruowei and the others can hold out a little longer.
As Wang Yi's absorption rate increased, the entire chamber began to change subtly.
The half-immortal golden body,
emitting a soft and dazzling light,
wrapped Wang Yi's entire body. Within,
the air inside the chamber seemed to have become sticky, and a swirl of aura visible to the naked eye formed around Wang Yi,
madly surging towards his body. Wang Yi felt as if he was in a huge vortex of energy,
the power of his inheritance rushing through his meridians and dantian like a flooding beast,
each impact causing his body to emit a roar. Soon,
his body began to crack under the impact of this extreme.
However, at the same time, these cracks quickly healed and became tougher under the nourishment of the power of inheritance. In this painful cycle, Wang Yi's cultivation level was increasing by leaps and bounds, and his yuaning gradually solidified, emitting an increasingly strong light. At the same time,
the memories contained in the half-immortal's golden body began to pour into his mind.
It was a piece of ancient history, a magnificent picture, and a profound lesson. Wang Yi saw the half-immortal golden body's owner's arduous trek on the road to immortality cultivation, the magnificent scenes of his battle with the heavens and earth, and his eventual sadness at not being able to ascend because of the laws of the heavens and earth.
These memories merged into Wang Yi's consciousness like running water, giving him a deeper knowledge of the immortal cultivation world and allowing him to understand some of the hidden secrets of the immortal cultivation world 10,000 years ago.
Meanwhile, within the passageway on the periphery of the ancient tomb, Nangong Ruowei and other elders and disciples from various great sects stood in strict wait. They felt the powerful aura of illusory Yuji and knew that they were about to face an unprecedented challenge. Nangong Ruowei, as the #1 person in the harmonization realm, cultivation is unfathomable.
The hand of the purple sky sword, but also a heritage of 1,000 years of immortal sword
Sword light wherever. All things are turned into flying ash. Illusory Yuji's figure appeared at the entrance of the ancient tomb.
She was dressed in a long white dress. Her body was graceful and her face was stunningly beautiful, but a cold light flashed in her eyes. Her gaze swept over Nangong Ruowei and the others, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a contemptuous smile. Griffins of the human race, why don't you kneel down for this immortal? Illusory Yuji's voice was clear and cold, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. As he spoke, a powerful pressure emanated from her, causing everyone present to feel a suffocating pressure. Although Nangong Ruowei and the others had extraordinary cultivation, they still felt a huge threat when faced with a demon immortal level existence. Illusory Yuji, don't be arrogant. Nangong Ruowei stepped forward, and the violet sky sword in her hand emitted a gust of sword roar, as if responding to her master's battle intent. Today, this seat will kill you to avenge the defeat of 20 years ago. Just by you? As soon as the words fell, Illusory Yuji took the lead. Her hands gently waved, and the surrounding aura instantly boiled up, forming a huge wind blade that swept towards Nangong Ruowei and the others. Chapter 92 Realm Surge. Nangong Ruowei and the others immediately launched a counterattack, and the light of various spells and magic treasures intertwined into a brilliant web of light within the passageway. However, Illusory Yuji's strength far exceeded their imagination. Each of her attacks carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, causing the crowd to feel tremendous pressure. The battle quickly escalated. The energy fluctuations within the passageway became more and more violent, and the entire ancient tomb began to tremble. Nangong Ruowei and the others tried their best though. However, Illusory Yuji was like an undefeatable god of war. No matter how they attacked, they were unable to touch her in the slightest. Meanwhile, in the middle of the main chamber, as the power of inheritance was absorbed, Wang Yi's body began to produce changes, with his bones and meridians exploding inch by inch, and then quickly recovering. The yuaning in his body was also being gradually remodeled amidst the thousands of hammers. The realm climbs higher and higher, from the middle stage of yuaning, all the way up to the late stage of yuaning and the great perfection. Then, it began to condense the divine soul, stepping into the early, middle, late, and great perfection of transformation. Immediately after that, the firstborn fused with the divine soul, stepping into the harmonization realm. He continued to soar rapidly all the way until he broke through to the harmonization grand circle, and only then did he manage to slow down. This kind of breakthrough speed was comparable to retrieving a detachment. Just give him another half a quarter of an hour. Wang Yi had enough confidence to surpass all the bilocations and be the first to step into the Mahayana realm. Wang Yi sensed that the Green Cloud sect's elders and disciples outside the door were gradually weakening in their attacks, so he left a doppelganger to guard the door, letting the remaining bilocations. They began to meditate and absorb the immortal energy that the main body couldn't absorb in time. If the doppelganger was not allowed to absorb it in time, this rich immortal energy would quickly dissipate and then turn into aura, returning to the heavens and earth. In the tomb passage, Illusory Yuji sensed it. The speed of the immortal power flowing out accelerated. She frowned. This fairy has no time to tangle with you. After she said that, she waved her big hand, and a teleportation door appeared behind her, and dozens of Fox Clan elders walked out from inside the door. As for herself, she flashed her body to the main entrance of the main chamber. The elders and disciples of the Green Cloud sect and Jade Maiden sect at the entrance of the main chamber quickly took a defensive stance, vigilantly looking at the nine-tailed fox demon in front of them. Illusory Yuji's gaze was as cold as a knife as she swept over these elder disciples. Griffin who doesn't know how to die, she said in a flat tone, and then, raising her hand, she gently waved it, and a powerful demonic aura instantly erupted from her body, forming a huge storm. As this storm swept through, those elders and disciples of the Green Cloud sect and Jade Maiden sect were unable to react in time, and were lifted off by the force, like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily into the walls of the tomb passage, killing and injuring countless people. Illusory Yuji's attacks didn't stop there. Her hands made quick seals in the air, and a demonic power transformed into sharp blades of light, cutting towards the remaining disciples. These light blades were like the scythe of death, and wherever they passed, there was no enemy. In the blink of an eye, all the people present were decimated. Illusory Yuji stood in the middle of a messy tomb passage, her figure appearing exceptionally isolated, yet exuding a majesty that made it impossible to look directly at her. Her gaze finally landed on the door to the main chamber, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes. This immortal would like to see who dares to touch this immortal's things, Illusory Yuji said softly. She reached out her hand and slowly pushed it toward the door of the main crypt. As her palm fell, The heavy stone door let out a dull roar and slowly opened.
That harmonized great perfection doppelganger, who was responsible for guarding the tomb door,
had no resistance at all under this powerful force. Just a snort was heard, and crimson blood spurted out of his mouth.
And then he fell to the ground and fainted.
As the door to the main chamber slowly opened,
an ancient and heavy aura came over the room.
As if the precipitation of the years was being released at this moment, illusory Yuji stood in the doorway, her gaze piercing through the haze within the chamber and finally settling on Wang Yi's body. Wang Yi was sitting cross-legged at this moment, his entire body wrapped in a faint halo of light, and a trace of pain intertwined with perseverance appeared on his face. The impact of the power of inheritance caused his body to constantly go through the process of shattering and rebirth, while his aura continued to climb. The corner of illusory Yuji's mouth hooked into a cold smile. She could feel the power fluctuations emanating from Wang Yi's body, which made her heart even more excited. As long as she was able to obtain this power, she would be able to go even further, and might even break through the existing boundaries and reach a new realm,
or even become a true immortal. Human cultivators, unable to withstand the terrifying power of an immortal body, she, as a demon,
had no such obstacles, because the physique of the demon race was too much better than the human race.
What's more,
the demon race has not been favored by the great Tao since ancient times, and thus there has never been a precedent of ascending to the immortal realm.
And today, illusory Yuji was about to arrive at this precedent,
tearing apart the laws of the great Tao and becoming the first demon race to step into the immortal realm. She took a deep breath and slowly walked into the main chamber.
Every step carried the powerful aura of a demon immortal.
Although Wang Yi closed his eyes tightly, his divine sense was like a large net that covered the entire chamber.
He could clearly feel the powerful aura from illusory Yuji,
which caused his heart and mind to tighten slightly,
because with his current strength, he was simply not strong enough to fight against illusory Yuji. Mirage Yuji, you've finally come.
The voice of the doppelganger Xiang Yu echoed within the tomb chamber,
calm and powerful.
Mirage Yuji stopped her steps and turned her head to look at Xiang Yu, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes.
You guys don't seem surprised. Did you already know that this immortal would come? There was a hint of curiosity in illusory Yuji's voice.
Xiang Yu smiled faintly and said,
that's natural. Your every move is under our control. Not to mention,
the power of this half-immortal golden body is an irresistible temptation for any being who craves for power.
Illusory Yuji snorted coldly and said, it's good that you know. Now, hand over the power of the half-immortal golden body, and this immortal can spare you from death.
Xiang Yu gently shook his head and said in a bottom voice,
that won't do.
This Tao half-immortal inheritance.
We'll take it. After saying that, the aura on his body surged. An unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from his body, like a volcano erupting into the sky. His cultivation, too,
took a qualitative leap at this moment, breaking through from the great perfection of harmony to the Mahayana realm in one fell swoop. The entire main chamber trembled because of this outburst of power,
as if even heaven and earth were making way for Xiang Yu's breakthrough. Immediately afterward, behind him, a shadow gradually coalesced. It was his phantom, a god of war that stood on top of the sky, holding a huge sword, with a gaze like electricity, majestic and incomparable. As soon as the Dharma phase came out, the temperature of the entire chamber seemed to drop a few degrees. That was the unique pressure of a Mahayana cultivator. Illusory Yuji smiled contemptuously. An early stage of Mahayana can't stop this immortal. Xiang Yu laughed.
I'm afraid your eyes are bad and you've misread it.
Right? Chapter 93, Total Defeat.
Xiang Yu's words fell at the same time.
The remaining three conjugation great perfection splitters followed suit and stood up. A powerful aura erupted,
and their cultivation unexpectedly began to rise by leaps and bounds at the same moment. The fluctuation of this power swept through the entire main chamber like a tsunami, causing the air inside the chamber to begin to tremble.
Oh, kind of interesting. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared on illusory Yuji's face.
As she looked at the three doppelgangers, their cultivation was unexpectedly climbing rapidly as well,
breaking through all the way to the Mahayana realm,
and at such a speed that even she found it a bit unbelievable.
However, the more this happened, the more it proved the terror of the power contained in the golden body. As for these Mahayana cultivators in front of him, although they were a bit tricky, they were not considered to be any great trouble. A trace of excitement flashed through illusory Yuji's eyes, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile, as if she was facing a long-awaited game. She said no more, her figure suddenly becoming a blur. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the doppelganger Xiang Yu, and slapped his palm out with a sound of breaking air, aiming straight for the doppelganger Xiang Yu's vitals.
The doppelganger Xiang Yu reacted extremely quickly under the system's control. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and its light was like electricity as it clashed with illusory Yuji's palm force with a loud bang. The entire chamber trembled from the impact of this force. At the same time, the other three doppelgangers also moved, each of them casting powerful spells, a ray of light like a meteor, cutting through the darkness of the tomb, blasting towards illusory Yuji. Illusory Yuji's figure moved quickly within the tomb chamber. She was like a ghost, weaving between the attacks of the four doppelgangers, each strike carrying a deadly threat. Her 9 tails were like 9 giant pythons, dancing in the air, each swing carrying a powerful force. The four doppelgangers were only at the early Mahayana stage of cultivation though, but with the system's AI maneuvering, the fit is seamless. In order to delay time for Wang Yi, they were all fearless of life and death, and for a while, they actually fought back and forth with the illusory Yuji. The battle became more and more intense, the energy fluctuations within the tomb chamber became more and more violent, and the entire ancient tomb began to tremble. Some of the more fragile tomb passages, too, began to collapse. In the middle of the tomb passage, the disciples of all the great sects were killed and injured, and there were miserable and mournful wails everywhere. The Nangong Ruowei in the passageway. Although the sword was overpowering, each sword carried a strong killing intent. However, facing the siege of several demon ancestor realm powerhouses, she also began to feel the pressure. Although her violet heavenly sword was incredibly sharp, her opponent's attacks were equally powerful, causing her internal breath to falter with every exchange. Over time, on her body, a wound began to appear. Although Nangong Ruowei's body was injured, her battle spirit did not weaken, but instead became more determined, and her swordsmanship was still powerful. As the battle continued, several demon ancestor realm powerhouses began to realize that it would be difficult to quickly subdue Nangong Ruowei with their individual strength alone. Her sword skills and combat experience far exceeded their expectations. They glanced at each other as if they had reached some sort of tacit agreement, and then they began to change their positions, forming an ancient formation. This formation is called the immortal locking formation, which was originally a powerful formation used by human cultivators to deal with the demon race. The ability to suppress and weaken opponents. As soon as the formation was completed, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and a powerful pressure surged towards Nangong Ruowei from all directions. Nangong Ruowei immediately sensed the changes in her surroundings, and her eyes became even more grave. She knew that if she didn't break the formation soon, she would become more and more passive. She took a deep breath as the aura in her body worked crazily, and the light on the violet sky sword became even more dazzling. "Break it for me!" Nangong Ruowei shouted, gathering her entire body's aura at the tip of her sword and swinging it out. A huge sword chi rushed straight into the center of the formation. However, the power of the immortal locking formation far exceeded her imagination, and although the sword chi was powerful, it was dissolved by an invisible force the moment it came into contact with the formation. A cold smile appeared on the faces of the demon ancestor realm powerhouses in the formation as they began to catalyze the formation, and a channel of demonic power surged out of the formation, transforming into chains that wrapped around towards Nangong Ruowei. Nangong Ruowei's figure moved quickly through the formation in an attempt to avoid these chains, but she soon realized that no matter how she moved, the chains always seemed to be able to anticipate her actions and follow her closely. Nangong Ruowei, don't struggle. Once the immortal locking formation is activated, even if a great Luo golden immortal descends, he won't be able to escape. A demon ancestor realm powerhouse said in a cold voice, a hint of smugness in his voice. Beads of sweat began to seep from Nangong Ruowei's forehead. How could she not expect that the demon race would actually be able to learn this ancient formation and use it so purely? After all human cultivators knew that the demonic power in the body of the demon race was raging, coupled with a lack of innate intelligence. It was simply impossible to master such a fine and complex skill as formation. However, these fox demons in front of her were actually able to use this level of formation, which was truly mind-boggling to her. Under the suppression of the immortal locking formation, she soon felt that the power within her body was gradually weakening. If he didn't come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible, he was afraid that he would fall into the hands of these demon clans. This is when the battle inside the main chamber reaches its climax. Wang Yi's four doppelgangers, assisted by the system, engaged in a thrilling battle with Phantom Yuji. Their coordination became more and more seamless, and each attack caused illusory Yuji to feel the pressure. A trace of surprise flashed through illusory Yuji's eyes. She didn't expect these doppelgangers to be able to fight against her for so long. She didn't want to delay any longer. Illusory Yuji's figure once again became blurry before instantly splitting into 9 phantoms, each carrying the aura and power of her main body.
This was her unique natural aptitude as a fox demon immortal, nine-tailed split.
The 9 phantoms rotated rapidly around the 4 doppelgangers, each phantom carrying a deadly attack,
either a palm strike, a claw strike, or a sweeping blow of the tail, each strike containing a powerful demonic force, enough to destroy a small mountain.
The 4 doppelgangers were able to predict Phantom Yuji's attacks with the assistance of the system, but facing the simultaneous attacks of the 9 phantoms, they also began to feel the pressure. Although their sword lights and spells were powerful, illusory Yuji's attacks were too dense, making it difficult for them to completely defend.
In less than 3 breaths,
Wang Yi's 4 doppelgangers were simultaneously knocked out by Mirage Yuji's doppelganger and were seriously injured.
Illusory Yuji ignored them and walked straight towards Wang Yi.
Every step she took carried an incomparably terrifying pressure,
causing the earth underneath her feet to emit a violent tremor.
If this chamber wasn't the handiwork of a half-immortal, I'm afraid it would have collapsed long ago. She walked behind Wang Yi and without half a word of nonsense, she immediately raised her palm and placed it down towards Wang Yi's head, ready to draw on the half-immortal's inheritance.
Chapter 94, Ugly Face.
If it wasn't for the fear that the immortal power would dissipate after losing its carrier, illusory Yuji would have smashed Wang Yi's brain with a slap.
After all,
Wang Yi had just absorbed a lot of immortal energy. As she reached out towards Wang Yi, she also put her other hand to the top of the golden body's head,
wanting to quickly drain the immortal power from Wang Yi and the half-immortal golden body. Just at the moment when her hands
were about to touch Wang Yi and the golden body,
2 of Wang Yi's Mahayana realm bilocations in succession were killed by Mirage Yuji's bilocations,
and the spiritual energy accumulated by the 2 bilocations instantly surged back into Wang Yi's body. The spiritual boundary point that he himself had already broken through to, coupled with these 2 forces recovered from the split, instantly caused the spiritual energy within his dantian to explode,
and his cultivation directly broke through in 2. Stepping into the mid-Mahayana stage, illusory Yuji also took a few steps back under the impact of the power brought about by the breakthrough and looked at Wang Yi with a face full of surprise. She had thought that even if Wang Yi had broken through in front of her, he would only be stepping into the early stages of Mahayana. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi actually instantly broke through 2 realms, leaping to become the top existence among the human cultivators. However,
it was still not enough for her to fear.
Not to mention that Wang Yi was only in the middle stage of Mahayana.
Even if Wang Yi broke through to the late stage,
or even the Great Circle,
he would never be her opponent.
Wang Yi stood up after completing his second consecutive breakthrough. A powerful aura emanated from his body,
which was like a raging storm that swept through the entire main chamber.
He looked at illusory Yuji and asked, "Do you want the inheritance, or do you want to stay here and absorb the power of the golden body?"
As the words fell, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the outside of the chamber.
Illusory Yuji couldn't think about it in detail and immediately chased after Wang Yi.
The half-immortal golden body contained a terrifying power that couldn't be taken out of this chamber and wouldn't run even if it was placed here.
But Wang Yi was different. A mid-Mahayana human cultivator. If we let him leave this area, it would not be easy to find him again. What's more, a half-immortal inheritance could be much more valuable than the golden body.
It was precisely because Wang Yi saw through this that he came up with this method of drawing the snake out of its hole.
The battle just now caused him to lose 2 Mahayana realm bilocations. This could be considered a huge loss for him. After all,
they were now the existence closest to ascension. Wang Yi also planned that they would go to the immortal realm first to scout the way for themselves.
After all, in the previous life's netizens, many powerful protagonists, just after ascending to the immortal world,
were captured and taken to dig for minerals.
In the end, though, it all worked out by opening up. But for people like Wang Yi, who are used to swinging,
it is impossible to dig a day without digging.
Therefore,
it was necessary to allow the bilocation to ascend first, paving the way for the main body in advance. For the sake of this day, he had to take a risk and lure illusory Yuji away, creating time for the doppelganger to absorb the golden body immortal power.
Anyway, the inheritance has arrived.
There was no difference between absorbing the immortal energy on the gold body by itself and absorbing it by the doppelganger.
No, I should say, split absorption is better. Not to mention that this would help the bilocation soar faster. More crucially, if the main body continued to absorb the power of the doppelganger, it would inevitably not be able to withstand it, and like the golden body in the tomb, it would turn into a small golden man that couldn't move. He didn't want to, for the rest of his life, live only on his doppelganger. After all, without the main body, who will enjoy the female doppelganger?
Wang Yi had just left the door of the tomb,
and the figure of Phantom Yuji. It was like a bolt of lightning that followed. Her speed was extremely fast,
and she was almost on par with Wang Yi. "Kid, you won't be able to escape." Illusory Yuji's voice echoed in the tomb passage, a hint of icy killing intent in her voice. The corner of Wang Yi's Chaoyan's mouth hooked into a cold smile as his speed increased instead of decreasing, and he soon arrived in front of Nangong Ruowei. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly blasted out a fist, instantly decapitating several demonic ancestor realm demonic beasts that had trapped Nangong Ruowei. With the deaths of several demon ancestor realms, the immortal locking formation followed suit and lost its source of power, gradually turning into points of light and dissipating between heaven and earth. After Wang Yi did this, he didn't stay too long and didn't even look at Nangong Ruowei for more than a second before coming straight to a tomb passage that had long since collapsed. He lashed out at the top of his head, a punch that went straight through the thick layer of earth and flew out of the tomb passage along the hole that had been blasted open. With the departure of Wang Yi and Illusory Yuji, the battle within the ancient tomb gradually calmed down. Seeing this, the surrounding elders and disciples who were pretending to be dead, strategically retreating, and surrendering, all drilled out. "Nangong Peak Master, let's hurry up and escape while Illusory Yuji is lured away." "That's right, that Phantom Yuji's strength is too terrifying. If we don't escape at this time, when she kills back again, none of us will be able to escape." When Nangong Ruowei heard these words, a look of disgust appeared on her face. These people, they are so selfish. In order to stay alive himself, he completely disregarded Wang Yi's death. One could simply call it shameless. Nangong Ruowei couldn't do such a thing. The Shushan disciples were brought by her, and as long as there was still a disciple in danger, she would never abandon them and run away. She coldly said, "I'm sorry, I'm not in the habit of abandoning my Shu Mountain disciples and running away." When the crowd heard this, they were in a hurry. Disgruntledly, he asked, "Nangong Peak Master, with the strength of the Phantom Yuji, even if the heads of the 5 great sects come, they are by no means rivals. You are still pretending here. Do you want to kill everyone? All of them?" "That's right, Nangong Peak Master. There's more than just your Mount Shu here. If you get us killed, our clan will definitely come after your Mount Shu to settle the score." "Peak Master Nangong, you wouldn't really want to get so many people killed for the sake of a handyman, would you? For whom it is not certain. To speak grandly, but secretly, perhaps, to take our lives, and give herself time to delay her escape. I even suspect now that 20 years ago you were taking the lives of your disciples to buy yourself time to escape. How could you be the only one to leave the northern wasteland alive?" The more these people talk, the more reckless they become. They could have left on their own, but they felt that without Nangong Ruowei's protection, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves if they encountered demonic beasts on the way. Hence the irritation. Nangong Ruowei looked at this group of people's ugly faces with disgust in her eyes. Not long ago, these people were grateful to her for saving them, even threatening to look up to her. As a result, as soon as they encountered danger, they completely threw those words out of their minds. What a bunch of disgusting stinking fish. Such a capricious villain like this can actually become an inner disciple of a sect, or even a core elder of a sect. The cultivation world of this continent is really rotten. Nangong Ruowei sneered and said, "Those who are willing to follow me to deal with Illusory Yuji follow me. The rest of you love to go wherever you want. This seed is too lazy to care about you." After saying that, he took a few Shushan disciples and turned straight around, chasing after Wang Yi in the direction he left. Chapter 95, Fighting the Fox Fairy Alone. Above the ancient tomb, Wang Yi took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air and freedom. Phantom Yuji's figure also rushed out of the tomb passage right after him, hanging in the air face to face with him, her 9 tails constantly waving in the air, emitting a powerful aura. Wang Yi knew that he had to go all out in the face of a strong enemy like Illusory Yuji. He deeply and without hesitation took out the Haotian mirror from his storage space and used his spiritual energy to activate it. In a flash, a white light shone on Phantom Yuji's body. Illusory Yuji's body visibly stagnated. In all the years since she had broken through to Demon Immortal, it was the first time she had this feeling of being suppressed by a magic treasure. It was evident that this magic treasure was indeed extraordinary. It was a pity that this point of suppression was not worth mentioning in front of her. With a wave of her raised hand, she broke the light of the Haotian mirror and turned into a stream of light, grabbing towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi saw that the power of the Haotian mirror had already been depleted under the attack of the Illusory Yuji, so he immediately put it away. Then, as fast as he could, he took out a huge shield and blocked it in front of his chest. This shield, which was claimed to be the hardest shield in the entire continent, was one of the Netherworld sect's 3 major magic weapons, the Xian Turtle Shield. This level of magic treasure Like the Haotian mirror and the soul-suppressing seal, it takes a long time to recover after using it once.
Unless the clan meets with a catastrophe of doom, then it will be taken out and used. The rest of the time, it was placed in the hidden treasure cabinet to contain it. This also gave Wang Yi's doppelganger a chance to supervise and steal. Anyway, in today's immortal cultivation world, chaos is all up to Wang Yi alone. As long as he doesn't want people to use these top-level magic treasures, no one will ever find out that these magic treasures have been used. Even if they were discovered, it was nothing more than losing a detachment. Compared to the role that these spells played in battle, this kind of cost was really not worth mentioning. As Wang Yi injected his spiritual energy into it, the Xian turtle shield shone brightly, condensing 19 layers of tortoise armor patterns in front of his body. Boom! The sharp claws condensed by Phantom Yuji's demonic power slammed into the strong aura shield condensed by the Xian turtle shield. A terrifying wave of air washed out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the gloom in the air was swept away. Not only that, the snow on the ground was also blown away under this force, revealing bare frozen soil. I have to say, you do have quite a lot of magic treasures on you, but it's just a pity that they can't be of any use in front of this immortal. When Illusory Yuji said that, her right hand fiercely pushed. Only a dozen crunching sounds were heard. The 19 astral shields coalesced by the Xian turtle shield broke 18 in an instant, leaving only the last one, barely holding on. Wang Yi himself, on the other hand, was knocked out by this force and smashed heavily on top of a distant snowy mountain, raising a flurry of snowflakes. Whoosh! Before the snowflakes fell, 7 powerful flying swords flew out from them, tearing through the air and emitting buzzing sword sounds, with their blades pointing directly at Illusory Yuji. Those 3 swords were the 7-star sect's treasure of the 7-star sect, the 7-star flying sword. With all 7 swords, even a Mahayana realm cultivator would have to avoid them. However, Illusory Yuji simply raised her hand in a breezy manner, and with a powerful force, she instantly sent all 7 swords flying. The 7 incomparably sharp swords, after drawing 7 arcs in the air, were inserted into the ground, gently swaying and emitting a buzzing sound, as if they were expressing their inner unwillingness. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yi instantly utilized the system space to send those 7 long swords back to the 7-star sect. Immediately after that, another long sword was taken out, with a slender body and a sharp light flickering on the blade. This was Xiang Yu's sword, a harmonious grade magic treasure overlord sword. Wang Yi held the heaven-splitting sword and had the Xian turtle shield suspended behind him, ready for battle. His eyes were resolute, and the spiritual energy in his body worked crazily as he prepared to meet Illusory Yuji's attack. Seeing this, Illusory Yuji let out a cold smile as her 9 tails waved in the air, each of them exuding the power of a different attribute. She smiled coldly and said, "What? Did you run out of magic treasures?" When Mirage Yuji said that, her figure suddenly became blurry, and in the next moment, she had already appeared in front of Wang Yi, and she slapped her palm out with a cracking sound, aiming straight for Wang Yi's vitals. Wang Yi's eyes condensed as the heaven-splitting sword in his hand swiftly swung, clashing with Illusory Yuji's palm force with a loud bang. At the same time, the Xian turtle shield behind him emitted a dazzling blue light, forming a sturdy astral barrier around his body. However, the two sides only stalemated for a breath before the Overlord sword was directly shattered, and the astral shield formed by the Xian turtle shield was followed by being broken open and dissipated into points of light. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Yi immediately put away the Xian turtle shield and exploded into full strength. As the aura on his body rose, a huge phantom gradually coalesced behind him, a golden god of war with his hands clenched into fists, his gaze like electricity, emanating an unparalleled pressure. When Illusory Yuji saw this, a phantom also coalesced behind her. It was a 9-tailed demon fox. Each tail carried a different power, and the 9 powers intertwined together to form a powerful storm. 9-tailed heavenly demon. Present, Illusory Yuji shouted, and her Dharma phase suddenly erupted with a powerful force as her 9 tails waved in the air, forming a powerful wave of attacks that blasted towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi's eyes stared, and his Dharma phase also erupted with a powerful force as the golden god of war waved his fists, each punch carrying a golden glow as it collided with Illusory Yuji's attack, emitting a deafening roar. The phantoms of the two men exchanged blows in the air. Each collision was like heavenly thunder stirring up earthly fire, and the entire sky was shaken by these two powerful forces. The surrounding space was distorted due to the impact of this force, forming a spatial rift. As the two of them exchanged spells, the energy fluctuations in the sky became more and more violent, as if even the heavens and earth were trembling for it. Wang Yi's golden god of war Dharma phase carried a whistling sound of breaking air with every swing,
while Illusory Yuji's nine-tailed demon fox Dharma phase constantly changed its attack with its versatile attack. The battle between the two Dharma phantoms was like the duel of mythical divine beasts, each collision releasing a dazzling light that illuminated the entire sky above the ancient tomb. The snowy mountains below also began to tremble in the aftermath of this battle, and the snow on top of the mountain was shaken up like a blizzard. When Nangong Ruowei saw the scene, her eyes were filled with shock. It had always been clear to her that Wang Yi's body was harboring secrets, but she had never expected that Wang Yi would be able to fight against a demon immortal level powerhouse like Illusory Yuji. Strength has long been above his own. No wonder Wang Yi dared to say that kind of thing to himself on top of the flying boat that day. It turned out that there was this kind of undercurrent hidden in the body. No, if that's the case, wouldn't you be in danger? A trace of fear was born in Nangong Ruowei's heart. After all, there is not a man in the world who would not dislike a woman like her despite knowing her roots. Chapter 96. Although Wang Yi was in the middle stage of Mahayana, he was still quite a bit worse than Illusory Yuji. Soon, he began to fall into a corner. Nangong Ruowei and a few Shushan disciples who weren't afraid of death were eager to step forward to help. But in the face of these two, like mountainous discoveries, there was no way to do anything, only to dry out on the ground. Illusory Yuji's attack became more and more severe, as if even the air was distorted by her power. Although Wang Yi was in a disadvantageous position, his eyes remained resolute, and every dodge and counterattack appeared to be exceptionally cautious. Knowing that he couldn't afford to be the slightest bit careless, Nangong Ruowei gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, a trace of anxiety flashing in her eyes. She didn't want to repeat the tragedy of 20 years ago, to watch the people she brought with her die in front of her. Holding the violet sky sword in her hand, she carefully observed the rhythm of Illusory Yuji's attacks, trying to find a moment to attack from it. Right at this moment, Illusory Yuji's attack suddenly changed. Her figure drew a beautiful arc in midair, and a palm with a thunderous momentum pushed Wang Yi's chest. Although Wang Yi barely dodged it, his figure had already staggered a little, and he was clearly close to his limit. Nangong Ruowei knew that this was her chance. She took a deep breath, and the true qi in her body flowed rapidly, and a faint layer of purple light glowed on the purple heavenly sword. The figure suddenly disappeared in place. In the next moment, she had already appeared on Illusory Yuji's flank. Illusory Yuji, look at the sword. Nangong Ruowei's voice was as cold as ice, and the harsh blade of her sword pointed directly at Illusory Yuji's vitals. A trace of surprise flashed through Illusory Yuji's eyes, clearly not expecting that Nangong Ruowei would still have the strength to launch an attack at her. She quickly adjusted her stance and swung her nine tails at the same time, easily dissolving Nangong Ruowei's sword momentum. When Wang Yi saw that Illusory Yuji was distracted, he quickly adjusted his state, and his golden phantom slammed a battering mountain fist fiercely towards her chest. Illusory Yuji couldn't dodge in time. Her chest took the blow hard. Her body was like a kite with broken strings, and she was sent flying out tens of feet away, crashing heavily into a mountain peak, the rocks crumbling and the dust flying. Wang Yi did not let his guard down because of this strike. He knew that Illusory Yuji's strength was much more than that. Nangong Ruowei, on the other hand, was tightly gripping the violet sky sword, watching Illusory Yuji's every move with all her concentration, preparing for her counterattack. As expected, Illusory Yuji slowly stood up from the rubble, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes burned with an even hotter battle intent. Her nine tails were like giant waves in a raging storm, frantically sweeping towards Wang Yi and Nangong Ruowei. Wang Yi and Nangong Ruowei stood back to back. Their eyes were firm and calm. They didn't have the slightest bit of fear in the face of Illusory Yuji's furious attack. Wang Yi's golden phantom appeared once again. His hands formed seals, and a golden rune flew out from his hands, forming a huge shield that protected the two of them. Nangong Ruowei, on the other hand, danced the purple heavenly sword like a purple meteor, constantly striking the Illusory Yuji's tail, emitting crisp metal clashing sounds. The two were in perfect sync and every attack and defense seemed to be in order. Although the Illusory Yuji's tail was powerful, under the joint efforts of Wang Yi and Nangong Ruowei, her attacks were neutralized one by one. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, not realizing that she had been pushed to such a point. Two mole crickets, die for this immortal! Illusory Yuji shouted violently. Her body suddenly erupted with a powerful force, and her nine tails became even thicker, each one seeming to contain the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. She let out a roar that shook the entire battlefield. Wang Yi and Nangong Ruowei felt an unprecedented pressure. Wang Yi's golden phantom became even more dazzling, and each of his attacks carried an air-breaking sound as if it was capable of tearing through space. Nangong Ruowei's purple heavenly sword also emitted an even brighter light.
her swordplay becoming even more severe, each swing of her sword carrying an unyielding will. The illusory Yuji's tail was like a giant wave in a raging storm, constantly impacting Wang Yi and Nangong Ruowei's protective shield. Soon, the duo's shield shattered under the violent impact. Nangong Ruowei was directly sent flying out, crashing into a mountain peak, raising a cloud of dust and fainting on the spot. Although Wang Yi was better, he was also knocked back tens of feet, and a trace of eye-red blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the illusory Yuji in front of him, Wang Yi felt somewhat helpless. He originally thought that by utilizing the town treasures of the various great sects and consuming the illusory Yuji's power in advance, he would be able to barely fight one of them. Now it seemed that he had still underestimated illusory Yuji. If one wanted to deal with illusory Yuji, one would need to consume at least several splitters above the harmonization realm to take it to the next level. The cost is just too great. Wang Yi asked the system. Unity, how long is it expected to take before the golden body in the chamber is drained? Ding! According to the system's estimation, it will take at least 2 hours. Hearing this reply, Wang Yi couldn't help but stare. It's been long enough to die several times on its own. It's too slow. Arrange for all the doppelgangers in the tomb passage, all of them to enter the main chamber and absorb the power of the golden body together. If the number of people is really not enough, teleport some more over. Make sure that, within half an hour, you drain the golden body and withdraw from the tomb passage. Ding! The system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. Wang Yi didn't have time to consult the system messages right now. He was now facing the demon immortal realm's illusory Yuji, one of the strongest existences in the entire continent. The slightest slacking off and you could be dead in the water. Wang Yi wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, retrieved his phantom, took out his divine walking boots, and with a flash of his body, he came directly to Nangong Ruowei and fled southward, carrying her. With the boost from the divine walking boots, his speed was extremely fast, and in just the blink of an eye, he flew out dozens of miles. Illusory Yuji looked at Wang Yi's back and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. Her figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, it appeared directly in front of Wang Yi, blocking his path. Her 9 tails, like 9 giant dragons, danced in the air, emitting a suffocating pressure. It's not that easy to escape. Wang Yi didn't pay any attention to it, but directly increased his speed, bypassing her figure and continuing to fly south. Illusory Yuji also seemed to realize that Wang Yi was stalling for time. With a wave of her big hand, a teleportation portal appeared beside her, followed by countless demon race children rushing out of the portal with a murderous aura. Illusory Yuji coldly said to these people, "Kill all the human cultivators in the vicinity of the ancient tomb, all of them for this immortal, leaving no one behind." After she finished speaking, she chased straight towards the direction Wang Yi had left. Chapter 97, I'll go first. Wang Yi, who was flying at great speed high above the sky, was also somewhat helpless in his heart. Illusory Yuji's strength was far beyond his imagination, forcing him to use his main body now, to draw fire to his doppelganger. But fortunately, he still had a few top-tier magic treasures he could call upon right now, and it wouldn't be that easy for Illusory Yuji to kill him. Illusory Yuji was in hot pursuit, anger and impatience flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect Wang Yi to be so difficult to deal with, and her 9 tails, from time to time, traced a stump in the air, trying to capture Wang Yi's trail. However, each time, Wang Yi easily dodged away. Deep inside the ancient tomb, within the main chamber, Wang Yi's hundreds of doppelgangers were like greedy gourmets, constantly devouring the power of the half-immortal golden body. Power surged within them, as if every meridian, every cell, was cheering, as the power of the golden body flowed away. The appearance of the half-immortal golden body also began to show obvious changes. The original golden luster gradually faded and was replaced by a withered gray. The golden body's hair had turned from its original golden color to snow white, and the skin on his face had become loose and wrinkled, as if he had experienced 1,000 years in a short period of time. However, just at the critical moment when the doppelgangers were about to complete their power absorption, the door to the main chamber was thrown open with a huge force. A group of demon race powerhouses arrived outside the door of the chamber, their gazes greedy and bloodthirsty, filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for the formation boundaries that Wang Yi's doppelganger had set up in advance to block them, they would have already rushed into the tomb to fight with Wang Yi's doppelganger. "You humble human races, how dare you come to my northern wasteland and covet my demon race's treasures? You're really looking for death," a strong demon race member at the head said in a cold voice, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. Soon,
Cracks began to appear in the formation boundary under the furious attacks of the demonic powerhouses, and the light became bright and dim.
Hundreds of miles away, high in the sky, Wang Yi learned about the status of the doppelgangers from the system. Opening his mouth, he asked the system, "How much longer?" Ding, expected to take another 3 minutes. Then arrange for the diversion to reinforce the formation, regardless of spirit stone consumption, and don't let them attack into the chamber. Ding, the system has made the relevant deployment according to the host's request. Please check the system message in time. Inside the ancient tomb, the doppelgangers quickly responded to Wang Yi's commands under the control of the system AI. They began to mobilize the spirit stones around them, reinforcing the formation boundaries at all costs to defend against the attacks of the demonic powerhouses. The massive energy contained in the spirit stones was quickly channeled and injected into the formation boundary. The light on the boundary gradually stabilized and the cracks began to be repaired. Although the attacks from the demonic powerhouses were fierce, the formation boundary became impenetrable with the support of the spirit stones. Wang Yi's heart was a little more at ease after hearing the system's reply. Wang Yi counted the time and it was almost time. He had to get rid of Phantom Yuji's pursuit as soon as possible and leave the northern wasteland. As for the bilocation, you can use the conveyor belt to get out when the time comes. Wang Yi's mind moved, and a long sword flowing with the power of the void suddenly appeared in his hand, the sword of the void. The sword was dark, with a circle of void ripples surrounding the sword, as if it was capable of swallowing all light. Wang Yi quickly inspired the sword of void. The tip of the sword pointed towards the sky. A powerful force of void erupted from the sword, and a spinning black vortex immediately appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Illusory Yuji immediately realized Wang Yi's intentions, and her attacks became even more furious, attempting to intercept Wang Yi before he could escape. "Don't even think about escaping," Mirage Yuji roared as her tail came at Wang Yi like a raging storm. However, the moment her attack was about to touch Wang Yi, the power of the Sword of the Void was fully unleashed, and the figures of Wang Yi and Nangong Ruowei disappeared in a dazzling light, only faintly leaving a sentence. "This young man will leave first, and come back to clean you up next time." Illusory Yuji's attack landed in the air and could only leave a loud thud in the sky. Phantom Yuji stopped in the air, her body trembling slightly from anger. Her eyes flashed with fury and hatred like two burning flames. Her plans, her ambitions, were shattered because of Wang Yi's escape. Aha! Damn little! Illusory Yuji's voice was like a thunderous explosion that echoed in the sky above the northern wasteland. Her 9 tails danced wildly, tearing the air around her as if she wanted to vent all her anger. She had originally thought that with her own strength and the geographical advantage of the northern wasteland, it would be enough to eliminate Wang Yi, the intruder, easily. She even fantasized that by seizing the power of the half-immortal's golden body, she would be able to break through to a higher realm in one fell swoop, becoming an unrivaled existence in the demon race. However, reality hit her hard. Not only did Wang Yi manage to escape from her, he also took away the power of the half-immortal golden body. For Illusory Yuji, this wasn't just a failure, it was an insult and provocation to her. "Kid, I will definitely find you." Illusory Yuji's voice was filled with killing intent. "No matter how far you escape to the ends of the earth, I won't let you go." Inside the ancient tomb, the demon race frantically bombarded the formations in Wang Yi's chamber. Inside the chamber, as the last trace of power was withdrawn, the appearance of the half-immortal's golden body had completely lost its former luster, and the golden skin had become parched, just like a dry corpse. The once powerful half-immortal was now only an empty shell, and all of his essence had been transferred to Wang Yi's doppelganger. Right at this moment, the formation boundary of the main chamber finally reached its limit under the furious attacks of the demonic powerhouses. The light on the formation boundary became extremely dim and cracks were all over the place, as if it could shatter at any time. The strongest of the demon race saw the hope of victory. Their eyes flashed with greed and bloodlust as their attacks became more and more violent. The demonic powerhouse in the lead, even more so, laughed maniacally in triumph. "Ha ha, it seems that your formation won't be able to support you for much longer. Prepare to die." However, just at the critical moment when the demonic powerhouses were about to break through the formation, Wang Yi's doppelgangers completed the final fusion of their powers. Their aura reached its peak at this moment, and each of their detachments exuded a palpitatingly powerful fluctuation. Outside the northern wasteland city, Wang Yi received a message. Wang Yi asked the system, "Luo Jinshu and Lei Qingqing, they have been safely evacuated, right?" Ding! Luo Jinshu and Lei Qingqing have left the scene under the escort of the doppelganger Fusu and Luo Xiuhei, and are heading towards North Star Pass. Wang Yi nodded. "Very well, then turn on the split teleportation." and urgently teleport all the splits within the chamber. Here. Ding. Emergency teleportation program activated. All bilocations prepare for evacuation. At the same time, the teleportation array inside the main chamber emitted a dazzling light, and a beam of light wrapped Wang Yi's doppelgangers. Even though the demon race's attack was about to break through the formation boundary, the teleportation array had already been activated, and the figures of the doppelgangers began to gradually become blurred. The strongest members of the demon race rushed into the main chamber, and all they saw was a dried-up half-immortal's golden body and a fading teleportation glow. The leading demonic powerhouse roared in rage as his attacks landed hard on Jean, who had already lost his power, but was unable to stop the withdrawal of Wang Yi's doppelgangers. Aha! No! This can't be happening! The roars of the demon race powerhouses echoed within the chamber, their eyes filled with unwillingness and anger.